My name is Imo Chu. I woke up to the sound of voices, noisy, like a bunch of ducks squawking non-stop, giving me a headache. Women were chatting, and their words were harsh. Io, that's a rare spirit tonic wasted on a cripple, one said, followed by someone else mocking how I'd been asleep for over a decade, doubting if I'd ever wake up. They continued, complaining about my brother, Imo Yang, saying he had valuable things all because of me. Someone even claimed I was dragging him down, making his life dangerous. Their arrogance and cruelty hurt, but then a deep, furious male voice cut through the room. It was Imo Yang. He appeared, covered in blood, his presence commanding. The women went pale and started trembling as he walked in, rage radiating off him. His bloodshot eyes were filled with fury as he demanded, "What did you say about my sister?" The room went silent, everyone terrified. The arrogant girl tried to defend herself, claiming she felt bad for him, but Imo Yang's icy, angry laugh silenced her. When she called me a burden again, Imo Yang snapped. Before anyone could react, Hu Qing, the one who had insulted me most, screamed as blood trickled from her face. The women gasped, shocked. In our world, women were usually protected, but Imo Yang had shown no mercy. He glared at them all and declared, "Little Chu is my only treasure. Who gave you the right to call her a burden?" When Hu Qing yelled, "How dare you hurt me?" I could feel the tension rise. She was furious, and I knew why. A woman's appearance mattered a lot, and Imo Yang had hurt her face. Her anger boiled over, and she grabbed a dagger, lunging at Imo Yang. But he was quick, grabbing her wrist before she could do anything. His voice was cold, warning her that he was letting her off easy only because of her father, Captain Hu. He summoned a ball of purple, black lightning in his hand, crackling with power. The other women screamed, terrified. Imo Yang was a Tier 5 expert, strong enough to be feared, and that energy in his palm could kill them all. Even though Hu Qing was scared, she tried to hide it, still insulting me. But Imo Yang's eyes grew darker, and he twisted her wrist until she cried out in pain, tears and snot ruining her makeup as she crumpled to the ground. At that moment, Wei Yuan walked in, surprised at the scene. The women took the chance to run out, and Hu Qing's injury was soon healed with advanced medical equipment, leaving no scar. Back in the room, Captain Hu Tian, Hu Qing's father, tried to smooth things over. He promised to teach her a lesson and asked Imo Yang to forgive her. Hu Tian was a respected leader, but he was too soft on his daughter, which made her arrogant. Even as her father scolded her, Hu Qing still defended herself. Imo Yang's sharp gaze silenced her, and she knew she had barely escaped serious trouble. Imo Yang sat quietly, but his words soon shattered the calm. "Let's forget about this matter," he said. Relief washed over them, but then he added something that felt like thunder. "Also, I want to leave the team." I couldn't believe what I was hearing when Imo Yang firmly declared he was leaving the team. Even Hu Tian, our team leader, was shocked, slamming the table in anger. Everyone tried to convince Imo Yang to stay. After all, he'd been with the Wild Wolf team for nearly 5 years, and we'd faced so much together. How could he leave over something so small? But Imo Yang wouldn't change his mind. He made it clear that it wasn't just a minor issue to him. Hu Tian even admitted that his daughter, Hu Qing, was wrong and offered to let Imo Yang punish her. But Imo Yang didn't care about that. For him, it was all about me, his sister, Little Chu. Imo Yang's voice softened only when he talked about me. He explained that he couldn't ignore how Hu Qing and the others treated me. He couldn't stay with people who hated me. I was everything to him, and he had sacrificed so much for me, using all his resources and spiritual treasures to keep me safe and healthy. Wei Yuan, who admired Imo Yang the most, tried to suggest that things could change, but Imo Yang just looked at Hu Qing, making it clear he didn't trust her. Imo Yang was ready to leave, but then, suddenly, a loud alarm went off, drawing everyone's attention to the sealed cabin in the room. The cabin that had been silent for 15 years was now glowing with a green light, signaling that the person inside had woken up. It was me. Imo Yang rushed over, his eyes bright and filled with hope. He called my name gently, his voice trembling with emotion. After so many years, I was finally waking up. But as he stared at me, I was still asleep, lying peacefully inside the cabin, while the alarm kept blaring, announcing my return to the world. When I first woke up, everything felt loud and overwhelming. It was like I had been sleeping forever, and the noises around me grew until they finally pulled me out of the darkness. My eyes fluttered open, and the world seemed strange and bright. My body felt weak, and my face looked pale from being in that sealed cabin for so long. The first thing I saw was my brother, Imo Yang. His voice was gentle but trembling, and he leaned over, smiling at me through teary eyes. His happiness was so intense, it felt like it could light up the whole room. Around us, the other people stared in disbelief, amazed that I had actually woken up after 15 years. Imo Yang had never given up on me, even when everyone else thought there was no hope. Hu Qing, one of the women nearby, muttered something rude, but Captain Hu quickly shut her down and got everyone to leave so Imo Yang and I could be alone. I could feel how precious I was to him, like he was holding something fragile when he helped me out of the cabin. My head hurt, and I was confused. I remembered dying in a car accident, and now, was this a second chance at life? My mind felt slow and heavy, like trying to think through mud. Imo Yang noticed right away and told me not to strain myself, even suggesting I rest more, but I shook my head. I felt too weak to even think about sleeping again. When he offered to chat instead, I perked up, and he smiled at me. He asked if I remembered anything from when I was young, and I shook my head, feeling guilty. Everything was such a blur. When I woke up, I learned from Imo Yang that I had been in a sealed cabin since I was born. He explained that an accident happened right after my birth, and I had been kept in that cabin to survive, absorbing energy for 15 long years. It felt strange hearing that. This world was definitely not the 21st century I once knew. Imo Yang introduced himself as my brother, and hearing him call me Little Chu filled me with warmth. I'd been an orphan in my previous life, so having an older brother now felt comforting. When he hugged me tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, I slowly hugged him back. The moment was quiet and full of warmth. But then, my stomach growled loudly, and I was so embarrassed. Imo Yang smiled and said it was time to eat. He offered me something called nutrition capsules, which looked like tiny pills. Curious, I tried one, but it was terrible. The plastic shell cracked, and a disgusting, sour and bitter taste filled my mouth, making my tongue go numb. I swallowed it down but almost cried from how awful it was. Imo Yang asked if something was wrong, and I tried to explain, but before I could, a horrible wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't hold it back and threw up everything I had just eaten. Pain then exploded in my stomach, sharp and twisting, like a knife stabbing me from the inside. Imo Yang's voice sounded worried and panicked, but I was in so much pain that everything went black. Medical Research Institute, 2nd floor. How is my sister? Looking at Imo Chu, who was lying on the sickbed, Imo Yang's handsome face was full of anxiety. Even his voice was a little hoarse. Shinny was silent for a long time, not saying much. Is it very serious? Seeing this, Imo Yang's face darkened, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. In the entire District 12, Shunyi's medical skills were the best. If even he was having trouble, then Little Chu's must be very severe. Don't worry for the time being. Shin Yi and Imo Yang were somewhat on good terms. In the past, he always looked calm and composed, but this was the first time he was in such a panic. I've done a full body check on your sister. It doesn't look like there's anything serious. She'll wake up in a while. Imo Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. However, when he remembered Shan Yi's hesitant look, he immediately looked up at him again. As expected, Shun Yi's expression was solemn. Think about it carefully. Did your sister eat something stimulating? No. Imo Yang shook his head decisively. Didn't I say it before? Little Chu has only taken one nutrient capsule ever since she woke up. I've already checked. There's nothing wrong with the nutrition capsule she took. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened unless... Unless what? Shinny took a deep breath and voiced out his judgment. I'm now suspecting that your sister might be allergic. Allergic to nutrition capsules? Imo Yang was slightly stunned. That's right. Other than this reason, there's no other explanation for Imo Chu's current situation. The hypothesis that Shunny raised was indeed very bold. There were close to 100 million people in the Federation, and in the past 100 years, there had never been anyone who was allergic to nutrient capsules. So you're saying that as long as little Chu doesn't eat nutrient capsules, she'll be fine? Mo Yang quickly deduced. That's right. As a doctor, Shen Yi's vision was far more accurate and far-sighted than Mo Yang's. However, we have no idea which foods Mo Chu will be allergic to. The nutrition capsules were one of the commonly used foods in the Federation that used high-tech energy compression to supplement the daily needs of the human body. Usually, 1 or 2 capsules were needed, and one did not need to eat for an entire day. It was considered to be extremely safe. If Mo Chu was allergic to this, it would be hard to say what other foods she could consume safely. Mo Yang quickly thought of this point, causing his expression to turn even uglier. If you're willing, we can first extract Mo Chu's cells and conduct a preliminary experiment to determine what foods she shouldn't eat. This technology could be considered extremely mature in the Federation. It was fast, harmless, and extremely convenient to simulate the specific reactions of the human body from the morphing of a single cell. All right, Mo Yang nodded. I hope to obtain the results as soon as possible. No problem. Half an hour later. Upon seeing the final results displayed on the data, everyone was stunned. There were not many foods in the Federation. There were at least 30 to 40 types. However, other than the clear milk, Mo Chu was actually allergic to all other foods. It was no wonder that everyone was so shocked. In the past few hundred years, there had never been such a person. This physique was 1 in 100 million. If it was not for the fact that Mo Yang was his friend, Shun Yi would have wanted this person to stay behind so that he could properly study her. This little girl was too amazing. Mo Yang frowned deeply. Clear milk? That was baby food. From the time a child was born to the age of 10, it was the best food. However, it was not suitable for Mo Chu. It simply could not provide the various types of energy that Mo Chu needed to grow. In the long run, little Chu's body would only become weaker and weaker. When Mo Chu woke up, it was the time for the sun to set. The faint afterglow shone through the window on her body, making her feel warm. Little Chu, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing that Mo Chu had woken up, Mo Yang asked softly from the side. I'm fine. Other than being a little hungry, there's no big problem. Mo Chu smiled as he touched her stomach. Now, she felt that she was so hungry that she could swallow an entire cow. Then you should drink something first. Upon hearing Mo Chu's words, Mo Yang's expression could not help but darken a little. He turned around to grab the cup, hiding the pain in his eyes. What's this? Looking at the milky white liquid in the cup, Mo Chu asked curiously. Clear milk. The name was quite pleasant to hear. However, due to the taste of the nutrition capsules from before, Mo Chu did not have much expectations for it. As expected, when Mo Chu drank it, she realized that it was indeed the right choice to not have expectations for it. It was completely different from its beautiful appearance. The moment the clear milk touched her tongue, a strong bitter taste rushed into Mo Chu's taste buds. The taste was like paint, sticking to her throat. It took her a long time to swallow it down. After taking a sip, Mo Chu no longer had the courage to take a second sip. Brother! Mo Chu pursed her lips and reached out to tug at Mo Yang's sleeve. She asked fawningly, Can you give me something else? This is too disgusting. It was really not her fault. In the 21st century, what was China most famous for? Without a doubt, it was food. When it came to the word eat, the Chinese people displayed endless wisdom. There was nothing that one could not imagine and nothing that they could not do. There were 8 major cuisines, each with its own merits. Sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled beef. The thought of stewed chicken with mushrooms made her drool. As a girl who had immersed herself in food all year round, she was now faced with food that was so disgusting. The difference was just shocking. Little Chu. Mo Yang's eyes darkened, and he was unable to speak for a long time. Seeing Mo Yang's expression, Mo Chu's heart could not help but tremble. Could it be that she had a terminal illness? Was she that unlucky? Brother, say something. If he did not say anything, she would feel even more anxious. The doctor has already examined you. Your body is a little special, and you are allergic to a lot of food. Yang decided to be a little conservative, so bear with it for now. You can only drink this for the time being. Looking at Chu's pale little face, Yang felt his heart ache. His sister had been in a lot of trouble since she was young. It was not long after she woke up that she actually found out about this problem, which made him even more worried. Okay, I got it. Chu nodded obediently. Compared to her life, the taste of food was not that important anymore. Just drink it. Just treat it as drinking Chinese medicine to recuperate during this period of time, she thought to herself. However, this thing tasted 100 times worse than Chinese medicine. Looking at the clear milk in her hand, Chu could not help but shudder. It was not necessary for Chu to stay in the hospital with this illness. As long as she paid attention to her diet in the future, there would not be any similar problems. On the other hand, Shun-Yi was very interested in Chu's physical condition. He wanted nothing more than to drag her into the medical center to have a good study. However, he was scared off by Yang's dark face. The two of them had just walked out of the Medical Research Institute when Chu was stunned by the scene in front of her. Although she knew that it was no longer the 21st century, it was only now that she was in touch with her new reality. Under the vast space, light and shadows scattered, and many illusory lights flashed past. She could vaguely see the shadow of a car. This is the drive machine. Yang saw her surprise and explained considerately, you just need to set the coordinates of the destination. The drive machine will connect to your personal terminal and automatically choose the best driving plan. It's very convenient. Personal terminal? It was another new term. I almost forgot. As he said that, Yang took out an exquisite blue watch band from somewhere and carefully wrapped it around Chu's left wrist. Miraculously, the watch band automatically melted into the skin as soon as it came into contact with it. At first glance, no one would be able to tell it was there. This is the latest personal terminal. Once it's bound, unless the person personally unbinds it, it will automatically activate the destruction mode. In the future, if you have anything you don't understand, you can directly go to the terminal to inquire. Okay. Chu looked at the personal terminal on her wrist and nodded obediently. This obedient look made Yang's heart soften. He could not help but reach out to rub her soft and fine hair. Then let's go. Yang took out a palm-sized chip from his terminal. With a flick of his finger, the chip turned into a drive machine. It had a streamlined design and a low-key silver-gray color. It was even more cool than a 21st century sports car. Chu got a new toy. She sat in the car and started fiddling with it with great interest. She pressed the middle of her personal terminal lightly, and a virtual interface popped up. Her personal information was on the front page. Chu, female age, 15. Blood type, O. Blood pressure normal, body temperature normal, body condition evaluation. B. Suggested to replenish energy. Seeing the red recommendation on the terminal, Chu's eyes could not help but darken. The speed of the drive machine was shockingly fast. The 40-kilometer journey had not even taken 20 minutes. Little Chu, wait for me here for a while. I will be back soon. Seeing Hu Qing's actions, Yang was determined to leave the team. All right. Chu nodded with a faint smile. All right. I've already shared my personal terminal's UnionPay with you. If you want to buy anything, you can go directly to the StarNet and take a look. Okay. Chu replied happily. However, when he saw the money on her big brother's personal terminal, Chu could not help but open her mouth wide. Her eyes were filled with stars, 360,000 Federation coins. This was definitely a rich man. So many zeros almost blinded her eyes. However, thinking about it carefully, it made sense. As the third team of the District 12 of the Federation, the Wild Wolf team would obtain valuable treasures every time they went on a mission. Furthermore, Yang had a Tier 5 Lightning attribute ability, so the items allocated to him were naturally not bad. Since that was the case, she did not need to go easy on him. Chu happily opened up the StarNet and decisively found the food section. Although she could only drink clear milk now, she could at least amuse herself by looking at the different options. She had never expected to see such lacking content on the food section. Furthermore, ranking first in taste was actually clear milk. Oh my god. Chu instantly fell into a bad mood. After taking a closer look, Imo Chu was shocked to find that clear milk was actually baby food. She was already so old. Yet, she was still eating baby food. Feeling both grief and anger, Imo Chu started scrolling through the website crazily. However, he suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. Among so many foods, only clear milk was extracted from plants. The rest were directly made from energy compression. Could it be that this was the reason why she was allergic to other foods and was able to accept clear milk? Imo Chu could not help but fall into deep thought. On the other side, it was bustling with activity. Imo Yang had just raised the topic of withdrawing from the team when he was immediately interrupted. After all, although there were quite a number of experts in District 12, there were not more than 30 people above Tier 5. Moreover, the combat strength of the lightning attribute was extremely strong. Imo Yang was also young. If the Wild Wolves were to lose him, their ranking in District 12 would drop by 2 or 3 places. No one was willing to do so. Imo Yang, aren't you going to reconsider? Hu Tian had seen many storms before, and his words cut straight to the heart of the matter. If you leave the team, who will take care of your sister when you go out on missions in the future? There are still so many women in the team, so they can take care of little Chu. As for Qing, I'll talk to her properly and make sure she corrects her attitude. There's no need. Faced with the crowd's pursuit, Imo Yang still did not change his original intention. I'll personally take care of little Chu. Captain, don't worry. Even if I leave our team, I definitely won't join another team. Imo Yang only wanted to find a way to change Imo Chu's physique. He had no time to care about anything else. What are you talking about? Hu Tian patted Imo Yang's shoulder forcefully. Looking at the situation, he knew in his heart that he would not be able to stop Imo Yang from leaving. We understand that you want to take care of your sister personally. How about this? In 2 days, I will go to the mission center and remove your name from the Wild Wolf team. Since Hu Tian had said so, the other team members naturally could only remain silent. Okay, Imo Yang nodded. He looked at everyone with a slightly reluctant gaze. Imo Yang, are you really leaving? Hu Qing had been hiding behind and listening to him for a long time. Seeing that no one could stop him, she started to panic. Her love for Imo Yang was already an open secret in the team. Previously, she had thought that Imo Yang's decision to leave the team was just an act of anger. Who would have thought that he would leave just like that? I'll go up and pack my luggage first. Imo Yang did not even glance at Hu Qing as he walked straight upstairs. If not for the fact that she was the regiment captain's only daughter, just based on what she had said about little Chu, she would have died 100 times over. Answer me. Hu Qing had yet to realize the situation and was actually still thinking of stopping Imo Yang. However, she was stopped by Hu Tian. Dad, what are you doing? Don't stop me. Enough. Behave yourself. If it was not for her attitude towards Imo Chu, would Imo Yang be so insistent on leaving? This troublesome girl. Imo Yang did not have many personal items, and he was still worried about Imo Chu outside. He packed his things in 3 to 5 minutes and left after saying a few words. On the other hand, Hu Qing was still reluctant to part with him. She followed him all the way to the door, but when she saw how thoughtful and careful Imo Yang was towards Imo Chu, and how he ignored her, she shot a resentful gaze at Imo Chu. It was all this girl's fault. If she had not suddenly woken up, why would Imo Yang leave the team? Why would he be so annoyed with her? After leaving the Wild Wolf team, Imo Yang rented a room with 2 bedrooms and a living room in the center of the district. This would do for the time being. The resources allocated for the previous mission were still in his hands. Leaving behind the necessary item, Imo Yang was prepared to sell the remaining items at the trade market. He was not short of money at the moment, but if he wanted to change Little Chu's constitution, he had to head to the central region of the Federation. Once he arrived there, his little bit of money would be worthless. Little Chu, do you want to go with me? Imo Yang would not protect Imo Chu under his wings. He was very clear that he would not be able to stay by Imo Chu's side all the time. The best way for him to take care of her was to allow her to grow up step by step. All right. Imo Chu agreed immediately. Up until now, her understanding of the Federation was still very one-sided. After all, there was a gap of over 100 years, and she could not make up for it all at once. She could only slowly come into contact with it bit by bit to better integrate into this society. The Federation could not be considered peaceful. There were extremely savage magical plants and magical beasts scattered all around this continent. Humans needed to rely on hunting them to obtain sufficient energy, while they would devour the flesh and blood of humans. The two factions would not rest until one of them was dead, forming a magical, tragic cycle. The Federation was divided into 12 districts. The closer one was to the border, the greater the danger. However, danger also brought rewards. It was because of this that the people were flourishing at the border through their business transactions. District 12 was one of the outstanding ones. The trading market here had always been bustling. Of course, depending on the quality of the goods, this place was also divided into several classes. There were stalls like night markets, regular shops, and more advanced ones that directly put the goods into the auction house for auction. The goods in Mo Yang's hands were of decent quality, so he planned to place the goods in a shop that he was familiar with. When the goods were sold, the shop would take a commission and automatically transfer the rest of the money to his account. This person is. Will was the owner of this shop, and he was quite familiar with Mo Yang. This was the first time he saw this guy bringing a girl over. Naturally, he could not help but be curious. Just as he was about to tease him, he was interrupted. This is my sister. She just woke up a few days ago. Mo Yang knew that this guy had a wrong idea when he saw the look in his eyes. He glared at him. Yo, your little sister woke up? Will's eyes widened when he heard this. He naturally knew that Mo Yang had a little sister who had been unconscious for more than 10 years. However, he did not expect to see the real person today. This is a joyous occasion. Will had a warm personality at first glance. He said happily, Mo Yang's little sister is my little sister. Come, brother will prepare a gift for you today. No need. Mo Chu quickly shook his head and declined. Little sister Chu, are you going to decline my gift? Will seemed to be unhappy as he frowned. If you dislike me, then just pretend that I didn't say that. Well, Mo Chu was in a difficult position. It's all right. This guy is always like this. He's crazy like that. It was Mo Yang who spoke again, little Chu. Just accept it. That's right. Hearing this, Will immediately beamed with joy. He carefully took a box from the counter and opened it. Inside, there was an exquisite bracelet. There were many transparent purple beads attached to it. It was extremely beautiful. Mo Chu naturally did not know how precious this thing was. However, Mo Yang's expression changed. This purple spirit pearl was obtained from the purple deer. It was carved with a special technique and had the effect of gathering qi to nourish the spirit. It was extremely suitable for little Chu's current situation. Just this bracelet alone was enough to cover the total amount of resources that he had brought with him this time. Will, this thing is too valuable. You. Before Mo Yang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Will. Hey, you rascal. I'm giving this to little sister Chu. It's none of your business. Don't say anything. Will straightforwardly waved his hand. Besides, things are just objects. Why would a man like me keep this? Mo Yang was not a shy person, so he simply accepted his kindness. All right, thank you. It's all right. We're so close, so why do we need to talk about something like this? By the way, it's still early. Why don't you bring little sister Chu around? Will's business was quite good. As he spoke, several customers entered. Seeing this, Mo Yang did not want to disturb Will any longer. We'll be leaving first then. You can continue with your work. After leaving Will's shop, Mo Chu looked at the dazzling array of things on the street. She felt like she was at a night market in the past. Suddenly, a faintly discernible smell entered Mo Chu's nose, attracting her empty stomach and hungry taste buds. Mo Chu unconsciously touched her stomach. Hungry? Although her movements were subtle, she could not escape Mo Yang's sharp eyes and ears. He conveniently took out a bottle of clear milk from the terminal and handed it to her. However, how could Mo Chu care about clear milk at this moment? Potatoes. This was definitely the fragrance of potatoes. She used her reputation as a foodie for more than 20 years as a guarantee. It must be potatoes. Forcefully dragging Mo Yang, Mo Chu sniffled like a drug detector dog, relying on the smell to find the potatoes. At a stall in the corner, a young man was looking at his things with a distressed expression and sighing. He had not sold anything this early in the morning. He was worried sick. How much for this thing? When the young man heard this, he immediately swallowed his frustration. He put on a smile and raised his head to look at the person. What do you want to buy? This one. Imochu pointed at the bag of broken stalks, his eyes filled with greed. Just this one? Is that all? The young man's voice cracked. Sigh. He thought it was a big customer. The 1,000 vine grass's roots could not be sold at a high price. He had only intended to use it as a supplement, but who would have thought that there was someone interested in this broken thing? Even Imo Yang, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. It was not that he was worried that Imochu would spend money recklessly, but that the main energy of the 1,000 vine grass was concentrated on its fruit. Other than the fact that this root was somewhat poisonous, for research purposes, it was not of much use. I want this. As they got closer, the faint scent of potatoes became stronger. How could Imochu be willing to miss this opportunity? Okay, we'll buy it. It was rare to see little Chu so determined. Imo Young agreed to it and turned to look at the seller. How much is this? You guys really want to buy it? The young man was a little stunned. He had been in business for so many years, but he had never seen anyone specifically buy this thing. 50, no, 100 Federation coins. He was even making up the price from thin air. Imo Yang did not haggle over the price. He paid the money and left with Imo Chu, leaving the young man standing there in a daze. Hey, there are so many oddities these days. When they returned home, Imo Chu began to fiddle with the roots of the 1,000 vine grass. At first, Imo Yang was a little worried. After all, the roots of the 1,000 vine grass were poisonous, and little Chu's physique was so weak. What if something happened to her? However, after observing for a while, he saw that little Chu was still going strong, so he did not interfere. Imo Chu was also very curious about this thing. She poured out the sack of roots and covered it all over the ground. The 1,000 vine grass got its name from its very well-developed roots. As long as there was soil, it could quickly take root and sprout, making it impossible to guard against. However, the ones in Imo Chu's sack had been harvested in a special way and did not have the ability to regenerate, so there was no need to worry. Imo Chu swallowed her saliva. The moment she thought that the thing in front of her might be a potato, she could not help but burst into laughter. Now that she had this sack of strange plants, there would be sweet and sour potato shreds, braised potato pieces, and fried potato chips. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely happy. However, Imo Chu flipped through them carefully and suddenly realized that a small part of each root was covered by a sort of white gas, while the rest was covered by black gas. The color contrast was very distinct. Imo Chu had a flash of inspiration. She took out a small knife and cut off the white part. She sniffed it, and the fragrance of the potato was several times stronger than before. When she sniffed the black part, there was almost no smell of the potato. The roots of the 1,000 vine grass were poisonous. Could it be that the area covered by the black gas was the poisonous part, and the white part was the edible potato? The more Imo Chu thought about it, the more excited she became. She wanted to test this theory immediately. However, she realized that there was not even a spatula in this world, let alone basic oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea. How could she make sweet and sour potato strips without these things? Imo Chu, you're really too naive. She had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. She simply picked out the potato pieces one by one and threw them into the small fire. She could even eat a baked potato directly. Half an hour later, a strong fragrance was emitted. Imo Chu's stomach started to growl as if it was responding to her. Imo Chu could not care less about whether it was too hot to hold or not. She casually picked one out from the pile and swiftly tore off the outer skin. A fragrance unique to potatoes assailed her nostrils. That familiar fragrance made her even more impatient as she stuffed the potatoes into her mouth. With a light bite, she was so moved by that delicious taste that she was about to cry. Could you blame her? Compared to drinking pure milk every day, Imo Chu felt as though she had gone to heaven. After just one bite, the hunger in her stomach was aroused. Imo Chu continued to eat 4 or 5 more before she stopped. Even after that, she still clutched one in her hand and took a bite from time to time. She looked like a pet hamster. Imo Yang saw this scene as soon as he came out and could not help but laugh. However, He instantly came back to his senses. What was little Chu eating? Looking at the roots of the thousand vine grass that had been cut into pieces, Mo Yang's expression instantly changed. With a pow, he forcefully slapped away the root in Mo Chu's hand. This girl actually ate the roots of the thousand vine grass, and she ate it with relish. It almost scared him to death. Little Chu, how are you feeling? Mo Yang's heart was beating rapidly. This thing is poisonous. How can you eat it recklessly? I'm fine. Mo Chu had yet to react. She only ate a baked potato, right? What could be wrong with her? No, you have to follow me to the Medical Research Institute to have a look. Mo Yang was still worried. Although the poison of the thousand vine grass was not very strong, little Chu had eaten so much. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be any problems. Just in case, it was better to take a look. I'm really fine. Mo Chu only reacted at this moment and hurriedly grabbed Mo Yang's hand. Brother, do I look like I'm poisoned? Hearing this, Mo Yang carefully examined her. His tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. Previously, Mo Chu's face had always been pale, and she appeared extremely weak. Now, her face was rosy and her eyes were spirited. It was as if she had suddenly eaten some kind of tonic. If Mo Chu knew what Mo Yang was thinking, she would definitely complain. It was because she was starving half to death that she looked like that before. Brother, why don't you try it too? Mo Chu had already proven that the potatoes were harmless. Naturally, she hoped that Mo Yang could try it too. After receiving the baked potato from Mo Chu, Mo Yang could not help but be slightly stunned. After calming down, he finally recalled that the poison of the thousand vine grass acted up very quickly. Previously, someone had accidentally eaten its rhizome. In less than 30 seconds, there were signs of poisoning. That person was instantly disoriented and was extremely dizzy. However, little Chu had probably eaten it for more than half an hour now. She was still in high spirits. This could only mean that she was not poisoned. In other words, not only was the thousand vine grass not poisonous, it could also be eaten. Thinking of this, Mo Yang subconsciously took a bite. Although it was his first time coming into contact with this kind of food, his stomach, which was forced to get accustomed to something like a nutrition capsule, was instantly satisfied. An indescribably wonderful taste lingered in his taste buds. Also, brother, look at this. Mo Chu placed the potato and the poisonous root in front of Mo Yang. Look, do you see any difference between these two? Upon hearing this, Mo Yang could not help but observe carefully. However, after looking for a while, he really did not see any difference between the two. He could only shake his head helplessly. No? How could there be no difference? Mo Chu was puzzled. There's a very obvious ball of black gas on this. Mo Chu pointed at the poisonous root. An indescribably wonderful taste lingered in his taste buds. Also, it's very obvious. Brother, take a closer look. Black gas? White gas? Mo Yang frowned slightly. He once again looked at the potato in his hand and the thousand vine grass root on the ground. However, he still did not see the black gas and white gas that Mo Chu mentioned. Little Chu, I really don't see it. Mo Chu could not help but be stunned. Initially, she thought that everyone would be able to see it. However, looking at her brother's appearance, it was clearly not what she thought. Could it be that she was the only one who could see it? Mo Yang's thoughts were far deeper than Mo Chu's. The Federation's resources relied on plundering the energy of magical plants and magical beasts. No one had ever thought that something like the roots of the thousand vine grass could actually be used as food. Once this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Little Chu. Mo Yang put down the potatoes in his hands and looked at her with an extremely serious gaze. You must keep this matter a secret. You must not let anyone else know about it. Do you understand? Okay, I understand. Mo Chu nodded. She understood the principle that one would be punished for possessing wealth. Without absolute strength, she would naturally not foolishly reveal her trump card. With the successful experience of the potato, Mo Yang and Mo Chu would go to the market every now and then. However, every time they bought something, it was something that others did not like. In the beginning, there were many people who were shocked. However, as time passed, everyone got used to it. There were quite a number of people who imitated Imo Yang because of his fame and bought quite a number of things. However, the key was that they did not know what was the use of buying these things. They could not get anything out of them, and there was no news from the surroundings. In the end, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Imo Chu could not care less about the doubts and unwillingness of others. She was extremely happy now. After these few days of scavenging, she had successfully found quite a few ingredients. In addition, Imo Yang had specially ordered a set of kitchen utensils for her on the Starnet. Now, she could already cook a few simple side dishes. Although it was still lacking in flavor, she had at least managed to get rid of the threat of awful food like clear milk. It was a joyous occasion that deserved to be celebrated by the whole world. Seeing that little Chu's health was getting better and better, Imo Yang was also happy. He even took the time to bring her to the Medical Research Institute for a checkup. The result of the checkup naturally surprised Shan Yi and the others. Logically speaking, with Imo Chu's sensitive constitution, she could only take clear milk. However, the clear milk alone was unable to satisfy the various energy needs of her body. In the long run, Imo Chu's body should gradually weaken. However, the facts that appeared in the inspection report were like a hard slap in the face. Not only was Imo Chu's body not as weak as they had expected, but it was also recovering at a rapid rate. At this rate, it would not be long before Imo Chu's body would be no different from an ordinary person's. Upon hearing this news, Imo Yang finally felt at ease. It was only now that he recalled something that he had neglected for a long time: elemental ability test. Generally speaking, after a Federation citizen was born, they would be sent by their parents to the relevant institutions to test their elemental ability. However, an accident had happened not long after Imo Chu was born, and she had been unconscious until now. So, naturally, she did not have the chance to have her elemental abilities tested. "Brother, can I do it?" At the thought of having to participate in the elemental ability test in 2 days, Imo Chu could not help but feel a little apprehensive. This elemental ability was not like shopping cabbages on the streets. Not everyone could have it. Just within the Federation's population of close to 100 million people, as an example, there were only 1 million people who could activate their elemental ability. The probability of this happening was 1 in 1,000. It was comparable to the college entrance examination back then. It's all right, just treat it as a game. Imo Yang was rather open-minded. To him, little Chu being able to wake up was already a gift from the heavens. The rest was not very important. On the first night of the test, Imo Chu was actually so nervous that she could not fall asleep. One had to know that after 1,000 years, the Earth's resources had been announced to be exhausted. Currently, 90% of the Federation's resources came from the surrounding magical plants and magical beasts. The place where they gathered was known as the Magical Region. There, the Federation's high-tech weapons were completely useless, and the only thing they could rely on was their elemental ability. To put it bluntly, only when you truly possessed elemental abilities would your life be in your hands. Although Hu Qing's words were unpleasant, there was one thing she said that was right. The current Imo Chu was indeed a burden to Imo Yang. She had slowed down Imo Yang's progress. If it was not for her, with Imo Yang's strength, he would have long ascended as a rising star, displaying his talents to the world at large. He would not have been limited to a small place like District 12. Therefore, she had to quicken her pace and catch up with her brother's pace as soon as possible. The next day, early morning, Imo Chu scooped 2 bowls of white porridge and a plate of cabbage. A faint fragrance spread throughout the house, truly tempting one's appetite. Speaking of which, the food of the Federation was really strange. Take this rice for example. When Imo Chu first smelled it, he thought it was corn. Who knew that after it was cooked, it would actually taste like rice? However, compared to the rice of Earth, the size of the Federation's rice was clearly much larger. A grain of rice was about the size of a fingernail. Imo Yang had also fallen in love with the food cooked by his younger sister. Every time he ate it, his taste buds be wholly satisfied as if they had been deprived. Just the smell of the food alone would make him feel good for an entire day. After finishing their meal, the two of them drove to the testing center. There were not as many people here as Imo Chu had thought. On the contrary, it was rather deserted. There were only a few people in the bright and spacious hall. However, They were all parents carrying 1 or 2-year-old children. It was rare to see people as old as Imo Chu. "Hello, is there anything you need?" The intelligent machine in the middle of the hall scanned the information of the strangers and sent out a voice inquiry. Imo Yang brought Imo Chu forward and selected the Elemental Ability Test on the light screen. A form immediately popped up on the light screen. After Imo Yang filled in Imo Chu's basic information and submitted it, after a minute of review, the intelligent machine gave the instruction. "Please come to room 5 to participate in the test." Room 5 was not far away. Imo Chu took a deep breath and stepped into room 5. There was no one inside except for a floating ball in the middle. To outsiders, the ball appeared transparent and clear. However, it was unbelievably beautiful in Imo Chu's eyes. Various colors of light swirled around on it, as if a rainbow had been thrown over it. It was pure and intense. All the colors blended together, and from time to time, new colors would burst out. It was simply breathtaking. Imo Yang, who was watching from the monitor outside, could not help but feel anxious. Was little Chu nervous? Why was she just staring at the test ball foolishly without moving? Fortunately, Imo Chu snapped back to her senses in time and quickly walked forward. She had already understood the process, so she carefully placed her hand on the test ball. At the intersection of the two, a faint soft light poured down. Imo Yang quickly closed her eyes and focused her attention. Before the primal power that she had gathered with all her might erupted, a voice notification could be heard. Detection completed. Imo Chu suddenly opened his eyes. That was quick. The voice notification continued. Detection result. Water element, Tier 1. If one were to calculate, the water element should be the least destructive of all the elements. Other than being able to provide water in the magical region, it actually had no practical use. People often lamented that this was a type of useless element. However, to the clueless Imo Chu and the sister-obsessed Imo Yang, the lethality was not important at all. To be able to possess elemental abilities was already very impressive, okay? At this moment, no one noticed that the detection sphere in room 5 was actually emitting a faint white light. However, in the blink of an eye, it quietly disappeared again. Although Imo Chu had the water element ability, he was still a layman when it came to cultivation. In this aspect, Imo Yang was naturally an expert. Although the two of them had different types of elements, their cultivation methods were the same. However, as the saying goes, a master leads the pupil to the door, but the pupil needs to walk the rest of the way. Even if Imo Yang told Imo Chu his cultivation method without any reservations, it was not an easy thing to integrate it. "Aya, why is it still not working?" Imo Chu scratched her head helplessly. Her eyebrows were almost knotted. During this period of time, she had followed Imo Yang's cultivation method word for word, but there was no effect at all. Feeling extremely depressed, Imo Chu stuffed the French fries into her mouth. This was a trick that she had just come up with recently. A few days ago, she had been lucky enough to find beans. With the beans, there would naturally be soybean oil. Then, she cut the potatoes into small pieces and fried them in the pot. This was the simplified version of the French fries, and it was a success. This crispy and fragrant texture was something that she had not tasted for a long time. The corner of her mouth was chewing with relish. Suddenly, Imo Chu noticed that the elements around her were actually showing signs of fluctuation. These elements had not moved at all before. In her joy, Imo Yang immediately stopped eating and focused on sensing the elemental energy around her. However, the moment she closed her eyes, it was as if the elements were playing hide and seek with her. It instantly calmed down and blended into the air without a trace. Imo Chu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You can't play with people like that. I don't believe this." Imo Chu closed his eyes again and concentrated her energy. She tried her best to feel the elemental power around her, trying to absorb the water element into her body. After concentrating for almost half an hour, the mischievous elements seemed to have fallen into a period of sleep. There was no fluctuation at all, let alone absorbing it into her body. Sigh. Imo Chu let out a long sigh. She suddenly grabbed a handful of French fries and stuffed them into her mouth. At this time, she could only rely on delicious food to comfort her injured little soul. Unexpectedly, just as she was swallowing the food, the surrounding elements suddenly began to move. It was as if she had pressed the play button. Each and every one of them began to dance to their heart's content. Their small bodies were twisting with joy. Imochu was dumbfounded. Fortunately, she still had a shred of rationality. She quickly closed her eyes and tried her best to absorb the surrounding water elements into her body. The absorption turned out to be quite amazing. All the elements rushed into her body like perverts seeing a beauty. They pushed and shoved each other as if they were afraid of falling behind. It was only until Imochu's body was close to reaching the energy saturation point that the rest of the elements stopped surging. However, they still lingered around her a few moments before they quieted down. When Imochu opened her eyes, she was completely dumbfounded. It's over. It's over for her now. The reason why everyone's elements were different was that they could only absorb one type of element. For example, Imo Yang was a lightning element, so he could only absorb the lightning element in the environment. However, why was she upset? Water elements users should only be able to absorb the water element, right? Why did all the elements enter her body? Would it not be bad for her to absorb them? Mo Yang had gone out to do some work, so she did not even have anyone to ask. Right. Imochu came back to her senses and quickly opened her personal terminal. She logged onto the element forum and posted anonymously. May I ask if a person can absorb all the elements? Perhaps it was because Imochu's post was too unbelievable. There was no response at first. However, soon, someone replied and the discussion became heated. Hehehe, the moderator is too whimsical. This kind of thing simply cannot be tolerated by the heavens. The conclusion is impossible. Actually, according to the theory of element relativity, the poster's idea is still possible. But in reality, it is impossible to have a body that can match all the elements. So this is a false proposition. The poster must have read too many novels to have such an idea, right? That's right. He doesn't cultivate properly all day and only thinks about such trivial things. Young people nowadays are really hopeless. I agree. +1. I agree as well. +2. This is the collision of our young people's imagination and creativity. What do you know? You bunch of old folks. I agree with the above. +1. +2. By the end of the post, the discussion had been totally crooked. Imochu was not interested to continue reading, but the answer she wanted was already there. Obviously, it was not normal for her to absorb all the elements, not to mention the element all rushing into her body spontaneously. It was such a strange thing. She had a hunch that if this matter were to leak, people might regard her as crazy. After all, the main reason why the gap between special ability users would widen in the later stages of their cultivation was due to the difference in their cultivation talent. The key point was the difference in their affinity towards the elements. With a strong affinity towards elements, naturally, one would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Generally speaking, the affinity of special ability users fluctuated between 30% to 50%, and an affinity of over 60% could be considered as an outstanding talent. Imochu thought back to the situation of her cultivation just now. Her affinity was definitely off the charts. Before she had time to think further, Imochu was suddenly enveloped by a comfortable feeling that she had never felt before. It was as though the discomfort in her body had been alleviated and dissipated at this moment. After being stunned for a long while, she finally recovered from this feeling. After taking a closer look, Imochu discovered that her entire body was in extremely good condition. Unlike her previous weak and listless appearance, her skin was smooth and fair, while her eyes were sparkling with life. Even her hair appeared exceptionally moist and bright. She felt as if her entire spirit was about to overflow. Was this the feeling of being filled with elemental energy? It was simply miraculous. How should she put it? It was as if her entire body was soaked in milk, and energy was slowly seeping into every pore of her body. When Imo Yang returned, he was truly shocked by his sister's improvement. His level was much higher than Imochu's. Naturally, he could see that little Chu's energy had increased by a huge margin in just a short day. This cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. His heart could not help but be filled with pride. My sister is really good. After comprehending the cultivation method, Imochu's progress was like a rocket. However, the key was that her progress was too fast. On one hand, Imo Yang was proud of his little sister's talent. On the other hand, he was worried that her foundation was weak. If this continued, it would be detrimental to her development. Hence, Imo Yang decided to bring his little sister to accept missions. After all, actual combat was the best way to improve. Naturally, Imo Chu was willing to do it. A tiger that was kept in the yard could never compare to an old cat in the wild. Moreover, she was already sick of eating these things at home. She had to go out and look for any fresh ingredients. The two of them came to an agreement and headed towards the mission center. Along the way, Imo Yang gave a concise explanation of the situation at the mission center. Imo Chu listened with relish. The missions assigned by the mission center were generally divided into SSS, SS, S, A, B, and all the way to F rank according to the difficulty level. Once the mission was completed, the required items would be brought back to the mission center. They would be rewarded with materials of corresponding value. The more difficult the mission was, the more generous the rewards would be. There were many missions that could not be completed by an individual. Therefore, District 12 had formed quite a number of teams and ranked the teams according to the completion rate of the missions. The Wild Wolf team that Imo Yang had been a part of was quite famous in District 12 and was ranked third. However, even with Imo Yang's preparation, Imo Chu was still shocked by the crowd of people the moment she stepped into the mission center. This scene was not inferior to the spring festival back in her world. Imo Yang was prepared to bring little Chu to practice. Naturally, he would not pick missions that were too difficult. Hence, he focused his attention on C rank and D rank missions. However, before he could find a mission, there were already quite a number of people coming over to strike up a conversation. Imo Yang, I heard that you have left the Wild Wolf team. Do you want to consider our team? I guarantee that the conditions we give you will definitely be better than the treatment you receive in the Wild Wolf team. Only now did Imo Chu realize just how popular her brother was. Not only was there an official invitation, they even used a beautiful girl to lure him. This was a beauty from an unknown team. Her eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Imo Yang, as if she would cry if he did not agree. Unfortunately, Imo Yang was a guy who refused to be coaxed. He rejected everyone's invitation with just one sentence. I'm sorry, I won't be joining any team during this period of time. I only want to act alone with my sister. After saying this, everyone shifted their gazes to Imo Chu, who was beside him. However, they could tell her level of strength in a flash. A mere tier 1 little girl. There was absolutely nothing worth paying attention to. After everyone had dispersed, Imo Yang continued to compare missions. He had his eyes on 2 of them. Both of them were not difficult, and they were just perfect for little Chu's gradual and progressive combat style. Just as the 2 of them were about to accept the missions, a mocking laugh suddenly sounded from behind them. Huh. A dignified Tier 5 expert actually dares to compete with us Tier 1 and 2 experts for food. This is really hilarious. Imo Chu suddenly frowned. Logically speaking, most Tier 5 experts would either accept an A rank mission on their own or join a team to accept missions of S rank and above. Very few people would accept C rank and D rank missions. After all, to a Tier 5 expert, the difficulty of these missions was too low, and the rewards were not abundant. There was no need for them to go for low-rank missions at all. Although he did not mention his name, it was not difficult to tell that he was talking about Imo Yang. What do you mean by that? Imo Chu suddenly turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man who had just spoken. What do you mean? The corners of Xiao Yuan's mouth curled up, and the corners of his narrow eyes lifted up. You know exactly what I mean. Imo Yang, you are a Tier 5 expert, and you actually came here to accept a C-rank mission. You really are shameless. Xiao Yuan had been cultivating for nearly 40 years. He was not inferior to anyone in terms of hard work, and the same goes for his willingness to risk his life. However, the world was just so unfair. After so many years, he was still lingering on the edge of Tier 2. No matter what, he could not step into Tier 3. Then, he looked at Imo Yang. When he was cultivating, this fellow had not even been born yet. Now, Imo Yang had already become a Tier 5 expert. He could even imagine Imo Yang's bright future. Thinking back on his own decline, how could Xiao Yuan be happy about it? Therefore, he deliberately turned up the volume of his voice, so that almost everyone could hear him. It was human nature to join in the fun, especially when was a Tier 5 superstar among them. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to him. What? Did I say something wrong? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiao Yuan felt a sense of superiority, and his tone became more and more confident. If everyone follows what Imo Yang is doing, then what are we Tier 1 and 2 going to do? His words aroused the sympathy of many low-tier people. It was one thing for them to be treated less well than high-tier people, but they were usually ignored by high-tier people as well. What right did they have? Were they not all elemental special ability users? That's right. Why did you come here as a Tier 5 to take on missions? Although the mission center did not specify that high-tier people could only take on high-difficulty missions, it had become an unspoken rule by default after so many years. That's right. You should leave. Hey, I never thought that this guy would be so shameless. No one had expected that such a small matter would cause such a big stir. The atmosphere was always getting hotter and hotter. Under the instigation of Xiao Yuan's words, the low-tier people suddenly united. The humiliation and unfair treatment they usually received made them instantly excited, and they suddenly burst out at this moment. This was no longer just a quarrel between Imo Yang and Xiao Yuan. Instead, it had turned into a confrontation between high-tier and low-tier elemental special ability users. Imo Yang had never imagined that things would turn out like this. He subconsciously shielded Imo Chu behind his back. If something uncontrollable really happened, he would be able to block it. Looking at the sturdy arms in front of him, Imo Chu felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Ultimately, she had been the cause of this matter. She could not let her brother bear this trouble for her in vain. Actually, about this matter, Imo Chu walked out from behind Imo Yang. Before she could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiao Yuan's stern voice. What does this have to do with you? Shut up. She was only a Tier 1 little girl. What right did she have to speak? Xiao Yuan seemed to have forgotten that he himself was only a Tier 2. Imo Yang had not spoken before, but when he heard this, he could not help himself. What right did this guy have to speak to Imo Chu like this? This matter started because of me, so naturally, I have the right to speak. Imo Chu held Imo Yang's hand tightly, blocking him from advancing toward Xiao Yuan. In this sensitive moment, she should speak up for herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Imo Chu. I'm Imo Yang's younger sister. The girl's clear and soothing voice rang out in the hall, unconsciously easing the tense atmosphere. As you can see, I only have the ability of a water type, Tier 1. As for my brother, Imo Yang, the reason why he is standing here to take on the C-rank mission is just to accompany me. As for what Xiao Yuan said just now, Imo Chu had a faint smile on her face, and her gaze was firm. Everyone, why don't you think about it carefully and see if my brother has received any missions below C rank before? When he said this, everyone who had been excited earlier gradually calmed down. Indeed, when Imo Yang was in the Wild Wolf team, he had accepted group missions above S rank. Even when he was alone before, he had never accepted any missions below C rank. He was only doing this to protect his Tier 1 sister. Then, they looked at the little girl standing in the middle. She looked pale and frail. Everyone did not know what to say. So what? How could Xiao Yuan not notice the change in everyone's mood? He immediately refuted, now, it's a fact that Imo Yang wants to accept a C rank mission. Even if you quibble, you can't change facts. Xiao Yuan is right. My brother is about to accept a mission, but he hasn't accepted any missions yet. The smile on Imo Chu's face deepened. You want to play with words, right? I'll accompany you. As the family member of a high-tier person, since I've accepted the benefits, I naturally have to bear the corresponding obligations. My brother and I won't accept a C-class mission. Even if I'm only a Tier 1 special ability user, I still dare to go for an A-class mission. Imo Chu's words were sonorous and powerful, but her thin body was bursting with fearless courage at this moment. People could not help but look at her in a new light. Good. Well said. Upon hearing those words, both low-tier and high-tier special ability users could not help but praise Imo Chu. Everyone had their weak points, but willpower and courage played a large part in whether they could continue to advance or not. It was sometimes more important than aptitude and luck. I don't know whether I should say you're brave or ignorant. Xiao Yuan's face turned pale from Imo Chu's words. He could not help but mock her. Do you know how dangerous A-rank missions are, little girl? You're just a mere Tier 1 special ability user. Even if Tier 3 or 4 special ability users were to go there, they wouldn't be able to come back in one piece. Imochu was only a Tier 1 special ability user, yet she dared to directly accept A-rank missions. On the other hand, Xiao Yuan had been stuck at Tier 2 for many years, and only dared to accept C-rank or D-rank missions. In such a comparison, all of his dignity had been trampled on by this little girl. How could he allow her arrogance to continue? Although Xiao Yuan's words were unpleasant to hear, they were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over everyone's heads. After provoking them, they still had to face reality. The danger factor of an A-rank mission was extremely high. Normally, only those at or above Tier 4 would have the confidence to accept this mission. Even so, there was no guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed from every mission. Imochu, this little girl, had only stepped into Tier 1. The energy in between was simply too great. Even with Imo Yang's help, it would be extremely difficult for her to escape safely from the A-rank area. Facing Xiao Yuan's ridicule, Imochu was not angry at all. Am I be bold or ignorant? We'll know after we finish the mission, won't we? Instead of fighting a war of words with Xiao Yuan, it would be better to achieve results. She will use the facts to give him a hard slap on the face. Enough. Little girl, I advise you to think about it again. Xiao Yuan glanced at Imo Yang behind her. His eyes were full of provocation. If anything happens to you, your brother will have to pay with his life. Do you think it's fair? Hearing this, Imochu could not help but frown. At this moment, this guy did not forget to drag down her brother's reputation. Then how about we make a bet? Imochu's eyes turned and her voice instantly became high-pitched. If I can come back safely with my brother and complete the mission, you have to apologize to my brother in front of everyone. If not, I'll apologize to you. How about it? Imochu's words forced Xiao Yuan into a dilemma. Although he did not believe that Imochu could come back safely, Imo Yang was obviously very strong. Who knows, they might really be lucky enough to bring this little girl through the mission. At that time, if he were to apologize, it would be a huge loss of face. Before he could think of a way, Imochu spoke leisurely again. From the looks of it, you don't dare to bet with me? Imochu was infuriating, and she changed the tone of her voice. Well, that's true. You're still at Tier 2 at your age. It's not surprising that you don't have the courage. Why don't we just say that I have won the bet by default? Having said that, if Xiao Yuan still did not agree, he would become the laughingstock of everyone. All right, I'll take the bet. Being forced into a corner, Xiao Yuan simply agreed. He did not believe that a Tier 1 little girl could come back from the A-class mission zone in one piece. However, there are various difficulties with the A-rank mission zones. With Imo Yang's ability, he should at least choose one that is challenging, right? Xiao Yuan suddenly added. Xiao Yuan was not an easy person to deal with. After being fooled by Imochu, no matter what, he had to get back at her. He glanced at the big screen that issued the mission. Suddenly, one of them lit up. How about that one? A grade mission. Collect the mane on the head of the blood-luminescent beast. The blood-luminescent beast was a type of magical beast that everyone was unwilling to provoke. This type of magical beast loved flesh and blood. Whether it was humans or other exotic beasts, as long as the blood-luminescent beast set its eyes on it, it would be a fight to the death. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the blood-luminescent beast would not immediately eat the prey it had caught. On the contrary, it would eat a piece of flesh from the prey every day until the blood of the prey was completely drained, turning into a pile of white bones. It was such a terrifying magical beast. You would not even be able to hide in time, let alone even think about obtaining the mane on its head. However, the blood-luminescent beast's mane possessed extremely high strength and toughness. It was used in many large-scale types of equipment in the Federation. Hence, the price of the blood-luminescent beast's mane had always been high. Truthfully speaking, even Imo Yang might not be able to succeed in completing this mission, not to mention having a burden like Imochu dragging behind him. The smile on Xiao Yuan's lips became increasingly gloomy, feeling exceptionally satisfied with this move of his. How about it, little girl? Do you still want to continue this bet? Did you try to dig a grave for him? Why don't you bury yourself in it? Although Chu did not know what a blood-luminescent beast was, she had already understood a little from the fear in everyone's eyes. However, now, she was already riding a tiger. If she did not agree at this moment, not only would she be ridiculed, even Yang would not be spared. Why wouldn't I continue? Chu gritted his teeth. This bet is set. Even if they did not succeed in completing this mission, at most, they would have to apologize to Xiao Yuan. However, it would be even more shameful if they ran away at the last minute. She understood the way this game is played. Densewood Forest was a forest covering an area of 1,000 acres, and it was one of the magical regions closest to District 12. It was scattered with all kinds of magical plants and magical beasts, creating hidden dangers. A moment of carelessness could result in death. Hence, it was also known as the Death Forest. Densewood Forest was divided into the outer and inner regions. The outer regions were less dangerous, and most C-rank missions could be completed in the outer regions. However, the danger level in the inner regions would increase by several levels. If one did not have the strength of Tier 4 or above, entering the inner regions was akin to committing suicide. This was also the place where the blood-luminescent beasts were most commonly seen. Brother, look. Chu and Chu had just stepped into Densewood Forest when they encountered a brutal battle. Right in front of them, a towering tree suddenly erupted into movement. The vines wrapped around the thick tree trunk seemed to have smelled the taste of flesh and blood and instantly launched an attack. The several-meter-long vines suddenly stretched out, attacking their prey. The entire process seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye. The man had his back to the vines, and he did not even have the time to react before he was entangled. However, his reaction was not slow either. Even though he was entangled by the vines, he continued to send fireballs toward the vines one after another, making chi sounds. A faint burning smell spread in the air. The vines seemed to have been provoked. More roots surged up, like a malicious ghost that was trying to strangle the man to death. Oh, the man grunted. He began to panic. His eyes rolled around, and his body struggled more and more violently. The fireballs in his hands also lost their rhythm. They hit the vines randomly. However, perhaps he was lucky and hit the crucial point of the vines. The vines retreated with a hissing sound. The vines did not even care about their prey anymore. After escaping from the tiger's mouth, the man who fell to the ground had a panicked look on his face. He stumbled and stood up. He did not care about the injuries on his body and hurriedly ran out. This is a parasitic vine. Yang softly explained in Chu's ear. It and the barrier tree complement each other. After the parasitic vine catches its prey, it will drag it to the barrier tree. The barrier tree will rely on the protruding suction on its bark to swallow the prey whole, and then transfer a portion of the energy it obtains to the parasitic vine. Without the parasitic vine to catch food, the barrier tree cannot survive. The parasitic vine cannot absorb its own energy, so it can only rely on the barrier tree. Therefore, once you discover a barrier tree, it is necessary to be careful of the existence of the parasitic vine. Then, that man was able to escape by a fluke was because he hit the place where the parasitic vine and the barrier tree were connected? Chu recalled the process just now and voiced her own doubts. Upon careful observation, one would discover that the parasitic vine was not simply wrapped around the barrier tree. Instead, it was connected to the barrier tree's suction through a special structure. When the parasitic vine extended, this structure would be separated from the barrier tree's suction. It was because that man hit this structure that he managed to obtain a slim chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Yang could not help but be filled with admiration towards Chu. To be able to discover the crux of the matter so quickly, she was indeed worthy of being his sister. That's right. Although the parasitic vine is very difficult to deal with, as long as you find its weak point, the part that is connected to the barrier tree, you will be able to escape easily. Once its weak point is destroyed, even if it successfully brings its prey back to the barrier tree, the parasitic vine will not be able to obtain energy. Naturally, it is unwilling to do useless work. Chu followed this train of thought, and very quickly, she cleared up the crux of the matter. That's right, that's the reason. Yang was extremely proud of his sister's intelligence. Although little Chu had never come into contact with such things, she was able to understand by analogy. It was truly a rare intelligence. Few, however, Imo-chu could not help but let out a long breath. Seeing is believing. No matter how much she knew about the information, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. The gentle and harmless trees and vines in her memories had actually turned into bloodthirsty demons, wanting to devour the flesh and blood of humans at any moment. However, looking at the calm expression in Imo Yang's eyes, the nervousness in Imo-chu's heart gradually calmed down. The two of them continued walking in. The blood-luminescent beast had always come and gone without a trace. It was not certain if they would even be able to meet one. After entering the inner region, Imo-chu keenly discovered that the surroundings seemed to have quieted down all of a sudden. Other than the slight sound of the wind, there was no other sound. Needless to say, just this tense atmosphere was enough to make the two of them even more cautious. Even their breathing had become a little lighter. Suddenly, Imo-chu's nose twitched a few times, and her eyes suddenly revealed a bright light. Imo-chu already had quite a number of main ingredients, but she did not have these aromatic ingredients. The taste of the dishes was always a few points off. If she could find these things, it would be amazing. Brother, let's go quickly. Imo-chu was pleasantly surprised. She quickly grabbed Imo Yang's hand and followed the smell. What's wrong? Imo Yang quickly followed and asked in confusion. I smell food. Imo-chu's face was full of joy, and her dark eyes were shining. Seeing little Chu licking her lips repeatedly, Imo Yang could not help but smile. After spending so much time together, he had long understood the truth that his sister was a foodie. When the two of them stopped, there was a small stream in front of them. Through the clear and transparent stream, they could see the light green aquatic plants below. The smell came from this thing. They had finally found it. To Imo Yang's surprise, Imo-chu immediately squatted down and reached her hand into the stream. She wanted to confirm whether this aquatic plant was the supplementary ingredient that she had always dreamed of. However, she did not expect that just as her finger reached into the water, a slight and piercing pain spread out from her fingertip. Little Chu, be careful. Imo Yang followed behind her. He was a few steps slower and did not have the time to stop her. Ow, it hurts. Imo-chu immediately took her hand out of the stream. When she looked again, she saw a 20-centimeter silver fish opening its mouth wide and biting her hand firmly. No wonder it hurt so much. Little Chu, don't worry. Looking at Imo-chu's palm that was halfway into the fish's mouth, cold sweat broke out on Imo Yang's head. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Imo Yang immediately turned around and left. It took him a long time to come back, with 2 or 3 silver grapefruits in his hands. Imo Yang stood beside Imo-chu and carefully tore off the skin of the fruit. He squeezed it hard, and the pale yellow juice gathered on the ground, forming a small pool in a short while. As if smelling something delicious, the silver fish in Imo-chu's hand immediately let go and jumped towards the juice on the ground. It opened its mouth and started to eat. The juice on the ground was quickly swept clean, and it even managed to chew away a large piece of the ground that was stained with the juice. The silver fish was eating happily and did not notice the danger at all. Beside it, Imo Yang shot a lightning ball and instantly killed it on the spot. Little Chu, how's your hand? After killing the silver-hidden fish, the first thing Imo Yang did was to check Imo-chu's hand. The silver-hidden fish was not big and it was not very strong, but its mouth was very powerful. If one was bitten by it, it would not let go until it was covered in blood. There had been people who had their entire hands bitten off by this little fish. However, what made Imo Yang sigh in relief was that there was only a shallow bite mark on Imo-chu's fair palm. Other than a little pain, it was not a big deal. It's nothing. Imo-chu shook her head slightly. She understood that she had been careless this time. She turned to look at the clear and transparent stream. There was clearly nothing just now. Why would a fish suddenly appear? This fish is called the silver-hidden fish. Seeing Imo-chu's doubt, Imo Yang explained, silver refers to its color. Hidden refers to its ability to become invisible in the water. Even though the water seems clear and empty, this silver-hidden fish is actually hidden in the water. However, as long as it comes out of the water, its invisibility effect will naturally disappear. Chu looked at the few remaining pieces of fruit skin on the side. Then what are these fruits? Those are the silver yellow fruits that the silver hidden fish loves the most. Once a person is bitten by the silver hidden fish, it's impossible to pull it away. Even if you kill it, its teeth will only sink deeper into your flesh. The best way is to find the silver yellow fruit and use the fruit to draw its attention. Then, when it's unprepared, you can kill it in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Chu finally understood why Yang had run out earlier. Suddenly, Chu's eyes focused and her gaze fell on Yang's sleeve. There was actually a large blood stain on it. Needless to say, he was injured when he was looking for the silver yellow fruit. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was too careless." Chu hurriedly took out medicine from her terminal to treat Yang's wound. Looking at the long wound on his arm, Chu felt extremely guilty. Along the way, if it was not for Yang's protection, she would have died countless times. Not only did she not help him, she even caused trouble for her brother. "Silly girl, what are you saying?" Yang patted her little head. "You've already done very well. In my heart, you've always been the best." Indeed, ever since Chu woke up, she had been giving him surprises. Magical and delicious food, terrifying cultivation talent, brave and fearless attitude. His sister was the best. Chu replied in a muffled voice, her nose slightly sore. Looking at the silver hidden fish on the ground, she suddenly said, "Brother, why don't I cook some grilled fish for you to eat?" This silver hidden fish actually dared to bite me, and even caused my brother to be injured. If I don't skin it, tear its bones apart, and swallow it down, how would I be able to vent my anger? What is grilled fish? This time, it was Yang's turn to be puzzled. In his 20-plus years of life, he had always been eating compound food provided by the Federation. He had never thought that magical plants beasts could also be eaten. How should he explain this? "Brother, you'll know when I'm done." "All right." Yang was very intrigued by the food that little Chu had created. How should he describe the taste? Those who had never tasted Chu's food would definitely not be able to imagine the taste. It was like a stream of enjoyment and flavor flowing through the tip of the tongue. The aftertaste would flow to the back of the throat. Once they tasted it, they would no longer want to eat the food provided by the Federation. However, Chu felt a little troubled. The fish had a very strong fishy smell. If she could not find any supplementary ingredients to remove the fishy smell, the taste would probably not be any better. "What's wrong?" Seeing Chu's troubled expression, Yang could not help but ask. "To make grilled fish, we need the water in the stream to add flavor to it. However, how can we obtain it now?" The water was at the bottom of the stream. If one wanted to obtain it, they would definitely have to come into contact with the silver hidden fish in the water. That was simply asking for trouble. What's so difficult about that? Yang smiled faintly. He bent down to pick up a long piece of wood from the side and stretched it to the bottom of the stream. With a strong tug, he successfully brought the water to the shore. He also pulled up a few silver hidden fish along the way. Wow! Chu could not help but pat her own head. Why did she not think of such a simple method? However, looking at the lively silver hidden fish and the green water on the ground, Chu could not help but smile. This was great. All the ingredients and accessories were complete. The silver hidden fish had a faint silver glow on its abdomen. The rest of the fish was black and inedible. Chu took out a small knife and neatly cut off the inedible parts and threw them away. She also shaved off the scales while she was at it. She took out the things in its abdomen and washed them with water. As for the water on the side, Chu also cleaned them up. She left the glowing roots and cut them into sections for use. However, this water gave Chu a big surprise. Moreover, the taste of these three things was just right. All she needed to do was to stuff the water segments directly into the belly of the silver hidden fish. Chu took out the soybean oil that was placed in the terminal and lightly brushed a layer on the surface of the silver hidden fish. That faint luster was really alluring. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like she had not touched meat for more than a month. Just looking at it now made her drool. Yang had already started the fire and also set up a rack. All she needed to do was to skewer the fish meat and place it on top of the grill. The fire burned slightly, and the soybean oil sizzled. The fish meat gradually became cooked, and a unique and alluring fragrance gradually spread out. Imochu could not help but frown. Due to the lack of ingredients, she had always cooked relatively simple food. She had never seen such a phenomenon before: the pale yellow light of the soybean oil, the silver light of the silver hidden fish, and the green glow of the water. These three different colors of light gradually intertwined together, finally turning into a milky white halo. There should be no problem, right? Brother, wait a minute. Let me try the taste first. Imochu picked up a skewer of fish with a greedy look on her face. She carefully took a bite and swallowed it into her stomach. After half a minute, there was no bad reaction. Only then was she relieved and handed a skewer to Imo. Brother, you try it too. This grilled fish is really delicious. Actually, she had swallowed it whole just now and did not taste it at all. After confirming that it was safe, Imochu began to slowly taste it. Only after tasting it did she realize that what she had said just now was not an exaggeration at all. The taste was really too wonderful. The meat of the silver hidden fish was very fresh and tender. With a single bite, not only did it not have the slightest bit of fishy smell, on the contrary, the unique fragrance of the water had fused into the fish meat. On top of that, soybean oil was used to enhance freshness. It was simply so delicious that it made people want to wolf it down. There were a total of 5 silver hidden fish. Not only did the 2 of them finish all the fish, they even caught 6 more and ate them. Ah, I'm so full. Imochu lay on the ground with her 4 limbs spread out. The warm sunlight hit her face, and she felt drowsy. Me too. Imo also ate quite a lot. Seeing that little Chu was like a sleepy pet cat, his heart could not help but soften. Why don't we rest for a while before we go? From dawn till now, little Chu had not mentioned the word tired, but the fatigue on her face was obvious to him. Little Chu? Not hearing a reply, Imo could not help but raise his head slightly. Only then did he realize that Imochu had already fallen asleep. Her slender eyelashes cast a small shadow on her eyes and face. Under the sunlight, her fair little face was actually as smooth as jade. Imo chuckled and closed his eyes slightly. He only felt the warmth of the sun. The tiny bits of sunlight penetrated through the branches and sprinkled onto their bodies. The sound of their shallow breathing rose and fell in the forest. Suddenly, Imo's brows tightened. Although he had temporarily relaxed, he still maintained some vigilance. When he sensed the abnormal energy fluctuations in the surroundings, he immediately pulled himself up from the ground. However, when he took the opportunity to look over, he could not help but be stunned. Imochu was sleeping soundly by the side, but the energy in her body seemed to be in high gear. It continued to soar up, jumping from the 8th level of Tier 1 to the 5th level of Tier 2 before it finally stopped. Heavens! What was going on? Imo's face was filled with shock. It was not like there were no situations where the energy had increased explosively, but most of them had consumed top-grade medicinal pills. It was clearly not the same as little Chu's current situation. Before he had time to think, Imo was shocked to discover that the energy in his body had also started to fluctuate. The originally stagnant aura started to slowly rise, and the elemental energy continued to accumulate. He had actually advanced from the 6th level of Tier 5 to the 9th level of Tier 5. The higher the level of elemental cultivation, the more difficult it became. Although it sounded like it was only a measly 3 levels, the elemental energy that he had accumulated would require him to work hard for at least 3 years. Now, he had actually passed it so easily? Just like how he did not buy a lottery ticket but won the first prize for no reason, Imo appeared to be a little dazed. When Imochu woke up, she saw his brother's confused look. Coupled with that handsome and indifferent face, it was really too adorable. If it was not for the fact that she did not have a camera in her hand, Imochu would definitely take a picture of this scene as a memento. Brother, have you leveled up? Imochu's sensitivity towards energy fluctuations was extremely high. Very quickly, she noticed that Imo's aura was much sharper than before. She then subconsciously circulated the energy in her body. Only then did he realize that her own strength had also increased by a large margin. My elemental energy level has also increased. At this moment, Emo Young regained his usual calmness. Yes, little Chu. Why don't you try to see if you can release a water ball? Once one's elemental energy level reached Tier 2, they would be able to condense an elemental entity. Water ball? Yeah. Emo Young nodded. He extended his right hand and guided Emo Chu step by step. First, you have to find the elemental ability that has accumulated in your body and communicate with it. Then, use your spiritual power to guide it into your hand and release it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of lightning jumped out of Emo Yang's hand. It was dazzling. Emo Chu could not take her eyes off it. Come, try it yourself. Okay. Emo Chu closed her eyes eagerly and concentrated her energy to feel the elemental energy in her body. Yes, that's it. Emo Young stood at the side and acted as a temporary guide. This process will be a little difficult. Most people need to comprehend it several times before they can understand the main points. So don't be anxious now, take your time. Before Emo Young could finish his words, a small ball of water condensed in Emo Chu's hand. It was crystal clear. Wow! Emo Chu looked at the ball of water in her hand. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Brother, is this correct? That's right. Emo Young nodded with a faint smile. Back then, he had also released lightning in one go. It seemed that they were siblings, after all. Emo Chu carefully controlled the water ball in her hand, her heart filled with excitement. This was really too magical. Although she had also seen lightning in Emo Yang's hand, it was a different feeling when she used it herself. Although it was just a small ball of water, it seemed to be connected to her spirit. She really could not describe this mystery with words. If only she was in the 21st century, it would not be a problem for her to perform magic at the Spring Festival Gala. Emo Chu's thoughts were all over the place. When she turned her head to look, she realized that Emo Young was frowning. He seemed to be thinking about something serious. Brother, what's wrong? Emo Young was silent for a moment, but he still voiced his doubts. It's naturally a good thing that we can level up, but why did this happen all of a sudden? Emo Young carefully thought through everything that happened after they entered Densewood Forest, but he did not find anything abnormal. Logically speaking, there should not have been a sudden surge in energy, but the truth was the opposite. Of course, it's because of the grilled fish that we ate just now. Grilled fish? After Emo Chu said that, Emo Young finally remembered the grilled fish that he had ignored just now. However, this grilled fish was only a delicious treat. So how did it become linked to energy? Emo Young was still puzzled. Brother, do you still remember the fact that my energy increased greatly the first time I cultivated? Seeing his brother's confusion, Emo Chu explained. It was because I ate some French fries that my cultivation improved so quickly. However, I also ate the food. Why isn't there any difference? Emo Young realized that something was wrong as soon as she said that. It was not that he had not changed before, it was just that the changes were not obvious. That was why he had not noticed that ever since he ate the food that Little Chu made, his cultivation speed seemed to have increased by a few notches. It was just that there had been so many things happening recently that he had not paid attention to it. While Emo Young was deep in thought, Emo Chu was not idle either. That's right. Emo Young did not change much after eating the food she had prepared in the past. However, why did their energy increase so greatly after eating the grilled fish today? Could it be? Emo Chu's gaze was slightly focused. The reason must be the light that was mixed together. Over the past few days, Emo Chu had also gathered quite a number of ingredients. She discovered that the colors of the light on each ingredient were different. Could it be that cooking different ingredients together would result in the fusion of energy? Could this fusion of energy successfully enter Emo Yang's body and be directly converted into elemental energy? Brother, I have some theories. Emo Chu raised her head. As for the specifics, I still need some time to experiment. All right, Emo Young nodded. His eyes were filled with trust. Brother will support you. It was not that he did not notice the abnormality in Little Chu's body, but so what if there was something wrong with Little Chu? She was his only biological sister. No matter what happened, he would stand by her side. After a short rest, Emo Chu picked up more than half of the water weeds in the stream and put them into her personal terminal before he continued to move forward with satisfaction. Although the inner region of Densewood Forest was very dangerous, the food reserves there were very rich. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, Emo Chu had collected a few more ingredients. Suddenly, a woman's shriek sounded not far away. Go away, quickly go away. Dad, save me. Mo Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Densewood Forest was filled with danger. Other than the smell of fresh blood, the shriek of a human could also attract the attention of magical beasts. Which idiot would dig their own grave like this? Go away, quickly go away. Help. The woman's voice became increasingly shrill, as if she had seen a malicious spirit. Hearing it, Mo Chu's body was covered with goosebumps. Hu Qing, shut up. A low rebuke successfully stopped the woman's scream, which also aroused Mo Chu's curiosity. Hu Qing. Could it be the Hu Qing that she knew? Mo Yang seemed to have thought of this as well, and his frown deepened. He did not have a good impression of Hu Qing. In fact, because of her bad attitude toward little Chu, he even felt some disgust. However, he still had some feelings for the members of the Wild Wolf team, and he could not just watch them throw their lives away. Leader, what should we do now? Wei Yuan's face was covered in sweat, but he did not bother to wipe it off. He continued to exert force with his hands, erecting numerous earth walls. However, they could only barely block the attacks of the iron ants. Now, the three of them were forced into a corner. If they could not think of a way to escape, they would be eaten alive by the iron ants. Hu Tian, who was behind Wei Yuan, looked miserable. A deep wound was visible on his right arm, and fresh blood soaked his entire sleeve. When he heard Wei Yuan's words, his face turned even paler. Ever since Mo Yang left the team, the Wild Wolf team's overall evaluation had dropped by a few ranks. In order to keep the team's third-place position, he took the risk to accept the S-rank mission, Obtain the Wings of the Gale Beast. The Gale Beast, as its name implied, flew extremely fast. Moreover, its claws had a strong anesthetic effect. If someone was scratched by the Gale Beast, his nervous system would immediately become paralyzed. However, after 48 hours, the wound would not be too serious. In order to complete this mission, they had carefully planned for a long time. Hu Tian had even put himself in danger, and his arm had been scratched by a Gale Beast. On top of that, they were quite unlucky. Just as they were about to successfully capture the Gale Beast, a large group of iron ants actually ambushed them. 1 or 2 iron ants were naturally nothing to be afraid of. Even the lowest first level of Tier 1 could easily kill them. However, with a large group of iron ants, even Tier 5 and above experts would have to be afraid of them. The phrase unity is strength suited these ants very well. If Hu Tian had not been injured, he would still have been able to fight. However, Hu Tian could not use any elemental abilities at all. He could only break the team into pieces to minimize the losses. Even so, the three of them were still in a stalemate. Dad, there are iron ants biting me. It hurts. Even with Wei Yuan's earth wall, they could not keep all the iron ants out. There were always a few that slipped through the cracks and got in. In fact, Hu Qing was also a fire-type Tier 2. It was just that she had never experienced a real battle before. That was why she was so flustered. She did not even aim at her target. She just kept throwing out fire threads. This way, not only did she not hurt the iron ants, she instead wasted elemental energy. At this moment, Hu Qing felt very regretful. Why would she want to participate in this mission on a whim? Why was she so unlucky? Just when the three of them were in a predicament, a thick lightning strike struck straight at the iron ants, instantly solving their urgent situation. When they heard the sound, they looked over and saw that it was Mo Yang. Mo Yang, brother Mo, you're here. Seeing Mo Yang, Hu Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Behind him, Hu Qing was even more pleasantly surprised. Her eyes were filled with admiration and joy. In her most dangerous moment, Mo Yang had appeared in front of her like a hero, saving her. How could this not cause her heart to waver? I'm here too. Mo Chu coughed twice to remind the few of them of her existence before quickly joining the battle. She could now successfully use a water ball to attack the iron ants. Mo Yang combined with a lightning strike. The water could conduct electricity, and the lethality of the two combined increased. After a long while, the large group of iron ants was almost wiped out by them. The rest of the iron ants saw that the situation was not right and naturally retreated in a hurry. Seeing this, Wei Yuan and Hu Qing finally relaxed. On the other hand, Tian, who was beside them, widened his eyes in shock. In the past month, Mo Yang's strength had improved by another huge step. This speed of improvement was shocking. However, what he was more concerned about now was this little girl, Mo Chu. When she had just woken up, she could only be described as weak. At that time, not to mention elemental ability, people were not even sure if she would survive normal daily life. However, now, looking at Mo Chu, she had quietly cultivated to Tier 2. Based on her actual combat situation, she was probably already in the middle of Tier 2. This cultivation speed was probably even higher than Mo Yang. Thinking of this, Tian could not help but sigh. As the saying goes, the new generation surpasses the old. All of them were getting old. Captain, how are you? Mo Yang turned his head and asked with concern. Although he had already left the Wild Wolf team, he still treated Tian as an elder and respected him. Nothing much. I was just scratched by a gale beast. Tian waved his hand and did not take the injury to heart. However, he could not help but show some anxiety in his eyes. When they had retreated, only 1/3 of the Iron Ants had followed them. Most of the remaining Iron Ants had gone to the rest of the team members, and they did not know how the team was doing now. Mo Yang. Tian could not afford to waste time, and he asked, "Can you please go to the other team members and help them?" There were Iron Ants there. They are probably having a hard time dealing with the ants now. Wei Yuan also quickly took out his terminal and contacted the other team members. After asking for their specific location, the team immediately set off. As Tian had expected, the battle here was even more intense. There were already a few people who were injured. Some of them had even used up all their elemental energy and could only rely on their daggers to fight. However, the Iron Ant's shell was as hard as iron. So how could a dagger be able to hurt it? However, with the addition of Mo Yang and Mo Chu, their dangerous disadvantage was gradually reversed. It took them a full hour to chase away the remaining Iron Ants. At this moment, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief and take a short break. Mo Chu was also extremely tired. Her small face was slightly pale. After all, it was normal that her physical fitness was not able to keep up with the intensity of the actual combat. "Are you all right, little Chu?" Mo Yang looked at his sister worriedly. He had long been used to this kind of situation, and he had neglected little Chu's situation. "I'm fine." Mo Chu shook her head. She simply leaned into Mo Yang's embrace and covered her face. "Brother, I'm going to eat something. Shield me for a moment." Taking advantage of the fact that no one could see her, Mo Chu stuffed a few French fries into her mouth. She swallowed the French fries before the elemental energy that was almost dried up slowly replenished. Her little face gradually turned a little rosy. "Brother, you should eat some too. Otherwise..." Before she could finish his sentence, she was interrupted by Hu Qing's exclamation. "Blood-luminescent beast. It's a blood-luminescent beast. Everyone, run." Hu Qing's scream instantly broke the silence. The cruelty of the blood-luminescent beast was spread by word of mouth. Upon hearing these words, everyone panicked. Amidst the screams, they fled in all directions. On the other hand, Mo Chu was still standing on the spot in a daze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at the approaching animal. Was this the legendary blood-luminescent beast? Impossible. In her line of sight, a round-headed, short-tailed, black and white fellow was running towards them. This adorable creature was obviously the national treasure, the giant panda. A cute giant panda equals terrifying and evil blood-luminescent beast? Mo Chu felt that she could not accept it. The difference between the two was too big. However, when Mo Chu and the giant panda's eyes met, she realized that this fellow actually had a pair of ruby-like eyes. "Little Chu, run quickly." The blood-luminescent beast's ability was extremely strong. Even Mo Yang could not guarantee a 100% victory. Before Mo Chu could react, the giant panda's eyes suddenly lit up when it looked at her. It was like a ruby reflecting light under the sun as it pounced towards her. Hearing the terrified screams of the people around her, Mo Chu finally came back to her senses. She hurriedly ran away. This was not the cute and obedient giant panda in the zoo, but a blood-luminescent beast that could devour human flesh. However, she did not expect that the blood-luminescent beast would chase after her as if it had its eyes on her. It did not even glance at the other people. Its short and stubby calves were very agile. With a light leap, it was comparable to Imo Yang running a few steps. Oh my god! Imochu was running so fast that she almost could not breathe. However, when she turned around, the blood-luminescent beast was following behind her. It was less than half a meter away from her, and its eyes were blinking as if it was trying to act cute. Acting cute was shameful. In that split second, the blood-luminescent beast caught up to Imochu and pounced forward. It immediately pinned down Imochu's petite body. Little Chu. Behind him, a mournful cry came out from Imo Yang's throat. Seeing the blood-luminescent beast pouncing fiercely toward Imochu, he could not do anything. The helplessness, grief, and indignation in Imo Yang's heart surged up at the same time. It was all because he was not strong enough that little Chu had fallen into such a dangerous situation. It was all his fault. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from Imo Yang's body. At this critical moment, he had successfully broken through the barrier of Tier 5 and successfully entered Tier 6. Relying on this aura, Imo Yang suddenly attacked the blood-luminescent beast. A sizzling lightning bolt struck straight at the blood-luminescent beast. However, it was as if the blood-luminescent beast had eyes on its back. With a swift flip, it grabbed Imochu and dodged the lightning strike. When the strike did not hit, Imo Yang frowned slightly. He continued to gather power in his hand. He threw multiple lightning bolts struck straight at the blood-luminescent beast. Sparks flashed and sizzled. However, the blood-luminescent beast seemed to have known about Imo Yang's attack as it nimbly dodged it. Brother, wait. In his anxiety, Imo Yang's attack became fiercer and fiercer. However, Imochu suddenly stopped him. She did not know why, but she had a feeling that the giant panda did not have any ill intentions toward her. When it pounced just now, it could have bitten off her throat, but it did not do so. Instead, it used its slippery tongue to lick her face. That little look was very adorable. Even when it was in danger of Imo Yang attacking it, it did not forget to protect her under its body. Although Imo Yang did not understand, he stopped attacking. However, the lightning in his hands was still churning. If the blood-luminescent beast made any strange movements, he would be able to react in time. The blood-luminescent beast tilted its head backward. When it saw that Imo Yang had stopped attacking, it raised its body. Its pair of bright red eyes stared at Imochu in a daze. Its moist nose moved closer to Imochu's neck and kept sniffing. The saliva at the corner of its mouth was about to drip down. Oh woo. Where's the delicious food? It had already smelled the scent of delicious food just now. Quickly take it out. Imochu was stunned at first. Later, she realized that the blood-luminescent beast's actions were somewhat familiar. It took her quite a while to recall that this pair of sparkling eyes was the same as the hungry puppy that she had reared in the past. So it was asking for food now? Imochu finally recalled that when she was resting earlier, she had taken out French fries from the terminal to eat. He had caught the scent of the French fries at that time? No way. This little fellow's senses were too sharp. To verify her thoughts, Imochu simply took out a handful of French fries from the terminal. The blood-luminescent beast became excited. Its round body even began to sway involuntarily. Delicious. Delicious. Its originally heavy body suddenly became agile. The blood-luminescent beast stretched out its thick palm and snatched the French fries from Imochu's hand. It did not even leave a single one for her. Looking at the French fries in its hand, the rich fragrance entered its nostrils. The blood-luminescent beast's eyes started to sparkle as it stuffed all the French fries into its mouth. Ah, it was too delicious. It was too delicious. The blood-luminescent beast's eyes lit up as it wolfed down the French fries in his mouth. It even shook its head with great interest as it thought about it. When it opened its eyes again, it saw that its palm was empty. It had eaten all the French fries in one go, and its eyes revealed a hint of regret. It did not forget to lick the remaining taste on his palm. However, when its eyes landed on Imochu, it immediately lit up. This girl had the food. Hence, the blood-luminescent beast hopped towards Imochu again, fawning over her endlessly. It acted all cute and started to roll around. Its pair of large watery eyes revealed a very obvious meaning. Give me something good to eat. Look at how obedient I am, right? Mo Yang, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. He had never personally come into contact with the blood-luminescent beast before, but he had heard many people mention it before. His impression of it had always been to avoid it if possible, to fight with all his might if he could not avoid it, and to fight to the death. But what kind of situation was this? That person must have given him the wrong information. Otherwise, the blood-luminescent beast in front of him must be a different species. Not only did Mo Yang feel this way, even Mo Chu felt that there was something strange about it. The fear displayed by the wild wolf team, and the rest was not fake. Now, they had disappeared without a trace. In this huge area, only the two of them and the beast were left. This clearly showed that the reputation of the blood-luminescent beast had spread far and wide. Everybody thought that it was ferocious and terrifying. However, there was nothing in front of him that could be described as terrifying. Mo Yang let out a few dry coughs and tactfully reminded the woman and beast beside him, who seemed to be having a great time. That's right. Mo Chu was actually having a great time with the blood-luminescent beast. Just like that, the blood-luminescent beast had finished cutting up the French fries. Mo Chu actually took out the remaining grilled fish that they had left and held it in her hand, waving it. The blood-luminescent beast's eyes were shining as it swayed left and right, not missing even a second. Suddenly, Mo Chu threw the grilled fish. The blood-luminescent beast immediately unleashed its infinite potential. With a leap, its cumbersome body formed a beautiful curve in the air. It extended its large palm and grabbed the grilled fish in the air. "Oh, oh!" It cried out happily a few times. The blood-luminescent beast sniffed this mouth-watering fragrance, and its saliva dripped down. Finally, it could not hold it back anymore. It stuffed the grilled fish into its mouth with its large palm. Would it have trouble with the fish bones? Mo Chu was a little worried as she watched from the side. However, in just a few breaths' time, the blood-luminescent beast spat out a complete fishbone, along with many small fish bones. Wow, it is quite skillful. Little Chu, we're here to take its mane. Seeing that they had ignored his reminder, Mo Yang could only speak frankly. Oh, right. Mo Chu was enjoying herself. If it was not for Mo Yang's reminder, she would have forgotten about this. There was nothing she could do. This little fellow's cute appearance was exactly the same as her Pekingese puppy from before. Even the frisbee game that they had just played was also very well coordinated. Seeing this, Mo Yang could only shake his head helplessly. He simply walked forward and prepared to cut off the mane on the blood-luminescent beast's head. Who would have thought that the blood-luminescent beast, which had been acting cute and docile towards Mo Chu just now, would suddenly become ferocious? When Mo Yang was still 2 meters away from it, the blood-luminescent beast instantly entered a state of alert from its harmless appearance. Its entire face suddenly became malevolent, and its pair of red eyes shone with blood like cruelty and ruthlessness. It stared straight at Mo Yang, its raised claws as sharp as iron. Mo Yang sensed that something was wrong and immediately stopped in his tracks. Even so, the blood-luminescent beast still let out a low growl. Its eyes were sharp, and its body was half-crouched, ready to attack at any time. Only at this moment did Mo Yang believe that this was indeed the genuine blood-luminescent beast. "Brother, wait a moment," Mo Chu said. She had also noticed that the blood-luminescent beast's situation was not right, so she tentatively took 2 steps closer to it. However, she was surprised to discover that not only did the blood-luminescent beast not take an attack stance, it even seemed to have relaxed a little. Mo Yang also noticed this phenomenon and frowned slightly. Could it be that 2 foodies really understood each other? Mo Chu slowly approached the blood-luminescent beast. "Brother, give me the tools." The blood-luminescent beast's mane was extremely tough. Ordinary tools would not be able to cut it off. Hence, they could only use the special mane Furjian made by the Federation. "All right, take care of yourself." Although Mo Yang was worried, he could only throw the main sword at Mo Chu. "If you really can't do it, hurry up and run." After what had happened just now, Mo Yang had also taken quite a bit of precaution against this blood-luminescent beast. After all, this fellow was too unpredictable. What if it went berserk and hurt little Chu? Mo Chu walked to the side of the blood-luminescent beast and gently patted its head. The blood-luminescent beast completely changed from the ferocity it had against Imo Yang just now. It became extremely obedient and even took the initiative to rub itself against Imo Chu's palm, letting out a comfortable sigh. Little fellow, I need to cut some of the hair on your mane. You be good and don't move, okay? Although she did not know if the blood-luminescent beast could understand, Imo Chu still spoke to it in a friendly manner. Then I'll cut it. Imo Chu took out the main sword and just placed it on the blood-luminescent beast's head. The little fellow turned its head to the side arrogantly, causing Imo Chu to miss. Imo Yang, who was watching from the side, was terrified, afraid that the blood-luminescent beast would suddenly go crazy. What's wrong? You don't want to? Imo Chu could feel that this fellow did not have any ill intentions toward her, but why was it suddenly throwing a tantrum? After Imo Chu smoothed out its fur for a while, the blood-luminescent beast gestured towards the pile of fish bones on the ground. Only then did Imo Chu understand. If she wanted its mane, she had to exchange it for grilled fish? This little fellow was a little too shrewd, right? Fortunately, Imo Chu had grilled a few more before, and Imo Chu took them out one by one. It was only until the terminal was completely out of stock that the little fellow was barely satisfied. It moved its head closer to Imo Chu's side, and she quickly cut its mane. After that, it continued to eat the delicious food. Imo Chu did not know how much they needed, so she simply cut off the thick mane on the blood-luminescent beast's head. From the looks of it, this new hairstyle was really cool. The blood-luminescent beast could not care less about its appearance. Imo Chu had a bunch of mane in her hand. Brother, is it enough? Imo Yang's brows twitched. Yes, it's enough. In the past, it was amazing for anyone to be able to get 1/3 of what Imo Chu had in her hands. If they handed in so much this time, they would probably get a lot more rewards. The key was that this mission was way too easy. No blood, no casualties. Just a few handfuls of French fries and a few grilled fish. It was completely zero cost. Imo Chu did not notice her big brother's frown. She carefully put the mane into her personal terminal and raised her eyebrows. So we have completed the mission? Yes. Imo Yang had to admit that this was the easiest task he had ever done since he started accepting missions. We can go to the mission center to hand it over later. That's great. Imo Chu had collected quite a lot of ingredients before, so she could experiment with them one by one when they got back. Ah, little guy. Imo Chu gently patted the blood-luminescent beast that was eating the grilled fish. Then we'll leave first. I'll bring you food when there's an opportunity next time. When the blood-luminescent beast finally finished eating the grilled fish, it rubbed its oily belly contentedly. When it looked up, it was shocked to find that its gourmet food provider was gone. Oh woo, where was she? Where was the person who could provide a lot of gourmet food just now? Why did she suddenly disappear? At the mission center. Hey guys, take a guess. Will Imo Yang and the rest be able to complete the mission this time? The previous bet had caused quite a stir, attracting quite a lot of attention. Of course, Imo Yang is a Tier 5 expert. A mere A rank mission is definitely not a problem. One could tell from the tone of his words that he really looked up to Boss Missouri Yang. What? Someone beside him immediately retorted, the mission is to take the blood-luminescent beast's mane. Do you think it's as easy as eating a nutrient capsule? Actually, with Imo Yang's ability, it's not impossible for him to take the blood-luminescent beast's mane. This person was sensible. He said, however, the difficulty of this bet lies in the fact that he has to complete the mission and at the same time ensure that he and his Tier 1 sister are not injured. This is not easy. Sigh. I've also heard that there are even people in the casino who are seriously setting up a gambling game. The odds are 2 to 1. Look, even the people in the casino are not optimistic about Imo Yang. This time, they are probably in danger. Xiao Yuan stood in the corner and listened to the discussions of the crowd. He was very happy. That's right, this time, Imo Yang would definitely suffer a big setback. When he thought of Imo Yang's sister apologizing and bowing in front of him, Xiao Yuan felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. When the crowd heard the noise, they looked over, and their eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd dispersed to both sides. The people who came were Imo Yang and Imo Chu. Oh my God, it's only been one day. Why are they back already? Could it be that the mission is too difficult, so they gave up? That must be the case. I've said before that Mo Yang's sister is only at Tier 1. Once she enters Densewood Forest, she'll probably be so scared that she'll cry. How are they going to do the mission? It can't be, right? All the special ability users had sharp ears and sharp eyes. Even though the discussion was relatively quiet, their voices were still clearly transmitted into their ears. Hearing these words, Xiao Yuan's anxiety from seeing Mo Yang and Mo Chu suddenly relaxed a little. That's right, it had only been one day. How could they possibly complete the mission so quickly? That was absolutely impossible. However, when he saw Mo Yang and Mo Chu walking straight toward the mission counter, the uneasiness in Xiao Yuan's heart suddenly grew stronger. Mo Chu's gaze swept over slightly and saw Xiao Yuan in the middle of the crowd. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile. Under the puzzled or curious gazes of the crowd, Mo Chu calmly took out the blood-luminescent beast's mane from the terminal and handed it over to the staff at the counter. The mission center instantly quieted down. The people who were still engaged in a heated discussion just a moment ago had their mouths agape in shock. One word was written all over their faces: impossible. Even the service staff was stunned for quite a while. It was only due to his strong work ethic that he quickly recovered and took the mane from Mo Chu with trembling hands. This must be fake. Yes, they must have found this mane from somewhere to make up the numbers. Xiao Yuan muttered. He could not believe it. In such a short time, Mo Yang and the others had actually completed the mission. If it were someone else, they probably would not even be able to see the shadow of the blood-luminescent beast in such a short amount of time. However, when the staff member placed the mane hair into a special testing instrument and confirmed that there were no errors in the inspection, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Wow, as expected of my idol. Mo Yang and his sister have set the latest record for the shortest time for completing an A-rank mission. Forget about an A-rank mission. I reckon that they have even broken the time records for C and D rank missions this time around. Congratulations. The staff member carefully put the mane away before turning to look at them. May I know what materials you're going to exchange for? As he said that, a small light screen appeared in front of Mo Chu and Mo Yang out of thin air. All the materials that could be exchanged for were on it. Wow. A few of the special ability users who were close to them could not help but let out a few low cries of envy. The materials on the light screen were abnormally abundant, far exceeding the rewards of ordinary A-rank missions. There are even energy-enhancing pills and chi-condensing pills. This time, the mission center was really generous. After all, to special ability users, these pills that could strengthen their elemental abilities were priceless treasures. Seeing everyone's doubts, the staff member took the initiative to explain. As the amount of mane hair that Mo Yang and Mo Chu brought back is 3 times more than the requirements, it can be said that they have completed 3 A-rank missions. Naturally, the rewards are more generous. No wonder. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Looking at the pile of mane, they could not help but tremble. How many blood-luminescent beasts did Mo Yang and his sister rob from? Mo Chu was not very clear about the concept of these resources, so she naturally left this task to her big brother. When she turned around and saw Xiao Yuan, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up, smiling like a little fox. However, shouldn't we fulfill our bet? In public, Xiao Yuan could not deny it. His face was twisted as if he had swallowed a toad. Yes, fulfill the bet. Apologize. The heckling was like a flu virus, spreading one after another. In the blink of an eye, the whole hall of the mission center echoed with a unified voice: apologize. Apologize. Xiao Yuan's face twitched a few times. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by a surprised voice. Mo Yang, you actually broke through the barrier of Tier 5 and stepped into Tier 6. His words were earth-shattering. The one who spoke was the captain of the team that was ranked first in District 12, Wang Li. He was also a Tier 6 special ability user, so his words were naturally highly credible. Hearing that, the crowd could not help but burst into an uproar. In fact, even Wang Li himself was shocked, let alone others. The cultivation of special ability users had always been extremely difficult. Every step forward was like taking a risk. It was unknown how many people tried and failed, never to advance any further in their life. On the other hand, Imo Yang was only in his 30s. He had just come of age, but he had already reached Tier 6. This kind of achievement was really shocking. In terms of potential, no one in the entire District 12 could surpass him. Really? Are you kidding me? He is already Tier 6? That's too terrifying. That's right. Facing everyone's hot gazes, Imo Yang nodded his head indifferently. Suddenly, he turned his head towards Xiao Yuan and said with a subtle tone, "It's all thanks to Xiao Yuan. If it wasn't for him suggesting that we choose this mission, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through the barrier so quickly and successfully enter Tier 6. Speaking of which, I still have to thank him. What was a two-hit combo? This was it." Looking at Xiao Yuan's pale and twisted face, Imo Chu was secretly pleased. She could not tell that her brother actually had a rather black-bellied temperament. She had to admit that Imo Yang's move was truly beautiful. Xiao Yuan's plan had completely backfired, right? Everyone present probably had the same thought. He had wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Imo Yang. But in the end, he was the one who was slapped in the face. Tier 6? Xiao Yuan murmured. He looked up at Imo Yang, who was not far away, and his heart was racing. That was a goal that he could never achieve in his life. But this person in front of him had easily achieved it. Why? Xiao Yuan suddenly roared. The people around him were pointing at him. Their disdainful and contemptuous eyes made him feel indignant and humiliated. At this moment, he burst into anger. Why do you think you can get everything we want without any effort? The status, power, and wealth that only high-tier special ability users have? Is it because you're talented? Xiao Yuan laughed a few times, but it was even more twisted than crying. I've tried my best, but it's still useless. I've been at Tier 2 for 20 to 30 years, and I still can't get over this hurdle. But look at you. It's so easy for you. Every time you level up is as easy as drinking a mouthful of water. What about us? It's useless even if we try our best. What the FCK is this? Tell me, what right do you have? After a series of angry roars, the entire mission center quieted down, leaving only the sound of Xiao Yuan's ragged breathing reverberating in the air. These words actually resonated with the hearts of the majority of the people present. The level of one's innate talent determined a person's future direction and length to a large extent. This point was magnified several times in the Federation. Why? No one spoke, but Imo Chu suddenly stood out, her delicate little face carrying a slight coldness. Let me tell you, that's because this world is inherently unfair. Your talent is low, but my brother's talent is high. This is unfair. Imo Chu took 2 steps forward. Meeting Xiao Yuan's eyes, she said slowly, "You and I can have special abilities, but others don't. This is also unfair." Xiao Yuan was instantly dumbfounded. That's right. He could still shout out his unwillingness when facing Imo Yang. However, those who did not have special abilities, those who lived at the bottom of the Federation, who should they cry to? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Imo Chu narrowed her eyes and said in a forceful tone, "Since we're lucky enough to become special ability users, we should strive for our own advancement. As for you, other than complaining about the injustice of the world, what else have you done? Just like that, you still dare to shout at my brother?" This last sentence was the real reason why Imo Chu opened her mouth. In her previous life, she was an orphan. In terms of human relationships, no one knew better than her about the harshness and coldness of the world. It was because of this that she cherished this hard-earned kinship. Imo Chu had to admit that she was protective of her own shortcomings. If Xiao Yuan had not deliberately targeted Imo Yang, she would not have been in the limelight and made such a remark. What do you know? After being humiliated by a little girl, Xiao Yuan's face turned red and his eyes were filled with hatred. Under Imo Yang's protection, you have no worries. Of course, you can say these words easily. When you step into the rain of blood, come and teach me a lesson. Ignorant, arrogant. Imo Chu snorted and turned to walk towards Imo Yang. At this time, Xiao Yuan was still concerned about his face. He was really stupid. If Xiao Yuan had just reached the peak of his fury, Imo Chu's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. What the FCK do you know? Xiao Yuan roared. A fireball appeared in his hand out of nowhere and headed straight for Imo Chu. Things happened too quickly. No one expected Xiao Yuan to suddenly attack, so no one could react in time. Moreover, the distance between the two was too close. Seeing that the fireball was about to hit Imo Chu, even if they tried, they would not be able to make it in time. Just when everyone thought that Imo Chu would be injured, she turned around at the last second and threw out a water ball in her hand, just in time to resist Xiao Yuan's fireball. A puzzled voice came out of nowhere. She can cast a water ball? This means that she is at least at Tier 2. Tier 2, 5th level. Wang Li accurately reported Imo Chu's elemental rank. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had been paying attention to Imo Yang, who had advanced to Tier 6, but he did not expect his sister to be a cultivation genius as well. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression became even more unsightly. The little girl whom he had looked down on before had actually transformed. She was not much weaker than him. Looking at Imo Chu, he felt like he was looking at another Imo Yang. She had the same extraordinary talent as him. Perhaps she would surpass him soon. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan could not help but squint his eyes. He exerted more force on his hand, and the fireball instantly became a little hotter. It was common sense that water could counter fire. However, it did not apply to special ability users. Generally speaking, fire-type special ability users had stronger elemental attacks. Water-type users of the same level would not be able to resist fire-type users of the same level. It was impossible for water-type special ability users to subdue fire-type special ability users of the same level. What's more, he was at the 9th level of Tier 2. His energy was a few times higher than Imo Chu, who was a special ability user at the 5th level of Tier 2. Humph! Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could teach this girl a lesson. She should not think that she could be arrogant just because she had some talent. Just as Xiao Yuan was smiling, he suddenly realized that the water ball that Imo Chu had sent after him had swallowed his fireball in an instant. Not only that, the water ball even attacked him straight after it had destroyed the fireball. It was awe-inspiring. This is impossible. Xiao Yuan cried out in shock. Shock and fear had already occupied his entire mind. Before he could react, the water ball had already hit Xiao Yuan's chest. With a swoosh, Xiao Yuan was pushed a few meters away by the water ball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. It seemed that he was badly injured. However, no one sympathized with him. Before Imo Chu made her move, no one had noticed that she had already reached Tier 2. Naturally, Xiao Yuan was no exception. In other words, he deliberately tried to humiliate and ambush Imo Chu, who was at a lower level than him. Before this, he had used this exact excuse to badmouth Imo Yang. It was a slap on his big mouth, right? No matter what happened in private, at least on the surface, high-level special ability users were absolutely not allowed to harm low-level special ability users. However, not only did Xiao Yuan do it, he even did it in front of so many people. This time, his reputation had been completely tarnished. Of course, not many people paid attention to him now. Everyone turned their attention to Imo Chu. Over the years, water-type abilities had been publicly acknowledged as useless elements. Today, Imo Chu's action had greatly shocked them. It turned out that water-type special ability users could be so powerful. Not only could they restrain fire-type special ability users, but they could also even defeat opponents of higher levels. As such, the rest of the water attribute special ability users all went crazy. One after another, they all rushed towards Imo Chu, intending to ask her for some advice. The most important thing was that Imo Chu was also feeling quite helpless at the moment. Even she did not know the reason behind this, so how was she going to explain it to others? What did it mean by being afraid of fame? Imo Chu finally understood what this phrase meant. It had been more than half a month since the betting incident, but the attention on Imo Yang and her was still high. The two of them were not people who liked to be high profile, so they simply stayed at home and cultivated in seclusion. Imo Yang had just advanced to Tier 6, and his foundation was still not stable. It was a good opportunity to strengthen it. On the other hand, Imo Chu excitedly took out all the ingredients that she had gathered in the densewood forest, preparing to continue her culinary career. Potatoes, cabbage, rice, water, and hidden silver fishes. Looking at the table filled with ingredients, Chu instantly felt as though she had been filled to the brim. Thinking back to the grilled fish that she had cooked previously, Chu could not help but lick her lips. She still remembered the taste. Chu was not a carnivore. However, having been in the Federation for such a long time, she had only tasted meat once. Now that she thought about it, she really felt pity for herself. Why don't I make fish soup today? Chu's eyes lit up as soon as she thought about it. With quick movements, she picked out a few plump silver hidden fishes. She removed the scales and flipped them over. Then, she cut the fish meat in the middle into pieces and wrapped them with water to remove the fishy smell. She then looked at the remaining ingredients on the table. Chu swallowed her saliva and decided to wash them all. She cut them into small pieces and put them aside. She would eat the fish soup today. She turned on the heat and heated the pot, pouring oil into it. When the oil was quite hot, Chu put the water into the pot and stir-fried them. After stir-frying for a while, a faint fragrance came out of the pot. Chu added hot water calmly. After the water boiled, she placed the fish pieces into the pot and boiled them over a large fire. Finally, she placed the sliced potatoes, cabbage, and other ingredients into the pot and turned it into a small fire before slowly boiling it. Time moved little by little, and the fragrance gradually became stronger. Yang had just finished his cultivation and came out of his room. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be slightly stunned. It was clearly just a few simple cooking moves, but when Chu did it, it was very charming. It felt very good to just watch her cooking. Before Yang could take a closer look, Chu had returned to her gluttonous nature. She actually stood beside the pot and sniffed from time to time. As she smelled the fragrance, her small face was filled with an intoxicated expression. That gluttonous look made Yang laugh. However, the smell made him drool. Yang could not help but take a few steps closer. Raising his eyes, he saw the snow-white fish soup bubbling in the pot. There were potatoes and cabbage stuffed into the big pot, filling it to the brim. Just looking at it made one's appetite rise. From the looks of it, our little Chu is preparing to become a food expert, Chu said jokingly. In the Federation, there was no such profession as a chef. Instead, there were food experts. They specialized in researching how to obtain more energy from magical plants and magical beasts to turn them into food. For example, the nutrition capsule that Chu had avoided was one of their handiwork. Their jobs were stable, their benefits were high, and they were respected by people. If this were the 21st century, they would probably be a good unit that would make people want to squeeze their heads in. However, Chu was not very interested. Compared to all those cold and icy food, she preferred the food that she had created. Not only was it delicious, but it could also provide elemental energy. It was killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. Thinking of this, Chu could not help but recall the time when they were making grilled fish in the densewood forest. Their energy levels had increased tremendously. If her initial assumption was correct, this pot of fish stew should also have a fusion of energy. Thinking of this, Chu could not help but feel a little nervous. Her gaze was fixated on the fish stew in the pot, unwilling to let it go for a moment. Finally, just as the fish soup was about to come out of the pot, the rays of light from the few ingredients gradually intertwined together, as if they were communicating with each other and fusing together. Seeing this, Chu could not help but feel a sense of joy in her heart. It seemed that her thoughts were indeed correct. However, before the smile on her face could be revealed, her brows furrowed first. The rays of light in the pot had indeed fused together. However, this color was not the milky white color that she had seen previously. On the contrary, it was a faint grayish-black color. Chu still did not understand. However, in the blink of an eye, this faint grayish-black color had actually become denser, turning into an ink-black color. For some unknown reason, a strong sense of unease surged up in his heart. Chu panicked. Big brother, quickly stepped back. Although Yang did not understand, he subconsciously took a step or two back upon hearing this. The two of them had just stepped back when the pot that was still emitting a strong fragrance suddenly began to churn violently. At this moment, even Yang realized that something was wrong and hurriedly pulled Chu back a few steps. Pa! A loud sound reverberated throughout the entire room. The two of them retreated to the very end. Mo Yang waved his hand, and a thin layer of lightning acted like a solid barrier, protecting the two of them. Immediately after, another few loud sounds rang out. Even the lightning barrier in front of them seemed to be forced by this huge impact force, and it actually expanded and bent until it became transparent. After the commotion had completely disappeared, Mo Yang finally withdrew the lightning. In front of the two of them was a complete mess. The entire kitchen had been blasted clean, and even the pots and pans had exploded. There were actually a few obvious cracks on the wall, and the floor was filled with oil stains. Fragments and ingredients were scattered all over the floor. This power left Mo Chu dumbstruck. If it was not for Mo Yang's quick movements, they would have been injured. When he thought of this, Mo Chu could not help but feel worried. Not to mention Mo Chu, even Mo Yang was scared out of his wits. Back when he rented the house, he had selected it for its high security level. Even with his current skills, he was unable to shake this house in the slightest. However, looking at the few deep cracks on the wall, Mo Yang almost broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that his sister was not cooking food, but a new type of weapon with a huge amount of energy? Brother, Mo Chu raised her head with a mournful expression. It's over. I've blown up the house we're staying in. I'll definitely have to pay a lot of money. Mo Yang's originally heavy mood was suddenly disrupted by these words. He could not help but rub Mo Chu's head in amusement. Don't worry, I can still afford this bit of money. His sister's brain was clearly not working properly. This was not the time to worry about money, right? The houses and buildings of the Federation were usually equipped with automatic cleaning functions. Therefore, there was no need for them to personally clean up the mess on the ground. However, they still needed to inform the landlord about the cracks on the walls, and they would have to get specialized personnel to fix them. By the time they were done with their work, it was already almost afternoon. Mo Yang did not feel anything. On the other hand, Mo Chu had been standing by the table ever since the explosion. She held the ingredients in her hands as she constantly weighed them. She was puzzled. Why did the explosion happen all of a sudden? Before this, Mo Chu had cooked at least 7 or 8 times. But this had never happened before. All right, don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Mo Yang did not like how little Chu was acting, so he comforted her softly. This isn't something that can be figured out overnight. Let's take it slow. All right. Mo Chu agreed swiftly. However, she never put down the ingredients in her hands. It was obvious that she was still thinking about it. After so many days, Mo Yang finally understood his little sister's temperament. Although this girl looked weak on the surface, she had a tenacity that was unique to her bones. Why don't you go to the terminal and check it out? Mo Yang suggested. Upon hearing this, Mo Chu's eyes could not help but light up. That's right. How could she have forgotten about this? Mo Chu immediately opened the terminal and entered the Federation library. There was quite a lot of information in there, covering all sorts of topics. This gave Mo Chu quite a number of new ideas. Mo Chu was engrossed in reading when she suddenly discovered that quite a number of documents had been locked. She had no way of opening them. Brother, what's going on? Why can't I open these documents? Mo Chu was puzzled as she handed the terminal to Mo Yang. These are professional documents. You can't open them without a certain level of authority. Many documents were gathered in the Federation Library on the Starnet. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be open to the citizens. There was bound to be a portion of them that needed to be kept secret. Then what kind of authority do I need to open it? After looking through some of the materials, Mo Chu's heart started to form some hazy thoughts. However, the most crucial materials were locked up. Just like watching a suspense movie, it was always stuck on the most exciting parts, and it was very frustrating. This is usually the case. Before Mo Yang could finish his sentence, the doorbell suddenly rang. Mo Chu initially thought that it was someone who was repairing the wall, who knew that when the door opened, it was Will, whom he had met once before. Yo, it's only been a few days, and little sister Chu has already forgotten about me? Looking at Mo Chu's stunned face, Will put on a pained expression. However, there was still a smile on his face, and he was clearly joking. Of course, I still remember, Mo Chu replied with a smile. Will's humor had left a deep impression on her. Hearing this, Will immediately laughed out loud. He flipped the hair on his forehead and said, I told you. It's rare to see someone as handsome as me. How could little sister Chu have forgotten about me? All right, come over and have a seat. Looking at Will's narcissistic expression, Imo Yang shook his head helplessly. Why are you here today? Will was usually quite busy, and if he needed something, he would usually leave a message for him at the terminal. Why was he in the mood to come over personally today? Look at what you're saying. I have something important to ask you today. Will stopped talking mid-sentence. Will's eyes were filled with shock. You didn't do this, did you? Well, Imo Young naturally wanted to protect little Chu out, so he answered ambiguously. Io, you're amazing. Will turned his head around, his expression clearly expressing his shock. Young man, you're really too savage. Will had found this house on Imo Yang's behalf, so he naturally knew how strong this room's ability to withstand pressure was. When he took a closer look at Imo Yang, he was clearly a dashing and handsome young man. So why was his martial prowess so terrifying? Will's incredulous expression was really amusing. Unlike Imo Yang and Imo Chu, Will had the face of a Western aristocrat. If he did not open his mouth, he would be able to deceive others with his elegant and mature temperament. However, as long as he opened his mouth, his naturally comical personality could not be concealed. Enough. Imo Young rolled his eyes at Will. They had been old friends for so many years, so how could he not know this fellow's temperamental character? Just tell me what's the matter. Sigh. Will had a look of being oppressed by evil forces, and traces of tears could be vaguely seen in his pair of blue eyes. All right, I'll speak. There's news from the military academy that they might be able to recruit students this year. When it came to serious matters, Will put away his cheeky smile from before and became serious. Imo Yang, don't you want to give it a try? When it came to the military academy, there was probably no one in the entire Federation who did not know about them. Their fame was similar to Harvard and Cambridge in the 21st century, or even better. It was rumored that 80% of the Federation's elites had graduated from the military academy. This probability could only be described as terrifying. However, correspondingly, the recruitment criteria for the military academy were quite strict. The most basic requirement was that one's elemental energy level had to be above Tier 5. Just this alone was enough to disqualify countless people. In the entire District 12, there were only a few dozen people who could reach Tier 5. However, not all of them could enter the military academy. There were also other criteria like age and physical fitness. If the requirements to enter the military academy were so strict, then those who could graduate from the military academy were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men. You're asking me to go to the military academy? Hearing this, Imo Yang could not help but be stunned. Little Chu had always been in a coma, and he had never thought about this problem. Even if Imo Chu was awake now, he had not thought about it. After all, once he entered the military academy, he definitely would not be able to take care of little Chu like he was doing now. Will, thank you. I understand your good intentions. Imo Yang paused. However, before he could finish his sentence, Imo Chu interrupted him. Brother, you can go. Just by looking at Imo Yang's expression, Imo Chu knew that her brother was prepared to reject him. She also understood it was all because of her. However, she did not want to drag Imo Yang down all the time. Military Academy did not recruit students every year. Instead, they would only recruit new students when they had reached a certain graduation rate. It had been a full 30 years since the last batch of students had been recruited. This was a rare opportunity, so how could she watch her big brother give up? This is really good news. Imo Chu put on a look of excitement. When you go to the military academy to study, I'll go and take a look too. Looking at little Chu's face full of anticipation, Imo Yang could not help but feel a little bitter in his heart. All these years, he had missed out too much because little Chu had fallen asleep. Now that he could finally fulfill one of her wishes, Imo Yang naturally would not refuse. That's right, Will chimed in from the side. The military academy's enrollment is around mid-September, and it's only a little over January now. There's still more than half a year's time. It's a good time to take little Chu out to play. Okay. Looking at little Chu's bright smile, Imo Yang nodded his head in agreement. It was still a long time before the military academy's enrollment, and the two of them were prepared to have some fun on the way. So, they naturally needed to prepare in advance. Imo Chu could not get rid of her gluttonous nature. She was prepared to make another trip to the densewood forest to find more ingredients to perfect her gourmet recipe. Imo Yang, with his sister complex, naturally nodded his head in agreement. This time, they did not need to complete a mission, so it was much easier than the last time. In less than half a day, Imo Chu had successfully found several ingredients. For a moment, her small face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Imo Yang was not idle at the side. Although he could not distinguish which ingredients were edible, he could help to collect them. After all, Imo Chu was only at Tier 2, and it would still take a lot of effort to successfully take down a magical plant. Imo Yang was needed for times like these. The fragrant vine was a very special magical plant. It could release a refreshing fragrance at any time and place. Anyone who smelled it would be attracted to it and walk towards it. However, once they entered the range of the fragrant vine, the fragrance would immediately become stronger, causing people to be in a daze. At this time, it was a good time for the fragrant vine to attack. In the end, only a skeleton was left as its nourishment. Imo Yang was worried that Imo Chu would be disturbed by the fragrance, so he decided to ask her to stand 3 feet away while he went to get the fragrant vine's fruit himself. Imo Yang was experienced and knew that it was very dangerous to succumb to the fragrance. He had to end the battle as soon as possible, so he did not hesitate. The lightning in his hand formed a bundle and immediately attacked the fragrant vine's root. The fragrant vine's root was like a person's heart and brain. Once it was hit, it could slow down the fragrance's release, providing a moment of relief. The fragrant vine was not stupid. It immediately used a part of the vine to block its root, while the other part went towards Imo Yang. Imo Yang turned his body to the side and nimbly dodged the vine's attack. He focused his fire on the fragrant vine's root. For a moment, the man and the vine were locked in a fierce battle. Imo Chu was terrified as she watched from the side. She wanted to help, but she knew what she was capable of. She could only cheer for Imo Yang from the side. At this moment, Imo Chu suddenly realized that she had actually soared into the air. Shocked, she turned around and realized that she had been clawed by a magical beast and was flying into the air. Upon hearing Imo Chu scream, Imo Yang immediately turned around. However, he was entangled by the fragrant vine and was unable to escape. After a moment of shock, Imo Chu quickly calmed down. The water blade in her hand was aimed straight at the magical beast's neck. In her cultivation, Imo Chu realized that the water ball was too big and its attack power was not strong enough. Hence, she cultivated for a very long time before she invented this water blade move. Magical beasts had always been more sensitive than humans. The Gale beast tilted its head slightly and successfully dodged Imo Chu's attack. However, it did not expect Imo Chu to attack it from different directions consecutively. The Gale beast could dodge to the left, but it could not care about the right side. Even though it was just a small water blade, the key was that its edge was extremely thin and sharp. With just a light slash, several bloody scars appeared on the Gale beast's body. Only now did the Gale beast realize that it could not underestimate the creature under its claws. With just a slash of its sharp nails, the skin on Imo Chu's shoulder was torn. Very soon, Imo Chu realized that her entire body had gone soft, and there was no way for her to attack this magical beast anymore. Only then did the Gale beast finally feel at ease. It howled a few times towards the sky, flapped its wings, and brought Imo Chu up. As a result, Imo Chu was carried away like a broken sack. On the other side, Imo Yang finally managed to get rid of the troublesome vines. However, when he found out that little Chu had been taken away by the Gale beast, he could not help but feel anxious and angry. He wanted to attack the Gale beast, but at the same time, he had to take care of Imo Chu below. For a moment, he was in a dilemma and could only give chase desperately. However, Gale beasts were famous for their speed, and no matter how hard Imo Yang tried, he quickly lost sight of it. Imo Yang cursed under his breath, but he still continued to chase after the Gale beast. Imo Chu did not know how long she had been in the claws of the Gale beast, but she felt that the wind had cut her face until it hurt. When it finally stopped, Imo Chu was thrown onto the ground with a bang. If it was not for the soft grass below, her bones would probably have been broken. Even so, Imo Chu's fall was not light. She could not help but wail in her heart. "Hey, Can't you be gentler? After she finally recovered, Imochu raised her eyes and looked around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Oh my, I've met an old acquaintance. There was a chubby little fellow in front of her with a unique hairstyle. Was it not the blood-luminescent beast that she had fed previously? Hey, hey, Imochu hurriedly said, hoping to attract its attention. As expected, when the blood-luminescent beast saw her, its small face immediately broke into a smile and it jumped over. Do you still remember me? The person who fed you French fries and grilled fish before? Imochu had grasped this little fellow's gluttonous nature. Indeed, every time she mentioned food, the blood-luminescent beast's blood-red eyes lit up. This was going to be interesting. Imochu was not worried that it would not understand. From the previous encounter, she knew that although this little fellow appeared cute and silly, it was smart and quick-witted. However, if anyone else knew what Imochu was thinking at this moment, they would definitely be in tears. How was this ferocious beast cute and silly? It was clearly a savage beast. The blood-luminescent beast saw the gourmet food provider and jumped around in joy. Imochu did not have the time to communicate with it. The blood-luminescent beast stretched out its chubby palm and gave her a gentle push. Imochu rolled like a boneless dough. She rolled for a few rounds before he stopped. Seeing this, the blood-luminescent beast did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, it chuckled and blinked its big eyes. It seemed to be very happy. This fellow was gloating. Originally, after being carried for so long, Imochu was already feeling dizzy. After being pushed by the blood-luminescent beast, she was seeing stars. It was as if it had found an interesting toy. It pushed Imochu left and right, wanting nothing more than play with her like a piece of plasticine, having a great time. Imochu complained endlessly. This must be karma. Back then, she had teased this little fellow enthusiastically. Now, she was being teased instead. Hey, stop playing. I'm begging you, all right? Imochu, who was trapped in an endless loop, could not help but cry. Her hands and feet were already starting to go numb, and her head was dizzy. Her entire body was weak. If it continued to play with her like this, she would be crippled. Finally, when the blood-luminescent beast was having fun, it realized that something was wrong. Oh woo! Its chubby little claws gently pushed Imochu. Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that it was frightened earlier? Thinking of this, the blood-luminescent beast immediately turned its head. With a ferocious expression, it roared twice at the Gale beast. Ayo! Ayo! Look at what you've done. I only asked you to bring my gourmet food provider here as soon as you see her. How could you do this to her? How could she cook something delicious for me now that she's frightened? The cries from the blood-luminescent beast frightened the Gale beast greatly. Its huge body subconsciously shrank a little. It cried out a few times like a little wife a war. I was just afraid that she would run away, so I gently grabbed her. After the anesthetic effect wears off, she will be fine. Although Imochu did not understand what the Gale beast was howling about, she saw that the blood-luminescent beast's expression was gradually easing up. Its large palm even patted the Gale beast's head as if it was saying, "Well done. You will be heavily rewarded later." She could not help but be a little stunned. She then turned his head to look at the Gale beast. It did not seem to be offended at all, and even had a look of delight on its face, like a lackey. So this blood-luminescent beast could be considered the boss in the densewood forest? Looking at its posture, it did not look like the silly foodie from before at all. After the Gale beast left with a satisfied look on its face, the blood-luminescent beast strolled back to Imochu's side. It looked left and right and even rubbed its wet nose against her. It was as if it wanted to find out if she carried any delicious food on her like last time. However, after sniffing for a long time, it still could not smell anything. It could not help but blink its eyes in grievance and left while shaking her ace. Sigh, did it leave just like that? Please don't do that. Imochu was on the verge of tears. She did not have any fighting strength at the moment. If she was left here like that, she would probably be eaten by other magical plants and magical beasts in less than half an hour. Little fatty, come back. Don't go. In comparison, she at least had a shared relationship with this blood-luminescent beast. The safety factor was much higher. This nimble little fatty beast had already run a few meters away. When it heard Imochu's voice, its body paused. It turned around and gave Imochu a silly smile before skipping away. "Big brother, can I not call you fatty? Come back." At this moment, Imochu was lying limply on the ground. As she watched the blood-luminescent beast getting further and further away, the sadness in his heart was gushing like a river. It's over. This time, it was like a boat capsized in the gutter. Although Imochu's limbs were weak, her eyes were still looking around cautiously. At this moment, she really wished that she could become invisible so that no one would be able to discover her. At the thought of being discovered by other magical plants and magical beasts, not only would she not be able to resist, but she would also have to watch her flesh and blood being devoured bit by bit. That pain, just imagining it made Imochu's hair stand on end. Hiss hiss, suddenly, a soft sound rang in Imochu's ears. However, the surroundings were silent, and the sound was amplified several times. Could she be so unlucky? Imochu turned her head around, trembling. When she saw it clearly, she could not help but gasp. "Huh!" A huge snake was staring at her from the side. Its pair of triangular green vertical pupils were filled with desire. With just a glance, she estimated this snake to be over 10 meters long, and its body was nearly half a meter thick. The blood-red snake's tongue was slightly split open, and it kept flicking out, sticky saliva dripping all over. This was a gluttonous snake. When Imochu was at home, she took the opportunity to cram in quite a bit of information about magical plants and magical beasts. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression was this gluttonous snake. At that time, she thought that the name of this magical beast was quite interesting, as it was the same as the name of the game she had played when she was young. Who would have thought that she would meet it now? At that time, she had thought it was funny. Now, she wanted to cry. How did the gluttonous snake get its name? It was because it was gluttonous. This gluttonous snake was not picky about anything that it came across. It swallowed everything in one gulp. Of course, this was also partly due to its extremely developed stomach. It was said that most of the gluttonous snakes were not killed by humans or other magical beasts. Instead, they ate so much that they stuffed themselves to death. This could be considered one of the great oddities of the magical beast world. Don't come. Under normal circumstances, Imochu might have been able to fight it. However, she was currently in a damnable state of anesthesia. She did not have the strength to move. She could only pray that the gluttonous snake was blind and could not see her. However, it was very obvious that Imochu's prayers were in vain. This gluttonous snake dragged its long body, but its movements were very fast. It was going straight towards Imochu. Its mouth was wide open, and it wished that it could swallow Imochu in one gulp. Imochu lay on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, and her heart was like a drum, thumping loudly. Could it be that she was going to die in the belly of this gluttonous snake today? Just as a wave of despair appeared in Imochu's heart, the gluttonous snake suddenly stopped when it was 7 to 8 meters away from her. It kept circling the area as if there was something in front of it that made it afraid. "Phew!" Imochu gasped. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She remembered that animals would habitually leave marks on their territory or prey to prevent other animals from snatching it. Then, she compared it to what the gluttonous snake was doing. It must be that the blood-luminescent beast had done something to protect her. Thinking of this, Imochu finally heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-luminescent beast was number 1 in this dense wood forest. This gluttonous snake did not dare to find trouble with it, right? It's safe now. Now that she was less anxious, she realized that her previously tense muscles were starting to feel a little sore. Hiss hiss, it smells so good. The gluttonous snake stared greedily at Imochu, its saliva dripping down, forming a large pool. It had lived for so many years, but this was the first time it had encountered such a fragrant smell. Even though it was so far away, that alluring fragrance still penetrated its nostrils, as if it was tempting it. It wanted to swallow this prey in one gulp. Just thinking about it, that taste would be wonderful. However, the gluttonous snake lowered its head in defeat and looked at the traces on the ground. This was the scent left behind by the blood-luminescent beast. Such fragrant food was surely the blood-luminescent beast's prey. If the blood-luminescent beast were to discover that it had snatched its prey, then it would suffer a miserable end. For a moment, the gluttonous snake was in a dilemma. It was thinking so hard that even its snake tail had coiled into a circle. Choose to eat and choose to die? This was a problem. After some time, the hissing sound suddenly became louder. Imochu's heart trembled. Oh no! Could it be that she had underestimated the gluttonous snake's level of gluttony? Even the blood-luminescent beast's brutal reputation could not suppress its gluttonous nature? Imochu suddenly raised his head. As expected, this gluttonous snake was excitedly slithering towards her. Since the blood-luminescent beast was not here, it would just enjoy this delicacy. To Hades with the consequences. Oh woo! At this moment, a familiar howl sounded. The blood-luminescent beast is back. Imochu swore that she had never been so happy to see the blood-luminescent beast's chubby face. As expected, the moment the blood-luminescent beast appeared, the gluttonous snake that was just about to swallow Imochu suddenly became dispirited. It looked at the delicacy in front of it, and then at the blood-luminescent beast not far away. It closed its eyes, and in the end, it reluctantly left Imochu behind and ran into the distance. Unfortunately, this gluttonous snake met a very vengeful fellow. Oh woo! The blood-luminescent beast was filled with anger. Today, it met a beast who did not care about its life. I am going to kill you. Seeing the savage look on the blood-luminescent beast's face, the gluttonous snake knew that it had encountered a tough opponent. It did not even bother to turn its head back as it continued to slither forward, hoping to escape this disaster. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it was quickly caught up by the blood-luminescent beast who had unleashed its full firepower. That pair of large, iron-like palms went straight for the gluttonous snake's face. Pow! Just this slap had made the gluttonous snake dizzy and disoriented. This scene caused Imochu's heart to skip a beat. The blood-luminescent beast was clearly restraining itself when playing with her previously. Otherwise, with her small body, she probably would not be able to withstand a few slaps before falling apart. Of course, the blood-luminescent beast was very violent towards the gluttonous snake. After a few large slaps, it used brute force to make the gluttonous snake faint. Oh, with such a low standard, you still dare to provoke me? SK. The blood-luminescent beast rolled its eyes and held the gluttonous snake in one hand. At the same time, it hopped and ran towards Imochu. Its face was filled with naivety and cuteness. When the blood-luminescent beast walked to Imochu's side, it casually threw the gluttonous snake in its hand onto the ground and sat on its ace. It used this gluttonous snake as a chair and took out fruit from God knows where to pass it to Imochu. What was this? Although Imochu really wanted to ask, she could not communicate with the blood-luminescent beast. She could only accept the fruit silently. This fruit might be the size of a grape and was dark red in color. It looked quite beautiful. Seeing that Imochu was staring at the fruit in her hand foolishly and did not move at all, the blood-luminescent beast was a little anxious. It quickly stretched out his palm and pushed the fruit towards Imochu's mouth. Oh woo! Hurry up and eat it. Imochu raised her head and coincidentally met the blood-luminescent beast's pair of big eyes that were filled with anticipation and sincerity. The last trace of hesitation in her heart also disappeared completely. If this fellow really wanted to harm her, why would it need to go through so much trouble? Thinking of this, Imochu straightforwardly put the fruit into her mouth and started to chew. Needless to say, the taste was really not bad. It was sour and sweet, a little like a cherry. Before Imochu could savor the taste, a surge of energy suddenly surged from her chest, flowing through her meridians and darting around her body. Arg! Feeling that her entire body was about to explode, Imochu could not help but groan in pain. Her small face was pale, and she was rolling on the ground in pain. Oh woo, what happened? The blood-luminescent beast squatted on the spot, tilted its head, and blinked its big eyes. At first, it was puzzled, but then it suddenly brightened up. Was this a new game? With excitement, the blood-luminescent beast imitated Imochu's appearance. Its round body leaned back and began to roll on the grass. After the large patch of grass had been ravaged by it, The blood-luminescent beast resentfully stopped and ran to Imo Chu's side. Poke! Poke again! The blood-luminescent beast playfully poked Imo Chu's body, its small mouth pouting. Hey, get up quickly, this game isn't fun at all. After the pain gradually dissipated, Imo Chu finally opened her eyes. All of her clothes were drenched in sweat. Before Imo Chu could let out a sigh of relief, her line of sight was completely covered by a chubby big face. Oh, you're finally awake. Get up quickly. The blood-luminescent beast jumped happily at the side, and Imo Chu felt the ground tremble. It was so heavy. Imo Chu's legs trembled as she stood up. Just as she steadied himself, the blood-luminescent beast used its fleshy buttocks to poke her with all its might, almost causing her to fall down again. This little fellow. Imo Chu raised her head and realized that the blood-luminescent beast was holding the unconscious gluttonous snake high up. It seemed like it was going to pass it to Imo Chu. What? Imo Chu blinked. She was not interested in collecting animals. Seeing that Imo Chu did not understand what it meant, the blood-luminescent beast was so anxious that it scratched its cheeks. It did not even care about the gluttonous snake had fallen to the ground. That's right. The corner of the blood-luminescent beast's mouth suddenly curled up. It lifted the gluttonous snake on the ground with one palm and raised its sharp claws with the other. It slashed at the gluttonous snake's body and pulled down again. It peeled off the skin, leaving only bright red snake meat. The gluttonous snake had been knocked unconscious previously, but it did not die. When the blood-luminescent beast did this, it awakened it from the pain. The snake opened its mouth wide and its body shook violently as it struggled, letting out waves of heart-wrenching howls. It scared Imo Chu so much that her little heart was beating wildly. The blood-luminescent beast, on the other hand, did not seem to care at all. It casually threw the skin away and forcefully pulled out a large piece of meat from the gluttonous snake's body. It passed it to Imo Chu with a look of anticipation and even gestured with its mouth. At this moment, Imo Chu finally understood what it meant. It turned out that this fellow was prepared to provide meat for her to make food. Imo Chu did not object to becoming a chef for free. However, she could still hear the gluttonous snake wailing non-stop, and countless amounts of fresh blood were seeping out from its body. When she looked at the bloody piece of snake meat on the blood-luminescent beast's large palm, Imo Chu no longer had the slightest desire to cook. It was only at this moment that Imo Chu understood that the information was not wrong. Just looking at the blood-luminescent beast's skilled skin-peeling and flesh-carving actions was enough to show how ferocious and brutal it was. No wonder everyone was so fearful of it. Seeing Imo Chu's expression of resistance, and then turning his head to look at the gluttonous snake that was struggling in pain, the blood-shimmering beast was stunned at first. Very quickly, as if it had understood something, it hopped towards the gluttonous snake. With its large palm, it accurately the snake's vital point, ending its life. A woo! The blood-luminescent beast howled impatiently twice. Humans are so troublesome. Now can you make me delicious food? How fragrant! The blood-luminescent beast sat at the side, sniffing the fragrance in the air. Its large eyes stared blankly at the snake meat in the pot, wishing that it could scoop it up and eat it clean right now. Wait, Imo Chu rolled his eyes at it. In the end, she could not resist the beast's pestering and became a free cook. However, she had only managed to cook a little of the snake meat before the blood-luminescent beast was unable to restrain itself any longer. It repeatedly tried to rub itself against the side of the pot. If it was not for the fact that she was keeping a close watch on it, she reckoned that it would have already gulped down the entire pot. It was not that Imo Chu was stingy, but it was just that she did not know much about the ingredients of the Federation. If something were to happen to this half-cooked snake meat, it would be a waste. There was not much she could do in the densewood forest, so she could only use simple ingredients. Imo Chu simply took out the portion of edible gluttonous snake meat and used a small knife to cut it into pieces. After that, he took out the pot and water from the terminal and took out the ingredients on the spot. She made a simplified version of the snake soup. Oh, is it not done yet? The blood-luminescent beast was really anxious from waiting, and it could not sit still. It rushed to the side of the pot to stand guard. Soon. Chu gently stirred the snake meat in the pot to prevent it from sticking to the pot. However, this way, the fragrance became even stronger. The stupid look of the blood-luminescent beast whose saliva was about to drip into the pot was simply impossible to watch. Finally, after countless times of harassment from the blood-luminescent beast, the snake soup was finally ready. Chu was very self-aware. She took a bowl from the terminal and filled it with a whole bowl of snake soup. The rest of the pot was left for the blood-luminescent beast. The little fellow was quite smart. It looked at the amount of snake soup in Chu's bowl, and then looked at the pot. It was obviously much more than Chu's. Its meaty face was beaming with joy. It looked very satisfied and plunged its head into the pot. Seeing the blood-luminescent beast's wild and unrestrained action, Chu could not help but smile. She looked at the bowl she was holding and felt that she had good foresight. Otherwise, she would not even be able to taste her own soup. Lowering her head to take a sip, Chu's eyes lit up. Snake meat was not easy to manage. At first, she did not have high expectations. After all, the conditions here were too simple and the ingredients were not enough. However, now that she tasted it, it turned out to be delicious. The simple ingredients highlighted the most essential tender fragrance of the snake meat. After experiencing so many things in a day, Chu was really hungry. After a few big gulps, she saw the bottom of the bowl. In a short while, she finished the entire bowl of snake soup. At the same time, she condensed the water ball in her hand and prepared to rinse the bowl clean. She placed it into the terminal. However, Chu's movements suddenly stopped. Looking at the water ball that had subconsciously condensed in her hand, Chu was pleasantly surprised to find that she could actually use her elemental abilities smoothly. Normally, people who were scratched by the Gale Beast would not be able to use their elemental ability within 48 hours. However, only after 5 to 6 hours, she could already move freely. Clearly, this did not make any sense. However, Chu quickly recalled the fruit that the blood-luminescent beast had given her. Could it be that it had some effect? At this moment, Chu did not know that the fruit was a rare treasure. After consuming it, it could expand the width of a special ability user's meridians. Once the width was expanded, the amount of elemental energy that could be stored would increase. Therefore, this fruit was also known as a divine tonic that could increase a special ability user's innate talent. It was priceless. It was because of this that Chu had been rolling on the ground due to the pain caused by the swelling of her meridians. In order for Chu to quickly cook something delicious for the blood-luminescent beast, it had actually given such an important fruit to Chu. If the people outside were to find out about this, they would probably die of jealousy and envy. Thinking of this, Chu could not help but cast her gaze towards the blood-luminescent beast at the side. This fellow was currently engrossed in his meal. It simply sat down on the ground and directly lifted the pot with its 2 large palms. The snake soup was then poured into her mouth. Oh my God! Chu was dumbfounded. This was an entire pot of snake soup, and this fellow actually finished it in one sitting. Its appetite was really good. Before Chu could say anything, the blood-luminescent beast had already put down the pot. It was still staring at it with eyes full of reluctance. It was using all its strength to smack its mouth. Could it be that it was not full yet? Chu curiously looked at the blood-luminescent beast's stomach. It was not bulging. Where did all the soup go? The blood-luminescent beast did not know what Chu was thinking. After eating and drinking, it became lazy. It lay on the grass with its eyes narrowed. It seemed like it was ready to take a nap. Chu was not as relaxed. Previously, when she was captured by the Gale Beast, her big brother was probably worried. Fortunately, she had recovered her elemental energy and could meet up with Yang. Following the route in her memory, Chu saw a familiar figure after walking for a few hundred meters. Brother! Yang, who was not far away, looked up and his eyes were filled with surprise. Great! He had finally found his sister. He hurriedly ran and carefully looked at Chu. How is it? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Looking at Yang's concerned gaze, Chu smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, Before he could finish his sentence, a series of howling sounds could be heard. This time, the blood-luminescent beast had learned its lesson. The moment it heard the commotion from Yang's side, It immediately opened its eyes and ran over. It held tightly onto Imo Chu's arm with its big meaty palm. This time, it had to keep the gourmet food provider from leaving so that she could cook delicious food for it every day. When it thought about how it would be able to eat its fill every day in the future, the blood-luminescent beast laughed so hard that its eyes almost narrowed into slits. When Imo Yang saw the blood-luminescent beast, he subconsciously assumed an attacking stance. When he saw the blood-luminescent beast and Imo Chu's intimacy, he finally relaxed. "Little Chu, could this be the one we met last time?" "Yes, it's it." Imo Chu nodded and patted the blood-luminescent beast's head lightly. "Hey, little fellow, we're leaving." The blood-luminescent beast turned a deaf ear and only stared at Imo Chu with a pair of big watery eyes. "I'm so pitiful. Can you bear to leave me behind?" Imo Yang, who was at the side, moved swiftly. He immediately went forward and prepared to make his move. He tried to pry the blood-luminescent beast's iron palm that was wrapped around Little Chu. Unfortunately, not only did the beast not budge at all, it even rolled its eyes at him. If it was not for the fact that the gourmet food provider paid attention to him, it would have slapped this fellow to death long ago. He actually dared to touch her? Humph. Imo Chu was really helpless and could only reason with it. "We have to leave first. How about this? I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back." However, the blood-luminescent beast was not so easy to get rid of. It was not easy for it to find a gourmet food provider, so how could it let her go so easily? Hence, the claws that were hugging Imo Chu's arm became even tighter. "Oh, you can't leave. You're not allowed to leave." What should she do? It was definitely impossible to stay here, but looking at the blood-luminescent beast's unyielding attitude, she knew that it was definitely not willing to let her leave. For a moment, Imo Chu was in a dilemma. Then the blood-luminescent beast looked at Imo Chu and slightly relaxed its claws and tilted its head. With a stomp of its feet, the huge blood-luminescent beast actually shrunk to the size of a doll. "Oh, whoa. It should be fine now, right?" The blood-luminescent beast leaped and jumped into Imo Chu's embrace. This way, it could follow the gourmet food provider everywhere, and she could make delicious food for it. It was really too smart. The blood-luminescent beast happily nestled in Imo Chu's arms and found a comfortable position to continue its nap. It did not pay attention to the two people who were stunned speechless. "Aya, what kind of pet is this? It's so cute." "Oh, right. Where did you buy this pet? Can you send me the link on the Starnet?" On the way back from the densewood forest, the blood-luminescent beast in Imo Chu's arms successfully attracted the attention of most of the women. It was not strange. This little fellow was originally cute and charming. After its body shrunk, its cute and silly temperament was magnified. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the women. "Humph." The blood-luminescent beast proudly puffed up its chest. "I am so powerful. You mortals will definitely bow down to me." Its fleshy body twisted and turned as it snuggled into Imo Chu's embrace. "Little Chu, why don't I carry him for a while?" Imo Yang asked softly from the side. The blood-luminescent beast should be quite heavy. If Little Chu carried it all the way, she would probably be extremely tired. To be honest, when he first saw the blood-luminescent beast transform into the size of a doll, Imo Yang was really surprised. All these years, he had never heard of a magical beast that could transform. However, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the truth was right before his eyes. After being surprised, Imo Yang quickly accepted this matter. With a blood-luminescent beast that was extremely powerful following behind, he was less worried about Little Chu's safety. From this aspect, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. "There's no need." Imo Chu smiled and shook her head. "It's not that heavy." The key point was that this little fellow was very xenophobic. Other than Imo Chu, if anyone touched it, it would immediately explode in anger. Its little claws would make whooshing sounds. It did not show any mercy at all. All right then. Imo Yang had also thought of this and could only give up. Fortunately, they would soon be able to walk out of the magical region. When that time came, they would be able to use the drive machine. Little Chu would not have to work so hard. "Oh, woo." Just as they were speaking, the blood-luminescent beast in her arms suddenly patted Imo Chu's shoulder, and its pair of big eyes blinked as it looked at her. Imochu was already very clear about what this meant. This bear was hungry again. It was asking for food from her. No way. Imochu looked around and shook her head as she refused. At this moment, they were almost at the border of the dense wood forest. There were people everywhere, and if they were accidentally discovered by others that she had made new food, that would really be troublesome. We'll make some food for you once we get on the drive machine. Although Imochu appeared calm and indifferent when she said this, her heart was bleeding from the pain. This little fellow was simply too gluttonous. Previously, she had already fed the blood-luminescent beast a few times in succession, but she discovered that this fellow was a bottomless pit. This fellow had already cleared out most of the stocks with her. When she thought of this, she wanted to cry. Looking at Little Chu's predicament, Imo Yang thought of something. He handed over some self-made food such as nutrition capsules to the blood-luminescent beast. The blood-luminescent beast came forward and sniffed them, before immediately pushing them away with a look of disgust. It could not even bother to look at them, let alone eat them. What a picky mouth. Oh woo. Seeing the determination on Imochu's face, the blood-luminescent beast had no choice but to rest. Its chubby body curled up into a ball as it carefully nestled in Imochu's embrace. This appearance aroused the sympathy of many women beside it. What's wrong with it? Is it sick? Look at it. How pitiful. However, it was clear that this move was of no use to Imochu. She had long seen through this guilt trip tactic, all right? On the other hand, the faint reproachful gaze of the women beside her made her feel uncomfortable. After a long journey of suffering, they finally walked out of the magical region. Imo Yang swiftly took out the drive machine from the terminal and opened it. The appearance of this new thing aroused the blood luminary's beast's great interest. It was as if it had eaten stimulants. It instantly recovered from its previous state of listlessness and stretched its body outwards with all its might, wanting to see what was going on. Imochu used all her strength, not letting it get close to the drive machine. This little fellow's destructive power was astonishingly high. If it were to slap the drive machine with its claws, they would really have to walk. Let's go. Imo Yang set up the route, and they boarded the drive machine, heading towards the space station. They had already made a plan beforehand. After coming out of the densewood forest, they were prepared to directly board an interstellar ship at the space station. They would first go to District 9 before turning to District 3, and the military academy would be at the center of District 3. Now, they had an extra passenger, a miniature version of a magical beast. Awur. The blood-luminescent beast remembered Imochu's words. As soon as it sat on this metal lump, it immediately turned its head to ask for food from her. What a little foodie. Seeing the blood-luminescent beast's nervous look, Imochu could not help but laugh. She took out a plate of French fries from the terminal and handed it to it. The blood-luminescent beast immediately received it happily. Its face was full of satisfaction. With Imochu as its gourmet food provider, it did not have to worry about not being able to eat good food in the future. Looking at it, Imochu suddenly thought of something. Little fatty, let me give you a name. If she did not pay attention one day, she would just call out blood-luminescent beast, and it would be over. Name? Hearing that, the blood-luminescent beast's eyes lit up, and it even stopped eating the French fries. Looking at the blood-luminescent beast's expectant gaze, Imochu could not help but lower her head in deep thought. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of its round figure, and an idea flashed through his mind. Why don't I call you Roundy or Fatty? Before Imo Yang could give his opinion, the blood-luminescent beast was already unhappy. It was so mighty and majestic. How could she come up with such a childish name? No, absolutely not. Do you think it doesn't sound good? Imochu asked. Oh well. Of course, it did not sound good. When it came to its own personal interests, the blood-luminescent beast immediately became active. You have to choose a domineering one for me, otherwise, how can it match my imposing appearance? Thinking of this, the blood-luminescent beast even puffed out its small chest as if it was a matter of fact. However, other than its exposed round belly, there was really nothing to see. Then why don't we call it Coolie? It sounded cool and domineering. How was that? Imo Yang set the drive machine to auto mode and joined in the conversation. Coolie? What the Hades was this? The blood-luminescent beast was even more dissatisfied. Could it be that no one in this family knew how to come up with a name? Enough. Imochu knocked on its big head. It's already good enough that I didn't name you Raleigh. You're still being picky here. Since the blood-luminescent beast was unable to speak, Imochu ignored its opinion. There's nothing else to say. I can only choose between two. Do you want to be called Roundy or Fatty? The blood-luminescent beast's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. It did not like both names, but it did not dare to offend Imochu. What if Imochu did not cook food for it in the future? It was Imo Yang who made the decision. Then I'll just be called Roundy. At least it sounded much better than Fatty. In the end, the blood-luminescent beast had no choice but to accept the name. However, its chubby round face looked a little aggrieved. Little fellow, let's go. Imochu gently patted the blood-luminescent beast in his arms and followed Imo Yang towards the interstellar ship. The Federation was extremely large. If one wanted to cross regions, they would have to take an interstellar ship. For example, 21st century planes were equipped with first class and economy class. Interstellar ships were also divided into upper, middle, and lower classes. Between each class, there would be a partition. Through each person's personal terminal, they would be able to successfully identify themselves, open the partition, and enter the cabin. Sitting properly in the designated seat, Imochu tried to comfort the proud blood-luminescent beast. This little fellow was still unhappy about the naming. Roundy, little Roundy, look, this name is so nice. Imochu stretched out her hand and scratched the blood-luminescent beast's small belly. That soft and fine fur felt extremely good. Awoo-awoo. It was still not satisfied with this name, but Imochu's scratching felt really good. Its chubby body simply flattened out and lay in Imochu's embrace, enjoying this rare service. Imo Yang watched from the side, his eyes filled with warmth. Hey, be careful. Suddenly, a woman in the corridor tripped. Imochu reacted quickly and hurriedly went forward to help her up. Are you all right? Pa. Imochu originally had good intentions, but she did not expect to be slapped by the woman. The woman raised Hisher Phoenix-like eyes and looked disdainfully at Imochu. Lowly pauper, don't touch me. Go away. Although the Federation advocated fairness, it was inevitable that due to their power and status, they would be divided into different classes. The most obvious one was district discrimination. Those who were able to live in districts 1 to 3 were all people with great power and authority. Naturally, they would think too highly of themselves and look down on the citizens of other districts, especially those from regions 9 to 12. Fine. Imochu silently withdrew her hand. Kindness was rare these days, but this woman could not appreciate it. Seeing little Chu being humiliated like this, how could Imo Yang endure it? The anger on his handsome face was obvious. If Imochu had not raised her hand in time to stop Imo Yang, he would have exploded. Humph, country bumpkin. The woman snorted coldly. She stood up and was about to walk forward when she suddenly saw the blood-luminescent beast in Imochu's arms. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, how much for this pet of yours? I'll give you 50,000 coins. You sell it to me. It was a commanding tone. Before Imochu could speak, the blood-luminescent beast in her arms was already unhappy and almost jumped up. 50,000 coins? It was a magnificent magical beast, and it was only worth 50,000 coins? Was this woman blind? I don't intend to sell it. Imochu raised her head, staring straight at the woman. However, that arrogant temperament ruined her good looks. All right, I'll give you 500,000 Federation coins. The woman looked like she was giving Imochu a handout. She looked at Imochu with disdain. Aren't you trying to take the opportunity to raise the price? SK. The people at the side looked at Imochu enviously. A small pet could be exchanged for 500,000 Federation coins. This was simply a pie that fell from the sky. Ordinary pets usually cost a few hundred Federation coins. At the very most, it would only cost a few thousand Federation coins. The price of 500,000 Federation coins could be considered to be a huge sum of money. That's right. Mo Yang had been working hard for so many years, but he had only managed to save 300,000 coins. Now, this woman had offered to pay 500,000 coins. It seemed like she was a well-known nouveau riche. Hurry up and give me your personal terminal number. The woman was getting impatient. She stomped her feet and said arrogantly, If I miss this opportunity, I won't offer such a high price again. Imochu was really a self-centered person. She shook her head and kept stroking the blood-luminescent beast in her hands. She may look relaxed, but the words he said were as piercing as frost. You're pretty, but are your ears for decoration? I've already made it very clear that I won't sell my pet. Can't you understand such simple words? Huh. I'm really worried about your IQ. Now, please move aside. I feel like the air is polluted while you're here. Imochu's words were not exaggerated. Compared to ordinary people, her sense of smell was more sensitive. The strong perfume smell from the woman's body had all entered her nose, causing her to sneeze a few times. You. The woman had probably never met someone as merciless as Imochu. Her face immediately turned red, and her phoenix-like eyes wanted to spew fire. The aura in her hands condensed, and the bright red flames were faintly discernible. Just as she was about to use force, a staff member suddenly walked out from the side and stood between the two of them. He looked at the woman with a hint of warning in his eyes. I'm sorry. You are not allowed to use force without permission on the ship. Your seat is in the middle-class cabin. Please follow me. The Federation's law clearly stated that once someone used force on the ship, they would be immediately arrested and sentenced to 1 to 3 years in prison. The woman clearly knew this and did not dare to offend the authority. She could only glare at Imochu hatefully. Just you wait. Imochu ignored her threat and turned around to tease the blood-luminescent beast. Speaking of which, this little fellow was really likable. Awoo. The blood-luminescent beast rubbed itself against Imochu a few times before turning around to look at the middle-class cabin. It rubbed its claws together. I will remember you. There was a distance of 15,000 kilometers to travel from District 12 to District 9, and it would take 3 hours. At first, the blood-luminescent beast could still be obedient, but after a short while, it started to make a fuss. After all, it was accustomed to behaving atrociously in the dense wood forest. Now that it was forced to stay in such a small area, it could not help but feel aggrieved and restless. Do you want to eat something? As a fellow foodie, Imochu understood that delicacies were one of the most effective ways to relieve its emotions. As expected, the eyes of the blood-luminescent beast, who was still in a sullen mood just a moment ago, lit up the moment it saw the food that Imochu had brought out. In order to not be discovered by others, Imochu came up with a good idea. She stuffed small snacks such as French fries into the outer shell of the Federation's food. This way, no one would be able to notice that the food they were eating was different from the others. The blood-luminescent beast was currently enjoying its meal, causing even Imochu to feel hungry. Hence, she decided to start eating as well. Watching from the side, Imo Yang could not help but laugh out loud. Perhaps it was due to the tacit understanding between them as fellow foodies that the actions of the man and beast had reached perfect synchronization. Not only were their chewing actions and lowering their heads at the same angle, but even their mouths were also moving in unison. Their faces were filled with happiness and intoxication. Ningyi Yuan was sitting at an excellent angle, so he could see the entire ship. Naturally, he did not miss this comical scene. The corner of his stubborn mouth rose slightly, which surprised the people beside him. They quickly turned their heads to look out of the window. It was not raining, so why did this guy suddenly smile? Was anyone looking at her? Imochu frowned slightly and raised her head to look at the front of the cabin. However, she realized that it was blocked by the partition. She could not help but smile. She must have been thinking too much. When she turned her head back, she was suddenly attracted by the scenery outside the window. Her eyes were shining. Wow, it's really too beautiful. The windows of the ship were transparent, allowing her to see the scenery outside clearly. A series of rays of light drifted past her like a meteor shower in the 21st century, or the aurora at the North Pole. The halo of light flickered before her eyes, and it was so beautiful that she held her breath. Roundy, look. Imochu picked up the blood-luminescent beast that was still immersed in the food in its arms and pinched its little face. It did not have to focus on eating all the time, and it should cultivate a sense of appreciation for beauty from time to time. Isn't it very beautiful? The blood-luminescent beast turned its head and was annoyed by the interruption. I am in the middle of my meal, and you dare to disturb me? Besides, How could this dull scenery be attractive? Fine. I shall not argue with this foodie. Imochu put down the blood-luminescent beast helplessly and patted its head. You'd better continue eating. Oh woo! The blood-luminescent beast cheered and buried its head into the food again. Suddenly, the cabin shook violently. The blood-luminescent beast was focused on eating and did not react in time. Following its inertia, it fell out of Imochu's arms with a grunt. It rolled on the ground for a few rounds before finally stopping and sitting on the ground. The smooth hair on its body had become extremely messy. Its eyes were lost as it looked at Imochu innocently. Imochu was very amused by this little fellow's stupidity. She could not hide the smile on her face. Oh woo! Oh woo! The blood-luminescent beast was both embarrassed and furious. Its meaty body jumped into Imochu's embrace. It opened its mouth wide, grabbed Imochu's finger, and bit down viciously. How dare you laugh at me? Humph. Imo Yang watched anxiously from the side. Little Chu, quickly take out your finger. After being bitten by the blood-luminescent beast, Little Chu's finger would probably bleed. It's all right. Imochu smiled lightly and stretched out her other hand to help the blood-luminescent beast tidy up its messy fur. She pointed at its moist nose. Have you vented enough? Roar. The blood-luminescent beast let out a low snort, and only then did it release Imochu's finger. There was not even a bite mark on her slender and fair fingers. This little fellow was just pretending to be fierce just now. In reality, it was just pretending to bite Imochu's finger. Seeing that you trust me so much, I'll let you off this time. It turned its head and looked at Imo Yang with disdain. Then, it turned around and pointed its little ace at him. Hey, this arrogant little guy. Hello, passengers. At this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded from the ship. There was a hint of arrogance and mockery. We are the Remnant Blood Interstellar Pirates. Now that the entire ship is under our control, I hope that everyone can cooperate obediently. Otherwise, although he did not finish the rest of his words, the strong sense of threat was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Imo Yang's expression suddenly changed. Only then did he associate the shaking in the cabin with the fact that they had been attacked by the pirate gang. Remnant Blood Interstellar Pirates? Imochu had never heard of this name before. She took out the terminal to check, but she realized that she could not access the StarNet at all. It was probably because they had used a device to block it, right? Imochu did not know how powerful they were, but Imo Yang was very clear about it. The Remnant Blood Pirates were well known throughout the entire Federation. Out of a team of fewer than 20 people, half of them had actually passed Tier 6. Moreover, their captain was even more astonishingly talented. It was said that he had already successfully entered Tier 9. Such combat strength was truly shocking. These pirates were not famous only just because they were strong. They were known for their ruthlessness. Generally speaking, the pirates robbed ships for the sake of money, but the Remnant Blood Pirates were unique. Not only did they rob money, but they would kill people every time, causing the entire ship to be drenched in blood. Only 1% of the people were able to escape these pirates. With a swoosh, the two partitions in the cabin were opened. Looking around, everyone's faces were filled with fear and despair. There were even people who were so scared that they fainted on the spot. Now, obediently cooperate with us. As soon as the pirate finished speaking, the cabin control room's door opened and a red-haired man walked out. Just this aura alone was enough to make one shudder in fear. This is the captain of the Remnant Blood Interstellar Pirates, Remnant Lin. Imo Yang whispered in Imo Chu's ear. This bright red hair was his most prominent symbol. A black-haired man walked towards them from behind. He held a personal terminal in his hand, and his tone was clear yet full of threats. Now, transfer all the money in your terminal to me. If you don't listen. The corner of Remnant Lin's mouth twitched, and he pointed an exquisite energy gun at the head of a man sitting next to him. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by his ruthlessness. Cries of shock, fear, and begging for mercy rose one after another. Bang, there was another gunshot. Another man's head was split open, and he fell down with a face full of fear. TSK, you guys are really too noisy. Remnant Lin lowered his head and twirled the gun in his hand as he lightly said this. Just this sentence caused the entire cabin to instantly become quiet. 3 minutes and 5 minutes passed. The entire cabin was so quiet that it was somewhat unsettling. Even the sound of breathing had almost disappeared. Very good. Finally, Remnant Lin stopped what he was doing. His pair of ruthless eyes swept across everyone and his thin lips slightly opened. I like people who are obedient. The man holding the personal terminal behind him told everyone the terminal number. His meaning was very clear. No one dared to delay and quickly transferred the money to him. As long as they could keep their lives, what was money? Mo Young made the same choice. He was very clear that with his current strength, he could not defeat these people. Under the circumstances, he could only compromise and not fight them head-on. The man holding the terminal glanced at it and reported the results this time. Big brother, we have earned a total of 350 million this time. This huge amount of money definitely made people jealous in the past, but now, no one dared to think about anything else but survival. They were worried that their head would be blown to pieces. Not bad, Remnant Lin said lightly as if he did not care about this money at all. He waved his hand, and the man behind him retreated. Remnant Lin stood up straight, and a trace of an unspeakable evil smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Since the money has already been received, then we. Hearing this, everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. From the tone of his voice, he should be preparing to let them leave. Mo Yang's expression darkened even more. How could Remnant Lin be so kind? As expected, the man continued, let's start playing the game. Shall we? Game? What game? For a moment, everyone was a little flustered, but due to the man's cruelty, they did not dare to show it. Looks like everyone is very curious. Remnant Lin touched his chin, his eyes brightened, and his deep voice carried a hint of temptation. Don't worry, it's very simple. We're playing the murder game. Now, all the ladies present, please step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chu's heart suddenly trembled. Do I need to repeat myself? Remnant Lin's expression darkened, his eyes filled with viciousness. All women, stand out immediately. Although the women present were extremely afraid, under Remnant Lin's pressure, no one dared to disobey. They could only stand out one by one, their legs trembling. Mo Chu was behind them, trying to conceal her figure. Looking at this group of women who were so frightened that their faces turned pale, Remnant Lin frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Enough. This killing game has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, all the women finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could rejoice, Remnant Lin's next words sent them into the abyss once again. Remnant Lin himself was not interested in these women, but his brothers were not to be trifled with. He turned to look at them. Didn't you guys say a few days ago that you were bored to death? Now that a few toys have arrived, you can divide them amongst yourselves. The moment these words were said, all the women on the ship were stunned. In the Federation, as the number of men was higher than the number of women, so the rights and interests of women were very well protected. However, this group of people, how could this group of people dare to commit such a blatant crime? Looking at this group of people's arrogant style, Mo Chu could not help but sigh in her heart. That's right, they dared to do anything. Just a group of lunatics who relied on their strength to trample morality and law under their feet. How could they be reasonable with them? That would be great. Thank you, big brother. The few men behind seemed to have already gotten used to such things. There were even some who directly made a move. No, let go of me. A female voice suddenly burst out. Her tone was filled with fear and desperation. Let me tell you, my father is the Chief Judge of District 3. If you dare to treat me like this, my father will definitely not let you off. Mo Chu initially thought that this girl had a fiery temper. However, after hearing the rest of her words, only 2 words popped out in his mind: idiot. With the current situation, she was about to lose her life, yet she still wanted to use a threatening method to escape? Don't even think about it. As expected, Remnant Lin was leaning against the table when he heard these words. He slowly straightened his body and the corners of his mouth curled up. The Chief Judge of District 3? That's very impressive. The sarcasm in his words was very strong. Even the woman who had been screaming non-stop just a moment ago instantly stopped wailing. She even held her breath and lied to herself, hoping that Remnant Lin would let her off. However, how was this possible? Remnant Lin's strong, long legs were wrapped in his black pants as he walked straight toward the woman. His military boots stomped on the ground, but it was as if he was stepping on the hearts of everyone. The crowd parted to make way for Remnant Lin. One by one, they pushed back with all their might, afraid that they would also be targeted by this moody man. Mo Chu was originally standing at the back, but because of this squeeze, she stood helplessly at the front. It was because of this that she could see the woman's face. It seemed a little familiar. Before she could think about it, the woman started crying again. Don't kill me." Seeing Remnant Lin getting closer and closer with a cruel smile on his face, the woman retreated in panic. In her panic, she crawled and grabbed onto Mo Chu's pant leg and looked up at her. Her phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. "Save me, save me. It was my fault before. Please save me." Only now did Mo Chu realize why she felt that this woman looked familiar. This woman was the one who was so embarrassed that she flew into a rage when she failed to buy the blood-luminescent beast. However, her current miserable appearance was completely different from the elegant lady with exquisite makeup from before. It was no wonder that Mo Chu did not recognize her. It's over. Mo Chu originally wanted to hide in the crowd, but now that she was pulled by this woman, she was completely exposed in front of everyone. Cold sweat broke out on her head. Even Mo Yang, who was at the back, was trembling in fear. His hands were already preparing for an attack. If anything went wrong, even if he had to fight to the death, he definitely could not let little Chu get hurt. You're already in this state, yet you're still looking for help. It seems like your brain is still not clear." Remnant Lin snickered. He inadvertently glanced at Mo Chu, but his gaze suddenly stopped. Perhaps it was because she was in a life-and-death situation and her senses were sharpened by adrenaline. This woman noticed the instant that the Remnant Lin's gaze stopped. Her heart was filled with joy, and she hurriedly pushed Mo Chu forward, hiding behind her. "Kill her! Kill her! Don't kill me!" FCK. Mo Chu could not help but swear for the second time. Just a moment ago, she was begging her for help, and now she was pushing her out to block the muzzle? "Come here." Remnant Lin suddenly opened his mouth and stared straight at Mo Chu. Mo Chu bit her lips hard and slowly moved toward Remnant Lin. Her mind was constantly calculating. How should she deal with this situation? Seeing Mo Chu's turtle speed, Remnant Lin frowned and lost his patience. He pulled Mo Chu over. He took a deep sniff with the tip of his nose and immediately felt the manic feeling in his heart ease up a little. "What's the smell on your body?" Remnant Lin held Mo Chu's hand tightly and stared at her. "Smell?" Mo Chu was stunned. She had thought of many scenarios just now, but she did not expect Remnant Lin to ask such a strange question. "I don't have any smell on my body." Staring at her face and making sure that she was not lying, Remnant Lin slightly relaxed his grip on her wrist. "I can protect you, but—" The corner of Remnant Lin's mouth twitched as he stuffed the energy gun into Mo Chu's hand. "In exchange, you have to kill one of these women with your own hands. Only then can you live." "What?" Mo Chu widened her eyes in disbelief, but Remnant Lin ignored her look. "How about her?" Remnant Lin pointed at the wailing woman. "Didn't she want you to die in her place just now? Now, as long as you kill her, I can spare your life. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." Mo Chu did not speak, but her hand which held the energy gun was trembling slightly. "You don't know how?" Remnant Lin chuckled. "Let me teach you. It's very simple. All you need to do is point the muzzle of the gun at that woman's head and press this button. Then, you will be able to easily finish her off." This energy gun was the latest weapon developed by the Federation. It had high accuracy and high lethality. Don't kill me." Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the woman's face was filled with fear. She could not care about anything else as she scrambled backward in panic. "Hold her down," Remnant Lin growled. The two men beside her immediately stepped forward and forcefully held her down. The woman struggled with all her might, but she could not move an inch. Don't kill me." "What's wrong? You don't dare?" Remnant Lin's thick and heavy breath sprayed onto her back, causing goosebumps to appear all over her body. Mo Chu put down the energy gun and suddenly raised his head to look at him. She enunciated each word clearly. Didn't you just say that we women don't need to play the murder game? Hearing this, the smile on Remnant Lin's lips stiffened, but the interest in his eyes became even stronger. You have guts. You know how to use my own words to shut me up. It was only now that he carefully sized up Imochu. All right, since you don't want to play, then I'll switch to someone else. Remnant Lin raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to start a massacre, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, some people appeared out of nowhere, rushing together and suppressing most of Remnant Lin's subordinates. A sharp wind blade immediately flew to Remnant Lin's face. The situation was instantly reversed. Remnant Lin was no pushover either. The situation had changed abruptly, but his reaction was extremely quick. He dodged at an extremely tricky angle, and the wind blade brushed past his face. He had actually dodged it. Imochu frowned. However, in the next instant, a large, bloody cut wound suddenly appeared on Remnant Lin's face. Although he had dodged the wind blade, he was damaged by the abundant elemental energy. Interesting. The corner of Remnant Lin's mouth curled up into a sneer. One of his hands held tightly onto Imochu's wrist, while the other hand caressed the wound on his face. Drops of fresh blood stained Remnant Lin's fingertip, causing his smile to become even more sinister. Imochu was shocked. This wind blade was extremely thin, but its lethality was not to be underestimated. To be able to control elemental abilities to such perfection, the user was definitely an expert amongst experts. Opposite him, a man stood in the middle of a crowd with a strong, straight posture. Only his deep and resplendent eyes could be seen. Fun. This game is even more fun with resistance. Remnant Lin laughed loudly. He placed his blood-stained finger into his mouth and licked it clean. His arrogant gaze stared straight at the man opposite him. Suddenly, he let out a few unique cries. Imochu frowned. Could it be that Remnant Lin had a hidden move? Indeed, the Remnant Blood Galactic Pirate Gang was not to be trifled with. They had a perfect track record. As long as they made their move, they had never failed. Other than these few people on the surface, Remnant Lin had already arranged for an assassin to hide among the group of passengers. It was just a contingency plan. Look, it came in handy now, right? Unfortunately, Remnant Lin had not been complacent for long before he noticed something strange. He had already given the order, so why was there still no movement? He frowned and swept his gaze across the crowd. Only then did he realize that the hidden stake he had arranged among the passengers was long gone. It was probably already taken care of. A flash of worry appeared on Remnant Lin's face, but it was gone in a blink of an eye. Impressive. There was no longer a smile on Remnant Lin's face. A vicious aura burst forth, and he wished that he could tear this man in front of him apart. This is the first time that someone had schemed against me. Interesting. The man opposite him looked at him and did not say a word. It could be considered as indirectly agreeing with his words. Remnant Lin gritted his teeth and activated the personal terminal on his wrist. His tone was fierce. Fifth brother, destroy the power supply on this ship. A simple sentence made Imochu break out in cold sweat. Once the power supply on the ship was destroyed, they would not be able to continue moving forward. Once they fell into the interstellar black hole, all of them would die. Did this guy want to drag a ship full of people to die with him? This madman. Don't you worry, I've already taken care of them. This was the first time the silver-haired man spoke, but he easily suppressed the panic of the entire ship. Impossible. Remnant Lin's eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief. The people he sent to the control room were all experts. How could they be taken down so easily? Although he shouted in disbelief, looking at the man's determined eyes, Remnant Lin's heart could not help but waver. When he saw that there was no reply from the terminal, he gritted his teeth. I've been fighting sparrows for so many years, I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye today. If that's the case, even if I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me. Remnant Lin threw a series of fireballs at the crowd, causing waves of exclamations. However, they were blocked by a few wind blades casually released by the silver-haired man. The fireballs dissipated without a trace. Remnant Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that he would not be able to get anything out of this man. If it was not for the fact that he still had Imochu as a hostage, he would have been finished off by this man long ago. Let her go, and I'll give you a way out, the silver-haired man said with a firm voice. Oh, there's no need for that. Remnant Lin sneered and suddenly opened the door of the ship. He held Imochu tightly in his hand, and before anyone could react, he jumped. Little Chu, Imo Yang, who was behind, saw this scene and was scared out of his wits. Ao. At this critical moment, the blood-luminescent beast suddenly jumped out. Its sharp teeth bit on the Remnant Lin's hand that was holding Imochu. You bad guy. You want to take away the gourmet food provider that I found with great difficulty. It won't be so easy. Watch me bite you to death. The blood-luminescent beast was not just for show. A piercing pain entered every cell of Remnant Lin's body through his palm. In the end, he could not hold on any longer. He let go of the hand that was holding Imochu and took a closer look. Remnant Lin's palm was already dripping with blood, and it was extremely unsightly. Be careful. The silver-haired man reacted very quickly. He stretched out half of his body and grabbed Imochu's hand. Imo Yang also rushed over to help. However, before he could make a move, this man had already successfully rescued Imochu. How is it? Are you all right? Imo Yang could not bear to see his own sister leaning into the arms of the strange man. He took a step forward and pulled Imochu over as he asked nervously. I'm fine. Don't worry, brother. Imochu smiled and shook her head. Other than her legs feeling a little weak, she was all right. After she calmed down, Imochu turned to thank the man who had saved her. Thank you, uncle. Imochu had classified this silver-haired man with unfathomable skills as a hidden expect. The man's figure paused before he nodded silently. Imo Yang was also sincerely thanking him from the side. If it was not for him, it would be a disaster for little Chu. The man did not say much. He glanced at the two of them before turning around to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Imo Yang could not help but feel a surge of emotions. As the saying goes, the layman watches the show while the expert watches the trick. It was not easy to remove the assassin that Remnant Lin had set up. Imo Yang was well aware of this. Imo Yang had just discovered that Remnant Lin had sent 5 people to attack the control room. Almost every one of them was a Tier 7 expert or above. However, there were only 2 people who stopped them. Although these 2 people were strong, it was impossible for them to fight 2 against 5. Unless these 2 people had already entered the control room and were hiding there so that they could have a chance of winning by launching a sneak attack. However, if that was the case, it meant that the man in front of him had sensed something strange from the beginning. In fact, he had even made a prompt decision to send these 2 people into the control room. After that, he found the hidden assassin arranged by Remnant Lin among the thousands of people. Without alarming anyone, he actually took care of the assassin. Finally, this man also found some powerful special ability users among the passengers and persuaded them to attack Remnant Lin and his men, catching the Remnant Blood interstellar pirates unprepared. As long as any part of the plan went wrong, a massacre would be inevitable. However, this person did it without any mistakes and achieved the greatest success at the least cost. This man's planning abilities, his strength, they were all shocking. Boss, your plan is really good today. 2 men stood beside Ning Yuan, one on the left and the other on the right. They were the 2 people who had just entered the control room earlier. Nonsense, of course. The boss's plan is good. Is that so? Ning Yuan, who had rarely spoken to them in the past, suddenly turned to look at them and asked in a low voice, Do you think I'm very old? Huh. The 2 of them were instantly stunned. Why was he suddenly asking this? Forget it. Ning Yuan waved his hand and turned his head to look out of the window. When he thought of that girl's gluttonous and intoxicated look, his resolute gaze could not help but become gentler. Very quickly, he snorted coldly. Did she call me uncle? I'm only in my 40s. In the Federation, I'm considered a youth in my 300s, all right? This girl had no taste. Finally, this journey of fear and trepidation came to an end. The starship had successfully arrived at District 9. Just as they stepped onto the ground of District 9, a large group of people surged out like locusts. The memories of the episode on the ship were like a nightmare that could not be forgotten, making them shudder when they recalled it. Each and every one of them ran away from the ship as fast as they could. Therefore, when Imo Yang and his sister came down, they realized that most of the people on the ship had already run away. The number of people left could be counted with one's fingers. Ning Yuan looked at Imo Chu and his sister in the corner. After hesitating for a long time, he finally turned around and left. However, the two subordinates by his side saw this scene and had some guesses in their hearts. Boss is getting older, so it's natural for him to have thoughts of love. It's not strange. It's not strange at all. The two of them tried to comfort themselves, but their stiff footsteps and widened eyes clearly showed that they felt differently. Boss actually started to pay attention to that little girl? This was just abnormal. Imo Chu did not pay attention, not them. Previously, Imo Yang had already rented a room on the Starnet. Now, they could just carry their bags and move in. When they reached the room, the two of them took a short break before Imo Yang asked, "Little Chu, do you want to rest for a while or go out for a stroll?" Well, before Imo Chu could reply, the blood-luminescent beast had already started causing a ruckus. "Oh woo. Let's go out, let's go out. Let's not stay in this small house." That fleshy body kept flapping in Imo Chu's arms, and its big watery eyes were staring at her blankly. Previously, they had been staying in the sealed cabin, and it felt really suffocated. Now that it finally had the chance to go out for a stroll, how could it let go of this opportunity? All right. Imo Chu patted the blood-luminescent beast's head lightly and agreed with a smile. "Since we're not tired, we might as well go out for a stroll." The blood-luminescent beast had made a great contribution by biting Remnant Lin, so Imo Chu naturally doted on it a little more. When she walked out of the room and heard the bustling noise beside her ears, Imo Chu could not help but sigh. District 9 really lived up to its reputation. Compared to District 12, the bustling activity here was obviously a step up. There was so much activity and so much to see here. Imo Chu was getting excited, and even the blood-luminescent beast was jubilant. Suddenly, she heard a disgusted shout. "Go away, go away." When she heard the sound, she looked over. An old man with a hunched figure was carrying a large basket on his back. His pair of thin hands were trembling as he pulled on the sleeves of a middle-aged man. There was an obvious pleading expression on his face. "I've already told you, we've already bought enough. We don't want any more. No, please take a look again. My sea goods are all very fresh. They're not adulterated at all." The old man's tone was weak. "I've already told you that there's no need, old man." The middle-aged man kicked the old man away. After cursing in a low voice, he turned around and left. "Brother, what's happening?" Looking at this scene, Imo Chu could not help but frown. However, she did not understand what was going on, so he naturally wouldn't act rashly. "I think this old man is selling sea goods." Imo Yang took a few glances and understood. In District 9, many ordinary people without special abilities rely on this to survive. The border of District 9 is near the sea, so there are many sea goods to be harvested. Most of these sea goods aren't dangerous, so even ordinary people without special abilities can collect them. Imo Yang sighed, however. Because of this, these sea goods are almost worthless. Only a small number of people buy them for processing. The prices of these goods aren't high. As there are too many people collecting them, they aren't worth much. These ordinary people often worked hard for an entire day and did not necessarily earn much money. Sometimes, in order to successfully sell these sea goods, they had to beg. Even so, their lives still did not improve much. Listening to Imo Yang's narration, they watched the old man in front of them stand up shakily and walk towards the corner of the street. Imo Chu's heart trembled as she followed behind him. Naturally, Imo Yang followed closely behind him. After turning two corners, he saw a small river in front of her. The old man was sitting by the river with his head lowered. He was holding the goods in the basket tightly in his hands. "Grandpa, what are these?" Imo Chu walked forward. When he got closer, she realized that the old man was really suffering. His pair of large rough hands were already covered with calluses. The wrinkles seemed to have been carved into the corners of his eyes, and they could not be erased no matter how hard he tried. When he heard the voice, the old man raised his head in panic. When he saw that it was a weak girl in front of him, he gradually relaxed and caressed the basket lovingly. "These are all sea goods. They were fished out from the sea. They're really beautiful." Imochu's words were not empty compliments. There were quite a lot of sea goods in the basket. The colors were bright, and the shapes were different. It was quite interesting. When he heard this, the old man seemed to have found a confidant. He immediately said, "Exactly. Look, there are beads hidden in these algae." "There are beads hidden in the algae?" When Imochu heard this, she could not help but think of the pearls in the clamshell. Could it be that these beads were pearls? When she thought of this, she was even more excited. If they were really pearls, the value of these things might be doubled. By then, the old man's life would naturally be much better. "Grandpa, can I have a look?" Hearing this, the old man did not waste any time. He immediately picked out some algae from the basket and gently peeled the bottom of it. With a slight squeeze, he took out a few beads. Imochu took a closer look and could not help but be disappointed. These beads were of different shapes and colors. They were completely different from the pearls in her memory. Moreover, there was not a single bit of brilliance on these beads, and nor were they edible. Imochu felt as if she was doused with cold water. Her small face became slightly dispirited. However, the old man could not stand her listless look. He casually took a few pearls and smiled as he stuffed them into Imochu's hands. "Come, little girl, take them and play with them. I'll treat this as a gift to you. It's not worth much anyway." "No need." Imochu hurriedly declined. The old man needed to sell these to make a living, so how could she take them? However, she did not expect the blood-luminescent beast in her arms to be a prankster. When he saw the beads that the old man stuffed into Imochu's hands, his eyes lit up. He took the beads and swallowed them all. Roundy, this glutton actually swallowed the olive beads? Imochu was worried and amused at the same time. She quickly lifted the blood-luminescent beast upside down and patted its belly with all her strength. "Hurry up and spit it out." Imochu's actions were not gentle at all. The Roundy glared at her a few times, but in the end, it obediently spat out the beads. After counting a few times and seeing that there was not a single one missing, Imochu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Good heavens! Raising a pet was just like pleasing a lord. Imochu smiled and shook her head. However, she noticed that one of the beads had been bitten open by the blood-luminescent beast's sharp teeth. Fine white powder leaked out from the tiny cracks, forming a flickering, faint white halo. Seeing this, Imochu's eyes could not help but light up. Imochu stretched out her finger and lightly touched some of the powder before putting her finger into her mouth. When the blood-luminescent beast saw this, it immediately became anxious. "You asked me to spit it out, and now you're eating it yourself?" "Humph." It jumped up and licked the remaining white powder on Imochu's finger with its rough tongue. "Ayo?" It had a smug expression on its face, but it immediately turned into a twisted and struggling face. Its two paws kept digging on the ground. What was that thing? How could it be so bitter? The blood-luminescent beast had a sour look on its face. It kept spitting saliva, trying to get rid of the strange bitter taste in its mouth. Imochu looked at it from the side and found it funny. This greedy little thing has finally suffered the consequences. Imo-yang, on the other hand, looked at the blood-luminescent beast worriedly. "Little Chu, will Roundy be all right like this?" "Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'll just let it drink more water later." Upon hearing Imochu's words, the blood-luminescent beast could no longer hold back. With a leap, it jumped directly into the river. It drank its fill before coming out of the river, its fur soaking wet. Ignoring this little kid who was playing around, Imochu once again tasted the white powder. A faint salty taste reverberated in her taste buds. This familiar taste made her happy. It was indeed salt. In fact, when she first saw this fine white powder, Imochu had some guesses. Now that she tasted it, it really was salt. Imochu had already collected quite a number of ingredients, but she had not found any salt. Because of this, she always felt that her cooking was lacking in flavor. For this reason, she even went online to look for it, but she still did not find anything. Who would have thought that she would actually run into it here today? It was such a coincidence. "Grandpa, how much do you want for this bead?" It was not easy to finally see such a treasure, so Imochu naturally had to seize the opportunity. The old man did not understand what this little girl was doing, but her question was very clear. Even her tone was filled with surprise and excitement. Little girl, are you preparing to buy it? Yes. Imochu smiled and nodded. How much do you want? Then I'll pick out this basket of pearls for you first. The old man's hands were trembling. As if afraid that Imochu would regret it, he immediately took out the goods from the basket. Young lady, please wait. Okay. Imochu did not refuse and said, please take your time. I'm not in a hurry. All right. The old man agreed, but his hands did not stop. In less than 10 minutes, the old man had picked out all the beads in the basket. For all these, 30 Federation coins, all right? The old man lowered his head slightly and immediately added, if it doesn't work, 25 Federation coins will do. Imochu swept his gaze across the goods. There were about 70 to 80 pearls here. If she were to extract them for salt, there would be around 2 to 3 caddies worth of salt. The exchange rate between Federation coins and the currency from her previous life was about the same. If she were to compare to her previous life, then the price was a little expensive. However, this was the Federation. Once it was used properly, the price of salt would increase by more than 10 to 100 times. Young lady, do you think this price is feasible? Seeing that Imochu did not speak for a long time, the old man asked in a soft voice. However, the more he spoke, the less confident he became. This price. Imochu raised her eyebrows slightly and replied with a smile, it's a little too low. For a moment, the old man thought that he had heard wrongly. How about this? I will give you a total of 300 Federation coins for these beads. Imochu stated her own price. In the future, if you still want to sell these beads, you can come to my house and look for me. I will buy them at the same price. Seeing the disbelief on the old man's face, Imochu did not explain further. These ordinary people without special abilities were worried about their daily meals, not to mention buying a personal terminal that was extremely expensive for them. Naturally, they were unable to receive money through the terminal system, so Imochu took 300 Federation coins from Imo Yang and passed them to the old man. At the same time, she told him the address of the apartment they were currently renting. You're really giving this to me? The old man held the money in his hand, his voice trembling. Even if all the goods in his basket were included, they would at most be sold for 40 to 50 Federation coins. Now, these few beads could actually be sold for a sky-high price of 300 Federation coins. If it was in the past, the old man would definitely not believe it. But now that the facts were right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Then, if it were someone else's beads, would I be able to sell them to you? The old man licked his lips, feeling a little embarrassed. Many of my relatives and neighbors can pick these beads. Of course, Imochu agreed. I'm prepared to buy a large number of them. The more the merrier. Upon hearing this, the old man's face immediately broke into a smile. Even the deep wrinkles on his face seemed to have smoothed out quite a bit. That's great. Thank you. I have to hurry back and tell everyone about this. All right, goodbye. Imochu nodded with a smile. He watched the old man walk further and further away with the basket on his back. He kept repeating the address of her house, afraid that he would forget it. Turning his head, the blood-luminescent beast was staring at her with a face full of anger. Ayo. What's so good about buying this bitter thing? Hurry up and get rid of it. If it wasn't for these beads, I wouldn't have displayed such an embarrassing appearance and even ruined my image. That won't do. Imochu shook her head and carefully picked up the beads on the ground and put them into the terminal. If you want to eat delicious food, you must have these things. How is that possible? The blood-luminescent beast looked at the beads in Imochu's hand with disdain. How could such bitter things taste good? However, he knew that Imochu had never lied to it before, so it gave in. Looking at Imo Yang beside her, Imochu felt a little guilty. She had used her big brother's money. Brother, you won't blame me for acting so recklessly, right? Silly girl. Imo Yang gently rubbed her hair. We're brother and sister, so there's no need to say things like that. Besides, you're not a reckless person. Looking at the trust in Imo Yang's eyes, Imochu's heart warmed. She told him her plan. Brother, how much money do you think I can earn if I sell the grilled fish on the Starnet? I've already checked before. The expenses of military academy aren't low. We can take this opportunity to earn some money. We should prepare for the living expenses. The military academy was located in the center of District 3. The cost of living there was ridiculously high, and goods were really expensive. Although Imo Yang had a lot of money in his terminal, it would deplete really quickly there. Therefore, they had to make preparations as soon as possible. Hearing this, Imo Yang could not help but tear up slightly. However, the smile on her face was like a warm spring sun. "All right, I shall depend on you for our future expenses, big brother." When Imo Chu got home, she could not wait to break the beads she had bought. She took out the powder from inside the beads and carefully placed it in a bottle. "Is this thing so precious?" Imo Yang could not help but ask curiously. It was the first time he had seen little Chu so cautious. "Wait until I make some food for you. You'll know the benefits of it." Imo Chu smiled and kept him guessing. Then, she turned around and began to cook her delicacies. She had not finished eating the snake meat before, and the rest was placed in Imo Chu's personal terminal. She took out a portion of snake meat and cleaned it up, cutting it into small pieces. Then, she scattered some salt on the surface of the snake meat and rubbed it a few times. She wanted to let the taste permeate even more. Imo Yang had also brought a set of kitchenware that he had specially made for her. Imo Chu skillfully heated the pot and put in some soybean oil. After the oil temperature rose, she put in water which was cut into pieces and waited for the fragrance to come out. She then poured the snake meat into the pot and stir-fried it until the color changed. Then, she added a suitable amount of water and salt to season it. When the temperature was high, she turned it down. The light from different ingredients interweaved together. It was sparkling and beautiful. Imo Chu took a small pot lid and covered the pot with it. She let it simmer slowly. Just one dish? After thinking for a while, Imo Chu took out some potatoes from the terminal and prepared to make a shredded potato. One meat and one vegetable, what a perfect match. The shredded potato was a simple dish, but it was not easy to make it well. Firstly, the thickness of the shredded potato had to be the same, so that the taste would be even. Secondly, the heat had to be controlled well. If the heat was too low and the cooking time was too short, the finished dish would taste raw. However, if the heat was too high and the cooking time too long, the shredded potato would become soft, and the texture would not be as crisp. However, this was not a big problem for Imo Chu. After 10 minutes, the shredded potatoes were ready. The snake meat was just right at this moment. It was cooked until it was crisp and tender. The juice was thick and the taste was sweet. Imo Chu nodded her head in satisfaction before loading them onto the plate. "Come, try it." Imo Chu smiled as she brought 2 dishes onto the table. The blood-luminescent beast at the side could not hold it in any longer. It placed its meaty claws directly onto the plate, but it was slapped down by Imo Chu. "Wait for me to put it into the bowl for you." The blood-luminescent beast pursed its lips and turned its claws towards the bowl that was filled to the brim. It immediately stuffed a piece of snake meat into its mouth, and its face immediately lit up. Imo Yang was not willing to be left behind. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and put a piece of meat into his mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls, his eyes lit up slightly. He had tasted quite a lot of the food that Imo Chu had prepared previously, but he felt like this one was different. The taste was much better than before. The freshness and tenderness of the snake meat and the fragrance of the potatoes were all present. "Is this the effect of the powder?" Imo Yang turned his head, somewhat in disbelief. He had been watching from the side just now, and little Chu had only added a little powder, but the effect had increased exponentially. "Yes." Imo Chu raised her little chin proudly. "Now you see my wisdom, right?" Looking at little Chu's smug look, Imo Yang could not help but smile. Of course. Hearing that, the smile on Imo Chu's face widened. However, when she turned her head to look at the dining table, the smile immediately faded. "Roundy, stop. Oh my God." While she was chatting with Imo Yang, the gluttonous little blood-luminescent beast actually finished 2/3 of the food on the table. Hearing Imo Chu's scolding, the blood-luminescent beast put down its oily paws and stared at the food on the plate with reluctance. It was so delicious, more delicious than anything it had ever eaten before. As for the food in its bowl, it had already been swallowed clean, and not even a trace of oil could be seen. Imo Chu sighed lightly. Previously, she had been worried about Roundy's big appetite, so she had specially made some more. who knew that she had still underestimated this fellow's explosive power. Brother, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, it will get cold later. All right. Mo Young agreed and passed his empty bowl to Mo Chu. You should hurry up and eat too. Hence, at the dining table, Mo Chu and Mo Young were eating with relish. The blood-luminescent beast was watching from the side, its face filled with longing and grievance. If other people saw this pitiful little creature, it would attract their sympathy. After eating, the two of them and the beast lay lazily on the sofa. Mo Young suddenly recalled what Mo Chu had said earlier and could not help but ask, Little Chu, you said earlier that you wanted to sell these meals? Yes. Mo Chu nodded. I'm planning to open a shop on the Starnet that specializes in selling our meals. What do you think? Mo Young was silent for a moment before his slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. If you really want to open this shop, I'm not worried about the sales volume. However, people will discover that this meal can also replenish elemental energy. When the time comes, Mo Young frowned. Right now, both his and Little Chu's abilities were still too weak. Any strong expert would be able to crush them to death. If he were to reveal Mo Chu's talent at this time, it would be a disaster instead of a blessing. Brother, you're worried. Mo Chu smiled and waved her hand. I understand your concerns. I'm not opening this shop right away. It's just a preliminary idea. I need to make some preparations too. Right now, Mo Chu only had a few ingredients on hand. There was still a long way to go before she could open the shop. However, this salt is a necessary ingredient for cooking. We can buy some in bulk first. That's good too. Mo Young nodded. In the future, before he could finish speaking, the elemental energy in his body suddenly began to surge, as if it was restless. This feeling was quite familiar. Mo Young and Mo Chu's eyes met for a second. They immediately understood that this snake stew was probably similar to the grilled fish from before. It could promote the growth of the elemental energy, and they could not help but feel delighted. Enduring the rolling pain in his body, Mo Chu carefully recalled the process of cooking the snake meat. In the end, she remembered that she had used the lid to cover the pot of snake meat, and she busied herself making shredded potatoes. She forgot to see if the lights had fused with each other. I made a mistake. Mo Chu bit her lip in annoyance. Thanks to the nourishing effects of the snake meat, the two of them were able to increase their energy levels further. Mo Young had officially stepped into the middle level of Tier 6 while Mo Chu had entered the upper level of Tier 2. Feeling the abundant elemental energy in his body, Mo Yang's heart was filled with joy. He had some doubts about the grilled fish from before, but the snake meat stew today had allowed him to truly realize how powerful Little Chu was. Although taking pills could also achieve the effect of increasing elemental energy, it was very rare to have such strong effects. Usually, such capable alchemists would be highly revered. Moreover, Little Chu did not put in effort in the path of pills. Instead, she had opened up a new path and created a new type of resource. Mo Young thought about all the materials that they had thrown away as if they were trash. However, in his sister's hands, she turned the trash into magic, and they gained a new purpose. Mo Young could not help but feel a little proud. He turned his head and saw that Mo Chu was busy in the kitchen. She had made food that increased elemental energy twice in a row, but she could not figure out the key to it. It was as if she had accidentally hit on the right result, but she could not deduce the process no matter how hard she tried. Mo Chu was feeling really anxious. She simply took out all the remaining snake meat from before and experimented over and over again. Mo Chu first followed the previous method and made another pot of snake meat. As expected, she saw the light interweaving and finally fusing into a milky white color. The effect was exactly the same as the grilled fish, but the milky white color was a little thicker. After putting down the pot of snake meat, Mo Chu lit the fire again and added another ingredient on top of the original base. The final snake meat that was prepared had a similar taste, but it did not have the function of increasing elemental energy. She reduced another ingredient. The result was still the same. After trying different permutations, Mo Chu finally figured out a few key points. It seemed that food that could increase elemental energy had a specific ratio. It was not something that could be made with just 2 or 3 ingredients. There's no rush in making this. Why are you so anxious about it? Mo Young walked over. When he saw that little Chu's face was slightly pale, he reprimanded her in a low voice. Got it. I'll definitely pay more attention next time. Mo Chu agreed with a smile. She had probably cooked the snake meat more than 10 times in a row. She was really tired, but it benefited that gluttonous little fellow, Roundy. All the food entered its stomach. That's right. The blood-luminescent beast looked at the more than 10 plates of food on the table and was extremely excited. Delicious food. All of these delicious food belonged to it. Roar, roar. It was blissful. Like a whirlwind, the blood-luminescent beast cleared away all the food on the table. Even its meaty belly was now slightly protruding, but it did not pay much attention to it. Its plump face was filled with satisfaction. Mo Chu brought the blood-luminescent beast over after it had eaten and drunk its fill. She touched its belly and felt like it protruded even more than before. Roundy, you seem to have gained a lot of weight compared to before, huh? Why don't I give you a diet? Upon hearing this, the blood-luminescent beast immediately opened its eyes. Its gaze was filled with fear. Diet? Why did it have to go on a diet? It was clearly mighty and majestic in its current state. How could you call it fat? Looking at the blood-luminescent beast's expression of I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Mo Chu could not help but chuckle softly. She felt the fatigue leave her body. Haha, this little fellow was really too funny. Looking at Mo Chu's crafty smile, the blood-luminescent beast finally reacted. It had actually been deceived. The moment its little temper flared up, it pouted and jumped out of Mo Chu's embrace, walking towards the door. Humph, I won't bother with you anymore. Don't go. Seeing that this arrogant little fellow was about to leave, Mo Chu hurriedly went forward and hugged it in her embrace. She said, How about this? When I get new ingredients, you'll be the first to eat my cooking. The temptation of these words was so great that the blood-luminescent beast paused mid-stride. It hesitated for a while, and in the end, it succumbed to the charm of delicacies and obediently lay down in Mo Chu's arms. Sigh. It was really easy to persuade this little foodie. Mo Chu's lips curled into a smile as she turned his head to look at Mo Yang. Oh right, brother. Is there a magical region like the Densewood Forest nearby? Since he had figured out some of the tricks to cook food that boosts elemental energy, Mo Chu naturally wanted to take advantage of the situation and try them out. Of course. Mo Yang nodded. He had already done all his homework and was now very familiar with the terrain. Let's go together tomorrow. Don't bring Roundy along. Mo Yang decided to increase his strength as soon as possible. This way, he would be able to help little Chu. When the blood-luminescent beast heard this, it immediately became unhappy. It glared at Mo Yang. Why don't you want to bring me along? You're discriminating against demonic beasts. Seeing that the blood-luminescent beast wanted to bite him, Mo Yang hurriedly explained, Your pressure is too great. If you walk beside us, who would dare to make a move against us? Naturally, this would go against their objective of training. Ao, the blood-luminescent beast complained. It had always lived in the magical region. Now that he finally had the chance to go back and take a look, how could he miss it? Mo Chu also thought of this point. Why don't we do it this way? We'll bring Roundy with us. When we get there, we'll split into 2 groups. When we come back, we'll gather together. What do you think? Mo Yang and Roundy did not reject it, and it was settled. The doorbell suddenly rang. Mo Chu was slightly stunned. They had just moved in. So who could it be? Mo Yang had some guesses and immediately opened the door. As expected, the person standing outside the door was the old man who had sold the beads to Mo Chu. There were also quite a few people behind him. I'm sorry to disturb you. We still have quite a number of beads here. Do you want to see them? Mo Chu also walked over. Seeing that they were all carrying baskets filled with beads, she could not help but feel delighted. Come in. No, there's no need. The old man looked at them and hurriedly waved his hand. Even if they worked for another 30 to 40 years, they would not be able to afford such a good house. It was better not to go in and cause trouble for others. We'll just stay here. Seeing this, Mo Chu did not say much. She paid for the beads from their respective houses. After thinking for a moment, he turned to look at the old man. Big brother and I have other matters to attend to, so we can't be at home all the time. How about this? If someone wants to sell their beads, they can bring them to you first. You can come back every 10 days to settle the accounts. How about it? Seeing Imo Chu's trusting gaze, even though the old man felt a little apprehensive, he still agreed. All right, I'll go back and tell them. The next day, Imo Yang brought Imo Chu to the deep sea forest, one of the 9 regions' largest magical regions. As the name implied, the deep sea forest was next to an endless ocean. The light blue seawater reflected the blue sky, making it look quite leisurely. If this was the 21st century, it was probably a world-famous tourist attraction. However, now that Imo Chu was walking in it, she did not dare to relax at all. The moment she entered the deep-sea forest, a sense of caution arose in her heart. Looking at Imo Chu's alert state, Imo Yang, who was a few steps behind, could not help but nod slightly in approval. The two of them quietly observed their surroundings. Only the blood-luminescent beast was an exception. The moment they walked into the forest, it started to have fun. It could not stay in Imo Chu's arms any longer and jumped down. The familiar aura of a magical region made the blood-luminescent beast quite excited. Sometimes, it rolled on the ground, and sometimes, it would tease those low-level magical plants. It was having a lot of fun. Roundy, come here. Imo Chu instructed in a low voice. Go and play by yourself. Later, when the sky turns dark, gather with us here. Understand? The blood-luminescent beast nodded obediently, turned around, and hopped a few times before disappearing. Imo Yang and Imo Chu also continued to walk forward. Without the pressure of the blood-luminescent beast, the two of them soon welcomed their first attack. To be more precise, it was Imo Chu who welcomed the attack. Although the magical plants and magical beasts in the magical regions did not have super high intelligence like humans, they all had an instinct to recognize strength. Most of them would only attack humans who were lower or of the same level as them. They would not foolishly send themselves in front of high-level special ability users. Right at this moment, a pitch-black magical beast set its sights on Imo Chu and immediately launched an attack on her. The 2 sharp fangs at the side of its mouth were raised as it fiercely charged toward her body. This magical beast was about several inches taller than her, and its body was huge. Because of this, its movements were relatively slow. Imo Chu turned her body sideways and dodged this attack. Following that, a few water blades flew out from her hand. She originally thought that this magical beast would be injured by the water blades, but surprisingly, it did not even bother to dodge her attack. It charged toward Imo Chu once again, and the water blades landed on its body like a drop of water in the ocean. It did not even cause the slightest ripple. Seeing this, Imo Chu could not help but gasp. What kind of magical beast was this? Its skin was so thick. When the water blade hit its body, there was no reaction at all, let alone wounding it. Imo Chu was stunned, and the magical beast had already rushed in front of her, its 2 bright and sharp fangs pointing straight at her. Imo Chu's heart trembled. She might not be able to react in time. If she dodged backward, she would definitely be hit by its attack. As this thought flashed through her mind, Imo Chu simply used all her strength to kick the ground and pounce forward. Seeing this, the magical beast was even more delighted. This person was probably scared silly and walked right into its trap. Hence, it charged even more energetically. Just as the magical beast's fangs were about to touch Imo Chu swiftly grabbed a branch on top of it and vaulted herself upward. She landed behind the magical beast, and the charging beast almost flipped over. Phew! Imo Chu stood at the back, and her breathing became rapid. Her 2 slender, tender hands trembled slightly. When she gripped the branch, several parts of her hands had been scratched, and some of them were even bleeding. Imo Yang watched from behind and felt a heartache, but he stopped himself from interrupting. Before they came here, Imo Chu had taken the initiative to suggest that she wanted to try acting alone. Imo Yang thought about it for most of the night and finally agreed. However, he also proposed an additional condition. He would always be watching from behind. Once little Chu's life was in danger, he would immediately take action. This magical beast's cultivation level was about the same as Imo Chu's. However, its tough skin was a little troublesome, and she did not know if she could handle it. Watching the fight from Imo Yang behind, he felt a little worried. Imo Chu's mind was also spinning non-stop. If she threw it at the beast, she might be giving it a nice bath. Before Chu could come up with a solution, the magical beast that almost fell over had already turned back in anger and embarrassment. It continued to charge at her with increased vigor. Chu hurriedly jumped to the side and dodged once again. The magical beast could not hurt Chu at all, but Chu could not do anything to it either. In this way, the woman and the beast were in a stalemate. On the surface, the two of them were tied. But how could Chu's physical strength compare to the magical beast? After some time, Chu was already panting, her face pale, and even her body was a little sluggish. On the other hand, the magical beast was still full of energy, as if what happened just now was just a simple warm-up exercise for it. Chu was also well aware of this. If she continued to fight, she would definitely lose. However, if she were to give up now and turn to Yang for help, she would never be able to stand up for herself. Chu stood up straight again. As she dodged every attack of the magical beast, she carefully observed it. She did not believe that this magical beast was impervious. However, after looking at it for so long, Chu could not find any weaknesses. The more anxious she was, the more chaotic it became. There were a few times when she was almost pierced by its fangs. The longer it took, the more sluggish Chu became. She understood that if she still did not move, she would have no choice but to surrender. With a cry, she threw a few more water blades at the magical beast. However, the magical beast did not care at all. It was impossible to hurt it with just this little thing. Chu continued to throw out water blades, trying to slow down the magical beast. This silly girl. Yang watched anxiously from behind. How could this elemental energy be wasted like this? In this magical region, the more elemental energy one had, the more chances one had to survive. One had to know that once the elemental energy in Little Chu's body ran out, not to mention this magical beast, even other magical beasts and magical plants would come and take a share of the pie. At that time, she would not be able to escape. Chu had no way of knowing what Yang was thinking. The water blades in her hand continued to hit the magical beast's body. The magical beast did not mind. It continued to glare at Chu like a tiger eyeing its prey. However, it did not expect that this time. The water blade that Chu released was actually aimed straight at its throat. With a slicing sound, the water blade pierced through the magical beast's skin, penetrating its neck ruthlessly, and fresh blood instantly splattered out. Even so, Chu did not dare to relax. She jumped on the opportunity and sent out a few more water blades at the magical beast's throat. In a short while, the magical beast collapsed on the ground, fresh blood flowing all over its body. Huff, huff, Chu sat on the ground. Her face was full of sweat, and his breathing was extremely rapid. She had finally killed it. It was only at this moment that Yang walked out from behind. When he saw Chu's exhausted appearance, he felt both heartache and pride. He praised, "Well done." "Of course." Chu panted and replied with a smile, "I'm your sister after all." "All right. You were amazing." Yang's lips curled into a smile, and he was a little curious. "However, how did you know that the magic beast's weak spot was at its throat?" Yang could see it clearly from behind. The water blades that stabbed the magic beast were aimed straight at its throat. It was unlikely that Little Chu had accidentally hit its throat. However, he was sure that she did not know about this magic beast at all. So how did she suddenly discover its weak spot? Seeing the doubt on Yang's face, Chu explained with a smile, "Brother, you saw me throwing out quite a few water blades, right?" "That's right." Recalling the situation at that time, Yang nodded. At that time, he was still worried about this girl, afraid that she would use up all her elemental energy. Could it be that the mystery was contained within her actions? Those water blades weren't for nothing. Chu took out some French fries from the terminal and stuffed them into her mouth. Her eyes were curved like the moon as she smiled. The taste of the newly added salt was really good. I deliberately stabbed at different parts of the magical beast's body. Although these water blades cannot hurt it, any living creature has a normal reflex to avoid harm. Therefore, when the water blades hit the magical beast's back and chest, it did not care. However, it seemed to avoid the water blades when they flew close to its neck because it knew that the throat area was its weak spot. Therefore, it would subconsciously protect it. This was its downfall, and its fatal weakness was exposed. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Imo Yang finally understood. At that time, Little Chu was not panicking and randomly firing water blades. On the contrary, even under such circumstances, she was still able to remain calm and collected. On one hand, she was able to avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. On the other hand, she had to focus on observing its reaction. However, just what kind of magical beast is this? Its skin is so thick. Imo Chu had already read through the entire encyclopedia of magical beasts of the Federation. However, there was no information on this magical beast. That was why her battle was so difficult. However, it was not without benefits. At this moment, Imo Chu could clearly feel that she was becoming more and more adept at using her elemental ability. Even the speed at which she absorbed the elements had increased by a few times compared to usual. Silly girl. Imo Yang stretched out his hand and rubbed Little Chu's head. There are a lot of magical beasts in the Federation. How can we remember all of them? Magical beasts that are recorded in the data are usually more common. However, there are still a large number of magical beasts that have yet to be officially recorded, and we don't even have names for them yet. As for this one, Imo Yang glanced at the magical beast that was lying on the ground. This is a wild boar. Other than its rough skin and thick flesh, there is nothing special about it. Wild boar? Upon hearing this, Imo Chu became excited. Wild boar? That was delicious meat in her previous life. Brother, let's quickly put it away so that the smell of blood won't attract other magical beasts. Thinking that this magical beast might be a wild boar and that she could eat pork soon, Imo Chu immediately jumped with excitement. She did not care about the fresh blood on the magical beast's body and immediately put it into her personal terminal. Imo Chu's small face was beaming with joy. Brother, shall we continue forward? Since she could get vegetables from magical plants, she could naturally get meat from the magical beast. When he thought of the huge pile of meat waiting for her, Imo Chu instantly felt energized. The tiredness from earlier disappeared. All right, let's go. Imo Yang did not know what his sister was planning. However, since Little Chu had won the first battle, he naturally had to go all out. After walking for a short distance, Imo Yang suddenly stopped and jumped to the side. Before Imo Chu could react, she turned her head to look to the side. Only then did she realize that a few branches as thin as hair had appeared where Imo Yang was standing just now. If not for Imo Yang's quick reaction, he would have been entangled by now. Looking at the almost invisible branches on the ground, Imo Yang was shocked. These were branches of the ghost tree. Normally, they only lived in the second ring. Why would they suddenly appear here? The deep-sea forest had been artificially divided into 3 rings. The outer ring had the highest safety factor, which was just suitable for rookies like Imo Chu to practice. The second ring was much more dangerous. As for the central ring, Imo Yang had never heard of anyone who could enter and come back alive. Imo Yang did not have time to think about it. His hands started to gather power, and terrifying lightning bolts shot down one after another. However, the branches of the ghost tree were very thin and long. They easily dodged Imo Yang's attack. Seeing this, Imo Yang's eyes turned solemn. He became more and more cautious, not letting the branches of the ghost tree get close to him. Otherwise, once he got entangled in the branches, it would be very difficult for him to get rid of them. The ghost tree was one of the more powerful magical plants, and naturally, it was picky about its targets. If it was not a high-level special ability user, it would not even bother to attack it. He reckoned that it had treated him as its prey today. Thinking of this, Imo Yang became even more cautious and kept scanning his surroundings with his eyes. As expected, the branches just now were only there to scout. Now, the ones that were swarming towards him were the bigger branches. Little Chu, step back a little first. In terms of class, this ghost tree should be considered a Tier 7 human special ability user. Imo Chu had no way to deal with it at all. Hearing that, although Imo Chu was worried about Imo Yang, she was also afraid of dragging him down. Therefore, she took a few steps back and launched sneak attacks from time to time. On the other hand, Imo Yang was struggling to fight off the branches of the ghost tree. The lightning in his hand shot down, and it looked like a large area had been blasted. However, upon closer inspection, not a single branch was damaged. On the contrary, it was his elemental ability that had been greatly consumed. However, if he did not use elemental energy, this branch would be able to immediately entangle him tightly, making it impossible for him to save himself. Imochu was extremely anxious from behind. She threw out water blades one after another. However, it was as if these branches had a mind of their own. With a flash, they dodged Imochu's attack. While Imochu trying to help with these troublesome branches, she did not notice that many branches of the ghost tree had appeared behind her. They shot forward and wrapped around her firmly. Upon hearing this, Imo Young immediately turned his head. However, he discovered that the branches of the ghost tree had already bound Imo Chu and were rapidly dragging her deeper into the forest. Little Chu, Imo Young cried out in surprise. He wanted to go and save her but was entangled by a large branch. Hence, he was even more ruthless. Lightning flashed, and even a faint red light appeared. Not again. Imo Young gritted his teeth. Little Chu was once again abducted right in front of him. Just as Imo Chu was about to disappear, these branches immediately stopped their attacks and retreated at lightning speed. Imo Young really wanted to destroy these branches, but he needed to rely on them to chase after Little Chu. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. As he rushed forward, Imo Young was thinking about how he could save Imo Chu. He originally thought that the ghost tree was just there to deal with him, but he did not expect it to use a diversion and take Little Chu away. However, this did not make sense. Little Chu's energy level was too low, so the ghost tree should not have bothered to take action. Why would it go through so much trouble to take her away? Could it be that Little Chu had something it wanted? The thin and long branches quickly slithered on the ground, making a hissing sound. Imo Chu was tightly entangled. Her entire body was almost lifted into the air, and she was dragged backward. The battle with the wild boar had already consumed more than half of her elemental energy. At this moment, Imo Chu wanted to struggle, but it was of little use. Instead, it had exhausted her greatly. After a while, the branches finally stopped. Imo Chu was thrown onto the ground. A large number of branches flew up and surrounded her. Imo Chu could not help but feel wary. When she raised her head to look, her eyes suddenly widened. What kind of tree was this? It was so tall and so thick. In front of Imo stood a towering tree. The lush branches crisscrossed, almost covering the entire sky. One could not see the end. The surroundings were silent. There was no sound, but it was quite frightening. Imo Chu stood up and took a deep breath to ease her nerves. However, she could faintly smell the scent of blood. This smell was very faint. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to detect it at all. The smell of blood. Imo Chu suddenly shivered and subconsciously took a few steps back. However, she tripped over something and almost fell. After steadying herself, she looked down and gasped in shock. A cold shiver ran down her spine like a slithering snake. It was a human bone. Imo Chu's scalp was tingling as she looked around her. Could it be that all the bones buried under the ground were human bones? Did the ghost tree devour the flesh and blood of special ability users, and then buried their bones under the ground as fertilizer? At that moment, a few branches suddenly flew toward Imo Chu. Before she could react, they wrapped around her waist and pulled her toward the tree. Were they preparing to eat her? Imo Chu trembled slightly. She could feel that her energy element had recovered a little. The water blades in her hands flew toward the tree, but did not cause any harm. Perhaps it was because it was angered by Imo Chu's resistance. A few more tree branches flew over and wrapped themselves around her arm, slowly lifting them up. Now that her waist and arms were bound, the branches pulled her toward the tree. Imo Chu did not know what the tree was doing, but an inexplicable sense of panic started to rise in her heart. She struggled even harder, but it only caused the branches to wrap around her even tighter. In the end, Imo Chu's hand touched the tree. The moment she touched it, a strong suction force was transmitted from the tree, and Imo Chu could even clearly feel the elemental energy in her body being drained like flowing water. Meanwhile, the ghost tree that had tasted Imo Chu's elemental energy was like a drunkard who had seen fine wine. Then, it absorbed the elemental energy at a faster rate. To the magical plant, the flesh and blood of a special ability user was a great tonic. Moreover, the higher the level of a special ability user, the fewer impurities there would be in their body, which would be more beneficial to the magical plants. However, who would have thought that a special ability user like Imochu would appear? Although her energy level was not high, her elemental energy was extremely pure. That strong fragrance had been enticing the ghost tree from afar. It was because of this that the ghost tree had extended its branches into the outer ring. It was all for the sake of catching this fellow. After tasting such a delicacy, the branches of the ghost tree danced in the air, as if wanting to express their joy. At this moment, Imochu was already feeling a little dizzy. It was as if she had run a 2,000-meter race on an empty stomach. Her entire body was weak. If she relaxed, she would definitely faint. In her daze, she seemed to see a large protruding round piece on the right side of the tree that was emitting a faint white light. Imochu's eyes lit up. She stood on her tiptoes and twisted her body to an unbelievable angle. She bit off the round piece in one bite. She did not have time to chew on it and immediately swallowed it into her stomach. Humph! Even if she died, she had to bite off a large piece of its flesh. Hiss hiss! The instant Imochu bit off the round piece, the ghost tree immediately let go of her. Its branches shook non-stop, and the branches around it flew up and fell down, landing on the ground with a loud thud. It seemed to be wailing in pain. This sound woke Imochu up a little. She could not care about anything else. She struggled to get up from the ground and stumbled forward. She did not know how long she had been running. When her footsteps gradually slowed down, she realized that there was a burning pain rising from her abdomen. It was as if someone had set a fire inside her. It was raging and burning vigorously. Not only that, the burning pain spread to other places. It was so painful that Imochu wanted to scream. However, she was worried that the sound would attract other magical beasts. She could only try her best to hold it in. She bit on her lips so hard that they were bleeding, dripping down and staining the ground below. Imochu barely endured the pain and took a few more steps forward. In the end, she could not hold on any longer and fell down. It hurt. It really hurt. Imochu hugged her abdomen. Cold sweat was breaking out on her head. She felt that the intense fire was about to burn her entire body into ashes. All of her pores were emitting heat, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. If anyone were to see Imochu's current condition, they would definitely be shocked speechless. She was lying on the ground, her body curled up into a ball. The fiery red light was like a transparent light barrier, enveloping her entire body within it. Imochu did not know that the round piece she had swallowed earlier was the essence that the ghost tree had accumulated over the years. It did not expect to be defeated by Imochu like this. It was at Tier 7, and it had swallowed the flesh and blood of many high-level special ability users in order to fuse such a large piece of energy source. How could Imochu eat so much at once with her small body? Fortunately, the blood-luminescent beast had given her a god fruit that could expand her meridians. Otherwise, Imochu would have been blown up by such a large amount of energy. However, now, she could only rely on her willpower to endure it. It hurts. Imochu bit her lips tightly. In her heart, she had cursed that ghost tree countless times. Wait for me. Once I'm done with this, I will definitely make you feel 10 times the torture. I will King kill you. For a long time, Imochu felt her body being burned over and over again. By the time it stopped, her body was already numb. Finally, the red light gradually dissipated, and this energy obediently entered Imochu's body, circulating through her meridians over and over again. She was now extremely weak. Just as Imochu was about to faint, she noticed the appearance of a few figures. She could not help but feel delighted. Save me, please. I want you to form a team of 10 people, and you will enter the second ring of the deep sea forest. The deadline is 3 days, and we will rank you according to the total value of the resources you have collected. Looking at this batch of the Federation's most outstanding soldiers, Ning Yuan's gaze was resolute, and his words were firm and forceful. Even though he was dressed in casual clothes, the imposing manner of a soldier was unmistakable. I expect only the best performance. Do you understand? Understood. The group of people said in unison. and one could hear the excitement and worship from their words. One had to know that the man standing in front of them was the youngest marshal of the Federation in hundreds of years. With his formidable strength, Ning Yuan caused a huge uproar the moment he entered the army. After that, he had made many outstanding contributions. Through blood, sweat, and success, he had forged his identity as a marshal. Now, Ning Yuan had become the idol of this generation of young soldiers. Now that they could see him in person, who would not be excited? Thinking that as long as they could pass this test, they would be able to enter the team personally led by the marshal. Everyone could not help but clench their fists. The blood in their hearts surged. Very good. Looking at their energetic state, Ning Yuan nodded slightly. Now, take your equipment and set off immediately. Yes. Hearing this, the soldiers turned around and charged into the deep-sea forest without any fear. The two people behind Ning Yuan started to tease each other. Hey, how many people do you think will join our team this time? Zuolin bumped into Zhongwan, who was next to him, with a cunning look on his face. Sigh. These little guys are so young. They just want to jump in without thinking, but they don't know how badly they will be destroyed after joining the team. That's true. Zhongwan nodded and looked at Zuolin with a serious look. You've been destroyed quite badly. SK, you must be blind. Zuolin's smile disappeared. He glared at Zhongwan and raised his head narcissistically. Look at my handsome face. Do I look like I've been destroyed? That's enough. Ning Yuan interrupted their bickering with a look. Have you arranged for your team? Don't worry, boss. Zuolin snapped his fingers. He was usually cheeky, but when it came to serious matters, he immediately became serious. I've already confirmed it. Each of them is wearing a miniature monitor. I guarantee that I can record their every move, physical condition, elemental energy, and other conditions. Hearing this, Ning Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go and take a look. At a corner not far ahead, a simple tent was set up with many sophisticated instruments. These instruments recorded the status of the soldiers in action in the deep-sea forest. Then, they were automatically sent to the personal terminals of Ning Yuan and the others. Not bad. Seeing the performance of the people in the live video, Zuolin nodded slightly. There are still a few good seedlings this time. The group had only entered for a short while, and there were already several people who had successfully hunted a magical beast. Let's wait and see. Zhong would just like to compete with Zuolin. The most important thing is to have the last laugh. What's the use of being capable at this time? Why do you always have to go against me? Zuolin frowned. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Yuan. It looks like the two of you have too much energy. Since that's the case, why don't we spar and practice your fighting skills? No need, boss. Hearing this, Zuolin immediately rejected. I feel like I'm not in good spirits now. As expected, I'm getting old. Who would fight with their boss for no reason? That would be like asking for a beating. Unfortunately, this time, Ning Yuan had no choice but to go straight into the deep-sea forest. There's really no need, boss. On the way, Zuolin used various reasons to persuade Ning Yuan. Look, this is a waste of your time and energy. Right. Halfway through his words, Ning Yuan suddenly stopped. Boss, you agree with what I said, right? Zuolin's face was full of joy. He could finally preserve his beautiful face. Someone's here. Ning Yuan frowned slightly and walked towards the grass on the right. He pushed aside the reeds that blocked his view. A woman was lying in the middle. From their angle, they could only see her slender back. Boss, be careful. Zhongwen became more alert and stretched out his hand to stop Ning Yuan. Why don't you let me take a look first? Ning Yuan's trip this time was done in secret, but no one knew if the news had been leaked. No matter what, they had to be wary of danger. It's okay. Ning Yuan pushed Zhongwen's hand away and strode forward. He picked up the girl who had fainted on the ground. The view of her back looked really familiar. When he saw this delicate little face now, he was certain that it was indeed that girl. The two people behind him exchanged glances and mouthed their words the entire time. Why? Does boss know this person? Wow, this was the first time he had seen their boss hugging a girl so gently. Oh, I remember now. This little girl is the girl we saved on the interstellar ship. Zhongwen's eyesight was extremely good. He only took 2 glances before he remembered, however. It was also because his boss had paid special attention to this girl that he had such a deep impression. With Zhongwen's reminder, Zuolin also remembered. Oh, so it's her. Zhongwen, quickly come and see what's wrong with her. Zhongwen's medical skills and Zuolin's network technology were considered outstanding in the entire Federation. It was because of this that they were able to become Ning Yiyuan's capable right-hand men. However, Zhongwen was not someone that anyone could order around. If it was in the 21st century, he would be the personal doctor of a high-ranking official or the president himself. How could an ordinary person order him around? However, Ning Yiyuan did not hesitate and asked him to take a look at this girl. With this gesture, he revealed just how much he cared about this girl. Don't worry, boss. This girl is fine. After a careful examination, Zhongwen finally came to a conclusion. It's just that her body is exhausted, causing her to faint due to the temporary exhaustion of her energy elements. As long as she has a good rest, she will be fine when she wakes up. Okay, Ning Yiyuan replied in a low voice. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Then let's go back. After saying that, Ning Yiyuan hugged Mo Chu tightly and strode forward. The two of them consciously fell behind. Looking at the couple in front of them, their hearts were filled with joy. This time, they did not have to fight the boss and suffer abuse. This was great. How long before she wakes up? Ning Yiyuan carried Mo Chu all the way back and gently placed her on the recliner. That depends on her. If her body is in good condition and she recovers quickly, she will naturally wake up quickly. Seeing Ning Yiyuan's rare gentleness, Zhongwen's reply became more detailed. However, even if she doesn't wake up quickly, she would wake up in 2 to 3 hours. Ning Yiyuan suddenly had the urge to touch it. Her lively black eyes were closed, making his eyelashes curl and appear longer. Her slightly curled lips lost some of their blood, and for some reason, his heart ached for her. Ahem. Zuolin pretended to clear his throat. The shock he felt was like a rushing flood. In his heart, his boss had always been a tough and stoic man. Why did he suddenly turn into a soft fool? Look at that, TSK. So embarrassing. What's wrong? Ning Yiyuan raised his head and put away the tenderness in his eyes. His face was serious. No, nothing. Zuolin hid the smile in his eyes. He waved his hand and bumped into Zhongwen. Well, boss, I'll go out and check on those soldiers. I don't know how they're doing now. Zhongwen was very helpful this time. He nodded in agreement. Yes, we'll go out first. It was rare for the boss to be tempted. As subordinates, they could not be so blind as to stay here as a third wheel. That's fine too. Ning Yiyuan nodded in agreement. When they left, only he and Mo Chu were left in the tent. Looking at the girl sleeping on the recliner, Ning Yiyuan felt something strange. It felt quite good. She was like a small ball, soft, fragrant, and extremely obedient. Thinking of this, Ning Yiyuan suddenly felt his hands start to itch. Before he could react, his rough, big hand had already caressed Emo's cheek. That soft skin was even better than the most tender jasmine petals. Unconsciously, Ning Yiyuan gently fiddled with it a few more times. Suddenly, his hand trembled. Ning Yiyuan suddenly stiffened, and he immediately withdrew his hand. He looked as if nothing had happened, but his ears were slightly red. You're awake? Mo Chu, who was lying on the recliner, moved her eyes a few times. Her pair of black eyes opened. Perhaps she was still not fully awake, as her reaction was clearly a little sluggish. This silly and cute look made Ning Yiyuan's heart soften. He carefully helped Mo Chu up. He opened the nutrient solution in his hand, and she slowly fed it into Mo Chu's mouth. It's good that you're awake. Come, eat something first. In her daze, Mo Chu subconsciously opened her mouth. However, when the bitter and disgusting liquid entered her mouth, a wave of disgust surged up. Wah! Mo Chu reflexively spat out all the nutrient solution in her mouth. He was so surprised to see this scene that he had forgotten that he was eavesdropping. He suddenly cried out in shock. It was also because of Zuolin's stern cry that Mo Chu realized that she had caused trouble. Looking at Ning Yiyuan's messy body, she could not help but wrinkle her face. I'm sorry, can I compensate you for your clothes? Mo Chu finally understood that she had been saved. It was so awkward. It's fine. Ning Yiyuan did not mind. He handed the nutrient solution to Imochu. Drink it first. I'll go change my clothes. No, there's no need. Looking at the nutrient solution that Ning Yuan handed over, Imochu's already pale face turned paler. I'm not hungry yet. Don't act like a child. Ning Yuan frowned slightly. Her body was already so weak. Why was she not eating? Act like a child? Imochu was speechless. She was already 16 or 17 years old. In the 21st century, she was only one step away from becoming an adult. However, in the Federation, where people lived for more than 300 years, she was clearly just a kid. There's really no need. Imochu shook her head and helplessly told the truth. I'm allergic to this. Furthermore, I have food with me. Allergic? She was allergic to nutrient fluids? Ning Yuan frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a thing. He turned his head to look at Zhongwen, who was outside the door. Zhongwen was also curious. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Although it was a little strange, it was not completely impossible. All right. Hearing this, Ning Yuan put the nutrient fluids aside and said gently, then you should have a good rest first. Okay. Imochu nodded with a smile and looked around curiously. The tent had obviously been built not long ago, and there were many precision instruments inside it that were running non-stop. Unfortunately, to Imochu, they were just decorations. Are you feeling better? Ning Yuan changed his clothes very quickly. He wore a military uniform, and it showed off his slender and strong figure. Coupled with his handsome face, it made Imochu blush slightly. Yes, much better. Imochu lowered her head. Well, thank you for saving me. If he really left her there alone, it would not take long for her to be devoured by magical beasts. It wasn't us. Since the boss had already discovered their peeping, Zuolin simply walked in and did his best to help Ning Yuan gain a good impression. It was the boss who found you. Oh, aren't you? Seeing Zuolin, Imochu recalled what had happened in the interstellar ship. She took a closer look at Ning Yuan's handsome face and remembered the masked expert from before. You're the uncle from before. Hearing the title of uncle, Zuolin immediately burst out laughing. Uncle? This was probably the first time their boss had been addressed like this. This little girl was really interesting. Zuolin was still laughing happily at the side. He did not notice that Ning Yuan's face had turned extremely dark. Do you find it funny? Of course not. It's not funny at all. Zuolin turned around and saw his boss's ugly face. He immediately put away the smile on his face and said, Boss, I just have a cramp on my face. Really? Unfortunately, Ning Yuan did not believe his lame excuse at all. In that case, your training will be doubled when we get back. I guarantee that it will definitely cure all diseases. No. Zuolin's handsome face fell when he heard this. The regular training in the team was already unbearable for him. So how could he double it? It was over. This is the end for him. Zhongwen watched from the side and gave him a look that said serves you right. Ignoring the clown Zuolin, Ning Yuan turned to look at Imochu. Oh right, why were you alone there and fainted? Where's your brother? Wasn't he with you? I was with my brother before, but I was caught by the ghost tree. Imochu briefly told her about her previous experience with a face full of joy. Fortunately, I met you guys. Otherwise, my life would have been in danger. So, you swallowed a palm-sized energy source into your stomach? Hearing Imochu's story, Zuolin's face was full of shock. This little girl was not only brave, but she was also very lucky. The energy source condensed from magic plants could indeed greatly increase elemental energy. In the past, there were even people who sold it on the black market. Just a fist-sized energy source was sold for a sky-high price. However, not everyone was able to enjoy this item. In the beginning, people did not know much about energy sources. Therefore, once this item was available on the market, it was immediately sold out. However, some special ability users soon realized that something was wrong. Not everyone could increase their energy greatly after consuming energy sources. On the contrary, quite a few people even experienced the regress of their energy levels and even had their special abilities crippled. Later, after many years of research by food experts, they found that the energy sources condensed by magic plants were different. Just like the special ability users were divided into different types, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The attributes of the energy sources were also different. Only when compatible special ability users took the energy sources, their elemental energy would increase. Simply put, if there was a metal-type energy source here, only metal-type special ability users could consume it. If other types of special ability users took it, not only would it have no effect, but it would even cause the elemental user to reject it. However, the crux of the problem was that with the current technology, there was no way to determine the elemental attributes of the energy sources. Therefore, in their eyes, this thing was more like a gamble. If they won the bet, their energy would advance. If they lost the bet, they might even lose their special abilities. Imochu, this lass, was extremely lucky. With a casual bite, she was able to consume a water elemental energy source. However, was the energy source from the ghost tree actually of the water elemental? Looking at Imochu's pale face, Ningyuan was still a little worried. Zhongwan, take another look at her. Okay. Zhongwan was also curious. He strode forward and carefully examined Imochu. He found that there was no big problem. Don't worry, your body is fine. You just need to refine the energy source as soon as possible. Refine? Imochu was a little confused. What should I do? Ningyuan also found that Imochu was very lacking in general knowledge. He softly explained to her, just like your usual practice, but you need to guide the elements to attack the energy source in your body and turn it into your own energy. Imochu seemed to understand, but not really. Oh, I got it. Okay, then we won't disturb you. If there's anything, just call me. I'll always be outside if you need me. As Ningyuan said that, he walked out, dragging Zwolin and Zhongwen along with him. Only when Imochu was left alone in the tent did she dare to take out the food from the terminal and stuff it into her mouth. She had not eaten anything for the past half a day, which made her extremely hungry. Only after eating a lot of food did her body regain its strength. Only then did Imochu start to focus on cultivating. Closing her eyes slightly and focusing her attention, Imochu quickly felt the various elements in her surroundings appear one after another. They were constantly jumping and emitting different colors and radiances. Imochu pulled out a thread of spiritual power and connected it to the elements. Then, this thread of spiritual power turned into a slide. The jumping elements were like naughty children playing with the slide, one after another, entering her body through the slide. The elements in Imochu's body began to gather, turning into a small stream. It began to swim in the various veins in her body, continuously washing away the energy source. The energy source began to shrink rapidly. The parts that were washed away also fused into Imochu's body. The small stream of energy gradually turned into a river, and the jubilation became even more intense. Finally, Imochu completely converted the entire energy source, and the energy in her body was also filled to the brim. It was like a sudden rainstorm in a dry desert. The cracked land had been doused with water, and that kind of satisfaction was truly delightful. Upon closer inspection, Imochu could not help but feel shocked. She had actually jumped from Advanced Tier 2 to Tier 4. This leap was truly amazing. When Imochu walked out of the tent, she realized that the sky had already darkened. Unknowingly, she had already cultivated for an entire afternoon. She did not know how her big brother's current situation was, nor did she know about Roundy. Previously, she had agreed to meet it when the sky was dark. Now, it seemed that she had no choice but to miss the appointment. When they saw Imochu, Ningyuan and the others were also very surprised. However, their thoughts were exactly the opposite of Imochu's. After all, the energy source condensed from the demonic plant was not something that they cultivated. Therefore, the time needed to refine it was also relatively long. Usually, it would take 2 to 3 days. However, Imochu only spent an afternoon, turning the palm-sized energy source into her own. This talent could not be underestimated. Be careful. At this moment, Ningyuan suddenly stood up straight. His eyes darkened as he looked towards the dark forest in the distance. What's wrong, boss? Although Zwolin and Zhongwen did not know what had happened, they quickly put up a defensive stance. Blood-luminescent beast. Ningyuan did not speak. He pondered for a few seconds before he made his judgment. How could it be? Zhongwen frowned slightly. He did not dare to believe it. Normally, blood-luminescent beasts did not like the slightly humid climate of District 9. Therefore, There had never been any traces of blood-luminescent beast in the deep-sea forest. However, their boss was definitely not someone who spoke without thinking. Therefore, both of them became more cautious. However, Mo Chu's heart started to thump. Could it be that Roundy had come looking for her? It's here. Ningyi Yuan stood at the very front. His tall and straight figure carried a hint of brilliance in the dark night. Pay attention. Yes. Zuolin and the other two replied in a low voice. The elemental ability in their hands was already ready to be unleashed. A howl could be faintly heard not far away. It was indeed a blood-luminescent beast. Wait. Just as Ningyi Yuan and the others were holding their breaths in anticipation, Imochu suddenly said, "Actually, this." Imochu was still a little doubtful. After all, there might be more than one blood-luminescent beast in the deep-sea forest. However, when she heard this familiar voice, she was certain that it was indeed Roundy. However, before Imochu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ningyi Yuan. His pair of resolute and calm eyes carried a hint of gentleness. "Don't be afraid. Just stand behind me. I will definitely not let anything happen to you." Although his words were simple, they were firm and powerful. If it were not for the current situation, Zuolin would have clapped his hands and cheered for his boss. Previously, he was worried that Ningyi Yuan would definitely not be able to please the girl after being single for so many years. However, this move was actually of a high standard. Not bad, not bad. Meeting Ningyi Yuan's sincere and determined gaze, Imochu was suddenly stunned. By the time she reacted, the blood-luminescent beast had already appeared in their sight. That round body, chubby face, and a pair of bright red eyes were exceptionally eye-catching under the night sky. However, it ignored the others and directly rushed toward Imochu. However, Ningyi Yuan stood in front of her, protecting her. The blood-luminescent beast's action was mistakenly interpreted as an attack. Therefore, Ningyi Yuan threw out a few wind blades. All of this happened too quickly. Before Imochu could react, the man and beast had already started fighting. Be careful. Ningyi Yuan's wind blades were very powerful. Imochu had seen it on the interstellar ship before, so he was afraid that Roundy would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, this little fellow's reaction was still very quick. Somehow, it was able to move to the side and dodge Ningyi Yuan's attack. The wind blades missed their target and hit the tree next to it. The tree was as thick as a wash basin, but a few thin wind blades were enough to cut in half. Seeing this, Imochu's heart skipped a beat. Stop fighting. Looking at the broken trees beside her, Imochu was so scared that she could not care about anything else. She simply lowered her head and rushed towards the blood-luminescent beast. Come back quickly. Seeing Imochu running towards the blood-luminescent beast, Ningyi Yuan was scared half to death. He quickly chased after her and withdrew the wind blades in his hand, afraid that he would hurt Imochu. Zuolin and Zhongwan were also confused by Imochu's actions. What happened to this girl? Could she have been scared silly and actually ran off to her death? Was she trying to measure the size of the blood-luminescent beast's mouth? However, what happened next caused their jaws to drop in shock. The blood-luminescent beast was well known throughout the entire Federation. It was very likely for Imochu to get injured by running up to the blood-luminescent beast. In fact, if she were to suffer a single mishap, she might even lose his life. However, what did they see? Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only did the blood-luminescent beast not harm Imochu, it even rubbed its furry chin against Imochu's head as if it was trying to please her. Its round face was no longer brutal and ferocious, but instead was filled with a gentle and adorable look. If they did not know better, they would not have thought that this adorable creature was the legendary cruel and terrifying blood-luminescent beast. No, this did not make sense. Zuolin's expression was a little dull. He reached out his trembling hand and pinched Zhongwen beside him. Does it hurt? Zuolin had used a lot of strength with his pinch. He glared at Zuolin fiercely. Why don't you try it on yourself? Then it really hurts. Seeing Zhongwen's reaction, Zuolin came back to his senses. So, this is all real and not a dream? The blood-luminescent beast actually stopped killing people? The beast actually became so friendly? However, soon, Zuolin realized that he was overthinking things. The blood-luminescent beast was indeed very friendly, but it was only limited to Imo Chu alone. As long as they got a little closer, they saw the blood-luminescent beast's ferocious expression and guarded posture. Among them, it disliked Ning Yuan the most. They had no choice. Who asked him to take the initiative and launch an attack on the blood-luminescent beast? Humph. The blood-luminescent beast rolled its eyes at them and obediently ran towards Imo Chu again. It was getting late, and Imo Chu planned to wait until the next day before looking for Imo Yang. After all, it was already dark now. It would be difficult to travel in the deep-sea forest at night. Due to the presence of Ning Yuan and the others, Imo Chu did not dare to take out her food. She had no choice but to secretly feed Roundy and comfort it. She raised her head to look at the night sky. This was a beauty that would never exist in the 21st century. The stars scattered on the blue-black curtain. They flickered and danced, reflecting each other's brilliance. Looking at Imo Chu leaning on the blood-luminescent beast's soft and tender belly with a relaxed look, the people around her could not quite accept it. They could understand raising a pet, but raising a brutal blood-luminescent beast was a little surreal to their little hearts. More importantly, this blood-luminescent beast was even willing to become her pet. How was this possible? Zuolin still felt his head was a little dizzy. Looking at the obedient blood-luminescent beast beside Imo Chu, he felt like was about to faint. Enough. Zhongwen patted Zuolin's shoulder. Actually, the agitation in his heart had not yet calmed down. However, looking at Ning Yuan's calm face, he suppressed it. It seemed that they had underestimated Imo Chu. Thinking about it, they should not be surprised. After all, how could their boss take fancy to an ordinary woman? Imo Chu did not know what the people next to him were thinking. She lay comfortably with the blood-luminescent beast and had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, the sky was already bright. Only then did Imo Chu realize that she had moved from the grass outside to the recliner in the tent. She was still wearing a warm military coat. "You're awake?" A deep male voice sounded from the side. When she heard the voice, Imo Chu happened to meet Ning Yuan's eyes. The two of them were very close to each other. Only then did Imo Chu notice that Ning Yuan's pupils were actually somewhat blue, deep, and pure. The tight-fitting white shirt revealed his good figure. Imo Chu lowered her head and grunted a response. She picked up the military coat and handed it to him. "Thank you for the clothes." "No problem." Ning Yuan looked at Imo Chu and did not say anything else. He just silently reached out to take the military uniform. When their fingers touched, his fingers felt warm and dry. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent was a little strange. "Ayo, ayo!" The blood-luminescent beast's cry broke the awkward situation. The moment it entered, it saw that this annoying human was pestering Imo Chu. It immediately swung its two thick legs and jumped over, leaning against Imo Chu. It glared at Ning Yuan with a vigilant look. This was the first time Ning Yuan was so disliked by a beast. His eyes could not help but darken, and he stared at the blood-luminescent beast in an imposing manner. "Ayo, ayo!" When it saw Ning Yuan's stance, the blood-luminescent beast immediately exploded in anger. Its round eyes widened a few times larger than before. "Humph. In terms of staring, I have never lost before." Imo Chu watched this scene from the side and could not help but laugh. She reached out to smoothen the blood-luminescent beast's fur and comforted it. "All right, stop fooling around. It's time for us to leave." When Imo Chu said this, Ning Yuan was stunned. "You're leaving?" "Yes." Imo Chu nodded and explained softly, "It's already been a day. My brother is probably very anxious. I have to quickly find him to meet up." "But you're alone." Ning Yuan frowned slightly. His tone was filled with worry. The deep-sea forest is not only large, but it's also full of dangers. It's not easy to find a person there. How about this? You wait for another 2 days. When that time comes, I'll go with you to find Imo Yang. There's no need. You have a business to attend to." Imo shook her head and gently patted the blood-luminescent beast beside him. "Besides, I still have this little fellow." "But, boss, something has happened." Zuolin suddenly strode in from outside and interrupted Ning Yuan's unfinished words. His face was filled with anxiety. "What's wrong?" "We've lost contact with 10 soldiers." Zhongwen also followed in and reported the situation in a concise manner. Originally, It was impossible to use high-tech tools in the magical region. However, they had the latest nanoscale simulation device developed by the Federation. It could temporarily interfere with the special magnetic field of the magical region and allow them to use some simple tools. Don't be anxious. Ningyi Yuan was very calm at this moment. He displayed his great general demeanor to the fullest. Immediately locate the last location where they lost contact. Yes. Zuolin did not say much. He turned around and walked towards the equipment in the tent. He fiddled with it a few times, and suddenly, a light screen appeared and unfolded in the middle of the tent. The picture quality of the light screen was very clear. The first people who appeared before them were a few soldiers. They stood in a row. Opposite them, a 2-meter-tall magical beast was staring at them. Its huge eyes revealed a hint of greed. This situation was very obvious. What followed was an intense battle. This group of soldiers did not show any mercy. One after another, their elemental special abilities exploded like fireworks. When they hit the magical beast, fresh blood spurted out. Imochu watched from the side, a little frightened by what she saw. In the end, the magical beast was no match for them. It staggered and ran. Naturally, these soldiers could not just watch their prey escape. They immediately chased after them. The scene started to blur at this point. 2 to 3 seconds later, the scene came to an abrupt stop, turning into a complete blank. Boss, what do you think? Zuolin's eyes darkened slightly. This was a small team, and their strength was not ordinary. How could they lose contact at the same time? They could not even locate them. Ningyi Yuan did not say anything for a while. He replayed the scene again and carefully looked at every detail. Then he said, "Did you see where they are?" Hearing this, Zuolin and Zhongwen began to look at the scenery around the scene. Finally, Zhongwen said hesitantly, "This seems to be the boundary of the second ring." "That's right." Ningyi Yuan's voice was serious. "It's very likely that they've entered the central ring." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zuolin could not help but cry out in shock. The central ring of the deep-sea forest was exceptionally dangerous. Many experts entered and never came out again. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. It was because of this that Ningyi Yuan banned them from venturing anywhere close to the central ring. Who would have thought that this group of little soldiers was so reckless? They actually dared to barge in the central ring just like that. These guys are asking for trouble. Even the usually gentle Zhongwen reprimanded in a low voice. However, now was not the time to scold them. More importantly, they had to protect their lives. Every single one of these trained soldiers was an elite that the Federation had spent countless resources to nurture. They definitely could not just die here. Ningyi Yuan stood up and made a prompt decision. "Zuolin, you guard this place. Zhongwen, you come with me." "Wait." Mo Chu stood at the side. Her small face was slightly pale, but her tone was firm. "I'll go with you." "Mo Chu, isn't this?" Ningyi Yuan frowned. He was about to dissuade her, but was interrupted by Mo Chu's stern voice. "My brother is inside too." Ningyi Yuan and the others only noticed the soldiers in the picture. Mo Chu saw a flash of a figure in the picture. Although it was a little blurry, she could confirm that it was Mo Yang. If Ningyi Yuan's judgment was correct, then Mo Yang had probably entered the central ring of the deep-sea forest. In the end, Ningyi Yuan was unable to overcome Mo Chu's persistence and brought her to the central ring of the deep-sea forest. Mo Chu had been to the dense-wood forest before, but only when she stepped into this place did she realize the difference. Compared to the dense-wood forest, this place was even colder and more gloomy. All she could see were tall trees that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. There were green vines twining around them. It was September, but there was no warmth. Only a few specks of sunlight could be seen. "Be careful, watch your step." This place had always been deserted. There was not even a path. So Mo Chu and the rest could only struggle and move forward amidst the thistles and thorns. Ningyi Yuan stood at the very front. His tall body almost completely protected her. Zhongwen was at the very back, and he did not dare to relax either. He looked around cautiously. Woo! The blood-luminescent beast was not used to their cautious behavior. It jumped left and right, looking relaxed as if it was having fun in its own backyard. It was unknown whether it was because of the blood-luminescent beast or because of Ningyi Yuan, but they had not been attacked thus far. Even so, their progress was extremely slow. They had only traveled a few thousand meters in half a day. In addition to the tall trees and lush greenery here, it was as if they were surrounded by a group of people. They could not help but feel a little suffocated. Just a moment ago, they had felt a little cold. However, at noon, when the sun was shining bright, the entire forest became like a steamer. It was extremely hot. Something's wrong. Ningy Yuan suddenly stopped and frowned. Imochu wiped the sweat off his forehead. What's wrong? Look. Ningy Yuan pointed to a tree next to him with a sharp gaze. We were here an hour ago. Huh. Looking at the tree that Ningy Yuan pointed at, Imochu felt a little dizzy. Why did she feel that every tree looked the same? There was no difference. Perhaps men were born with a unique sense of direction. After Ningy Yuan mentioned it, Zhongwen quickly sensed that something was wrong. That's right, boss. So, we've been walking in circles? Imochu quickly understood what it meant. Yes. Zhongwen nodded and looked at Ningy Yuan. Why don't we try walking in another direction? When they came out an hour later, they saw this tree again. I'm really lost. Imochu had a headache. She did not know where to go. Huff huff. It was unknown if they had walked for too long or if they were anxious, but Zhongwen was panting behind them. Are you okay? Imochu turned around with concern. I'm fine. Zhongwen smiled, but his face was a little pale. Ningy Yuan was also worried. If they were to stay here for one more minute, these soldiers and Imo Yang would be in even more danger. Do you still want to continue? Imochu took out the water from the terminal and handed it to the two of them. Let's go. Ningy Yuan drank more than half of the bottle in one gulp, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked in another direction. In the end, he still returned to this place after walking around for a long time. After walking for so long, Ningy Yuan also felt a little tired. He panted heavily. The blood-luminescent beast beside them collapsed on the ground. It was so hot that it was sweating all over. At this moment, Ningy Yuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was very clear about his own physical strength. Even if had to walk for 2 days, he would not be so tired, let alone walking for just one morning. He then looked at Zhongwen. He was kneeling on the ground, his face pale and his head covered in sweat. Although this fellow looked frail, his strength was not to be underestimated. How could he be so weak? There was definitely a problem. Ningy Yuan's brows furrowed even more tightly. He suppressed the irritation in his heart and buried his head in deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head. His face had already regained its composure, and his eyes were calm. Could it be that they had already stepped into the gravity tree's range? Gravity tree? Zhongwen was shocked when he heard Ningy Yuan's speculation. They had only heard of the name of this tree before and had never encountered it before. They did not expect to encounter it today. It was rumored that the gravity tree was a very unique demonic plant. It did not possess any offensive abilities, but within its range, it would produce a very special magnetic field. Once someone stepped in, they would unconsciously feel their body becoming weak and their mood becoming irritable. It was like someone was hanging a heavy metal plate on your body. First, it was one, then it slowly accumulated. After the person was completely exhausted, the gravity tree would pull you into the ground, making you its nutrients. What was even more terrifying was that no one knew what the gravity tree actually looked like. Usually, by the time you discovered it, it was already too late. The information regarding the gravity tree was obtained from the personal terminal of a dead soldier. No wonder the Central Ring had always been listed as a restricted area. They had just entered not long ago, and they had already encountered such a powerful magic plant. Wait, Zhongwen panted heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. He looked at Imochu with a surprised gaze. Why didn't you react? It was true. Imochu only realized after Zhongwen said this. She was the only one in the group who was not affected by the gravity tree. She moved her arms and legs. Yes, there was no problem. That's great. Zhongwen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not know why Imochu was immune to the gravity tree, it was good news for them. At least one person still had the ability to move. They might not be trapped here. Wait. Ningy Yuan struggled to stand up. He still protected Imochu behind him. After taking a deep breath, he continued. Since we've all fallen for it, it means that the gravity tree must be nearby. I'll go with you. Boss. Zhongwen looked at him disapprovingly. One had to know that once one stepped into the gravity tree's range, the best method was to remain still. Otherwise, the more one moved, the faster one would sink. I have a bad feeling about this. Ning Yuan did not say anything more. He glanced at Imo Chu behind him. Even though she was already at Tier 4, she was still far too weak to be in the central ring. Let's go. Ning Yuan was the first to walk forward. Although his footsteps were heavy, his posture was still upright. The aura of a soldier seemed to have been deeply embedded in his body and could not be removed. Yeah. Imo Chu responded and followed behind him silently. She stared at his back as she followed him. If it was not for Ning Yuan's increasingly obvious and rough breathing, no one would have known that he was enduring heavy pressure. However, he merely endured it and did not make a sound. Imo Chu could not stand idly by. She took a deep breath and strode forward. Without waiting for Ning Yuan to speak, she placed his arm across her shoulder and shifted most of his center of gravity to her. This way, Ning Yuan would use much less strength. Imo Chu's actions were very nimble. By the time Ning Yuan reacted, half of his body was already leaning against Imo Chu's body. Looking at the small, fair face near him, Ning Yuan could not help but be slightly startled. When he saw her forehead full of sweat, he tried to move away. No need. I'm very heavy. You'll be very tired. Ning Yuan tried to explain with a serious expression, but Imo Chu felt like laughing. She nodded her head as if it was a matter of fact. That's right. You're really heavy, so we have to move quickly. Otherwise, I'll die of exhaustion. Looking at Imo Chu's bright smile, Ning Yuan was stunned speechless. The two of them were very close to each other. He could almost smell a faint fragrance from Imo Chu's body. He could not tell what it was, but it made him feel very comfortable. Without realizing it, the two of them walked a long distance in this position. The sun was high in the sky. The stuffy air was sticky and blocked every pore on their bodies. Even breathing seemed to become difficult. Why don't we rest for a while? Ning Yuan's heart ached as he suggested. Imo Chu's face was pale as sweat dripped from her forehead. No need. Imo shook her head and bit her lips. She used the pain to keep herself awake. I can do it. Let's continue walking. Perhaps they would be able to break loose from this strange ability if they were out of the gravity tree's range. All right. When Ning Yuan met Imo Chu's determined gaze, he sighed helplessly. However, he secretly shifted his weight back on his side. The arm on her shoulder was just a posture. After walking for so long, Imo Chu was already extremely tired. She did not notice Ning Yuan's small movements at all. Time seemed to have been deliberately prolonged. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Oh! Suddenly, Ning Yuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. What's wrong? Are you all right? Imo Chu's hands were quick. She hurriedly held him. However, she did not have much strength on her own. Not only did she not manage to support Ning Yuan, she almost fell to the ground. Even so, Imo Chu's knees also hit the ground, causing her to gasp in pain. When she stood up, she realized that half of Ning Yuan's foot had sunk into the ground. At this moment, Imo Chu did not care if it was painful or not. She directly grabbed Ning Yuan's foot with both hands and pulled it out with all her strength. She used all her strength, but it was completely useless. Ning Yuan grabbed Imo Chu's hand and shook his head slightly. It's useless. Don't waste your strength. Once you're trapped, you won't be able to pull it out. Moreover, it would only sink deeper and deeper, and the speed of the sinking would also become faster and faster. Then what should we do? Imo Chu looked at Ning Yuan helplessly. Don't worry, I can still drag my feet. Ning Yuan did not seem to be in a hurry at all, as if he firmly believed that they would be able to escape. As long as we walk out of the gravity tree's range, I'll be able to pull my leg out. Can we really get out of here? Imo Chu gulped, her one a little lost. But we've been walking in circles for so long. Imo Chu's heart was beating fast. The longer they walked, the more afraid she became. If she really could not get out, then all of them would end up as nutrients for the gravity tree. Don't be afraid. Seeing the worry on Imo Chu's face, Ning Yuan could not help but reach out and pull her into his embrace. He patted her back gently to calm her emotions. Everything will be fine. We will definitely find a way out. This little girl should be scared out of her wits. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. There was still a long time before she reached adulthood. Being patted by Ning Yuan, Imochu gradually calmed down, and the anxiety in her heart seemed to gradually dissipate. Right at this moment, Imochu suddenly saw a small spider running through the forest in front of her. A flash of inspiration struck her like lightning. Thinking back carefully, they had not been attacked by any magical beasts along the way. She had previously thought that it was because of the pressure of the blood-luminescent beast, or because they were afraid of Ning Yuan. However, perhaps it was that these magical beasts who had lived here for a long time already knew that this area was within the range of the gravity tree, so they did not dare to get involved. In other words, as long as they followed this small spider in front of them, they would definitely be able to get out. Thinking of this, Imochu's eyes instantly lit up. Let's go. I found a way out. Afraid of losing the spider in front of them, Imochu dragged Ning Yuan's body forward. After following the spider for 20 minutes, Ning Yuan clearly felt the burden on his body lighten by more than half. With a slight push of his feet, he pulled his leg out from the ground. That's great. Seeing this, Imochu finally heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally walked out of the gravity tree's range. Ning Yuan's memory was very good. Even though she had only been here once, she still remembered the route clearly. Thus, she successfully rescued Zhongwan and the blood-luminescent beast. After a little rest, they recovered most of their strength. Imochu, on the other hand, was the one with the weakest physical strength. Even now, she was still panting and could not catch his breath. Seeing that everyone was fully recovered, she stood up with difficulty. All right, let's go. She did not forget that they had come here to find Imo Yang and the tin soldiers. There was no need to waste time here just because of her. What a stubborn girl. Looking at Imochu's trembling legs, Ning Yuan could not help but sigh and walk toward her. Imochu was stunned as he half squatted with his back facing her. Come on, I'll carry you. In the end, Imochu did not let Ning Yuan carry her. Instead, she sat on the back of the blood-luminescent beast. Roundy, this little fellow, was quite good at reading people's emotions. Just as Ning Yuan squatted down in front of Imochu, it immediately followed suit and stood in front of Imochu. Choosing between the two, Imochu naturally chose the blood-luminescent beast. Ao, however, this fellow did not know restraint. From time to time, it would call out to Ning Yuan provocatively and roll its eyes at him. Are you trying to poach my gourmet food provider? I found her with great difficulty. I have 2 words for you. No way. Zhongwen stood silently in the corner and glanced at his boss. His handsome face seemed to have instantly drooped down, which was a little comical. There was nothing he could do. He thought about how his usually cold and domineering boss, who had actually fallen to the point of competing with a magical beast for a pet girl, the corners of his mouth curled up. Most importantly, it was one thing to compete for a pet girl, but in the end, he had actually lost. Zhongwen glanced at Imochu and could not help but sigh for his boss. Sigh. Imochu was sitting steadily on the body of the blood-luminescent beast. The thick layer of fur on this little fellow's back felt like a woolen carpet. It was so comfortable that it made one want to sigh. Suddenly, Imochu raised her hand to cover her eyes. It was as if something was reflecting light, and she happened to see it. Seeing this, the blood-luminescent beast raised its large palm and swept the grass beside it. With a sound, a shiny golden object fell out. Ning Yuan lowered his head to take a look, and his expression instantly changed drastically. This is... Zhongwen's eyes also narrowed. This is the Federation's military emblem. The military emblem was in the shape of a 5-pointed star. It had a red base and was plated with a layer of gold foil. It was very exquisitely made, except that the bright red bloodstain on it was glaring. Something must have happened to them. Zhongwen tightened his grip on the military emblem in his hand and looked up at Ning Yuan. Let's go. Ning Yuan did not say much, but his expression became more and more gloomy, and his footsteps became faster and faster. They walked in the direction of the military emblem. After walking for about 700 or 800 meters, they were met with a strong bloody smell. It was so strong that it did not even need one to breathe to enter their nostrils. Ningyi Yuan stopped in his tracks and started running. The blood-luminescent beast thought that this human was competing with it, so it snorted and started running as well. Zhongwan, on the other hand, was following closely behind. Brother. When they got closer, Imochu immediately saw Mo Yang. He was tightly entangled by a few branches. However, other than his slightly pale face, he did not seem to feel any discomfort. Only then did Imochu let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze swept to the side, and she was instantly stunned. This piece of land seemed to have been dyed red by fresh blood. The thick stench of blood made people feel as if they were in Hades. A few corpses were casually thrown around. The blood in their bodies had already been drained dry, leaving only shriveled skin wrapped around their bones. Even so, one could see the fear on their faces. Their eyes were wide open. It was as if they were expressing their unwillingness. What kind of magical plant was this? It was actually so powerful. Imochu looked towards the center, and then she was completely dumbfounded. Having been in the Federation for so long, she clearly knew that the magical beasts here were very powerful, and the magical plants were also very savage. However, what the Hades was this thing in front of her? The top half of its body was a lizard, and the bottom half was a tree trunk. Save them first. Ningyi Yuan also saw this slightly deformed magical plant. He was slightly stunned for a second, before immediately turning around to save the soldiers that were entangled in the tree branches. Seeing so much fresh food, the lizard tree became even more excited. The branches on its lower body fluttered in the air and attacked them. The claws on its upper body grabbed a soldier from the branches and brought him to its mouth. With a bite, the body was split open. Imochu could almost hear the sound of it chewing and tearing flesh. A miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire forest. The lizard tree did not seem to mind. In fact, it seemed to be enjoying itself. Its lower jaw was slightly deflated. In a blink of an eye, the soldier turned into a mummified corpse. Their bodies went cold as they saw the tree's astonishing strength. They moved as quickly as they could. Ningyi Yuan was the strongest. He mainly focused on attacking the lizard tree. His wind blades did not miss. Every time they pierced into the lizard tree's body, they left quite a number of wounds. However, in less than 2 minutes, these wounds would close up and recover. It was truly shocking. This way, the lizard tree was completely undefeatable. Taking advantage of the distraction by Ningyi Yuan, Zhongwan and Imochu rushed forward and rescued the remaining soldiers and Mo Yang from the branches. Brother, are you okay? Imochu could not help but feel shocked when she took a closer look. The branches were extremely tight, and not only was blood dripping, some of the bones could even be seen. I'm fine. Mo Yang waved his hand. Seeing that Imochu was completely unharmed, he also let out a sigh of relief. Imochu, you watch over them. Zhongwan instructed before stepping forward to support Ningyi Yuan. The two's attacks became more and more ferocious. Their elemental abilities were like waves of water as they attacked the lizard tree. They left countless wounds on its body and fresh blood flowed out. However, the lizard tree did not care at all. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the wounds on its body had healed. On the other hand, Ningyi Yuan and Zhongwan were powerless. However, they still gritted their teeth and endured. It's useless. Mo Yang looked at it and shouted anxiously, We tried to attack it before, but its recovery ability is very strong. It was because of this that they were all trapped here, and in the end, they had exhausted all their elemental abilities. They were helpless. Imochu was busy dealing with these flying branches. When she heard this, she could not help but frown. Could it be that there was no way to deal with it? At this moment, the blood-luminescent beast suddenly rushed forward. Before anyone could react, it directly bit the spot where the lizard's body was connected to the tree trunk. Its sharp teeth bit hard, and fresh blood spurted out. Bzzzt, bzzzt. The lizard tree let out a shrill cry. It struggled non-stop, trying its best to shake off the blood-luminescent beast. However, Roundy seemed to be rooted in the ground, not moving at all. Quickly retreat. Ningyi Yuan's eyes lit up. He did not know how the blood-luminescent beast knew about the lizard tree's weakness, but they were taking this opportunity to leave. The lizard tree's attack range was limited. As long as they could retreat, they did not have to worry anymore. Seeing that Imo-chu and the others had retreated a large distance, the blood-luminescent beast finally let go. Without waiting for the lizard tree to react, it ran back as fast as lightning. Did you see that? At this crucial moment, you have to rely on me. Although the trip to the deep-sea forest had only lasted for a few days, it had left a deep impression on both Imo-chu and Imo-yang. Now that they thought about it, they were somewhat enlightened. On the other hand, Roundy was as concerned about its delicacies as ever. They had just returned, and it was already urging Imo-chu to reward it. Ayo, ayo. The blood-luminescent beast's large, watery eyes were filled with complaints. You clearly said that you would cook something delicious for me. Look, I've been starving for the past 2 days. It even started to jump around, causing the sofa to tremble violently. Imo-chu hurriedly stretched out her hand to press down on this little fellow. Stop jumping. If you continue jumping, this sofa will probably collapse. You're starving? How is that possible? With Roundy's weight, it would probably be able to endure a week or 2 before it needed to eat. However, this time, the little guy really helped them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape from the claws of the lizard tree so quickly. Thinking of this, Imo-chu patted Roundy's head. She fulfilled its wish and walked into the kitchen. The wild boar meat that she had collected before was not used yet. Now, it seemed to be the right time to cook it. When it came to pork, there were endless ways to cook it. Moreover, the wild boar was big. Even if she removed the parts that could not be eaten, there was still nearly 2/3 of the amount left. Imo-chu took a large piece of pork rib meat. It was separated by a layer of lean meat and a layer of fat meat. It was suitable to be used for braised pork. As time passed, Imo-chu's knife skills improved. She neatly cut the cleaned pork belly into small pieces into neat, 3-centimeter squares. Then, she cut the water into sections. Then, she started the fire. She first put cold water in the pot, and then put the cut meat in. She boiled it for another 2 to 3 minutes before scooping the ingredients out. She then used warm water to wash away the foam on the surface of the meat, drained the water, and put it aside for later use. Then, she poured in a little bit of soybean oil and added sugar. She put in the blanched pork belly and quickly stir-fried it to coat the surface of the meat with sugar. Then, he sprinkled salt on it. She put in the water and stir-fried them evenly. When she saw the obvious change in the color of the meat, she added an appropriate amount of water to cover the pork belly. When it came to a boil, she turned down the heat. She then covered the lid and stewed it for an hour. Finally, she increased the heat to completely drain the soup. Ayo ayo. It was so fragrant. As soon as Imo-chu brought out the dishes, Roundy began to go crazy. It was jumping around vigorously, and it even turned around from time to time. The fragrance of the red braised meat was very unique. Coupled with the bright color, it was enough to fill one's appetite. Imo-chu took out a large bowl that was specially prepared for Roundy. The area of the bowl was comparable to more than half of the pot. He filled Roundy's bowl with a large chunk of meat. The rest was her and Imo-yang's rations. Before Imo-chu could say anything, Imo-yang took the bowl. He had also prepared the rice and was waiting for Imo-chu to start eating. Is it good? Imo-chu did not need an answer. She could already get an answer from Imo-yang's satisfied expression and the piece of meat that quickly disappeared from Roundy's bowl. She could not help but feel happy. She also took a piece of the meat with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Yes, this red braised meat was thin but not sticky. It was fat but not greasy. It was much more fragrant than the pork from the 21st century. The 3 of them finished an entire pot full of red braised meat in less than half an hour. Even so, they still did not feel satisfied. On the other side, Ning-Yuan was not having fun. Under the scorching sun, all the soldiers stood straight and endured the torture of being roasted. Large drops of sweat dripped down their foreheads, and the sound of them hitting the ground could be heard. The selection has ended, Ning-Yuan said softly. Just this sentence made all the soldiers' bodies shake violently, and they subconsciously straightened their backs. Now, I will announce the results, Ning-Yuan continued after glancing at their expectant faces. None of you have been selected. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers' expressions changed. However, they were well trained after all, so they quickly restrained their expressions. Do you think that you're the elites of the various armies, and that's why you're so amazing? Ning Yuan's eyes darkened, and his tone was stern. That's why you ignored my order and went to the deep-sea forest's central ring without permission. Do you think that you're the best of the best? That's why you don't care about any danger. Do you still want to join my team? I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't even think about it. I even feel ashamed for your team. Not only will you destroy yourselves, but you'll also hurt others. Ning Yuan rarely said such harsh words, but the result of their reckless actions this time was too serious. Half of the 10 soldiers had died. Such a sacrifice could have been avoided, but it was because of their arrogance that caused this incident to happen. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. After a long time, Zuolin took a step forward and said, "All right, this selection is over. Although you have not been selected, after these few days of observation, we have summarized your shortcomings in actual combat. The information has also been sent to your own terminals and the terminals of your units. I hope that you can improve in the future. The drive machine is in place. We are leaving the deep-sea forest. Now move out." Yes. After answering in unison, the group of soldiers ran out in an orderly fashion. In a short while, there was no sign of them. "Boss, it's time for us to leave." Zuolin had already tidied up everything. Ning Yuan turned around to take a look. His eyes darkened slightly. Once they left, who knew when he would be able to? "Don't worry, boss." Zhongwen understood Ning Yuan's intentions very well. The corners of his eyes revealed a trace of craftiness, and his tone was light. "When I came back, I chatted with Mo Yang. He said that they are preparing to participate in the recruitment of the military academy. At that time, we might be able to meet again." Hearing this, Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. The military academy? January 1st was the official recruitment day for the Federation Military Academy. A long queue had already formed outside the entrance. Mo Chu and Mo Yang stood in the middle. After 3 months of actual combat in deep-sea forest, the two of them had gained quite a bit of experience and strength. Mo Yang was already close to the barrier of Tier 6 and was only 1 step away from entering Tier 7. Mo Chu had also stepped into Tier 5. Both of them had met the requirements for enrollment. The Federation Military Academy's enrollment process was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was the simplest form of identity verification. A shooting system had already been installed on the main gate outside the military academy. Everyone only needed to point their personal terminals at it, and the shooting system would be connected to the terminals, allowing them to quickly determine whether or not they had met the requirements. Only those who had met all the requirements were qualified to enter the military academy compound and participate in the second round of selection. Although the recruitment process of the Federation Military Academy was very complicated, it still attracted countless special ability users because of its abnormally rich cultivation resources and powerful teachers. Of course, there were also some people who joked around. Although they knew that the requirements did not match, they still held onto the hope of getting recruited. The man in front of Mo Chu was like that. He had a Tier 5 cultivation base and a good physical quality. He passed all the requirements except for his slightly older age. He was already 52 years old, which was exactly 2 years above the age restriction. "The conditions do not match. Please leave as soon as possible." The scanning system gave a voice instruction. "I'm only 2 years older." The man was a little unwilling and pleaded with the management staff at the side. "Can you be a little more accommodating? After all, the last enrollment in the military academy was 30 years ago. It was not easy for me to get this opportunity. I'm sorry." The manager's expression did not change, as if he was already used to this scene. "The school has rules, and there's nothing we can do." The man wanted to say something, but the guards at the side were already staring at him like tigers watching their prey. In the end, he could only leave resentfully. Mo Chu and Mo Yang naturally passed smoothly. When they entered the military academy, before they had the chance to take a second look, the two of them were immediately brought to the place where the lots were drawn. The second round of the military academy's recruitment was to select one's actual combat target through the method of drawing lots. No matter what method one used, as long as one could win, they would pass the second round of the selection. Mo Chu drew room 7. Following the person who led the way, they walked into room 7. There were already quite a few people waiting inside. Mo Chu casually found a seat and sat down, teasing the blood-luminescent beast in her arms. Initially, she did not intend to bring Roundy here, but this little fellow was immediately unhappy when it heard that it was left behind. It started to throw a tantrum and threatened to tear the house apart. She had no choice but to bring it along. TSK, bringing a pet to such an occasion? Are you brainless? Obviously, Imochu's actions had attracted some attention. A woman who was dressed exquisitely glanced at Imochu with disdain. Humph. How dare such a person apply for the military academy? Did she really think that all cats and dogs could enter this place? Imochu did not have the time to pay attention to her. At this moment, they had already called her name. It was her turn to participate in the test. The moment the back door of the room opened, there was a flight of stairs. Going up the stairs, there was a high platform. There was a large mysterious black cloth covering half the high platform like a curtain, blocking her view. From the looks of it, the person on the other side should be her opponent. Imochu had just stood on the high platform when the black cloth was pulled apart with a swoosh. Then, a wave of exclamations came from the surrounding viewing gallery. Imochu turned her head and looked over. Her opponent this time was actually a Tier 6 intermediate magical beast. The beast had a ferocious face, and its triangular eyes were staring fixedly at her. On its strong body, hard scales protruded out one after another. One look, and one could tell that it was not friendly. It's over. This girl's luck was very bad. The people in the viewing gallery could not help but shake their heads. The strength of this magical beast was at the middle level of Tier 6, while Imochu was only at the initial level of Tier 5. The difference in energy between the two was enough to crush this girl again and again. Sigh. Actually, this little girl's potential is quite good. Someone noticed Imochu's personal information and could not help but sigh. She's only 16 years old and is already at Tier 5. She can also be considered a good seedling. There were also people who did not mind watching the show. Well, it's a pity that she drew such a strong opponent. Imo Yang had not drawn a lot yet, but he was already standing from the side. Looking at little Chu on the stage, his heart was beating a little faster. Their training in the deep-sea forest over the past few months had not been in vain. Although little Chu was only at the initial stage of Tier 5, she was already able to cross ranks to challenge the higher of Tier 5. However, she was currently facing a Tier 6 opponent. Could she handle it? The second round of the competition had always been about life and death. If one did not have enough confidence, they opt to withdraw from the competition. However, they would also lose the possibility of entering the Federation Military Academy. Imochu naturally would not allow herself to withdraw. The test begins. As the sound of the broadcast from the machine rang out, the metal frame that was binding the magical beast was also removed. Roar! The magical beast faced the sky and let out a long howl. Its sharp eyes stared fixedly at Imochu, as if wanting to tear her into pieces. The muscles all over its body bulged up, and it charged straight towards Imochu at lightning speed. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Some even covered their eyes, afraid to see the bloody scene. No one felt that Imochu had any hope of winning. Indeed, the contrast between the two was too stark. Imochu was thin and delicate, but the magical beast opposite her was ferocious and terrifying. It was twice her size. There was such a huge disparity in strength that the outcome was obvious. However, just when everyone thought that Imochu was bound to lose, the situation suddenly changed drastically. No one saw what Imochu did, but just when the magical beast's sharp claws were less than 10 centimeters away from her, its movements suddenly stopped in place. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the magical beast that had a ferocious look on its face just a moment ago actually revealed fear. It trembled as it stepped back, and its gaze towards Imochu was filled with panic. What was going on? Could it be that they had missed something? How did the situation suddenly change so drastically? Then, Imochu started to move. She slowly walked towards the magical beast. Her leisurely steps were as if she was strolling in her own backyard. When she approached the magical beast, Imochu stretched out her palm and placed it on the magical beast's head. To everyone's surprise, the little girl actually did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, she gently stroked it. This was no longer important. What happened next was even more shocking. The magical beast, who was ferocious just a moment ago, had actually obediently let Imochu caress it. It even had a look of enjoyment on its face. FCK. What the Hades was this? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? They looked at the people beside them who were also stunned. Only then did they confirm that what they saw was the truth. What on earth is going on? God, I didn't see anything and it's already over? Did you see that? Quickly tell me. The audience was discussing animatedly. For a moment, it was extremely lively. You have passed the test. Just when everyone was still puzzled, the machine broadcast had already spoken. Imochu took the pass sign and silently walked back. Looking at the little girl's slender figure, everyone could not help but sigh. This should be the easiest second round in the history of the test. No one saw a chubby figure looming below the stage. Woo. Seeing Imochu approach, Roundy immediately jumped up. With a leap, it landed firmly in Imochu's arms. It seemed that it had practiced quite a bit. Otherwise, how could he be so proficient in its movements? I'm good, right? Roundy had a look of wanting praise on its face. Its small head was raised high, but its round red eyes would occasionally turn to steal a glance at Imochu. When it met Imochu's gaze, it immediately turned back arrogantly. Humph. This time, it had to maintain his image as an expert. Yes, Roundy is the best. Imochu smiled faintly. She stretched out a hand and gently scratched its belly. This little fellow's arrogant image was immediately broken. It lay softly in Imochu's embrace, allowing her to caress and massage its body. Oh, it felt so good. Previously in the deep-sea forest, Imochu had discovered that Roundy's oppressive aura was actually able to suppress a Tier 8 magical beast from afar. Imochu still remembered that when she saw the huge Tier 8 magical beast beside her, she was so frightened that her legs were trembling. She had thought that she would definitely die, but she did not expect that the Tier 8 magical beast actually did not make a move against them. Instead, the magical beast took a glance at the blood-luminescent beast in her embrace. Then, like a ruffian encountering a police officer, it ran away with a whoosh, causing Imochu to be stunned. She understood the rules of the second round of the selection, which meant that there were no rules. As long as you could win, you would be considered to have passed. Since that was the case, Imochu had Roundy, a powerful cheating device in her hands. So, she naturally did not need to do it herself. However, everyone else was stunned by the scene on the stage. Hey, country bumpkin. Imochu returned to room 7 and was about to leave when the prideful girl from before walked over. The technique you used just now was a secret technique, right? Sell it to me. You can name the price. Other than elemental abilities, there were still some people in the Federation who could develop special abilities. For example, some unique martial techniques and movement techniques could be classified as secret techniques. Imochu had clearly displayed a secret technique on the stage just now. Imochu raised her eyebrows. I didn't use any secret technique. Don't you lie to me. Hearing that, the girl's lips curled downwards. She looked at Imochu as if she was looking at an idiot who did not know what was good for her. I've already said that as long as you name a price, I'll immediately give you the money. Huh. Imochu could not help but chuckle. It was clear who was the idiot. It was not a secret technique, and even if it was, who would be willing to sell it to this girl? What did being able to tame a magical beast mean? It meant that she had an inexhaustible supply of resources in the magical region. Following that, her wealth and strength would increase greatly. Who would be willing to sell this golden chicken that could lay eggs? Imochu ignored her and turned around to leave. Hey! The girl frowned and stretched out her hand to stop Imochu. She shouted sternly, What's wrong with you? I haven't finished speaking. Who allowed you to leave? Oh, before Imochu could say anything, Roundy let out an impatient howl. That cold gaze and sharp teeth scared the girl so much that she subconsciously took a few steps back. Her heart thumped in her chest. Roundy had long disliked this woman. The strong fragrance on her body caused it to sneeze a few times in succession, and she still dared to boast shamelessly about it? Does she want to buy me over? I'm a priceless treasure. The girl patted her chest and did not dare to get too close to Imochu. Oh God, why was this country bumpkin's pet so terrifying? It was not obedient at all. It must be a cheap item. However, the girl was not in the mood to pester Imo-chu anymore. It was her turn to go on stage now. She did not even have the time to say anything before she hurriedly ran to the stage. Only then did Imo-chu leisurely walk out with the blood-luminescent beast in his arms. Imo-yang was waiting for her outside the door. Compared to Imo-chu, Imo-yang's luck was much better. He had picked room 3. His opponent was a senior from the previous batch, an early Tier 7. However, Imo-yang's strength was not weak either. The difference in energy between the two of them was not too great. In addition, Imo-yang had rich combat experience, so he quickly obtained victory in this battle. Imo-chu and Imo-yang's progress was very fast. They did not need to wait until tomorrow. They could directly participate in the third round of the selection. The Federation Military Academy had 3A specialties: Elemental, Mecha, and Cultivation. Anyone who entered the military academy would have to choose at least 2 of these 3 majors, one for their major and one for their minor. This third round of selection would be based on their talent in Mecha or plant cultivation. It could also be considered a different kind of class placement test. Imo-yang chose Mecha. Although he had never actually operated it before, he had practiced it countless times on the StarNet. That kind of wind-like pleasure and powerful attack power was enough to make most men fall in love with it. The Federation Military Academy's 3 rounds of selections were all kept confidential, so when Imo-chu saw this, she was dumbfounded. She still had to choose a minor? Mecha? What the Hades was this? She did not know what to do at all. Ever since she woke up, Imo-chu had been working hard to absorb the knowledge of this society. In addition to the training of her elemental ability and the search for delicacies, she had not paid any attention to the mecha at all. There was nothing she could do. She could not give up halfway. Although she knew nothing about plant cultivation, it was still much better than a mech. Imo-chu took a deep breath, lifted her feet, and strode towards the direction of the Plant Cultivation Institute. The Plant Cultivation Institute was not far away. It was only a 2 to 3 minute walk. The moment Imo-chu walked closer, she could clearly feel that the air here had become a little fresher, and she felt more relaxed. On the light screen above the Plant Cultivation Institute's gate, the content of the third round of selection was clearly written. It was divided into 2 parts, the written test and the practical test, each accounting for 50% of the score. Since she had come, Imo-chu naturally would not allow herself to back down. However, this thought began to waver when she received the written test question. What are the key techniques for plant cultivation? What are the plant cultivation soils? Please use a magical plant as an example to explain the possible cultivation methods. Imo-chu was completely dumbfounded. What kind of questions were these? How did she know the answers? On this hot day, Imo-chu could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Looking at the people beside her writing at full speed, her mind went blank. Don't panic. Don't panic. Imo-chu secretly encouraged herself. She tried her best to suppress the panic in his heart and continued to read the questions. In the end, when she looked at the questions again, she found it even more tragic. Her test paper was filled with blanks and short answers. Imo-chu originally wanted to go for the multiple-choice questions. Maybe she would be lucky enough to guess a few of them. Now, she had lost all hope. What should he do? Before he knew it, time had passed. Imo-chu did not even know what she had written. Then, in a daze, he handed it in. Little Chu, how was your test? Imo-yang had already finished his mecha test and successfully entered the Federation Military Academy. Now that he saw Imo-chu come out, his eyes instantly lit up. This reminded Imo-chu of the anxious parents waiting outside the 21st Century College entrance examination venue. This expression was really the same. Not too good. Looking at Imo-yang's expectant eyes, Imo-chu said lightly. She really could not tell the truth, so she had to lie tactfully. However, no matter how tactful she was, the results would still come out later. As it was an intelligent grading test, the results of the written test were quickly released. Everyone's results and rankings were automatically transmitted to the participant's personal terminal. Imo-chu was initially a little expectant, but when she opened the terminal to take a look, her heart instantly went cold. A huge 0 had occupied her entire line of sight. 0, it was actually a 0. Imo-chu could not help but be stunned. Back then, she was a straight-A student, but now she actually scored 0? There were so many fill-in blanks, but not a single one of her answers was correct. Before he could mourn, the practical test immediately began. Everyone drew a random number, and Mo Chu was the fifth. Compared to the written exam, the practical test of plant cultivation was notoriously difficult. 10 to 20 points were very normal. She remembered that someone once scored a high score of 60 points a few decades ago, and it was still talked about by people until now. Seeing that the first few people did not even reach 30 points, Mo Chu was so scared that her heart was beating wildly. When it was Mo Chu's turn, there were obviously some strange looks on the side. In all these years, no one had ever set a record of 0 points in the plant cultivation department's written examination. Mo Chu was now considered famous. Mo Chu had just walked into the room when the sound of instructions rang out. Hello. Welcome to the Federation Military Academy's examination. There are over 1,000 types of magical plants in the room now. Please choose the 10 types with the most vigorous vitality. The time limit is half an hour. What? Choosing 10 out of 1,000 types? That was too difficult. No wonder the Federal Military Academy's recruitment was nicknamed the Pervert's Playground. It was really perverted. Looking around, the entire room was filled with magical plants. Perhaps because they were worried about the magical plant's offensive power, each magic plant was covered with a transparent cover with a serial number on it. The participants only needed to fill in the serial number on the light screen outside, and the system would automatically give the result. The one with the most vitality? Thinking of the test question given, Mo Chu's heart was full of doubts. What kind of magical plants have the most vitality? As he muttered, Mo Chu cast her gaze on the densely packed magical plants. The school had collected so many of them. The variety and quantity were so great that Mo Chu's eyes were dazzled. Each magical plant was like a unique beauty, bringing with it a unique color and brilliance. As she looked at the brilliance that filled the room, Mo Chu's suddenly lit up. Isn't the most vigorous life force the symbol of its most dazzling brilliance? Although no one else could see this brilliance, it was a piece of cake for Mo Chu. As she thought of this, Mo Chu sprung to action. Very quickly, she found the 10 most dazzling magical plants. After writing down the serial number, he turned around and walked out of the room. Why is she so fast? The set time was half an hour, but Mo Chu only used about 10 minutes. It was no wonder that others were surprised. They all felt that they did not have enough time, but this person actually came out early. Aya, she must have just picked a few that are pleasing to the eye. That's true. Her written exam is 0, so it doesn't make much sense to participate in the practical exam. Just as the discussions outside were getting intense, a voice prompt suddenly rang out. Number 5, Mo Chu, full score for the practical test. What? In an instant, everyone felt as though their tongues had been pulled out. Silence filled the room. Impossible. Could it be that the military academy's machines had malfunctioned? Otherwise, how could there be a situation where someone got full marks? However, they quickly rejected this idea. After all, the military academy's machines were all top-notch in the Federation. It was impossible for such a mistake to occur. If it was not so, then it could only mean that there was something fishy about Mo Chu. There must be a problem. We request a retrial. Yes, we request a retrial. No one knew who started it, but very quickly, a large group of people began to riot. After all, it was a fact that Mo scored a 0 on the written test. Who would believe that such a person would be able to obtain a full score on the practical test? Old man, so you finally came back? The director of the Plant Cultivation Institute, Situ Xiao, looked at the man in front of him with a teasing look in his eyes. Why? Can't I take a break? Chunbai smiled helplessly. It was impossible to tell that he was almost 150 years old just by looking at his handsome face. However, one could tell that he had a calm temperament. Come on, I what you're like. Situ Xiao raised his eyebrows and teased. Were you playing in the magical region again? Chunbai could be considered the #1 person in the current plant cultivation world. He had a unique and incisive view of plant cultivation. In fact, the first normal plant in the Federation was personally cultivated by him. Although this normal plant only had a short lifespan of 1 year, just this alone was enough to elevate Chunbai to the altar. However, this fellow did not seek fame and fortune. He frequently traveled between the various demon regions, hoping to observe the growth of the demonic plant at close range. Therefore, other than a few top-notch bigwigs in the cultivation world, they knew his true appearance. The others had only heard of his name and had never seen him before. Since you're already here, why don't you stay here for a few months and teach some students? Situ Shio had always wanted to bring Chanbai to school, but he had not succeeded. Now, he did not forget to bring up the past again. Don't. Hearing this, Chanbai quickly shook his head. You know that I'm not interested in this. The two of them chatted happily, and suddenly, there were knocks on the door. Situ Shio frowned slightly. He had already said that he was going to meet his close friend. Usually, no one would come to disturb him. Come in. What's the matter? Dean, I'm sorry to disturb you. The person who came was a teacher in charge of the selection. There was a hint of embarrassment and anxiety on his face. The selection of the Plant Cultivation Institute has been forced to stop. What? Situ's eyebrows shot up. What's going on? There's a contestant who got a full score on the practical test. Everyone. Before the person could finish his sentence, Chanbai stood up with a bang. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Someone got a full score in practical? Chanbai was the person who came up with the content of the practical test. Therefore, he knew the difficulty of the test very clearly. Even he might not be able to make a correct judgment, let alone get a full score. For a moment, Chanbai's eyes could not help but be filled with curiosity. He looked at Situ Shio and said, "Let's go and take a look." At this moment, the Plant Cultivation Institute was in a mess. Wave after wave of protests resounded through the sky. On the other hand, Imo Chu, who was at the side, acted as if she did not hear anything. She was playing happily with the pet in her arms. Imo Yang's tall body stood at the side like a guardian. What's going on? Situ Shio frowned when he saw this scene. He shouted, and the scene instantly quieted down. All right. Situ Shio's expression relaxed when he saw this. He turned to look at the man in the lead. Tell me, what's going on? The man was a little excited when the dean of the Plant Cultivation Institute personally called out his name. His face was flushed red, but he also explained the whole incident clearly. So, you now suspect that Imo Chu cheated in the practical test? Chen Bai, who was behind Situ Shio, used the angle to cover himself up and stared at Imo Chu curiously. After all, he had lived for a few more years, so Chenbai was quite good at judging people. The little girl just stood there quietly. Her eyes were clear, but her slender back was straight. No matter how you looked at it, she did not look like a person who would cheat. Yes, the man nodded. We hope to release the video of the practical test. The exam room was equipped with surveillance cameras that recorded videos and videos for archiving. This. Situ Shio frowned slightly. To be honest, when he first saw Imo Chu, he could not help but be surprised. This girl was only 16 or 17 years old. Could she even recognize all the thousands of magic plants, let alone get a perfect score? Even so, he could not casually release Imo Chu's video. After all, this was related to her reputation. It's okay, just release it. At this moment, Imo Chu suddenly raised her head and said casually. This fearless look made others a little puzzled. Could it be that she really got a perfect score based on her ability? Very soon, Imo Chu's practical video was made public. Just as Chanbai had expected, there was no problem at all. Everything was normal. It was only at this moment that the doubts of the crowd completely subsided. The eyes that looked at Imo Chu were filled with shock. She was too amazing. Picking one or two magical plants might be luck, but picking a whole 10 plants was definitely her skill. Little girl, can you tell me why you picked these magical plants? Chanbai had walked to Imo Chu's side. His tone was curious yet sincere. Imo Chu naturally could not tell the truth, and could only mumble, it's just a feeling. Feeling. Looking at Imo Chu's clear eyes, Chanbai could not help but mutter something, as though he was deep in thought. The Federation had been researching magical plants for a very long time, but relatively speaking, they did not produce many results. Even so, tens of billions of Federation coins were still invested into them every year. It was all in the hope that one day, they would be able to return to normal plants. Looking at the girl in front of him, Chanbai's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you willing to learn from me? At this moment, the thought of taking in a disciple suddenly arose in his mind, and he blurted out these words. Oh, Mo Chu was slightly stunned. You're a teacher from the Federation Military Academy? Chun Bai's face froze. Sensing Situ Shio's amused gaze behind him, he finally nodded. Yes. The examinees at the side frowned slightly. Understanding the situation of the teachers in the Plant Cultivation Academy was already homework they had to do before the examination. It was just that this person, they did not recognize him. Could he be a newbie professor they had just hired? Everyone did not think highly of him. However, Mo Chu suddenly nodded and agreed with a smile. Sure. Even Situ Shio was shocked. He thought that Mo Chu already knew Chun Bai's identity. However, from her actions, it did not seem like it. All right, then you can be considered my disciple. Just as he finished speaking, an excited female voice sounded. You are Chun Bai's disciple, right? Can you consider accepting me too? In an instant, these words caused a large commotion. Exalted was a title of respect to a person of the level of a master in the Federation. There were less than 10 people in the entire Federation who were qualified to receive this title, and Chun Bai was one of them. Oh my god, is it really the exalted Chun Bai? Quickly pinch me. See if I'm dreaming. To the people in the plant cultivation world, Chun Bai was a god far away in the clouds. Who would have thought that he would actually float down to their level today? When they thought of this, everyone was ecstatic and excited. Everyone's face was flushed red, and their eyes were shining. They looked at Chun Bai like a hungry wolf. They could not wait to pounce on him and check if he was real or fake. They were all looking at Chun Bai in unison. He could no longer turn a blind eye to them. He nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. Woa! Chun Bai's small action caused another wave of excitement. This reaction was much crazier than that of the 21st century's celebrity chasing. Mo Chu was stunned, but Mo Yang could not hide his excitement. Little Chu did not know who Chun Bai was, but he knew. Even though he was not very interested in plant cultivation, Chun Bai's name was still well known. From this, one could see Chun Bai's prestige. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Situ Shio quickly stepped forward to stabilize the situation. His eyes were slightly crafty. As everyone can see, Chun Bai has officially become a guest professor of our plant cultivation department. If he wanted to take on a disciple, Chun Bai had to at least have a title in the military academy. Previously, this old fellow was not willing to come in, but now, he actually took the initiative? When Situ Shio thought of this, he smiled even more sweetly. But now, whether or not you can successfully enter the plant cultivation department will depend on the results of your third round of tests. As expected of the dean, Situ Shio only used a few simple words to lead the whole matter back to its original path. Little girl, can you help me with something? Chun Bai was not affected by external matters at all. He was staring at Mo Chu with a face full of enthusiasm. Help? Mo Chu was slightly stunned, and then nodded with a faint smile, of course. That's great. Hearing this, Chun Bai's eyes instantly lit up. He could not wait to turn around and walk into the Plant Cultivation Institute. He almost trotted there. He even turned around to look at Mo Chu from time to time, afraid that she would not be able to catch up. Mo Chu did not know how big the Plant Cultivation Institute was, but she had walked for almost 30 minutes before Chun Bai finally stopped. In front of her was a metal door that was slightly dazzling under the sunlight. This is my laboratory here, Chun Bai explained to Mo Chu softly. His slender palm pressed against the door, and the door sank into the shape of Chun Bai's palm. The gene lock was unlocked, and the door swung open. Following Chun Bai's footsteps, Mo Chu was stunned the moment she entered. Rather than calling this a laboratory, it would be better to say that this was an independent experimental institution. With just a glance, there was no end in sight. A small path separated the dark soil into two sides. Inside, there were all kinds of magical plants. The thousands of magical plants in the test room just now paled in comparison. The magical plants here are all transplanted back from various magical regions, so they are relatively complete. Chun Bai smiled and looked at Mo Chu with some anticipation in his eyes. Look, can you help me select a few plants with the most vigorous vitality here? The normal plants that Chun Bai had cultivated previously had eventually died out due to the exhaustion of their vitality. Therefore, he had always been prepared to replace them with magical plants with more vigorous vitality. However, The crux of the problem was that with the current technology of the Federation, there was no way to determine the vitality value of the magical plants. It was because of this selfish motive that Chunbai had come up with such a question for the third round of the enrollment. Upon hearing that, Imo Chu's eyes widened as she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Oh my god, there were at least 10,000 magical plants here. At this moment, how could she possibly be able to see through all of it? Chunbai also knew that his action was a little too forceful. He could not help but rub his hands together as he said with an apologetic tone, "If it's too troublesome, then forget it." Situ Shio was left behind. Looking at this scene, he could not help but shake his head. This good friend of his was too focused on plant cultivation. Did he think about the age of this little lass, Imo Chu, before assigning such an important task to her? Besides, have you ever seen a master being so humble to his own disciple? There were probably only a few in the entire world. It doesn't matter. Imo Chu smiled and shook her head. She had always maintained a respectful attitude toward teacher Chunbai. However, there are so many magical plants. I'm afraid I can't see through them all at the moment. How about this? I'll come over tomorrow and the day after. When the selection is done, I'll tell you. Is that all right? The recruitment period of the Federation Military Academy would last for a total of 3 days. Imo Chu could use this period of time to help Chunbai find the magical plants he needed. Sure, of course. Hearing this, Chunbai immediately beamed with joy. Then I'll set up your genetic structure to the door lock later. You can come in by yourself. You trust this girl so much? After watching Imo Chu leave, Situ Shio strolled over, his tone somewhat sour. It was not to sow discord. It was just that he and Chunbai had been good friends for so many years. This guy did not say anything about setting up his genetic structure on the door and kept hiding the laboratory like it was a treasure. But now, he had just accepted a disciple and immediately let her enter his laboratory. This made Situ Shio angry. Look at what you're saying. How can I not trust my own disciple? Chunbai was very conscious of being a master at this moment. His body straightened up and his words were filled with pride. Fine. Situ Shio waved his hand and his mouth curled up. Don't show off to me here. I have disciples too. Who's showing off to you? Chunbai snickered and looked at Imo Chu's departing figure with a serious expression. Situ, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this disciple of mine will definitely do something great in the future. 2 days later, Imo Chu officially entered the military academy and became a freshman of the Federation Military Academy Class 3030. However, she had the title of Chunbai's only elite student on her head, so it was inevitable for others to pay more attention to her. Hey, did you see that girl? She's the one. She doesn't seem to be very powerful. Why did Exalted Chunbai pick her? That's right. Naturally, there were people who were more powerful than Imo Chu. They could not help but feel jealous. After all, they had outstanding talent, yet Exalted Chunbai did not even look at them. Instead, he chose a country bumpkin from District 12. They found this hard to swallow. They did not dare to blame Exalted Chunbai for not having good taste. They could only blame it all on Imo Chu. No matter how they looked at her, they still did not like her. Imo Chu did not mind. It was not until she entered the military academy that she finally understood why it had become one of the top academies in the Federation. There had always been only one rule here to judge heroes by their strength. The military academy would hold a school competition every year. Everyone had to form their own teams and enter the magical region to capture magical plants and magical beasts to obtain points. The higher the ranking of the points, the better the resources they could enjoy. It was because of this that the entire Federation Military Academy was filled with a strong competitive atmosphere. The phrase survival of the fittest was vividly displayed here. What? Looking at the lecturer on the stage, Imo Chu was slightly stunned. This year's school competition happened to coincide with the time when they entered the academy. The principal waved his hand, and they, a bunch of small fries who had only entered the academy for about 10 days, had to participate in the competition. The teacher was currently giving them an impromptu explanation of the relevant matters. Imo Chu could not help but be shocked by the military academy's iron-blooded methods. The surrounding students were also discussing animatedly with worried expressions on their faces. After all, they had not even passed the adaptation period for entering the school. Yet they had to participate in such a large-scale competition. Moreover, this was related to the issue of their treatment for this year, who would not be anxious. According to the school competition rules, every team must obey the 1-to-1 foot rule. In other words, every high-year student must pair up with a low-year student, so that they could complement each other. Mo Chu and Mo Yang's shortcomings were reflected here. They came from District 12, so they did not know anyone in District 3. Meanwhile, the others had already found a target to latch onto. For a moment, the two of them stood at the side. Huh. Still holding on to a pet at this time. Do you really think you're that great? That's right. If we're left alone later, we'll have to teach them a lesson. Ever since entering the school, Mo Chu had kept a low profile, and people could not find a way to criticize her. This group of people who disliked Mo Chu had no choice but to criticize the blood-luminescent beast in her arms. Mo Chu had heard these words countless times. She could not help but touch the blood-luminescent beast that was about to explode in her arms. Sigh, she felt a little helpless. They actually thought that the blood-luminescent beast was a docile and innocent pet. Were they blind? Hey, are you willing to form a team with us? Suddenly, a man walked toward them. His voice was like a loud bell. Coupled with his strong body and bulging muscles, he looked like a strength-type fighter. However, the person he was talking about was not Mo Chu, but Mo Yang, who was beside Mo Chu. After all, Mo Yang's strength, which was close to Tier 7, was quite outstanding among the freshmen. Qin sized up the little fellow in front of him. Their team could only be considered above average in the Federation Military Academy. Hence, he had taken a liking to Mo Yang's skills at a glance. As for the little girl beside him, although she had been taken in as a disciple by Master Chan Bai, however, her strength was too weak. In the military academy that was filled with experts, a cultivation at the initial stage of Tier 5 was nothing. Mo Yang did not say anything. He only glanced at Mo Chu beside him. His meaning was very clear. It was fine if they wanted to form a team, but little Chu had to be with him as well. Qin Yu naturally knew the pros and cons. In the end, he nodded his head and agreed. As long as this little girl did not drag them down, he would reluctantly bring her along. The seniors who had already participated in the school competition naturally knew that the magical region that the school was looking for was not too big. The resources were limited, so the earlier they entered, the more advantageous it would be. After forming a team, they headed straight for the magical region. The journey was considered quite smooth, but this group of people treated Mo Chu like an extra character. They did not even let her make a move, and had already taken down quite a number of magical beasts. The points in the terminal in their hands continued to rise, and in a short while, they had successfully earned 20 points. The points were assessed based on the energy of the magical plants and magical beasts. The higher the level, the higher the points. When Mo Chu took a closer look, she realized that the number 1 person actually had 100 points. Her heart could not help but be shocked. The military academy was indeed filled with experts. Let's continue walking. Although Qin Yu was big and burly, his strength could not be underestimated. The cultivation of the middle level of Tier 8 was considered to be above average in the entire military academy. Wait, don't leave yet. Mo Chu, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. There's danger ahead. What's wrong? Mo Yang turned his head to look at little Chu. He understood that she would not say it if she did not mean it. TCH, the rest of the team scoffed at Mo Chu's words. Danger? How could there not be danger in the magical region? Let's hurry up and leave. A man in the team mocked. Little sister, if you're afraid of danger, you shouldn't have come here. In the few minutes that Mo Chu was delayed, another team had overtaken them. Everyone was a little anxious. Why don't we hurry up and leave? Otherwise, we'll be left behind. Ah, suddenly, a scream suddenly came from the front. Qin Yu squinted his eyes and focused. He quickly recognized that this voice was from the team that had surpassed them just now. Their strength was even slightly better than theirs. How could it be that they had encountered some troublesome magical beast at this time? Han Xian, go and take a look. Qin Yu looked at the man who had mocked Mo Chu earlier. Han Xian replied. He cultivated the wind element, and his body was also very flexible. 10 minutes later, Han Xian returned. His face was a little pale, and there was still some lingering fear in his eyes. What's going on? Qin Yu could not help but frown when he saw Han Xian's expression. This kid was not a coward. Han Xian swallowed his saliva. He was still trembling when he recalled the scene he saw just now. When I went over just now, I happened to see the patrol teacher bringing a team of them back. In the school competition, everyone carried a transmitter with them. Once they encountered an emergency, they could activate it. The patrol teacher of the military academy would immediately go to rescue them. However, in this way, the results of this team would be regarded as invalid. Therefore, if it was not a last resort, no one would activate the launcher. Even so, a few members of that team were seriously injured. Broken limbs could be seen on the ground, and blood flowed all over. Until now, waves of wails seemed to echo in his ears. Thinking of this, Han Xian could not help but cast a grateful glance at Imo Chu. If she had not stopped them just now, they would very well be the people who have been slaughtered. Hearing Han Xian's words, Qin Yu and the others could not help but be shocked. Is it a magical beast or a magical plant in front? How can it be so powerful? Qin Yu looked at Han Xian, his thick eyebrows and big eyes adding a bit of solemnity to his face. I'm not sure. Han Xian shook his head slightly, his eyes still carrying some fear. As the saying goes, the unknown was the scariest. I looked there for a long time, but I didn't find anything. Hearing this, Qin Yu's gaze darkened. After thinking for a moment, he quickly turned his gaze to Imo Chu. Since she was able to warn him back then, it meant that she at least had some understanding of this thing. Imo Chu, what do you think? As soon as Qin Yu said this, the people in the team naturally turned their gazes to Imo Chu. To be honest, this girl really gave them a big shock. Previously, when they saw Imo Chu's petite body and weak strength, they did not think much of her. However, who knew that this little girl actually knew so much about the creatures in the magical region? Her alertness was even sharper than those of the high-grade students like them. As expected of exalted Chun Bai's disciple, she really had a few tricks up her sleeves. I guess there might be a type of mutated magical plant up ahead. Imo Chu did not hide anything and started to speculate based on the clues that Han Xian had brought back. The reason why I sensed danger was because I smelled a thick scent of blood up ahead. It's very obvious that a team has already been attacked there. Also, its position seemed to be fixed. Compared to magic beasts, I'm more inclined to think that it's a magical plant up ahead. Logically speaking, regardless of whether it's a magical plant or a magical beast, everyone would be on high alert. However, that scream just now clearly carried a sense of surprise and panic. In addition, Han Xian did not see it too, so it's very likely that it's a magical plant that has the ability of invisibility. When Imo Chu's words came out, everyone on the team could not help but be stunned. A magical plant that possessed the ability of invisibility? They had never heard of such a thing before. However, when they thought about it carefully, the number of magical plants in the Federation was more than 10 million. Coupled with all sorts of mutations, it was not impossible for such a magical plant to appear. Moreover, Imo Chu's conjecture was also reasonable and well-founded. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Chun Bai. Although it was only a short 2 weeks, Imo Chu had been able to observe all sorts of magical plants from a closer distance in Chun Bai's laboratory. She was able to memorize many of their characteristics by heart. In addition to Chun Bai's direct explanation, Imo Chu's understanding of magical plants had also deepened greatly. Han Xian scratched his head, clearly unable to make up his mind. Then what should we do now? Take a detour? Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, but he did not answer immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brows in confusion. Imo Chu understood what he was thinking. Once such a unique magical plant was captured by them, their points would increase exponentially. However, he was worried about the safety of his team members, so he was in a dilemma. How about this? Imo Yang and I go and explore it first. Imo Chu was quite interested in this magical plant. Moreover, she could see the brilliance on the magical plant's body. To her, this invisibility function was just a piece of cake. How can we do that? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's thick brows furrowed. The previous team was seriously injured. Imo Chu and Imo Yang were just 2 people. That would be like sending them on a suicide mission, right? If we want to go, why don't we go together? That's right. The other team members also agreed. If the others knew that they had let the two freshmen take the lead, they would die of shame, and they did not even need to wait for others to ridicule them. Seeing the firm expressions on their faces, Imo Chu's heart warmed. She nodded and agreed. All right then, everyone should be more careful. Perhaps they had already known about the invisibility function of the magical plant, so everyone was not as worried as before. It was just that they did not know where to start. At this moment, Imo Chu was able to play a role. In the empty space, she seemed to have the help of God as she pointed her finger everywhere. The magical plant was not stupid. It was clear that Imo Chu had exposed its position, and it was so angry that it wanted to attack her. Unfortunately, Imo Chu had already noticed its actions. In addition, Imo Yang had always been standing beside Imo Chu, so the magical plant could not do anything to her. On the other hand, Qin Yu's strength was really powerful. Even if he could not see the magical plant, once Imo Chu made a sound, he could quickly launch an attack and hit the target. As time passed, the magical plant's energy was quickly depleted by more than half, and it was no longer able to maintain its invisible state. Without the most advantageous hidden condition, the team quickly took down the magical plant. Of course, because of the special characteristics of the magical plant, their points doubled and they quickly jumped to the top 10. Everyone was extremely excited. They had participated in so many school competitions, not to mention the top 10, they could not even enter the top 100. They also understood that this was all thanks to Imo Chu, and their eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration as they looked at her. Can I have the root system of this magical plant? Qin Yu and the others had put away this magical plant into the terminal, but they casually threw away the roots. Of course, you can, but this thing has no energy. Even if you take it, it won't be of much use. Han Xin kindly said. He thought that Imo Chu was inexperienced, but he quickly remembered that Imo Chu was Chan Baizuan's disciple. So, of course, she had some use for the roots. He decided to shut up. It's okay, thank you. Imo Chu did not notice Han Xian's abnormality and put the root system into her personal terminal. She had not reacted before, but when she smelled the familiar smell coming from the root system, she suddenly remembered. This was a kind of chili pepper that she could not find. Holding the root system in her hand and sniffing it, Imo Chu almost burst into tears from the spiciness. Even so, it could not hide the joy in her heart. With the chili, many delicacies could be made. Just thinking about it made her drool. The blood-luminescent beast in Imo Chu's arms seemed to feel Imo Chu's joy as it jumped a few times. Little one, you're in luck. Imo Chu gently patted its round back. She could see that it was starting to drool as well. All kinds of recipes for delicacies went round and round in Imo Chu's mind. In the end, she could only wipe her saliva with a sorrowful expression. It was better to finish this school competition before anything else. All right, let's continue moving forward. The sense of achievement of being ranked 10th in a single leap had really inspired these fellows. Each and every one of them was extremely spirited, as if they had swallowed a stimulant. It was also due to their good luck. They had just walked for a while when they discovered another magical beast that was extremely cost-effective. It was only at the middle level of Tier 7, but the energy value on its body was very high. However, before they could make a move, a blazing flame suddenly flew out from nowhere and attacked this magical beast. FCK. They had actually been robbed of their prey. Looking behind them, they saw a group of people slowly walking toward them. The one who had attacked just now was a woman standing in front. They were truly moving and eye-catching. Xiao Hongmei. Qin Yu frowned slightly, immediately revealing the identity of the person who had come. Humph, who did you think it was? Xiao Hongmei said arrogantly. She exuded a type of strong, natural charm. So it's you guys. As expected, enemies will always meet on this narrow road to the top. Indeed, everyone in the military academy knew each other's strengths, so their rankings were relatively fixed. Xiao Hongmei's team had always occupied the top 10 positions. However, now, they were actually pushed down by an unknown team number 23. How could they be willing to accept this? The terminal's ranking would also show the serial numbers of each team. The huge 23-foot on Imo Chu's and the others' clothes was really eye-catching. Xiao Hongmei, Qin Yu had a bad temper. As if echoing Qiao Hongmei's words, the few members behind her had already started to fight with the magical beast, treating it as their spoils of war. Brother, let's go. Mo Chu gave Mo Yang a look, participating in the battle with the magical beast. Humph, don't you dare underestimate us. After an intense battle, Mo Yang ended the magical beast's life with a flash of lightning. Seeing this scene, Qiao Hongmei's face sank slightly. She swept her gaze over them before finally landing on Mo Chu. You're Mo Chu? Mo Chu, be careful of that woman. In this short period of time, Han Xian had lost his previous indifference and was even concerned for Mo Chu. Qiao Hongmei is in the top 3 of the plant cultivation department. She has always wanted to be a disciple under exalted Chunbai. However, who would have thought that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would suddenly be snatched away by a little girl like you? Who knew how many students in the plant cultivation department were envious of you? Qiao Hongmei probably did not have a good impression of you either. I really don't see what abilities you have. The corners of Qiao Hongmei's eyes lifted slightly, but the words that came out of her red and delicate lips were filled with disdain. She did not know what tricks this little girl had used to become exalted Chunbai's disciple. Mo Chu naturally felt that this woman was full of malice towards her. She could not help but chuckle, her eyes shining brightly. I don't know about other things, but at least I got full marks on the practical test. Perhaps Master thinks that I have talent because of that? Compared to Qiao Hongmei's slightly aggressive appearance, Mo Chu could be considered a good-looking person. However, when Mo Chu smiled, she was like a delicate flower that had bloomed, and it was extremely attractive. It made people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. Mo Chu did not know that her words had hit a nerve. When Qiao Hongmei first entered the academy, she had scored full marks on the written test, but she was ranked last on the practical test. However, when her 2 results were combined, she still entered the military academy in the end. Qiao Hongmei's expression darkened even more. I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. Her beautiful face was tainted with a hint of viciousness. Anyone can say pretty words, but your luck won't always be this good. In Qiao Hongmei's opinion, Mo Chu scoring full marks in the practical test was purely due to luck. However, she did not think about the difficulty involved. After all, even if one was extremely lucky, it was highly unlikely to pick the correct magical plant 10 times in a row. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Mo Chu's lips curled up slightly. Her exquisite little face seemed to have a layer of light on it. My luck has always been very good. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Qiao Hongmei suddenly smiled. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What bet? Why? You don't dare? Seeing the hesitation between Mo Chu's brows, Qiao Hongmei could not help but snicker. What do you want to bet? Mo Yang stood at the side, his handsome face especially striking among the group of burly men. Can you make a decision for her? Looking at Mo Yang's handsome face, Qiao Hongmei's eyes actually lit up. Of course, he can. Mo Chu took a few steps forward, blocking Qiao Hongmei's repulsive gaze. The number of women in the Federation had always been smaller than the number of men, causing quite a number of women to develop a licentious temperament. Qiao Hongmei was one of them. All right then. Meeting Mo Chu's clear eyes, Qiao Hongmei could not help but smile. I'll bet the points in your team. How about it? Do you dare or not? Points? Hearing this, Mo Chu was truly stunned. She had never thought that Qiao Hongmei would come up with such an idea. Let's have a competition to see who has more talent in magical plants. If you lose, obediently transfer your current points to our account. It's the same if we lose. How about it? Do you dare to gamble? Hey! As soon as Qiao Hongmei's voice fell, not only were Mo Chu's people stunned, even their own team members were a little surprised. What if? What if? Qiao Hongmei turned around and glared at the man who spoke. Don't tell me you still think I'll lose to this little girl? That was true. Qiao Hongmei was, after all, an outstanding person in the plant cultivation department. Compared to the tender little girl, Mo Chu, they naturally believed in the former. In the end, Qiao Hongmei did not forget to throw out the bait. Think carefully. If we win, their points will be transferred to our account. Not to mention the top 10. Even the top 5 won't be a problem. Upon hearing this, the members of their team were clearly moved. They could not voice their objections. No, I won't take this bet. It was not that Imochu was not confident. It was just that these points were the result of their team working hard for half a day. How could she casually use them in a bet? All right, we agree to this bet. Before Imochu could finish his rejection, a loud male voice sounded first. Imochu looked back and saw that it was Chinyu. Don't worry, little girl. Chinyu gave Imochu a hearty smile. His fan-like large hand patted her shoulder forcefully. We all believe in you. Don't be afraid. However, this fellow's strength was too great. With just this pat, Imochu staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Imo Yang, who was beside her, was quick enough to hold her up. Otherwise, Imochu would have embarrassed herself. Yes, yes. Chinyu hurriedly withdrew his hand. His large face was stained with a rare bit of awkwardness. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He was used to suppressing these rough brats, and he did not even realize that Imochu was still a soft girl. How could she withstand his strength? Seeing this, Han Xian, who was at the back, could not help but snicker. Who asked Chinyu to give them 2 slaps every now and then? His strength was like a mountain pressing down on them. When they protested, Chinyu even widened his bull-like eyes and lectured them like weaklings. He had to practice to be more like a gentleman. Haha, now he would make a fool of himself. Kid, what are you laughing at? Han Xian was snickering fiercely, but Chinyu's eyes were sharp, and a huge slap came towards his head. In an instant, Han Xian felt as if his entire body was sinking into the ground. He quickly restrained the smile on his face and put on a serious look as he echoed, Right, Imochu? Don't worry, we'll hold out for you from behind. Speaking of which, they had to rely on Imochu to gain a lot of points. Even if they lost, it did not matter. Moreover, he felt that Imochu was much more powerful than Xiao Hongmei. All right, are we going to bet or not? Xiao Hongmei was impatient and raised her eyebrows. What a bunch of chattering. A bunch of grown men acting like women? Let's bet. Imochu replied crisply, her eyes shining. Since everyone trusted her so much, what was the harm in betting? But you have to be careful. Don't cry when you lose later. Ha! Xiao Hongmei smiled coldly, her strong fighting spirit instantly ignited. I should be the one saying this to you. Say it. Imochu took a step forward, her chin slightly raised. What shall we compete in? It's very simple. Xiao Hongmei pointed to the side with her bright red fingernails. There's no lack of magical plants in this magical region. We'll only have a limited time of 10 minutes. Each of us will specify a magical plant, and we'll see who finds the magical plant with more energy. This bet sounded fair. However, after thinking about it carefully, she realized that Imochu had suffered a hidden loss. The condition of the 10-minute time limit was very beneficial to Xiao Hongmei. After all, she had participated in several school competitions and was naturally very familiar with this environment. However, this was Imochu's first time participating in the competition. It was not certain if she would be able to grasp the situation in these 10 minutes. What are you planning to back out now that things have come to this? The corners of Xiao Hongmei's mouth curled up. Her tone was full of ridicule, but it was somewhat provocative. Chinyu snorted coldly and glared at her. Don't think that others can't see through your little intentions. Don't you know how old you are? You actually dare to bully a 16 or 17-year-old little girl like Imochu. Chinyu, shut up. Xiao Hongmei growled angrily. As long as it was a woman, she was very sensitive to the issue of age. In fact, Xiao Hongmei was not old. She looked like she was 37 or 38 years old. It was the time when she had just come of age. However, compared to Imochu, who was a tender little bean sprout, she could naturally be considered an elderly person. Imochu looked back and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Do you guys trust me? Of course. Imo Yang was the first to voice out his support for his sister. Chinyu and the others also echoed along. All right. Imochu turned her head. Her pitch-black eyes looked straight into Xiao Hongmei's eyes. We'll do as you say. Imochu was aware of Xiao Hongmei's thoughts, but she would prove it to her. All schemes were worthless in front of absolute strength. All right, it's settled then. Upon hearing Imochu's words, Xiao Hongmei could not help but smile sweetly, her expression filled with pride. She had the right timing and the right place. She did not believe that she would lose to a little girl like Imochu. However, what if you guys don't admit your loss? Imochu suddenly voiced her doubts. After all, Xiao Hongmei's team's overall strength was indeed higher than theirs. If they were to refuse to admit their loss when the time came, it would be unfair for them to waste so much time here, right? Xiao Hongmei glanced at Imochu. SK, you really think highly of yourself. Oh woo. At this moment, Roundy's eyes suddenly lit up and it growled softly to the side. Someone is there. Oomph. Someone actually dared to peep at me. Imochu looked to the side. There seemed to be no movement at all. It was only when she listened carefully that she noticed the faint sound of breathing. This breathing was almost merged with the sound of the wind. It was no wonder that she had not noticed it before. Who is it? Come out. Imochu's sudden words caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. When they turned to look in the direction where Imochu had spoken, they discovered that a man had actually walked out from the reeds not far away. Ning Xiao. Xiao Hongmei's eyes widened as she cried out involuntarily. She had never thought that she would actually see this man here. Ning Xiao. This name was linked to the #1 expert in the Federation Military Academy. There were rumors that he had already successfully broken through to Tier 10. However, because this person was usually elusive, his whereabouts were uncertain. Hence, there was no way to verify this information. However, she had never expected that he would actually come to participate in the school competition this time. Although he did not know the identity of this man, Imochu was able to deduce a little from Xiao Hongmei's expression of admiration and surprise. She could not help but size him up carefully. Perhaps it was because of the genetic fusion. From the moment she woke up until now, the people that Imochu had seen were all very handsome. This man was no exception. Standing in the crowd, he was really eye-catching. Why don't I be the notary for this competition? Ning Xiao suddenly spoke. His low voice seemed to carry a subwoofer, and it hit everyone's heart with a hint of tenderness. Xiao Hongmei's eyes lit up when she heard this. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Ning Xiao. The charm in her bones seemed to burst out all of a sudden. Her plump red lips were slightly opened, and there was an indescribable temptation. Really? That's great. Although Imochu was a girl, she could not help but feel her bones go weak when she heard this. She turned his head to look at Xiao Hongmei. To be able to make such a simple sentence into a flirtatious one, it was indeed a kind of skill. Ning Xiao, who was standing at the side, did not seem to notice Xiao Hongmei's friendliness towards him. His handsome face remained calm as he said, "Are you guys ready? If you are ready, I will start the timer." Being completely ignored by Ning Xiao, Xiao Hongmei became more and more courageous as she fought. She took 2 steps forward and looked straight at him with her big, watery eyes. She twisted her body and her delicate figure became more and more curvaceous. "Yes, we are ready." "Me too." Imochu also nodded at Ning Xiao with a faint smile. Logically speaking, if an ordinary woman stood next to Xiao Hongmei, who had all kinds of postures, the ordinary woman would definitely be suppressed by her beauty. However, Imochu's elegant and indifferent temperament was accentuated. Time starts now. As soon as Ning Xiao finished speaking, Imochu immediately sprinted forward with the strength of an 800-meter sprinter. Since she dared to agree to this bet, naturally, she had something to rely on. After observing for a period of time, Imochu secretly came to a conclusion. In fact, every type of magical plant would have a different color of brilliance. The brighter the brilliance, the more vigorous the life force of the magic plant, and the more saturated the color of the magic plant, the more energy it contained. Taking advantage of the moment they were talking, Imochu had already sized up the surrounding magical plants, locking onto the one with the most saturated color as a guarantee. However, since there were still 10 minutes left, she naturally hoped to go further to take a look. On the other side, Xiao Hongmei, based on her usual experience, headed straight to the place with the most magical plants and the most powerful ones, taking out the Federation's energy scanner to check them one by one. The actions of the two naturally fell into the eyes of the team members behind them. They could still understand Xiao Hongmei's actions, but Imochu did not use the energy scanner. What was he trying to do by just sweeping through them like that? Huh? Does your little girl feel that she has no hope of winning? Seeing this, Xiao Hongmei's team could not help but sneer. That's why she's so reckless. Is she going to pick plants at random? To be honest, None of them had ever seen someone observe with their eyes like Imochu. Would it work if she did not use any tools? TCH, what do you know? Although Han Xian's heart was beating fast, he could not let down his morale. Imochu is exalted Chanbai's disciple. Her methods are naturally unique. How could an ordinary person like you understand? The other party was speechless. He snorted coldly and turned to look at the two of them. 10 minutes. In the past, it would only take the blink of an eye. But now, it was extremely long. Finally, the time was up. The two of them had already picked the magical plants that they felt were full of energy. Let's go and take a look together, Ning Xiao said, and everyone followed behind him. After all, this was related to their points, so they were naturally cautious. As Qiao Hongmei had chosen a magical plant that was closer to her, they walked towards her first. In order to show her fairness, Ning Xiao personally stepped forward and took the energy meter to measure. Very quickly, the energy meter displayed an energy value 140. Well done. Upon seeing this energy value, Xiao Hongmei's team members instantly became excited. One had to know that the Federation's highest energy value magical plant was only 200. Normally, even a magic plant with 100 energy value was rare. Xiao Hongmei was also very excited. When she was measuring the energy value of this magical plant, she did not expect the energy value of this magical plant to be so high. It seemed that the heavens were indeed on her side. Don't be happy too early. Han Xian could not help but pucker his lips as he looked at their confident expressions. The result is still uncertain. What? Do you think Imochu can find someone with higher energy value? Xiao Hongmei sneered. Han Xian opened his mouth several times, but he could not refute them. After all, he could not even convince himself. The energy value of the magical plant that Xiao Hongmei found was very high, so the possibility of them winning was slim. Let's go. Ning Xiao did not attend to their quarrel and walked straight toward Imochu's direction. Imochu was still panting heavily after running too hard. When he saw them approaching, her eyes helped but light up. He waved his hand and shouted, "Here, come quickly." It seems that some people are really willing to humiliate themselves. Seeing Imochu's excited look, Xiao Hongmei could not help but sneer. Finally, it was time to check the energy value of the magical plant selected by Imochu. Qin Yu's team held their breath, their hearts thumping. Seeing Ning Xiao approaching step by step, time seemed to slow down. Finally, Ning Xiao took a look at the magical plant with the energy meter in his hand, and then he was completely stunned. Due to the terrain, they could not see the numbers on the energy meter at all. They were all anxious, but they did not have the courage to urge him. Imochu had believed in herself. This was the most colorful magic plant she had seen in a long time. However, when she saw Ning Xiao's expression, she could not help but worry. How was the result? Hearing this, Ning Xiao did not say anything. He just gave Imochu a deep look, then strode over and handed the energy meter to them. As soon as Qin Yu took the energy meter, all the team members surrounded him. However, when they saw the numbers on the energy meter, they were all stunned on the spot. They looked just like the frozen terracotta warriors that could not be moved by the wind. Xiao Hongmei had thought that she would definitely win. However, when she saw them like this, she did not know why she felt a little uneasy. She took 2 steps forward and pushed one of them away. She looked at the energy meter in Qin Yu's hand. Her pupils dilated instantly. She cried out in disbelief, 220. No, how is this possible? For the first time, Han Xian felt that his thoughts were in line with Xiao Hongmei's. Imochu's performance was simply too frightening. The energy value of this magical plant that he had found was actually as high as 220. What did this mean? Imochu directly broke the previous record and created a new highest energy value for the magical plant. Just based on this action alone, Imochu might even be able to leave his name in the Federation's history. My God, this is the true God. Please accept my worship. Impossible. Compared to Han Xian and the others' pleasant surprise, Xiao Hongmei refused to believe the truth in front of her. When she recalled how complacent she was before, it now looked like a slap in the face. It's impossible. There must be something wrong with this energy meter. When she met Ning Xiao's cold eyes, Xiao Hongmei could not say the rest of the words. In fact, she knew very well that Ning Xiao had always been just and noble. How could he cheat on behalf of Imochu? Now, the result is very clear. Imochu was still calm, as if she did not notice how shocking what she had done just now was. Should we fulfill our bet? Xiao Hongmei had not recovered from the shock, but when she heard Imochu's words, she was hit hard again. What? You won't deny it, will you? Imochu narrowed her eyes slightly and returned Xiao Hongmei's words to her. If Ningxiao had not been standing at the side, Xiao Hongmei would have really wanted to deny it. This was over 100 points. After all of them were transferred to them, their next year's supply of resources would have been all gone. However, looking at the cold-faced Ningxiao beside her, Xiao Hongmei did not dare to act rashly. She could only grit her teeth and reluctantly transfer all the points in the team to Qinyu and the others. Her pair of raised eyes stared fixedly at Imochu. Little girl, you better remember this? Imochu did not mind. She was smiling happily as she watched the points in the terminal increase by a large margin. With the points, Imochu and the rest results this time were firmly in the top 5. For a moment, everyone was so happy that they could not find their bearings. Qinyu looked at Imochu and Imo Yang beside him. This was the first time he felt that his decision was so wise. He had actually unintentionally dug up a lucky star. After the school competition ended, their team became the dark horse. Imochu's name once again resounded throughout the entire military academy. However, Imochu did not have the energy to care about these things at this moment. Looking at the chili in her hand, his saliva was continuously dripping. They were currently living in a small independent house in the military academy. It could also be considered as one of the rewards that they had obtained from the school competition this time. After all, the consumption level of District 3 was quite high. Since they had such a free place to live, they might as well put away their things and move in. In the kitchen, Imochu was also looking at the chili in her hand like a crazy person. Spicy crayfish, boiled meat slices. Wait for me. Imochu could not wait to take out some crayfish from the terminal. This was what she had collected when she went to District 9, but compared to the 21st century one, it was really bigger. As the terminal had the function of storing and preserving fresh food, these crayfish were still as fresh as when they were brought in. Imochu first washed all the crayfish with water a few times before carefully handling them one by one. Her left hand pinched their back and used a knife to gouge out the parts that could not be eaten. This step was done, and Imochu was so tired that she broke out in a sweat. However, this did not stop her from wanting to eat delicious food. After all the crayfish were washed, she soaked them in clean water. After 10 minutes, she scooped them out and drained them. Taking advantage of this period of time, Imochu washed the water weeds again and cut them into segments. The chili was also cut into small segments. She placed bean oil in the pot and heated them over high heat. She added the chili and changed it to low heat. When the chili had just turned yellow-red, she changed the heat and added the water plants until the fragrance exploded. Then put the dried crayfish into the pot and stir-fry it with a little salt for a few minutes. Add some boiling water and cover, and change the heat to low heat and simmer until the taste is ready. After 10 minutes, when the soup has almost dried up, change the heat to high heat and stir-fry it with salt powder. Just like that, the stir-fried crayfish came out of the oven smoothly. Imochu took out a large piece of wild boar meat and cut it into evenly sliced meat. She grabbed it with salt and marinated it on the side for about 20 minutes. She then took out a few cabbages and broke them into slices. She blanched them with water and placed them in a large bowl on the side. After washing the pot, she heated the oil and put in the meat slices that had just been marinated. She stir-fried the meat slices until they changed color before scooping them out. She left some oil in the pot and fried them until they were fragrant. After she added some water and added some salt, she waited for the water to boil before sliding the meat slices into the water in the pot. She used chopsticks to slightly spread them apart to prevent them from sticking together. Then, she poured it all over the boiled cabbage and sprinkle a large amount of chili on the meat slices. Then, pour oil into another pot, heat it up, and pour it over the meat slices. With a whoosh, the fragrance filled the air. As soon as the two dishes were done, the unique fragrance spread out, causing one's taste buds to tremble and saliva to increase greatly. Looking at the two red dishes on the table, Imochu finally reacted. She did not know if Imo Yang could accept this heavy taste. As for Roundy, this foodie, she did not have to worry at all. As long as it was food, Roundy would definitely accept everything. However, what surprised Imochu was that Imo Yang's acceptance of the chili was extremely high. Imo Yang put a large amount of red meat into his mouth. Other than a little sweat on his forehead, there was nothing unusual. In comparison, Roundy was not as good. Previously, when it saw the red meat on the table, it was still quite curious. It had just taken a bite when its watery eyes instantly burst into tears, and it immediately spat the food out. With just one look, it was obvious that it was extremely spicy. Even so, this little fellow was unwilling to put down the crayfish that it was holding tightly in its claws. Imochu also tried it herself. Once this familiar taste entered his mouth, it was so delicious that it made her want to swallow her tongue. The characteristic of this boiled meat slice was its spicy and fresh fragrance. The rich, spicy taste mixed with the fresh and tender meat slice made it a very refreshing taste. However, Imochu preferred the cabbage. The delicate fragrance of the cabbage coupled with the unique, fresh fragrance of the chili gave off a new flavor. Roundy, on the other hand, had a special liking for large crayfish the size of Imochu's palm. This little fellow directly stuffed them into its mouth. With a few crunching sounds, its mouth squirmed a few times before he opened it again, and a large pile of bright red crayfish shells fell down. Imochu took a closer look and found that there was not a single bit of meat left on the shells. It ate them cleanly. In the end, almost the entire pot of crayfish was stuffed into Roundy's stomach. The spiciness made him sweat profusely, but it could not hide the happiness on his face. With delicious food, the whole world became a better place. After the school competition, Missouri Chu's life gradually returned to normal. Other than the indiscernible glances from others during class, she accepted everything else well. The school competition's rewards were officially distributed. Other than the house they were currently living in and the many medicinal pills, what surprised Imochu the most was the reading privileges that she had obtained. The people who had come here to explain were still puzzled. It was the first time they had seen someone who cared so much about reading privileges. If it was anyone else, they would have already tried to curry favor, hoping that they would be able to exchange the reading privileges for a more tangible reward. However, this person had actually done it the other way around. How could they have known that when they were in District 12, Imochu had been struggling with the issue of the fusion of food and energy? It was Imo Yang who had given her a suggestion, asking her to go to the StarNet library to look up information. However, due to the issue of access rights, Imochu had not been able to access a lot of core information. This was great. Looking at the access code on the terminal, Imochu could not help but laugh foolishly. Therefore, other than attending classes and going to her master's research room, Imochu had devoted almost all of her energy to this. Sometimes, she had even almost forgotten to eat or sleep. Seeing this, Imo Yang could not help but feel a little worried. Imochu's skin was originally fair and clear, and its texture was like warm jade. However, the dark circles under her eyes were even more eye-catching. Even Yuan Yuan could not stand it anymore. It had been so many days. Little Chu did not even have the time to cook good food, so he used the food he had previously stored. If it was in the past, even if it was stored food, Roundy would still be able to eat happily and contentedly. However, now that it had the master chef in front of it, it could not help but feel a little disgusted with the stored food. However, even though Roundy felt upset, it did not dare to approach Imochu. There was nothing it could do. At this moment, Imochu was using the kitchen as a laboratory. Several times, the food had exploded. If it was not for the fact that the quality of the military academy's house was high, it would have caused a ruckus long ago. Looking at the discarded food in the trash can, Roundy felt its heartache. These were all delicious food. It was not easy for Imochu to have one or two successful productions, yet it was not allowed to touch them. In just a short span of 10 days, Roundy's thick double chin shrunk. It was really pitiful. However, at this moment, Imochu was completely immersed in studying energy meals. She did not notice his big brother's worry and her pet's grievance. When they finally could not hold it in any longer and were about to dissuade Imochu, she actually stopped herself. Phew! Looking at the sumptuous meal in front of her, Chu could not help but let out a long sigh. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The haggard look on her face could not hide her smile. It had been very tiring, but the results were clearly good. There were 5 dishes that could increase elemental energy neatly placed on the dining table. Roundy had already taken the initiative to sit by the side. It even brought over its special large bowl. This time, no matter what Chu said, it would definitely eat these delicious dishes. That round and chubby face was full of determination. Surprisingly, it appeared to have the aura of a dominator of the magical realm. However, when it turned its head slightly, it saw the 5 dishes on the table that had all the color, fragrance, and taste. That lofty image disappeared in an instant, and the saliva at the side of its mouth fell down with a splash. Oh woo! It smelled so good, and it really wanted to eat them. The blood-luminescent beast turned its head and stared at Chu with longing in its eyes. It was prepared to take her down with its previously successful and adorable beast attack. It had also thought it through. After all, the future food supply would still depend on Chu. It could not offend her just because of this small amount of food. Chu had long seen through Roundy's inner monologue. She tried her best to hold back the smile on the corner of her mouth. Let's see how this little fellow was going to please her. After that, Chu completely refreshed her understanding of Roundy. This little fellow was really going to do anything to eat. That pair of watery eyes stared at Chu in a daze. It jumped into Chu's embrace. After that, it shook its body and pouted its mouth to act cute. It completely trampled on its identity as a magical beast. If it was not for the limitations of Chu's arms, this little fellow would probably have rolled around too. Enough. Chu poked Roundy's big head and laughed out loud. Hurry up and eat. Then, she waved at Yang. Brother, come and have a taste. These are all good stuff. Yang had just sat down when Roundy gave him a look. Its eyes were filled with pride. Did you see that? It was all because of this me that you were able to eat such delicious food. How would Roundy know that Chu had prepared this meal for them from the start? After such painstaking efforts, the food tasted even more delicious in Roundy's mouth. It ate at a speed akin to a starving ghost that had not eaten for more than 10 days. Chu could not help but shake her head. Yang was neither too fast nor too slow. However, it was clearly faster than his usual eating speed. At the start, Yang still did not understand what little Chu meant by good stuff. However, when the turbulent airflow that rose from his abdomen caused him to instantly come to a realization, could it be that all the dishes on this table were special? When he met Chu's slightly prideful gaze, Yang finally confirmed the thoughts in his heart. He could not help but be extremely shocked. Any one of these 5 dishes would probably cause the entire Federation to be shocked. After this meal, Yang's cultivation had advanced another level, faintly showing signs of breaking through to Tier 7. Chu, on the other hand, had become the biggest beneficiary. A few days ago, when she was researching this thing, her state of mind had already improved. Now that she had eaten this energy diet, it was like adding wings to a tiger, directly advancing from the initial stage of Tier 5 to the upper stage of Tier 5. Even so, Chu had begun to notice that perhaps it was because they had been consuming energy diet more frequently recently, their bodies had gradually started to show signs of saturation. It was likely that the effects would not be so obvious in the future. Even so, the effects of this meal were still shockingly good. More importantly, through the past 10 days of research, Chu had also vaguely grasped some of the key points of creating energy diets. The next day, when Qin Yu and the others came to visit, they were all dumbfounded at the entrance. Most of them had higher elemental energy than Chu, so they naturally noticed the abnormality at a glance. You actually rose to the advanced level of Tier 5. Han Xin's mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. It had only been half a month, and Chu actually jumped from the initial Tier 5 to the advanced Tier 5. Was this not a little too surreal? Even if the military academy had distributed many high-quality pills, the effects would not be so obvious. It was as if she was an interstellar ship, preparing to soar. Little girl, you're amazing. The thick-browed and big-eyed Qin Yu could not hide the surprise on his face. He knew that Chu's talent was not bad, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the initial stage of Tier 5 at the age of 16 or 17. However, it was only now that he saw with his own eyes the speed at which she advanced through the tiers. Generally speaking, the further one progressed in cultivation, the more difficult it would be, especially after reaching the threshold of Tier 5. Chinyu still remembered that back then, it took him a total of 6 to 7 years to advance from the initial stage of Tier 5 to the advanced stage of Tier 5. Even so, his improvement speed was considered fast. One must know that if an ordinary person wanted to cross this step, they would at least have to be at the bottom for more than 10 years. However, compared to Imo Chu, they were all weak. However, if Chinyu were to find out that Imo Chu had only used a short 1 year from the start of her cultivation till now, he would probably faint from his shock. How is this possible? It doesn't make sense. Han Xian scratched his head in puzzlement and circled around Imo Chu a few times, as if he could see through the secret of her rapid advancement. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he came closer to ask, "Little Imo, could it be that you've had some sort of fortuitous encounter recently?" Before Imo Chu could speak, Han Xian shook his head and denied himself. "That's not right. Haven't you been staying in school all this time? Where did the fortuitous encounter come from?" "Pa." Chinyu slapped Han Xian's shoulder hard. "Enough, you big man. Why are you so stingy?" Chinyu knew that Imo Chu's heaven-defying speed of advancement probably had other reasons besides her own talent. However, since he did not say anything, there was no need for them to continue asking. In this day and age, who did not have their own little secrets? "Brother Qin." Han Xian's face suddenly fell. He touched his shoulder and cried, "Can't you be a little gentler? I'm a living person, not a rigid machine. With your current state, no wonder you can't find a girlfriend." There were fewer women in the Federation than men. In the Federation Military Academy, the disparity was even more obvious. It just so happened that Chinyu's burly character would not be liked by girls. After so many years, he was still a miserable loner. The moment Han Xian said these words, he immediately knew that something was wrong. His expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong, all right?" Chinyu glared fiercely at him and did not say anything else. Han Xian was on the verge of tears. He had been together with Chinyu for so many years. How could he not understand this fellow? When he returned, he was afraid that he would not be able to avoid a beating. The most hateful thing was that Chinyu actually called this one-sided beating sparring. Well, Chinyu turned his head and rubbed his hands with an embarrassed expression. "Imo Yang, can brother ask you for a favor?" Imo Yang was slightly stunned. "What is it? If I can help, I will definitely help." "Yes, yes." Chinyu's wheat-colored face actually turned a little red, and his gaze was even more erratic. We are trying to prepare something." After talking for a long time, he still could not explain clearly what was going on. Han Xian, who was at the side, really could not stand his dawdling. He pushed Chinyu to the side and personally went on stage. "Imo Yang, it's like this. Why are the few of us preparing to hold a small mecha exhibition? Can you sign up for it too? I just entered the school not long ago." Imo Yang did not understand the meaning behind this and frowned slightly. "I'm afraid that in terms of mecha, I'm not proficient enough for an exhibition. That's not important." Han Xian waved his hand nonchalantly and winked at Imo Yang. "It's not important whether you want to show it or not. The key is that those girls can come and take a few glances at it, and then you'll understand." Imo Chu listened from the side and understood the purpose of their trip. Speaking of which, Chinyu was the leader of his group of friends, and most of them were bachelors. It just so happened that the Federation Military Academy was famous for having more wolves than meat. If they did not want to make a move, they would probably only be able to bite on a small handkerchief and watch others enter and exit together with tears in their eyes until they graduated. This was a good way to show off their mecha. On one hand, they could show off their personal charm. On the other hand, they could attract quite a number of girls. No matter how they looked at it, it would not be a loss. As for wanting to rope in Imo Yang, it was probably because he had taken a liking to his newly made title as the new campus Prince Charming. In this batch of new students, Imo Yang's looks could be considered to be among the top few. In addition to his considerable strength and that unique, handsome temperament, he instantly became extremely popular. Previously, everyone was still busy with the school competition, so no one paid attention to these things. However, now that they had more free time, these things started to flood the military academy's forum system. Moreover, Mo Yang's performance in the mecha demonstration was not good, so they would have a better chance, right? Mo Chu was smiling from the side. So, Qin Yu and the others came today with the intention of pulling her big brother into this disguised social gathering event? Alright, when do you think it will be? If Mo Chu could see it, Mo Yang definitely could as well. He might as well agree to it. During this period of time, Qin Yu had taken a lot of care of the two of them, so he naturally would not reject such an unimportant matter. Really? You agreed? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was overjoyed. He had hesitated on this for a long time. By making this request, he could be considered to have mustered up a lot of courage. After all, he and Mo Yang had only known each other for less than a month, so it was reasonable for Mo Yang to reject it. However, he did not expect Mo Yang to actually agree so readily. It's done, brother Qin. Upon hearing these words, not only was Qin Yu happy, even Han Xian was extremely excited. Alright, we have to make some preparations. We can't let go of the clothes, styling, and equipment. With his enthusiasm, he would even be qualified to attend the Federation's national conference, let alone a campus social gathering. Qin Yu quickly regained his senses and continued. The time should be the morning of the day after tomorrow. I will send the exact location to your terminal when the time comes. Okay, I got it. Mo Yang nodded. But do you have to be in such a hurry? To prepare for such a demonstration in such a short time, he must be extremely busy. Of course. Han Xian, who had been lost in his own thoughts, suddenly raised his head with a stern expression. Why don't we make a move now? This was the lesson they had learned over the years. This love affair was no different from a battle. One had to strike first to gain the upper hand, and suffer if they struck LTE. It all depended on one's eyesight. Then when the time comes, I'll come and take a look too, Mo Chu added with a smile. As Mo Yang's little sister, how could she miss the first demonstration of his mecha? That would be great. Hearing this, Han Xian immediately smiled and nodded. He had a little plan in his mind. Once Mo Chu came, they would not have to worry about the awkward atmosphere during their mecha demonstration. Roar, roar. After eating and drinking his fill, Roundy, who had just woken up from his afternoon nap, hopped out. It saw Qin Yu and the others, and the corners of its mouth could not help but curl up. That would not do. Upon thinking of this, Roundy immediately perked up. It took large strides and directly jumped into Mo Chu's embrace, staring at the two people in front of it warily. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we go back first? They still had a lot of things to do. They really did not have time to waste, and for some reason, Qin Yu felt like Mo Chu's pet was looking at him with a sense of disgust. He should be overthinking it. In less than half a day, they had already posted the news of their mecha exhibition on the Military Academy's system. The first mecha exhibition of the new campus prince charming Mo Yang. How could you miss it? Do you want to see the new record setter? Do you want to see Exalted Chen Bai's elite disciple? Everything will be at the mecha exhibition the day after tomorrow. Once these two gimmicks were thrown out, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. In a short period of time, they had placed this post at the top of the list. There was no other way. During this period of time, Mo Chu had been immersed in the research of energy diet. Other than attending classes, she was basically nowhere to be seen. Mo Yang was worried about her, so he naturally had to stay by his little sister's side. As such, the two of them almost disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, their fame was at its peak. The more they could not see, the more curious everyone became. It was not easy to get such an opportunity, so everyone naturally would not let it go. They immediately swarmed forward, and in less than half an hour, all the tickets for the mecha exhibition had been snatched up. Not only that, there were even people who bought tickets for this mecha exhibition at a high price online. The way they spent so much money made the hearts of Qin Yu and the others tremble. Han Xian was even more regretful. Why did not he think of keeping a few more tickets back then? Now that he wanted to sell it, he could definitely earn a large sum of money. However, it was no wonder. Even with Mo Yang and Mo Chu's names, they did not dare to have high expectations at the beginning. who knew that this result would completely exceed their expectations. Thinking back, they had also held a similar mecha exhibition back then. They had done countless promotional work, but in the end, not a single person came. Now that they thought back to the bitterness of that time, they could not help but shed tears of sympathy for themselves. This time, they had made a huge comeback. Brother Chin, about that, shall I go to the Starnet to shop for some clothes first? Seeing that the mecha exhibition was so popular, Han Xian's confidence was instantly boosted. As the saying goes, a person depended on his clothes to look good. If he did not make himself look a little better, how could he gain the favor of a girl? Wait, don't leave yet. Qin Yu grabbed Han Xian's hand. He had not forgotten the previous encounter. Shall we spar first? Han Xian's expression immediately froze. Please, no. Brother Qin, come over here. Qin Yu's temper did not allow him to say no. He grabbed Han Xian and walked toward the training room. The other team members saw the situation and quickly ran away. If Qin Yu was in the mood later and pulled them along, they would not be able to escape. I was wrong. Okay? Brother Qin, be gentle. A few faint wails came from the training room. Hey, don't hit others in the face. He needed his face to chase girls. The military academy's conference hall hovered in the air, spanning a space of a total of 800 square meters. The central platform was made of the Federation's hardest green steel stone, and a large light screen appeared out of thin air above it, allowing the entire conference hall to be seen clearly. This display truly shocked Mo Chu, who was seeing it for the first time. As expected of the Federation's military academy, it was truly extravagant. One had to know that due to the current lack of resources, a small piece of green steel stone had been hyped up to a sky-high price. The military academy had actually used it as a local brick. It was truly heroic. The previously empty spectator stand was now full of people. The chattering noises were like the waves of the ocean. Qin Yu and the others were quite generous. The seat that they had arranged for her was right in the middle, and it was also in the first row. The view was excellent, and there was no disturbance. It could be considered a VIP seat. Mo Chu picked the right time. Not long after she sat down, the mecha exhibition officially began. The first person to appear was Qin Yu. This was the first time Mo Chu had seen a mecha with her own eyes in such a long time. This brown fellow looked like an enlarged version of a robot. It was clearly just a lifeless piece of metal, but under Qin Yu's control, it was as agile as a real person. It first turned around and jumped a few times as a warm-up action. Then, when no one had expected it, it suddenly started spinning at an extremely fast speed, getting faster and faster. In the end, Mo Chu could only see a white shadow. Wow, look, this seems to be the ultimate move of Exalted Daisheng. That's right. First, use lightning-fast speed to maximize the impact, then launch an attack. Mo Chu did not know it, but there were many mecha professionals behind her. When they saw Qin Yu's momentum, they immediately became excited. If Chenbai was said to be the #1 person in the plant cultivation world, then Daisheng was the leading figure in the mecha department. He had once relied on this move to kill 3,000 enemies, and had officially become famous in the entire Federation. Who would have thought? Qin Yu unexpectedly also silently practiced this move. On the stage, Qin Yu did not seem to hear these discussions at all. Under his nimble control, the mech was at an extremely fast speed. With a swift leap, it was like a rocket that soared into the sky, bringing with it an infinite amount of pressure as it attacked. Even though Mo Chu was sitting outside the arena, she could still clearly feel this fierce aura. It was as if it had jumped into all of her cells in an instant. It even activated her senses and heartbeat, causing her to involuntarily tremble and be excited. At this moment, Mo Chu suddenly understood why Mo Yang and the others were so infatuated with mecha. Not bad. A man sat beside Mo Chu. He only revealed half of his face, but one could still vaguely see his handsome appearance. It's just that this control is not accurate enough. Not accurate enough? Hearing this comment, Mo Chu could not help but be a little speechless. Last night, she had gotten excited and had also tried to simulate mecha training on the Starnet. In the end, she had wasted half a day's time. Not to mention such a decent rotation, it was difficult for her to even turn around nimbly. The more powerful the mecha, the more difficult it would be to control. Imochu had chosen the simplest one. Even so, there were over 1,000 buttons on the control panel of the mecha. The mecha operator needed to use these buttons to control the movements of the mecha. In other words, if you wanted to operate the mecha smoothly, not only did you need to remember the position of these thousands of buttons, but you also needed to use a few or even dozens of buttons at the same time to assist in the movements. At this time, it was all about brain power and hand speed. After playing for half a day, Imochu was still the last to finish. In the end, she could only silently withdraw from the Starnet. She could not help but sigh at how wise she had been when she had chosen the plant cultivation department. Why? Do you think there's something wrong with what I said? The man's gaze was still on the stage, but he seemed to be able to sense Imochu's gaze and could not help but ask. No. Imochu also did not expect that she would be caught with just a simple glance. She hurriedly explained, I don't know much about mecha, so I can't judge. Hearing Imochu's honest answer, the man turned his head. Then, an unbelievably exquisite face was revealed. It was structured and strong, especially those pair of deep eyes, which were like the blue sea. The man's beautiful thin lips lifted slightly. You're Imochu? It was rare for people to admit that they did not know about something. This girl was surprisingly honest. Yes, Imochu said and nodded, a little curious. And you are? Qin Shang. I'm Qin Yu's elder brother. Brother? Imochu could not help but be slightly stunned. He recalled Qin Yu's big and burly face and could not find any overlap between it and this man's exquisite face. Was this really his biological brother? The difference was too big. Although Imochu did not say it out loud, Qin Shang already knew what she was thinking. He was an old fox who had seen countless people. After all, the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more pronounced. Huh. What an interesting little girl. That's right. He's my biological brother. Qin Shang's clear voice rang in Imochu's ears, but for some reason, she could hear a hint of a sly smile. When she raised her head to take a closer look, his exquisite face was calm. Whom did she hear wrongly? At this moment, waves of intense cheers suddenly rang out. Well done. This move is simply too cool. As expected of the famous move of Master Daisheng. Upon hearing this, Imochu could not help but raise her head to look at the stage. He just happened to see Qin Yu's mecha descending from the sky. It was like a waterfall shining with silver light, instantly pouring down. The long sword held by the mecha suddenly slashed out, and the dozen or so iron blocks standing in front of the platform shattered into pieces. The recoil force directly cut these pieces into powder. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, only the sturdy mecha remained standing. Seeing this scene, Imochu could not help but take a deep breath. An ordinary special ability user's body would not be able to match up to this piece of iron, right? Qin Yu's move could even chop the iron into fine powder, let alone a human's body of flesh and blood. Imochu had never known that this seemingly incomparably stiff piece of iron could actually erupt with such astonishing lethality. Due to the special magnetic field in the magical regions, mecha could not operate in there, so they were unable to play a role in the collection of resources. However, it still occupied a very important position in the Federation. This was because its main battlefield was in the Interstellar War. Imochu had previously been puzzled as to why the mecha was created. It was only now that she finally understood. With such terrifying combat strength, it would be a pity if they were not sent to the battlefield. At this point, Qin Yu's mecha demonstration had come to a successful conclusion. Naturally, he received waves of warm applause. The next one was Imo Yang. Imochu could not help but perk up. She looked toward the stage in anticipation. Unlike Qin Yu's mecha, Imo Yang's mecha was more focused on flexibility. The entire body of the mecha also had a streamlined design. Just this small change had cost Imo Yang nearly 2/3 of his savings. With Qin Yu's performance, Imo Yang's demonstration seemed a little thin. After all, he had only entered the academy for a short period of time, and his actual training was not enough. Being able to skillfully control a mecha was already considered pretty good. Imo Yang also understood his own shortcomings, so he did not take the risk to challenge those complicated moves. On the contrary, he executed a set of mecha moves fluently, and it was rather fluid. Imochu watched with relish. Her brother was awesome. However, Qin Shang's eyes lit up, and he sighed in a low voice, "Your brother is a good seedling." Imochu sat at the side, feeling that he could not keep up with his pace. Although Imo Yang was her big brother, Imochu had to admit that just in this exhibition alone, compared to Qin Yu, Imo Yang's skills paled in comparison. In the end, Qin Shang's comments were the exact opposite. Although Imo Yang doesn't know many moves, Qin Shang seemed to have seen through Imochu's doubts and explained with a chuckle, "Every move he makes is extremely accurate, and this is especially important in mecha. If he missed by a hair's breadth, it would be obvious in the mecha's movement. If Qin Yu could have Imo Yang's precise movements, the power of that set of moves just now would have been able to go up another level or two." Before this, Qin Shang had heard his younger brother talk about the two of them. He was quite familiar with Qin Yu's temperament. Although he looked careless and had a bad temper, he had a very good eye for judging people. If they were not outstanding, he would never praise them so much. It was because of this that Qin Shang was able to identify the two of them at once. After all, one of them was a 35-year-old Tier 7 special ability user, while the other was a 16-year-old Level 5 special ability user. Even if they were not well known now, it was impossible to ignore their extremely high talent. Moreover, after observing them from such a close distance, Qin Shang realized that the potential of these two little fellows was probably far stronger than what they had displayed. "Big brother, why are you here?" Qin Yu's mecha demonstration had ended, so he naturally had to take the opportunity to show himself. However, as soon as he walked out, he saw his big brother's figure and could not help but be slightly stunned. He knew how busy Qin Shang was, but why did he have the time to come here today? When he looked again, his big brother's gaze had landed squarely on Imochu's body. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth were slightly open, as if he was deep in thought. However, he was clearly thinking about something strange. Could it be that his big brother was going after Imochu? "Big brother, this won't do." Qin Yu took a big step forward and rushed forward, protecting Imochu behind him with a look as if he was guarding against wolves. "Imochu isn't even an adult yet. Don't you dare think of doing anything." Qin Yu's nonsensical action stunned Qin Shang, and he could not help but smile. "What are you thinking about? Do you think your big brother is a scumbag who would lay his hands on a minor? I came to the military academy for official business. I happened to see your event, so I came by to take a look." Qin Shang stood up. His slender figure was very handsome. "All right, I'll leave first." It did not matter if Qin Shang left. His heaven-defying beauty was instantly discovered. The girl who had surrounded Qin Yu just now and asked him questions immediately changed the topic. "Qin Yu, who is this? Do you guys know each other?" All the questions started to revolve around Qin Shang. Qin Yu wanted to cry. "I'm the main character, okay?" He could not help but look at the sky and sigh loudly. Qin Yu was still feeling sad. Meanwhile, a woman had already set her eyes on Qin Shang and made a bold move. "Hey, you're really good looking. Why don't you follow me?" Yao Manwen was a famous fiery beauty in the mecha department. Compared to Qiao Hongmei's charming appearance, she was more muscular and forthright. However, the moment she said those words, Imochu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was she trying to do with this fake female boss stance? This personality was completely incompatible with her beautiful appearance. Qin Shang, who was the person involved, did not react at all. It was as if he had not heard Yao Manwen's words at all. He did not even pause in his footsteps. Silent contempt was often the most infuriating thing. Yao Manwen had always been pampered by others. When she was suddenly humiliated like this, her expression could not help but darken. "Stop right there." Qin Shang continued to walk forward as he pleased. Yao Manwen gritted her teeth. "Let me tell you, my gene rank is B rank." Before Qin Shang could react, the surrounding crowd exploded. After such a long time, no one had known about Yao Manwen's gene rank. Who would have thought that she would reveal it by herself today? Moreover, it was a B rank that was rarely seen. For a time, many people cast envious gazes at Qin Shang. There were even some who looked at Yao Manwen with covetous gazes. Genetic rank B rank? What the Hades was this? Imochu did not understand what these words meant at all. She fumbled with her personal terminal to check this information. Different from the 21st century, The union of Federation citizens did not only require two people to have feelings for each other. More importantly, the genetic rank of both people was required. The higher the genetic rank of the male and female, the more outstanding the next generation would be. It was because of this that the higher the genetic rank of the female, the more popular she would be. However, not only was the number of female Federation citizens lower, their genetic grades were also generally not high. The most common type of female was D rank. The number of women above the C rank could be counted on one's fingers. Generally speaking, as long as there was not something wrong with one's brain, no man would reject a woman with AB rank genetic rank. Just like in the 21st century, no man would be able to resist the temptation of beauty. Imochu was very interested in her genetic rank. However, she would only be able to accurately determine it when she reached adulthood. Hence, she could only temporarily put aside her curiosity. However, she finally understood where Yao Manwen's pride came from. "How is it? Do you want to follow me?" Yao Manwen asked domineeringly, causing Imochu to instantly have the illusion that the man and the woman's positions were reversed. Qin Shang still did not speak. It was as if he could not even see Yao Manwen. He treated her like air and completely ignored her. "Hey, do you think this guy's brain is damaged?" Many men could not help but sigh when they saw Qin Shang's attitude. If it was possible, they would be willing to directly replace Qin Shang. "It's definitely damaged. There's no need to explain." This was AB rank genetic warrior. If she were to be let off like this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. That's right. If it were me, I would immediately agree to it. Hee, look at your appearance. You can't even compare to him. You call yourself AF King friend? Why are you tearing me apart right now? Imochu, who was listening from behind, was quite happy. So there were actually so many interesting people hidden in the military academy. What do you mean by this? Yao Manwen was quite good-looking and had a good figure. She had always been pampered in the military academy where there were more wolves and less meat. Now that she was faced with Qin Shang's attitude, how could she not be angry? Her face was flushed red. Heh. Seeing this, Qin Shang finally opened his mouth. First, he laughed lightly. "To be honest, I really don't like people like you." Qin Shang's simple sentence was like pouring a basin of water into a hot pot of oil, causing a large sizzle. "FCK, this brother is amazing. You don't fancy someone with AB rank gene? Could it be that you were planning to find a girl with an A rank gene?" In the entire Federation, the number of women with an A rank gene did not exceed 3 digits. All of them were national treasure level characters. If one had not made some major contribution, one would not even think about getting close to a woman with a rank genes. One could only dream about doing so. Sigh, this is a daydream. It's too beautiful. Although Qin Shang was quite good-looking, it was simply impossible to capture a woman with an A-rank gene just by relying on his looks. Just as everyone was secretly identifying Qin Shang as an idiot who did not know how to appreciate quality, suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. "Qin Shang, did you forget about our meeting? I have been waiting for you for a long time." When everyone heard the voice, they turned to look. It was the dean, Situ Xiao. After going through a period of time in the school, Imochu finally knew that the dean was also a mysterious person. If it was not for some major incident, you would not even be able to see him. Obviously, the others also knew the dean's personality. All of them looked at Qin Shang. Hearing the dean's tone just now, there was actually a hint of respect. Could it be that this guy had status? Qin Yu and the others' mecha demonstration could be considered a huge success. At the very least, it was completely popular in the military academy. As long as you open the military academy's official website, 80% of the posts would be discussing it. However, Qin Yu, Han Xian, and the others could not be happy. That's right, this demonstration had indeed caused a lot of heated discussions. But the key point was that the object of everyone's heated discussion was not about them. On the contrary, it was just a formality. Qin Shang, on the other hand, who only appeared for a short moment, became a ray of light in everyone's eyes. The discussion in the Tieba forum was not about their superb mecha techniques, nor was it about their skilled mecha operation. Instead, it was about the whole story of Qin Shang's rejection of Yao Manwen. There were even posts that vividly reenacted the scene at that time. There were also posts that took a different path and started guessing and analyzing Qinshang's identity. After all, in this day and age, there were not many men who had the courage to reject a woman like Yao Manwen, who had both good looks and excellent genes. However, the public was relieved. At the very least, it meant that the male compatriots had one less competitor, right? Mo Chu did not have the time to pay attention to the trending posts on the internet. Looking at Roundy in front of her, who was still pouting its mouth, she could not help but sigh softly. She did not bring it to the mecha exhibition, and it held a grudge until now. Ayo, humph. You didn't even bring me along when you went out to play. You left me alone at home. Roundy's chubby face darkened, but its watery eyes revealed a hint of grievance. All right, Mo Chu sincerely apologized. This time, I was wrong. Next time, I'll definitely bring you along wherever I go, all right? Hearing this, Roundy twisted its chubby body and turned its back to Mo Chu. It even covered its ears with its two palms as if it was saying, I'm very angry now. Don't talk to me. Looking at its proud little appearance, Mo Chu held back the smile on her face. She stroked its head and asked gently, why don't I make you your favorite crayfish? Ever since they ate the spicy crayfish last time, Roundy's love for it had been like a torrential river. It had repeatedly urged Mo Chu to make it again. However, it was quite troublesome to prepare a crayfish dish. In the end, this little fellow had no choice but to give up. Hearing Mo Chu's words, Roundy's little eyes lit up. Just as it was about to nod its head, it suddenly hesitated. No matter what, it was still a tyrant in the magical region. How could it be subdued by such a simple delicacy? Hence, Roundy turned its head to the side. Humph, I will resolutely resist the temptation. Heh. Mo Yang, who was standing at the back, raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. He did not expect Roundy to be so determined this time. Even the crayfish could not move it. It was really angry. Although Mo Yang's laughter was small, Roundy was keenly aware of it. It turned its head with a swoosh and glared at Mo Yang with its bright red eyes. It let out a low growl from its throat. Are you laughing at me? What was there to laugh about? Humph. Mo Yang could not stand Roundy's stare anymore. He coughed lightly and took a few steps back. All right, be good. Don't be angry. Seeing that the little fellow was about to explode, Mo Chu quickly went forward and hugged it, whispering in its ear, how about this? I'll make a new delicacy for you. I'll not let Big Brother eat it, and only you can eat it. How about it? Obviously, Roundy was very pleased with this idea. Its big eyes rolled a few times, and after thinking for a while, it finally nodded and agreed to it. Deal. In the end, Roundy did not forget to throw a smug look at Mo Yang. Humph. I'll make watch and not eat. You'll die from craving. This time, Mo Chu wanted to make the bean paste fish. The fresh and tender bean paste matched with the delicate fish meat and combined with the fresh and spicy taste. That taste would definitely be a great one. There were chili and fish, but the bean paste still needed to be made. Mo Chu first took out some soybeans from the terminal and soaked them in water. Compared to the soybeans of the 21st century, the soybeans of the Federation were relatively loose. After just half an hour, they had already become soft from soaking. Roundy, come and help me. After draining the water from the soya beans, Mo Chu put down the bowl and waved at the blood-luminescent beast with smiling eyes. There was no soya milk machine here, so she had to think of another way. She had already seen Roundy's extraordinary strength, so she could make use of it now. Roundy hopped over and allowed Mo Chu to wash its thick palms clean before wrapping them in layers of gauze. Ayo, what are you trying to do? Looking at his two palms that were wrapped like dumplings, the little guy's widened eyes were filled with doubt. Come, Roundy, break these beans into pieces. The more pieces, the better. Whether or not you can successfully make the bean paste will depend on you. Mo Chu patted Roundy's shoulder as if it was entrusted with an important task. Hearing this, Roundy could not help but nod its head heavily. Its cute little fist smashed the soybeans into the bowl with all its might. Pow! The soybeans did not break much, but the iron bowl was broken into pieces. What the? Looking at Roundy's smug look, Mo Chu could not help but be a little dumbfounded. This was not the effect that she wanted, all right? Mo Chu rubbed her forehead helplessly. Why was she only thinking about Rudy's brute strength and not this? If this little fellow were to go all out, it would break not just this iron bowl but the entire kitchen's control table, right? Forget it. Imochu pondered for a moment and prepared to go forward and remove the gauze on Roundy's palm. It was better for her to think of another way. Aowu, what are you trying to do? Roundy was not happy. It immediately hid its two palms behind his back. It had just become somewhat interested in the game of smashing soybeans. How could it let Imochu stop the game? Imochu could not stop it, and in the end, she had no choice but to let it participate. Roundy, this little guy, seemed to be addicted to this. It took him more than half an hour. After destroying nearly 10 bowls, it was able to find a good sense of strength to use. With a punch, the soybeans were smashed into pieces, and the bowl was still fine. Great. After much effort, she finally managed to get the soybean curd. Imochu felt a little helpless. It was very difficult to make tofu pudding. If she had the time tomorrow, she should go online and order a soybean milk machine. Thinking of this, Imochu's heart was filled with sorrow. Not to mention the lack of food in the Federation, the most crucial thing was that they did not even have the tools to cook. Not to mention the slightly more complicated oven and soybean milk machine. Even the pots and pans that she was currently using were specially customized. This was all thanks to Imo Yang. After all, Imochu was not a kitchen equipment developer. There were many things that he did not know the reason for, but he could not resist the fact that Imo Yang was talented. Imochu only mentioned the shape slightly and then talked about the function, and Imo Yang was able to create a design by himself and send it to a custom shop to be produced accordingly. However, it was no wonder. Imo Yang was able to make sense out of such a complicated mecha, let alone low-tech kitchen equipment. That was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. After Roundy's task was done, the rest was up to Imochu. She first poured the soybean milk that Roundy had worked so hard to make into the pot and boiled it over high heat. During the boiling process, she constantly stirred it with a spoon to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. After it was boiled, she immediately turned off the heat and let it cool to about 80 degrees Celsius. Before ordering the tofu, she had to remove the skin of the soybean milk that was floating on top of the soybean milk. Otherwise, it would affect the taste. Imochu then melted the salt that she had previously made into warm water and slowly dripped it into the soybean milk. Then, she started to draw circles in a certain direction. When he saw that the soy milk had solidified and gradually taken the shape of tofu pudding, she closed the lid of the pot and let it simmer for about 15 minutes. Taking advantage of this moment, Imochu came to deal with the silver hidden fish. She had done this a few times before, so she was very handy with it. She skillfully cut off the parts that could not be eaten and then cut the fish into thin fillets. She rinsed them clean. Then, she boiled a pot of water and blanched the fillets into the water to remove the blood foam. She scooped them out and rinsed them with cold water. After washing the pot, she put a spoonful of oil in it. Then, she put in the chopped chilies and water weeds. After the stir-fry, she put in the fillets and stir-fried them a few times. Then, she added water and boiled them for 2 to 3 minutes. Imochu controlled the time very well. The tofu pudding here was almost ready. When she opened the pot, she saw that the white and tender tofu pudding was very pleasing. She quickly took out the tofu pudding and cut it into small pieces while it was hot. Then, she put it into the fish pot and boiled it for another 2 to 3 minutes. The time could not be too long. Otherwise, the tofu pudding would get old and lose most of its tenderness. Finally, she sprinkled some salt on it to increase the flavor, and a tofu pudding fish dish was completed. When Imochu was preparing the dishes, she even had some new ideas. She placed the tofu pudding at the bottom, and then she placed the tender fish slices on top. Finally, she sprinkled some water on top. The effect was absolutely perfect. However, this was difficult for Roundy. As soon as the little guy sat on the table, it opened its eyes wide and looked for the tofu pudding that it had made. However, it did not find it after looking around. It could not help but feel a little anxious. It whined softly and did not even care about the meat that he had always loved to eat. Here, Imochu did not tease him. She dug out some of the tofu pudding. The tender white tofu pudding was covered with fish juice. The color was so beautiful that Roundy cried out loudly. It used its claws to grab a piece, and prepared to feed it to his mouth. However, it did not expect that the tofu pudding was too tender. With Roundy's grab, the tofu pudding shattered into pieces. Looking at the remaining tofu pudding dregs in his hand, Roundy was stunned for a rare second. Then, he raised his eyes to look at Imochu. That aggrieved little look. Imochu was both amused and distressed. Did it not like the tofu pudding? Was there a need for it to look like this? Imoyang, who was watching from the side, was also a little tempted. He originally did not care much about food, but the problem was that Imochu would cook delicious food every now and then. It was naturally difficult for him to lower his standards in such a short period of time. As he smelled the fragrance, Imoyang subconsciously sat down beside Roundy. He was about to take a bite with his chopsticks when he met Roundy's extremely threatening gaze. It even let out a cold snort. This was specially made by Little Chu for this me. It's all mine, not yours. You hateful human, get lost. Imoyang gave it a smug look and wanted to take a bite, but Roundy's fiery gaze was really unbearable. In the end, he had no choice but to stand up resentfully. He watched helplessly as Roundy finished the entire pot of fish with tofu pudding, not leaving even a drop of soup for him. This little guy could really carry a grudge. Imochu looked at his big brother's pitiful expression and could not help but give him a look. Don't worry, there are still some fish in the pot. I'll let you have a good taste later. Imoyang understood Little Chu's gaze. Before his smile could reach the corner of his mouth, Roundy, who had been watching him, seemed to have noticed something. It narrowed its bright red eyes, and with a swoosh, it jumped down from the chair and held its special large bowl. It ran straight to the kitchen and ransacked all the remaining fish in the pot. Roundy's actions were extremely smooth and swift. By the time Imochu and Imoyang reacted, this little fellow had already eaten all the fish. It burped and touched its round belly in satisfaction. Roundy's face was full of pride. I'm too quick for you. However, it had not been handsome for more than 3 seconds when Roundy suddenly frowned. The corner of its mouth crumpled and its entire body collapsed onto the chair. Only its slightly bulging tummy was particularly obvious. Ao. It was so uncomfortable. It had eaten so much. With a wronged look on his face, Roundy howled twice at Imochu. It even reached out its palm and patted its bulging tummy. The sound was like the beating of a drum. Did it eat too much? Looking at Roundy's dispirited look as it collapsed on the chair, Imochu could not help but smile. However, she went along with it and gently caressed its bulging stomach. Ao. It was so comfortable. Being served by Imochu like this, Roundy narrowed its eyes slightly. It felt that life was really too perfect. Not only could it eat until it was full, but there was also even someone who would rub its stomach. It was paradise. Out of the blue, there was another hand on Roundy's stomach. The different feeling made it open its eyes immediately. When it looked closely, it turned out that Imoyang had also come to rub its stomach. Do you also want to please me now? Do you want to rest for a while? However, it was clear that Roundy had been thinking too much. Imoyang was not here to please it, but he was clearly worried about Imochu. After all, Little Chu had already been busy for the entire afternoon and did not have any free time. As her big brother, Imoyang could not help but feel a little heartache. Ao. Before Imochu could reply, Roundy was already unhappy. It pushed Imoyang's large palm away from its body. Why are you using so much strength? Imoyang was a man after all. He could not be as meticulous as Imochu. If he used a little more force, he would be despised by Roundy. It's all right, let me do it. Imochu smiled at her big brother. How could this be considered tiring? Moreover, only she could calm down Roundy's Tsundra character. All right then. After getting a supercilious look from Roundy, Imoyang stopped and turned around to clean up the dishes. At this moment, Roundy's expression froze. A pained expression appeared on its chubby face as it screamed in pain. Roundy, what's wrong? Imochu's expression changed as she quickly reached out to support it. Roundy looked like it was suffering from an emergency. If not for Imochu's quick reflexes, it would have fallen to the ground. Roundy? Imochu realized that something was wrong. The blood-luminescent beast's stomach was a bottomless pit. At least, She had never seen this little fellow fill it up before. If it was in the past, with this little amount of tofu fish, it would definitely not be enough. Right now, it was so uncomfortable that it was groaning. There must have been a problem just now, but why did she not notice it? What's wrong? Imo Young heard the commotion and immediately ran over. Roundy, wake up. Imo Chu gently patted the little guy in her arms. In just a few short seconds, Roundy fell into a coma. Only its chubby little body would twitch from time to time. It made her heart tremble. Brother, what should we do? Imo Chu raised her head to look at Imo Yang. A rare look of confusion appeared on his face. Will Roundy be okay? Although this little guy was proud and greedy, Imo Chu had long regarded it as an indispensable member of the family. Now that she saw that it was in trouble, how could she not be anxious? Why don't we go to the school doctor to have a look? At this moment, Imo Chu's heart was already a mess. However, Imo Yang still retained some of his rationality. He shook his head and denied. No way. Once Roundy's identity as a magical beast was revealed, who knew what kind of treatment it would receive, they absolutely could not take this risk. Little Chu, you carry Roundy. Why don't we rush to the magical regions right now? Imo Yang was also desperate to seek help. He suddenly recalled a statement he had heard before, saying that magical beasts could not leave the magical regions for too long. Otherwise, their bodies would also have some problems. Perhaps that was Roundy's current situation. Now that they were in the military academy, it was inconvenient for them to do anything. It was better to quickly get to a magical region first. Okay, Imo Chu agreed. She gradually understood this logic and quickly carried Roundy and got on the drive machine. The two of them and the beast headed to the nearest magical region at the fastest speed. With the little fellow in her arms, Imo Chu could not help but bite her lower lip tightly. Please be all right. It was already late at night, and the dark magical region was exuding an indescribable sense of danger, warning people to stay away. However, there was someone who was going against the current, not caring about the dangers that might exist. Imo Chu brought the unconscious blood-luminescent beast and stepped into the magical region without any hesitation. However, Roundy in her embrace was different from its usual self. It no longer had her previous haughty and arrogant appearance. Its face was gloomy, and its nostrils trembled slightly as if even breathing had become a luxury. Roundy, how are you? Are you still suffering? Imo Chu gently caressed the little thing in her arms, as if this would make it slightly more comfortable. However, the anxiety and worry in her tone could not be hidden. Roundy still did not move, but its body still twitched violently from time to time. Looking at Roundy, Imo Chu felt helpless. She could not help but look at Imo Yang beside her. Brother? Don't worry. Imo Yang patted Imo Chu's shoulder. Why don't I go and look for? Before he could finish his words, Roundy suddenly opened its in Imo Chu's embrace. There was a faint glimmer of clarity in its chaotic eyes. Roundy, you're awake? Before Imo Chu could heave a sigh of relief, this little fellow jumped down from Imo Chu's embrace with a swoosh. It did not care about falling to the ground quickly. Roundy let out a fierce roar, and the mini-sized body seemed to have suddenly broken free from its restraints and instantly turned into a huge monster. However, the huge body was still shaking non-stop, as if it was enduring a huge amount of pain. Savage blood vessels could be vaguely seen in its fur, causing one to be unable to help but be shocked. Roundy. Imo Chu's face was filled with anxiety. Just as she was about to step forward, she was forcefully pulled back by Imo Yang. There was a hint of understanding in his handsome black eyes as he said, "Don't go." Looking at Roundy's appearance, is it possible that it is about to advance? Advance? Upon hearing her big brother's words, Imo Chu could not help but be slightly stunned. She had not expected this to happen at all. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was not without reason. Since both of them could increase their elemental energy after eating those meals, why not Roundy? However, it was probably because this little fellow needed too much energy to advance. That was why it showed signs of advancing after eating so much food. Upon thinking up to this point, Imo Chu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when she raised her head to look at Roundy's pained and hideous appearance, she could not help but feel uneasy. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Brother, there shouldn't be any problems with Roundy's advancement, right? Imo Young gave a bitter laugh, but did not reply. He really could not lie to Imo Chu. Perhaps it was because the two of them had progressed very smoothly previously, which was why little Chu naturally believed that there would not be too much danger in their advancement. However, the truth was far from the truth. The Federation's failure to advance every year led to a decline in cultivation or even death. After all, the cultivation of special ability users was already considered to be heaven-defying, and how can it be so easy? It was so difficult for humans to advance, not to mention highly gifted magical beasts. It was much more difficult and risky for them to advance than humans. At least for all these years, Imo Yang had never seen a magical beast successfully advance. Of course, he would not tell Imo Chu the truth. However, even if he did not say it, Imo Chu could also guess from her big brother's expression. She looked at the blood-luminescent beast, feeling increasingly worried. To be honest, Roundy could not relax at this moment either. The huge energy that gushed out from its body was about to tear its body into two halves. The abundant energy revolved around its body, as if it had compressed its skin and flesh. She looked at the blood-luminescent beast, feeling increasingly worried. To be honest, Roundy could not relax at this moment either. The huge energy that gushed out from its body was about to tear its body into two halves. The abundant energy revolved around its body, as if it had compressed its skin and flesh until only a thin layer remained. It was so painful that it wished it could roll on. The previously dark magical region actually became as bright as day in the blink of an eye. It was as if day and night had switched places in an instant. Looking at the strange light that suddenly appeared, Imo Chu's heart could not help but sink. Imo Yang's face could not help but reveal a little surprise. Would the advancement of a magical beast attract a strange phenomenon? Why had he never heard of it before? Without much time to think, this beam of light actually became brighter and brighter, to the point that it almost made people unable to open their eyes. Ayo, ayo! Roundy's painful and enduring groans echoed throughout the entire magical region. What the Hades was this beam of light? Roundy panted heavily. Its red eyes seemed to be somewhat lax. Its entire body was curled up. Now, not only did it have to resist the energy that was about to explode in his body, but it also had to endure the burning sensation that penetrated his bones and heart. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless transparent beam of light was so hot that it was terrifying? The temperature was so hot that it almost burned its entire body. Roundy did not know that the fur that it had cherished so much in the past had long been completely burned by this beam of light. It even gave off a strong burnt smell. Not only that, this blazing beam of light was mercilessly tearing apart the flesh on Roundy's body. Fresh blood dripped down, and one could vaguely see the white bones inside. Imo Chu stood at the side, clenching her fists tightly. She bit her lips so hard that they were bleeding slightly. It was really too painful. This scorching beam of light was like a sharp electric drill, cutting Roundy's body into pieces under the scorching heat. The surging energy in its body continued to attack every single one of his blood vessels. It felt as if it was about to explode. Ayo, ayo! Under the intense pain, even the blood-luminescent beast became listless with its cries of pain. Its pair of dazzling red eyes also gradually lost their luster. Roundy, hang in there. Right at this moment, Imo Chu's scream suddenly entered its ears. It was like a bolt of lightning that instantly split apart Roundy's chaotic thoughts. That's right, it was just a small advancement. How could it possibly be difficult for me? Roundy frowned and tried to sit up. At this moment, there was no good spot on its body. Every scar was so deep that its bones could be seen. Even so, it was not willing to admit defeat. I had lived for so many years. It was not easy for me to find a gourmet food provider like Little Chu. I have not eaten my fill yet. How could I die so quickly? Seeing that Roundy was in high spirits, Imo Chu finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, the beam of light above its head did not stop at all. On the contrary, as time passed, it became brighter and brighter. At a glance, the blood-luminescent beast within it looked just like a dried orange peel. Imo Chu watched from the side. Her heart ached and she was anxious. Suddenly, Her eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. She quickly lowered his head and started fiddling with his terminal. "Little Chu, what are you doing?" Mo Yang's face became anxious when he saw Mo Chu walking toward the area where the beam of light was shining on. He quickly pulled her back. He was also aware of Little Chu's feelings towards Roundy. However, this beam of light was so powerful that even a tough magical beast like the blood-luminescent beast could not withstand it, let alone a body of flesh and blood like them. Little Chu would be courting death if she went. "Brother," Mo Chu waved her hand. "I'm just giving Roundy some food. It'll be fine." Mo Young only noticed the food on Little Chu's hand at this moment. Upon closer inspection, these were all the stored rations that she had saved up previously. Now that she had taken them out for Roundy, there was not a single bit left. "I'll go," Mo Young said. No one knew if this beam of light would harm Mo Chu. He could not let Little Chu take this risk. Mo Chu dodged Mo Yang's hand and shook her head slightly. Her delicate face was full of determination. "I'll go. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Mo Chu did not give Mo Young a chance to refuse. She directly strode towards Roundy. Roundy did not know if she heard Mo Chu's footsteps or smelled the fragrance of food. Roundy raised her head slightly, and Mo Chu's figure was clearly reflected in her bright red eyes. Ao, why are you here?" Roundy struggled to get up with an anxious expression on its face. It waved at Mo Chu with all its strength. "Hurry up and leave." Mo Chu smiled faintly and only stopped when he was 20 centimeters away from the beam of light. Fortunately, the beam of light did not harm her. Roundy and Mo Yang behind could not help but heave a sigh of relief. "Come." Mo Chu placed all the food in a big basket and pushed it with great force. Her aim was not bad, and she just happened to push the basket to Roundy's side. Smelling the familiar fragrance, Roundy could not help but sniff. A drooling expression appeared on its face. It raised its claws with great difficulty and clawed at the basket. It finally managed to hold a piece of meat with great difficulty, but it did not expect her body to twitch in pain. With a shake of its palm, the food fell to the ground with a swoosh. "Ayo!" Roundy let out a regretful howl. It did not care about his image and simply lay on the ground. It buried his head in the basket and ate it directly with its mouth. When more than half of the basket of food was empty, Roundy's spirit and energy had clearly improved. Although the wounds on his body were still bleeding, there were no new wounds. Time passed little by little. After an unknown amount of time, the beam of light finally dispersed. Ao! Roundy suddenly stood up. His eyes were bright, and his cry was filled with pride and dominance. The cracked fur on his body had already faded, and it was as if a phoenix had been reborn with new skin, faintly carrying a white light. One look and one could tell that it was not to be underestimated. After an entire night of training, the little fellow had finally successfully advanced. It was only now that Mo Chu realized that they were actually surrounded by magical beasts. Each and every one of them looked at Roundy with reverence. They looked at Roundy like it was their leader. The moment the advancement was successful, Roundy immediately ran towards Mo Chu. Its eyes were filled with trust and joy. Its big head was resting on Mo Chu's shoulder, swaying slightly. Its moist nose was still rubbing against her. Its cute appearance could not be any more silly looking. Mo Chu had long known that her blood-luminescent beast was a cute creature. However, looking at the shock and horror in the eyes of the surrounding magical beasts, the corners of Mo Chu's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. What happened to the mighty and domineering blood-luminescent beast? What happened to the rare advancement of magical beasts? Why did they feel that the style was a little off? All the magical beasts could not help but feel indignant in their hearts. Ahem. Mo Yang, who was standing at the side, could not stand it any longer. He coughed softly, and only then did Roundy put down its appearance. It reluctantly moved its big head away from Mo Chu's shoulder. When its bright red eyes swept across the magical beasts around it, it straightened its body slightly, and the aura of the entire beast instantly changed. It was as if it was about to burst out in a domineering manner. Just this simple glance was enough to scare all the magical beasts, and they quickly put away all their previous thoughts about the blood-luminescent beast. Mo Chu finally had the time to look at this group of magical beasts. She really did not know what was going on until she saw them, and she was shocked when she saw them. Not only were there many magical beasts in the surroundings, but their quality was also quite high. When she looked over, she actually found a few Tier 7 or 8 magical beasts. One had to know that, compared to humans, magical beasts carried out the principle of the weak obey the strong. Different bloodlines represented different potential, and the higher the potential, the purer the bloodline of a magical beast, the more it had a natural suppressive force against lower-tier magical beasts. Previously, Roundy could only rely on the suppressive force of its bloodline to intimidate high-tier magical beasts. But now that she had advanced, its strength had greatly increased. Just by relying on its own ability, it was able to compete with high-tier magical beasts. Ayo, ayo! Roundy's body trembled, and it let out a loud howl towards the sky. Its roar was majestic and imposing. The low-tier magical beasts that were far away could not withstand the pressure that Roundy deliberately magnified, and they all knelt down in a large group. The high-level magical beasts that were close by could still barely hold on, but they were also trembling, and their faces were pale. Roundy lowered its head to take a look, and the corners of its mouth curled up slightly. It was still quite satisfied with the effect that it had created. Not bad. This display of power and prestige could not be wasted. The group of magical beasts looked at each other a few times, and then moved in unison to take the items out. Imochu, who did not know what was happening, did not feel anything. However, when Imo Yang saw this, he could not help but gasp. Oh my God! These magical beasts had contributed famous spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Any one or two of them could be sold for a large price. These magical beasts had actually obediently given them to Roundy? Before Imo Yang could let go of his emotions, Roundy was still being picky. The corners of his mouth were slightly pursed. It seemed that he was not very satisfied. You're unhappy with these items? For the first time, Imo Yang felt that Roundy's requirements were too high. With great difficulty, Roundy finally took a fancy to a colorful fruit. It put it into its mouth. Before he could even chew, it cried out in pain. It was so bitter. Then, Roundy's big fat face crumpled rapidly. It spat out a few times and spat out all the remaining fruit in his mouth. It even threw the fruit in his paws onto the ground with hatred. Io, this awful fruit. Imo Yang watched from behind, his heart almost bleeding. This was a famous smoke-colored fruit. It was one of the ingredients specially used to refine high-grade medicinal pills. Because the production was low, the price was also raised to an extremely high level. With just a single bite, Roundy threw away a huge amount of Federation coins. Ayo, ayo. All right, leave the stuff behind. You guys can leave. Having suffered terribly from the fruit just now, Roundy did not have a good mood, and it glared at this group of magical beasts. It waved its hand at them, indicating for them to leave. Although they felt extremely regretful that they were unable to successfully cling onto Roundy's thigh, this group of magical beasts did not dare to openly disobey Roundy's orders. Hence, they scattered in all directions. Imochu watched from the side, the corner of her mouth twitching. So these magical beasts were so eager to get close to Roundy just to give it a gift? Sure enough, the matter of stepping on the weak and praising the strong worked everywhere. Once the group of magical beasts left, Roundy immediately returned to its original state. It swiftly gathered all the tributes together and then stuffed them into the pockets on both sides of its stomach. It was also at this moment that Imochu suddenly realized that after Roundy successfully advanced, two pocket-like things appeared on both sides of its stomach out of thin air. They were somewhat similar to a kangaroo mother's pockets. However, the color of the pockets on Roundy's body was the same as the color of its fur. If one did not observe carefully, it was easy to overlook them. After filling the two pockets, there were only a few tributes left on the floor. Roundy even smacked its lips. It seemed that it still felt that the tributes were insufficient. Ayo, ayo. When it jumped to Imochu's side, Roundy immediately took out a dozen fruits from her pockets and handed them over to Imochu. Here, these are all for you. In the future, you can cook more delicacies for me. The benefits will be huge. As for Imo Yang, he was completely ignored by Roundy. Imochu could not stand it, and gave half of the fruits to Imo Yang. Before Imo Yang could reach out, he was slapped by Roundy. The little guy even turned its head arrogantly after hitting him. It snorted coldly as if saying, "This belongs to me. I won't give it to you." "Roundy." Imo Chu frowned slightly and said softly, "You were able to successfully advance previously thanks to Imo Yang. If we were still in the military academy, you would definitely have been exposed. Is this your attitude now?" After hearing Imo Chu's words, Roundy turned its face to look at Imo Yang. After thinking for a long time, it finally picked an ugly and small fruit from its pocket and handed it to Imo Yang with a face of grace. "Here, this is for you." Looking at the fruit in his hand, Imo Yang really did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow could really hold a grudge. After happily splitting the spoils, the few of them patted their butts and prepared to return home. Touching the fruits in the pockets on both sides of their stomachs, Roundy narrowed its eyes in satisfaction. Its body suddenly became smaller, and it leaped into Imo Chu's embrace with practiced movements. It even shifted its position and found the most comfortable angle. With free labor, I won't walk." The two of them and the beast walked for almost half a day when suddenly, Roundy stopped. His big head turned back, and a fierce light flashed in his bright red eyes. "Oh, woo. Who is it? Come out." Imo Yang and Imo Chu still did not know what was going on. After a while, they saw a snow-white fox poking its head out from behind the bushes. Its watery blue eyes were even blinking at them. That look was really adorable. "Ow, ow. Why are you following us?" Roundy was not moved by the beauty of this little creature. Its small face was full of seriousness. However, with its current mini-body, it did not have the slightest deterrent force. Instead, he had an inexplicable cuteness. The white fox did not speak. It only looked at them timidly. Occasionally, when it met Roundy's fierce little eyes, it would shrink back with a trembling body. It did not look like a clever fox. Instead, it looked like a timid rabbit. "Brother, what kind of magical beast is this?" Even though the white fox appeared harmless, Imo Chu did not dare to let down her guard. She turned to look at Imo Yang. "This is a rare magical beast flying fox." Imo Yang's face was not guarded as he explained in a soft voice, "They are docile by nature. As long as others do not take the initiative to attack, they will not hurt others. They can be considered to be an exception among magical beasts." Imo Chu was slightly taken aback. She glanced at the white fox. How could such a timid appearance hurt others? As if he had seen through Imo Chu's thoughts, Imo Yang shook his head slightly. "Don't underestimate this flying fox. Its flying speed is 100 times faster than that of the gale beast. Moreover, its claws and teeth are extremely poisonous. Once you anger it, even a Tier 9 expert might not be able to dodge it." In the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be underestimated. Imo Chu had been caught by the gale beast previously. That wind-like speed still left a lingering fear in her heart. Who would have thought that this delicate and weak-looking little white fox was actually over 100 times faster than the gale beast? One could not judge a beast by its appearance. Ao, come over here. Since you have followed along, you must have something on your mind. Come over and say it." Looking at the flying fox's little law face, Roundy, who was bullying the weak, popped its head out again. A faint light flashed across its red eyes. The little fox glanced at Roundy and hesitated for a long while before flying towards them. It was also at this moment that Imo Chu noticed that the little fox actually had a pair of transparent wings on its back. He only saw it flapping its wings a few times. Its movements were light and graceful. Then, it landed directly in front of them. Imo Chu was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the little fox flew over from dozens of meters away. It seemed to be very relaxed. Roundy naturally noticed Imo Chu's gaze. It quickly straightened its body and blocked Imo Chu's gaze on the flying fox. It raised its chin slightly and unconsciously sized up the little fox. It looked like a thin bamboo pole. How could it be as heroic and majestic as me? Thinking of this, Roundy even subconsciously straightened its chubby little belly. Ao, why are you following us? Roundy instantly felt a sense of crisis. It did not care about teasing this little fellow anymore and wanted to immediately send it away. If there was nothing else, they should quickly leave. The little fox turned to look at the blood-luminescent beast. It was a little shy, and its face was slightly red. Li, previously, when Roundy advanced, it had been watching from the side. Naturally, it knew that Roundy's successful advancement was related to the food that Mo Chu had taken out. It wanted to ask if it could trade with Mo Chu for some food as well. Ao. At the mention of delicacies, Roundy's nerves instantly tensed up. Its big head shook like a rattle drum. No trading. What if this little fox kidnapped the delicacies provider? No, absolutely not. Roundy, what did this little flying fox say? Seeing the two magical beasts exchanging pleasantries, Mo Chu asked curiously. "Oh, woo." Roundy turned its head and looked at Mo Chu with eyes full of sincerity. "It was nothing. We were just chatting. It was really nothing." It was clearly trying to fool them. "All right." Mo Chu patted Roundy's little head. "Hurry up and tell me the truth." Roundy struggled for a long time before it finally explained the little fox's intentions under Mo Chu's threatening gaze. "So, this flying fox is preparing to exchange some food with me?" Looking at the little fox that was so awkward that it was almost a ball of dough, Mo Chu could not help but have a few more plans in her mind. "Oh, woo?" Roundy nodded, determined to nip all dangers in the bud. It quickly voiced out his thoughts. "We won't trade with it. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Why don't we ignore this little bamboo pole?" "That won't do." Mo Chu poked Roundy's head and turned to meet the flying fox's expectant gaze. She knew that it was also well-versed in spirituality, so she could not help but smile faintly. "I will trade with you, but you have to help me do something. Can you do it?" Li. Upon hearing this, the flying fox immediately nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Roundy, who was in Mo Chu's arms, frowned. It wanted to throw a tantrum. "Do you still want to eat delicious food?" Mo Chu patted the little guy who was throwing a tantrum and went straight to its weak spot. "With the flying fox, I can make more delicious food for you." Upon hearing this, Roundy forced itself to perk up and glanced at the little fox. When it raised its head, its eyes were filled with doubt. With its current state, how could it find delicious food? The little flying fox was also confused. Their flying fox clan did not have the skill of finding food, so how could they help Mo Chu? "All right, you'll know when the time comes." Mo Chu kept them guessing first, then turned to Mo Yang. "Brother, have you finished making the network device that I asked you to help me with?" "Yes." Mo Yang nodded and asked curiously, "What do you want the network device for?" Mo Chu's eyes lit up as he explained with a smile, "Brother, do you still remember that I said that I wanted to open a shop on the Starnet to sell the food that I made?" "Oh, I understand." Mo Yang quickly understood what she meant. "Are you ready to start?" There were two ways to access the Starnet. One was to use the network provided by the Federation government, and the second way was to use a self-made internet access device. The latter's access speed and security were higher, and it was because of this that the number of people using self-made network devices increased. According to the statistics from 10 years ago, more than 30 million people were already using self-made network devices. "That's right." Mo Chu nodded. Before this, her thoughts were still stuck in the 21st century. She thought that if she were to create something like this on the Starnet, it would be terrible if someone found out about it. However, when she found out that there was a self-made network device, she instantly relaxed. Even if someone were to really harbor ill intentions towards them, they would still need to search through 30 to 40 million people. This project was extremely huge and formidable. One had to know that the total population of the Federation was only close to 100 million. This search involved close to half of the population. Who would have such a huge amount of manpower? If they were not careful, they would easily incur the wrath of the public. Furthermore, they were students of the military academy. Under the protection of the laws of the Federation, no one dared to openly make a move against them. In order to prepare to open a shop, now was the best time. However, this food was not any ordinary food. This was especially so for the food made by Mo Chu. It needed to be fresh in order to display its best effects. Therefore, transportation became a huge problem. She had been troubled for the past 2 days. Who knew that a flying fox would suddenly appear and solve her problem? Hence, the little fox unknowingly took on the role of a courier. Thinking of this, Mo Chu felt her blood boiling. She wanted to start her own online shop immediately. "All right, let's go." Looking at little Chu's impatient look, Imo Yang could not help but chuckle. When we get home, I'll do it with you. Imo Chu's face was filled with fighting spirit as she nodded vigorously. All right. Roundy lay comfortably in Imo Chu's arms. It looked left and right, but it did not understand what the two of them were doing. It was not like they were going to eat crayfish, so why was there a need to be so excited? Suddenly, Imo Yang looked at the flying fox behind him and was a little worried. This little fellow was not small either. It was at least half the height of a person. How was he going to bring it back? When he said this to Imo Chu could not help but be stunned. That's right. She had been so happy just now that she did not think of this problem at all. She could not always run to the magical region to look for this little fox every time she delivered goods. Awu Roundy was smart. It howled twice at the flying fox. Suddenly, the flying fox actually transformed into the size of a palm. The little fox was even more adorable. Just as Imo Chu was about to pick it up, she realized that the one in her arms was not happy. Hence, Imo Chu simply stuffed the little flying fox into Roundy's arms and handed it over to him. After the little flying fox became smaller, it was about 2/3 the size of Roundy. Roundy just happened to hold it in his arms. At first, the little fellow was not happy. Later on, it felt that the little flying fox in its arms was soft and obedient, so it did not protest. It would occasionally pull the little fox's fur or pull the little wings on its back. However, the little fox's character was still soft. After being bullied by Roundy, it did not dare to say anything. It only blinked its watery eyes, looking very pitiful. Roundy was also a bad guy. When it saw the little fox's aggrieved look, not only did he not stop, he even teased it even more vigorously. On the other hand, Imo Chu could not stand it anymore. She scolded Roundy fiercely, and only then did the little blood-luminescent beast restrain itself a little. Because of this, the little flying fox looked at Imo Chu with eyes full of gratitude and attachment. It was better to look at this girl. Unlike the savage blood-luminescent beast, she was so kind. Imo Yang drove the drive machine at a very fast speed. In less than half an hour, he had returned to the military academy's single house. Previously, Imo Chu's reserve rations had been given to Roundy. Now, she had no choice but to make a few more dishes. She took a few beautiful photos and uploaded them to the website. Then, he racked her brain to think of a large introduction. It took her a lot of effort to complete the website of the online shop. As for the few dishes that Imo Chu cooked, all of them fell into Roundy and Little Fox's mouths. It was the first time they had tasted such delicious food. Brother, what do you think the name of our online shop is? On the most crucial question, Imo Chu was in a dilemma. She had thought of several names, but had rejected them. She asked Imo Yang for advice. The food you made can replenish elemental energy. The effect is much better than those spirit-gathering pills and tonic pills. Imo Yang stroked his sister's soft hair. As for the name, as long as it's from Little Chu, I believe it will sound good. Look at this. This was a total sis-con. Imo Chu was enlightened by his words. The corners of her mouth curled up as she typed a few words on the webpage. In the end, the spirit food shop officially opened. Little did they know that it would make its mark in Federation history. Haha. As usual, Zwolin was refreshing the information on the Starnet. He suddenly burst into laughter when he saw something. Io, this is so hilarious. The unrestrained laughter affected Zhongwan, who was working at the side. Looking at his friend who collapsed on the chair, Zhongwan could not help but put his hand on his forehead. What did you see? Quick, take a look. It was fine if Zhongwan did not ask, but once he asked Zwolin, he became even more enthusiastic. He immediately showed him the information screen on the terminal and shook his head as if it was a matter of fact. Sigh. Nowadays, advertisements are getting more and more serious. They're blowing up the sky. That's right. If the advertising was done well, the amount of attention would definitely increase. However, if the product's effect was too different from the advertising, it would be very easy for buyers to complain. Once the number of complaints exceeded 100, the relevant departments of the Federation government would step in and check the authenticity of the online store's products. Previously, for this matter, there was even a large company that almost went to court. It was also because of this that the online store's advertising had recently started to adopt a simple style, trying to be as close to the product's effect as possible. As a result, this spirit food shop that took on a pompous style was immediately highlighted. Just like a fresh flower, it instantly attracted Zhuo Lin's attention. In fact, this shop's front page promotion was quite concise and clear. It was divided into two parts. 1. Product introduction. This shop is now introducing 5 spirit food dishes, all of which have the effect of increasing the elemental energy. There are no restrictions on the types of elements, and there are no side effects. There are also pictures and specific prices of the 5 spirit foods below. 2. Purchase requirements. Please place the order and fill in the detailed delivery address. In addition, prepare 5 types of magical plants, complete magical plants, as additional payment. Please pay promptly after receiving the goods. Looking at this ingenious advertising campaign, no matter how calm Zhongwen was, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. This online shop was really strange. It was indeed. Zhuo Lin clicked his tongue and said in a disdainful tone, "Spirit food? What is this thing? It could increase elemental energy? It did not restrict the types of elements? And it did not have any side effects? If such a good thing really existed, who would be willing to take it out for sale? They would probably want to immediately hide it and use it for themselves. The price of this spirit food is not low. It is even comparable to the price of a low-grade medicinal pill." Zhongwen could not help but shake his head. Moreover, other than paying, the buyer also has to prepare 5 more types of magical plants for the seller. This is the first time I've heard of such a wondrous thing. Whoa! Zhuo Lin suddenly cried out in surprise. Quick, look, someone has placed an order to buy it. This guy must really be daydreaming. He was probably bewitched by this advertisement. He did not even use his brain to think. How could this be true? Sigh. A large sum of federal coins was wasted. After sighing for a while, Zhuo Lin put this matter aside. When he finished the work on hand, he thought of the advertisement again. He went online to check it out. FCK. The Starnet was in an uproar. Boss. The more he looked at Zhuo Lin, the bigger his eyes became. His voice was almost broken. Boss, Zhongwen, come over and take a look. What's wrong? Ningyi Yuan pushed open the office door with his long and slender hands and walked out in big strides. His dark green military uniform made him look even more handsome. Zhuo Lin did not say much and directly zoomed in on the terminal's light screen. On it was the web page of the spirit food shop. However, compared to the deserted place an hour ago, the comments on it were about to explode. The first message was from the first buyer. "Please call me king." He said, FCK, FCK, FCK. The effect of this spiritual food is too good. I immediately rose from the initial stage of Tier 3 to the advanced stage of Tier 3. There are no side effects. There are no side effects. Oh my God. I'm completely incoherent now. Shop owner, I admire you very much. Compared to the buyer's excitement and enthusiasm, the shop owner's reply to Domineering Circle was much more ruthless. Thank you for your full score. Please call me your king. It's just that you haven't prepared 5 types of magical plants. I'll blacklist you now and never sell you any products again. Thank you. Oh my. Look, this shopkeeper is really too willful. Please call me your king said. No, don't. Shop owner, I was wrong. I will immediately send over 10, no, 50 kinds of magical plants, okay? Don't drag me into the blacklist. Please. Domineering Circle did not reply anymore. It immediately opened a new section on the website called the Blacklist, and the buyer's name Please Call Me King was placed in it. Shockingly, it was on the first column. It was very eye-catching. This reaction really matched the shop owner's name. It was domineering. After this conversation, the remaining 4 spirit foods were instantly sold out. In less than half an hour, the other 4 buyers also jumped out one after another. I originally wanted to ridicule the shop owner, but in the end, oh my God, I'm going to ridicule myself. I am a fire element Tier 4. I have been wandering around the Tier 4 barrier for 2 years, but I haven't been able to break through. After eating this spirit food, I have now successfully jumped into the initial Tier 5. Shop owner, from now on, you have my utmost respect. I will kneel before you. The other 3 buyers' messages were similar. They were all lamenting that after eating this spiritual food, Their cultivation had improved greatly, and they had more respect for this spirit food. Zuolin and Zhongwen could not help but look at each other. They had never thought that the spirit food they were ridiculing just now was actually real. On the other hand, Ning Yuan, who was standing at the side, looked at the growing crowd of messages with a slightly darker expression. In just a short night, the words spirit food shop instantly became popular on the Starnet. At first, it was only a small-scale uproar. Later, the popularity spread like a spark that ignited a fire, and it was out of control. The next morning, Spirit Food Shop directly jumped from obscurity at the beginning to the top of the trending posts, and its attention even surpassed the second place by tens of millions of people. Almost all the netizens had noticed this strange shop, and all kinds of discussions were in full swing. There was a wave of skeptics. Don't think about it. These 5 buyers are definitely the shop owner's friends. Look, this explanation is too exaggerated. Even the best top-grade medicinal pills can't have such an obvious effect. Everyone, don't be fooled by this promotional method. One had to know that the price of supreme-grade medicinal pills started at tens of millions of Federation coins, and the highest price of this spirit food was only tens of thousands. The huge difference in price was enough to explain the problem. The other group was half convinced and half doubtful. Not necessarily so. If this spirit food really has such good effects, it would be a great thing. Just based on this 50-50 chance, we must buy it. Even the food experts joined in, preparing to analyze the ingredients and effects of this spirit food from various angles. However, the information given by the shop owner was too little, so they could only give up in the end. The Starnet was simply bustling with noise and excitement. In comparison, Mo Chu's place was much quieter. In just a few short hours, 5 business transactions had been completed. The money had also been received smoothly, and he had even brought back 20 types of magical plants. This made Mo Chu extremely happy. Her little face was beaming with joy. Mo Yang was slightly saddened. Back then, he had risked his life in District 12 to save up a few 100,000 Federation coins. Now, with Little Chu's easy move, the money she had earned was almost half of his. However, when he saw the warm smile on Little Chu's face, the corners of Mo Yang's mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Once these magical plants were in Mo Chu's hands, she immediately checked them. She did not know what she saw, but his eyes instantly lit up. "Brother, I'll make you a fresh meal today." Guess what she found? Flour. This was flour. Among the magical plants that the flying fox brought back, there was a type called white tree. Its root was shaped like a peach heart. When the root was cut open, there was fine white flour inside. "Oh, before Mo Yang could reply, Roundy had sharp ears. When it heard the word food, it ran over as if it was a reflex. Previously, Roundy was the only foodie. Now, even the little flying fox was imitating it. It followed behind Roundy and stared at Mo Chu with its big watery eyes. Enough. Mo Chu patted the heads of the 2 little guys and secretly increased the number of lunch ingredients by a few %. Then, she turned around and walked to the kitchen. She first took a clean basin and placed the flour inside. Then, she took a big bowl of hot water and sprinkled it into the flour. As she sprinkled it, she used chopsticks to stir it into a round shape. Then, she used her hand to knead the dough in one direction. Roundy, who was at the side, rested its big head on the glass table. Its red eyes were filled with curiosity. "Do you want to try it?" Seeing the interest in the little guy's eyes, Mo Chu also had some thoughts. She stopped what he was doing and waved at Roundy. In any case, the root of this white tree was very big. The flour in it was probably several kilograms. It did not matter, even some of it was wasted. Hearing Mo Chu's words, Roundy's eyes immediately lit up, and it cried out excitedly a few times. Come, let me cook something delicious for you guys." After all, it was food. So Mo Chu did not dare to be careless. She washed Roundy's big meaty palm clean before putting it into the basin. Holo! Just as it reached its hand in, this warm and sticky feeling made Roundy's eyes widen. Its palm mimicked Mo Chu's action just now and rubbed the dough forcefully. From the looks of it, it was still quite decent. However, when it looked inside, almost all of the dough was stuck to Roundy's palm. The little fellow also knew that something was wrong. It tried its best to remove the dough, but in the end, it became more and more sticky. The more it stuck to him, the tighter it became. Its fair and tender face was almost red from holding it in. Imochu held back the smile on her lips. In the end, she could not stand it and stepped forward to help Roundy. Roundy did not know why, but the previously wild and willful dough was extremely obedient in Imochu's hands. In a short while, the dough was smooth and formed. After washing its hands, Roundy was still staring at Imochu. Its eyes were filled with admiration for her. The little flying fox behind him was the same. Imochu smiled. She took a basin to cover the dough and let it wake up for about half an hour. Then, he took out some water from the terminal, cut it into pieces, and placed it in a small bowl at the side for backup. Then, she added a suitable amount of oil to the pot. After heating it up, she poured it onto the water and brought out its fragrance. Then, she added a suitable amount of salt and mixed it well. She used a stick to roll the dough into a large pancake shape. Roundy had just done some practical operations, and it was the time when its hands were itchy. When it saw Imochu's method, its small face was full of eagerness to give it a try. It looked at Imochu with high intensity. Let me try again. Seeing the hopeful look in Roundy's eyes, the corners of Imochu's mouth curled up slightly. The little fellow saw that it could help and immediately rushed over excitedly, but was stopped by Imochu. Not now, wait a little longer. Although the rolling dough step looked easy, whether the pancake would be delicious depended on this step. She did not dare to let Roundy personally handle it. If it made a mistake, they would have to start over from lunch today. Imochu's movements were skillful. After a few twists and turns, the dough was rolled out. It was thick and even, smooth and flat. Imochu took the previously pressed scallion oil and poured it onto the middle of the dough. She picked up one side of the dough and folded it in half. She spread the scallion oil and brought it over. She then picked up the other side of the dough until all the dough was covered in scallion oil. Then, she rolled up the dough from one side and cut it into several equal portions with a knife. Come. Imochu waved his hand at Roundy and gave it 2 of the pieces. If you don't do it well, you'll have to eat it yourself. Roundy raised its chubby chin slightly and glanced at the table. Its arrogant look clearly said, "Humph, how could such a small matter be difficult for me?" In order for Roundy to learn, Imochu deliberately slowed down her movements. First, he took one of the dough pieces and pinched the 2 ends of the pastry. He placed it under the pastry and pressed it with his hand. A uniform pastry was formed. Roundy also learned how to make the pancake. After washing the pancake, it pressed down with all its strength. As a result, the force was too strong, and the pancake became thin in the middle. The 2 sides of the pancake were thick and concave. With a little bit of strength, the shape will look better. Imochu pointed at Roundy and continued to press down on the sides. Her movements were fast and steady. In a short while, she made the pancakes one by one. Roundy was a little behind. Its large palm landed on the decoctions, but it did not dare to press down. It blinked nervously until she met Imochu's encouraging gaze. Only then did it slowly push down. It carefully controlled its strength. Finally, the finished product this time was much better than the previous concave pancake. It was almost as good as Imochu's. Not bad, not bad. Imochu was used to patting the little guy's head, but she had oil in his hands, so she could only praise it verbally. Roundy proudly raised its head and turned to walk out of the kitchen. However, it could not hide the joy in its eyes. The little flying fox followed behind it with a face full of admiration. It was almost becoming Roundy's little sidekick. Looking at these 2 little guys, Imochu could not help but shake her head. She turned around and brushed a small amount of oil into the pan. She put in the pancake that he had made previously and fried it into 2 browns over a small fire. As the heat increased, the fragrance of the scallion pancake gradually spread out. Although it was not strong, it had a slightly seductive smell. Roundy and the flying fox had long abandoned their previous arrogance and could not wait to stand by the side. They even stretched their necks and tried their best to sniff the fragrance. Their small faces were filled with intoxication. After Imochu placed the scallion pancake on the table, the 2 little fellows did not care about the heat. They ate one in each hand and ate it happily. Imochu first passed one to Imo Yang, while she also took one to taste. Speaking of which, although the ingredients from the Federation were not easy to find, the taste of the scallion pancake was indeed 100 times better than those from the 21st century. Although the seasoning was limited and the cooking method was rather crude, the scallion pancake that was produced could still be considered delicious. The crispy fragrance of the pancake, coupled with the taste of the scallion oil, the two intertwined together. It was simply a match made in heaven. Although Imo Yang did not say anything, the rapidly decreasing scallion pancake on the table already showed his attitude of approval. Due to the addition of the little flying fox at home, Imo Chu even specially increased the amount of scallion pancake. She had made a total of 40 palm-sized pancakes. In just half an hour, all of them had been plundered. With its slightly puffed belly, the little flying fox narrowed its eyes happily. Roundy glanced at it. TSK, it was still young. Was it satisfied with just a little bit? This fellow had completely forgotten its rough eating manner just now. After being fed, Imo Chu finally remembered her spirit food shop. When she opened the terminal and took a look, she was really shocked. The messages at the bottom of the homepage had already reached over 10,000. All of them were urging the shop to stock up and prepare to buy spirit food. Imo Chu had only served 5 dishes before, and after they were sold out, they immediately ran out of stock. When the buyers who heard the news saw this, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Their hearts were itching for more. Therefore, they all left comments below, telling the shop owner to hurry up and stock up. They were still waiting to buy. The shop owners of the other online shops naturally also noticed this situation, and they could not describe the feelings in their hearts. In the past, they had to beg their fathers and grandmothers to do everything they could to increase their sales. But this person, who had just opened for business a day ago, actually had such a booming business. Tens of thousands of buyers took the initiative to raise their prices with federal coins, and they simply crushed their little hearts into pieces. Soon, they realized that they were sad too early. Under the urging of the netizens, the shop owner, Domineering Circle, who had been hidden for a long time, finally came online. He was still as willful and overbearing as before. As the shop has just opened, we will supply the goods once more this month. From now on, we will only supply 5 spirit foods every month. First come, first served. Thank you, everyone. Heh. Countless shop owners wished they could crush the terminal. Why are you so willful? Why don't you supply more? Don't you want to make money? What are you trying to do? Comparing it again, they felt all sorts of heartache. The majority of the people could not control the envy and jealousy of the other shop owners, but they also felt heartache. Only providing 5 spirit foods in a month? They had tens of thousands of buyers, so how could they divide it evenly? Therefore, at the bottom of the front page, there were all kinds of people trying to find a source of goods. There were even people who proposed the highest bidder wins auction mode. However, the shop owner did not respond, so they could only sigh. They turned their attention to the new 5 servings of spirit food and were ready to show their skills. Why do we have to limit the quantity? Imo Yang asked in puzzlement. The corners of Imo Chu's mouth curled up slightly. Her black eyes were as bright as diamonds. As the saying goes, the rarer the item, the more valuable it is. Only by having 5 spirit foods a month can we ensure that everyone's enthusiasm will not be reduced. Moreover, by limiting the quantity, it would subconsciously make everyone think that the production of spirit foods was very difficult. That way, it was more difficult to expose their identities. Although Roundy did not quite understand what the two were talking about, it still insisted on following Imo Chu's pace and rolled its eyes at Imo Yang. On the other side, Imo Chu had just opened up the supply of spirit food. In just a breath's time, all the orders for 5 spirit food were swept away. After a second of silence, the front page of the spirit food shop was once again flooded by wave after wave of ghost cries and wolf howls. Why? I only blinked and all the orders were gone? What's going on? Could it be that there's something wrong with my terminal? My hand speed is one of the best in the entire district. Why didn't I get it? Oh, it must be because my internet speed is bad. That's right. The internet speed is bad. Get lost. Don't blame the internet speed if you fail, okay? But why didn't I get it even though I'm such a good person? Why? Hee hee. I just watched you guys cry quietly because my heart is bleeding. I only hesitated for a moment for the last batch of goods. It's gone. I was very determined for this batch of goods, but in the end, it's still gone. I have to wait for a month for the next batch of goods. Oh, there's no hope in life. Zwolin, did you get it? Ningyi Yuan stood at the side. His handsome face was as sharp as a knife. His figure was tall and straight, like a pine tree at the edge of a rock. He was handsome and determined. Zwolin let out a long sigh and loosened his taut fingers. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Don't worry. How can I make a mistake? However, Zwolin licked his tongue, and his eyes were filled with interest. This time, quite a few experts jumped out. It seemed that this spirit food had really aroused the curiosity of quite a number of people. Well done. Ningyi Yuan rarely praised him, which made Zwolin extremely excited. This guy became a chatterbox when he got excited, and he could not stop chattering. Boss, I've checked before. 3 of the first batch of people who bought the spirit food used the internet provided by the government. I followed the IP address and found their identities. I've already sent people to check. Their words are indeed true. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. How could such a magical thing exist? When it arrives later, we'll test it out properly. Right. Ningyi Yuan had no choice but to interrupt this guy. Otherwise, he could talk for an entire day. Have you found out the identity of the owner of this spirit food shop? Zwolin paused. They used a self-made network device, so it's too difficult to investigate. Moreover, they may change to another self-made device at any time. It's not easy to investigate unless you know some specific clues. This domineering circle was too mysterious. Moreover, he was very cautious every time he spoke. No one could make a move on him. They could not even find any clues. Okay, I got it. Ningyi Yuan nodded and looked at Zhongwen, who was walking over. How's the preparation going? Zhongwen smiled faintly. Boss, don't worry. The 5 kinds of magical plants have already been placed in the express delivery station outside. The latest high-power monitor has also been installed. Before Ningyi Yuan could reply, Zwolin was the first to be puzzled. High-power monitor? What's with this thing? Boss, are you going to bug the delivery man? Unlike ordinary online shops, the spirit food shop did not choose the existing transportation system. On the contrary, it had its own delivery man. When the goods were delivered, it would also retrieve the magical plants. Although the domineering circle did not have any clues, if they could find the delivery man and follow the clues, they might be able to find something. Now, everything was ready and in place. Half an hour later, the 5 kinds of magical plants in the express delivery station disappeared without a sound. However, a double-layered box suddenly appeared on the ground. The guards outside the door were scared half to death. They did not dare to leave for a moment. How could the things disappear right under their noses? Could it be that they had seen a ghost in broad daylight? Ningyi Yuan naturally received the news as well. He could not help but frown slightly as he looked at the image transmitted by the high-power monitor. What the Hades is this? Zwolin could not help but widen his eyes and cry out in shock when he saw the snow-white afterimage left on the high-power monitor. At the same time, the others also cried out in surprise. After all, Ningyi Yuan was not the only one who had such thoughts. If the effects of the spirit food were as rumored on the internet, then the owner of this spirit food shop would definitely become the target of recruitment by various forces. They could not get hold of the shop owner through the internet, so the obvious move was to target the delivery man. However, no matter how much they thought about it, they never thought that this delivery man was actually a magical beast. Although the high-powered monitor was only half the size of a fingernail, the intuition of a magical beast was much sharper than that of a human. Naturally, it could not escape the sharp eyes of the little flying fox. Lily, at the beginning, the little guy even went up to take a look with interest. After all, it was its first time seeing this thing, so it could not help but be curious. In the end, this curiosity scared the person who was looking through the device. Indeed, there had been no movement before, but in the blink of an eye, he saw a huge eyeball that occupied the entire field of vision. The person monitoring the device was so frightened that he staggered. He almost fell off his chair. Therefore, when the little flying fox saw the high-powered monitor that Ningyi Yuan had arranged, it lost interest. It put down its things, picked up the magical plant, patted his ace, and flew away. Because of this, Ning Yuan and the others only saw a blurry afterimage. Before they could think about it, the guard had already brought the double-layered box in. Zuolin immediately turned his attention to the box. This is the spirit food worth 50,000 Federation coins? Zuolin rubbed his hands, his face full of interest. Ning Yuan walked over, and with a slight lift of his long and slender hand, the lid of the box was opened. Then, a thick aroma of food wafted out. Oh. Zuolin sniffed a few times and looked intoxicated. Wow, let's not talk about other things. This spirit food is quite fragrant. I'm drooling. Zhongwen raised his eyebrows and looked at him. You even ate a nutrition capsule just now. This guy did not even try to lie. Zuolin glared back at him. Why do you care about me? All right, hurry up and eat. Ning Yuan only glanced at the two of them indifferently. They immediately calmed down the flames of war and did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Ning Yuan. How should we eat this? The rich fragrance kept drilling into their nostrils. Even Zhongwan, who had always been a calm person, was a little excited. However, the spirit food they snatched this time was spicy crayfish. Mo Chu removed the poisonous parts, leaving only half of its body with a shell on it. In addition, the crayfish was originally grayish-black in color. Mo Chu fried it with chili. With some seasoning added, the crayfish turned a fiery red color. It did not remind them of the magical beast black crayfish they had seen before. Mo Chu was rather careful. He even placed a small note on the top of the lunchbox. On the note, there was a special description of how to eat it. There were also a few gloves attached. The service was quite good. Ning Yuan glanced at the note. The words were not written by hand, but were printed by the terminal. The paper was also the most commonly used type and did not reveal the slightest flaw. Zuolin could not help it. He leaned over and took a few glances. First, he handed the gloves to Ning Yuan and Zhongwan. Then, he put one on his hand. He took a crayfish from the box and prepared to peel it open. Unfortunately, this was his first time operating it. His movements were clearly not skilled. After peeling it for a long time, he still could not peel it open. His head was still covered in sweat. There was nothing he could do. He could smell the alluring fragrance, but he could not see or eat it. It was too uncomfortable. Ning Yuan's movements were very smooth. It was his first time peeling shellfish, but compared to Zuolin, his proficiency was like heaven and earth. In just a few seconds, Ning Yuan had completely peeled off the shell of the crayfish. The tender flesh looked really tempting. Zuolin smacked his lips. But if it was his boss, he would not dare to do it. He simply could not be bothered to peel it anymore and stuffed the entire crayfish into his mouth. He began to bite down. Oh my God! It was so delicious. This fragrance, this delicacy could not be described with words. Ning Yuan also placed the crayfish meat into his mouth. This unique taste also caused him to be startled. As he chewed slowly, the image of Mo Chu's gluttonous mouth suddenly appeared in his mind. If she were to eat this thing right now, she would have long narrowed her eyes and pouted her cheeks. Her face was so cute that she looked like a gluttonous cat. There were only about 20 to 30 crayfish on the plate. The three of them split it equally. Each of them had only eaten 10 crayfish at most. They had only tasted a little bit of the taste, and it was gone just like that. Looking at the empty plate, Zuolin could not help but smack his lips. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. He could not tell exactly how he felt. He just felt that the spiciness and the fresh fragrance seemed to be able to drill into the depths of people's hearts in an instant. It was deeply rooted. He ate it until he was drenched in sweat, but there was also some pleasure in it. The taste was simply addictive. If it were not for the two people beside him, Zuolin would have grabbed the remaining chili and stuffed it into his mouth. He still had to wait for another month before he could eat it. At the thought of this, Zuolin instantly felt that the days that followed had turned gloomy. Enough. Looking at Zuolin's expression that was worse than death, Zhongwen could not help but let out a low snort. Was it necessary? Although the crayfish was delicious, it was not worth this guy putting on such an act. SK, what do you know? Zuolin retorted, unwilling to be outdone. How could someone like you, who has no ambition, understand my thoughts? Zhongwen raised his eyebrows. So your ambition is the crayfish. That's really great. Suddenly, Ningyi Yuan let out a low snort, causing both of them to look at him. Soon, they noticed that the elemental energy in their boss's body was fluctuating violently. Such speed. Zuolin widened his eyes and turned around to look at Zhongwan. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although they had seen the comments on the internet, they had always thought that there was some exaggeration in those words. After all, no matter how good a medicinal pill was, it would need a certain amount of time to be absorbed and utilized by the human body. However, they had just finished eating the crayfish less than 20 minutes ago. Their boss had already started to break through in energy. This speed was simply amazing. Very soon, Zuolin and the other two did not have the time to sigh, because they also felt that the elemental energy in their bodies was starting to react. In the quiet living room, the three of them sat at each end. None of them dared to relax. They concentrated on their cultivation, trying their best to use the energy for their own use. Half an hour later, Ningyi Yuan was the first to open his eyes. As his eyes moved, there was a faint glow. Opening his hands, Ningyi Yuan lowered his head slightly. He could even clearly feel the speed of the blood flow in his blood vessels. This time, his cultivation had only increased by 1 level. However, if he wanted to replace this small level with top-grade pills, he would need at least tens or even hundreds of pills. But now, it was only a plate of spirit food. No, 1/3 of the spirit food could do it. Compared to him, Zuolin and Zhongwan had achieved a more significant effect. One had risen 3 levels, while the other had risen 4 levels. At this moment, the internet was full of anticipation. Now, another batch of spirit food had been sold. Everyone craned their necks and looked forward to it. Hurry up and share the effects of your food with everyone. Someone impatiently left a message under the names of a few buyers. Yes. Although we didn't get the spirit food, I can still feel some comfort from listening to you guys. Someone who still had doubts about the spirit food asked, did something go wrong? It didn't work, right? Hey, look, these buyers haven't come online for so long. They must have been cheated. Look, I said before, how can spirit food be so amazing? The first few people must have been hired by the buyers to trick ignorant teenagers like you. All kinds of analysts left comments, and this time, the silence of the buyers became the best evidence for them. The first buyer from before, please call me king, immediately fired the cannon. I have plenty of money, why should I lie? All of you sour-tongued people are either jealous or stupid. These words angered the public. Seeing that an online war was inevitable, suddenly, a buyer made a move. He uploaded a picture, and a huge eyeball took up 3/4 of the picture. That blank gaze seemed to be able to pierce through everyone's body through the light screen, and it was accompanied by 3 words: the delivery man. Then, a huge battle that had already been seen dispersed in an instant. Everyone's attention was focused on this picture and the words on it. What the Hades is this? It gave me a fright. Is this the delivery man? Courier? Someone quickly reacted. Could it be that this is the courier from the spirit food shop that was captured by the surveillance camera? It shouldn't be. How could this be a human's eyeball? There was still a big difference between the eyes of the little flying fox and a human's. Upon closer inspection, the eyes of the little flying fox were peach-shaped, and there was a faint purple glow. There was also a radial arc at the edge. Could it be that this courier is not a human? Could it be that this courier is not human? However, because this guess was too unbelievable, it was quickly drowned out by the comments below that refuted it. Are you a clown sent by the monkey? How is this possible? Haha, the idea is very good, but unfortunately it is not realistic. According to the assessment, the person above is suffering from mild paranoia. No explanation. However, soon, as another buyer posted the photo on the message board, the noisy web page instantly quieted down. It was also a photo taken under the high-power monitor. The image was no longer a large eyeball, but a snow-white afterimage. The caption was still the same 3 words: the delivery man. With a gulp, the netizens who were looking at the screen could not help but swallow hard. Their eyes widened. Although this photo was blurry, it clearly conveyed a message: this was definitely not human. One had to know that the resolution of the high-power monitor was very shocking. For example, if the image of the high-power monitor was slowed down by 1,000 times, It would be the speed that a normal human could observe with the naked eye. However, this courier only left a blurry afterimage on the high-powered monitor. In other words, even if this thing flew in front of you, you would not be able to see it at all. This terrifying speed was simply beyond everyone's imagination. After a full 15 minutes of silence, the internet instantly exploded. Oh my God, what is this thing? It's too fast. Could this be a special mech made by the shop owner? If that's the case, then the shop owner is definitely an all-rounded talent. Maybe this is just a special martial technique? But can a person reach such a terrifying speed? All kinds of strange ideas kept popping up, almost breaking through the limits of imagination. Didn't anyone notice that these two photos are very similar to magical beasts? A single sentence caused 1,000 waves. The poster even carefully uploaded a few photos to prove it. Everyone, look, this is the magical beast flying fox. Its heart-shaped pupils and snow-white fur are exactly the same as the photos of the few buyers. Moreover, flying fox is famous for its speed. It is said that its speed is comparable to that of an interstellar ship. Therefore, it was completely understandable that the high-powered monitor could not capture its full appearance. With pictures and the truth, it was impossible for people not to believe it. Oh my God! After careful comparison, the netizens could not help but exclaim, "It really is true. I can't take it anymore. I'm a little dizzy. Let me calm down first." The world was changing too fast. I could not take it anymore. What should I do? So, the one who gave me the spirit food was actually a magical beast? The guy "Please call me your king" jumped out again. His words were filled with regret. Such a rare scene. I actually didn't see it with my own eyes. I'm heartbroken. Who has a rope? Lend it to me. The netizens were also all speechless towards this stupid person. Even the high-powered surveillance camera could only capture a cool afterimage. With your delusions of seeing it with your own eyes, are you dreaming? Little Chu, come and take a look. Imo Young frowned slightly. These few days, he had been paying close attention to the news on the internet. When he saw that someone had already found out the identity of Little Flying Fox, his heart tightened. When he looked to the side, that heartless little fellow was lying on the sofa with Roundy in its hand. He was still holding a bunch of French fries and munching happily. What's wrong? Imo Chu walked over quickly and saw the message on the screen. She could not help but be stunned. Although she knew that the identity of the Little Flying Fox could not be preserved for long, she did not expect it to be discovered so quickly. As expected, experts were among the common people. Don't worry, it's fine. Imo Chu smiled at Imo Yang and said firmly, "Since I dared to bring Little Flying Fox back, I was prepared to protect it. Brother, take a closer look. How is the little fellow different from an ordinary flying fox?" Hearing this, Imo Yang focused his gaze on the little flying fox. Not only did its body become smaller, but what surprised him the most was that the piece of snow-white fur on the back of the little flying fox had turned light purple. With a glance, no one would think of a magical beast like the flying fox. On the contrary, it was more like a high-level pet on the market, the little honey fox. Imo Chu's lips curved into a smile. Previously, she had discovered a strange magical plant, the purple flower. It could not be used as food, but its juice could be used to dye hair. Moreover, it would not fall off when it was soaked in water. Only by using the fruit of the purple flower to mash and add water could this color be removed. At this moment, it was the most suitable disguise for the little fox. Imo Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at little Chu with a hint of pride in his eyes. His sister-con attribute had popped up again. Yes, his sister was indeed the best. Ho-oh. As soon as it saw Imo Chu, Roundy immediately abandoned its new friend and ran towards Imo Chu. Without waiting for Imo Chu to reach out, it jumped into Imo Chu's embrace. Li, I want it too. Little Flying Fox, who was following closely behind, looked at Imo Chu with eager eyes. It could not hide the desire on its face. Unable to withstand this pitiful attack, Imo Chu was just about to bend down and pick up Little Flying Fox when Roundy, this awkward little fellow, immediately grabbed Imo Chu's hair with its meaty palm. This was not the end. Roundy even turned its head and glared at Little Flying Fox. Its usually round and cute eyes emitted a vicious light. "Humph, go away. Little Chu belongs to me. The little flying fox suddenly trembled and took a small step back. Its small face was filled with confusion. It did not understand why its little friend, who was still fine just a moment ago, suddenly turned hostile. The boat of friendship was really too unstable. All right, let me carry it. Having already gotten used to Roundy's domineering mode, Mo Young quickly took a step forward and conveniently carried the little flying fox in her arms. Coincidentally, it met with Roundy's satisfied gaze that said, "Not bad, kid. You're quite tactful." Mo Young could not help but raise her brows slightly. Heh. This little fellow's guts were really getting fatter and fatter. Hugging Roundy in his embrace, Mo Chu suddenly felt that its weight was a little heavier than before. Lowering her head to look, she coincidentally saw Roundy's two trembling chins fluttering in the wind. She then extended his hand to poke Roundy's chubby forehead. With a poke, a pit appeared. It was only now that Mo Chu realized that Roundy was much heavier than before. If this continued, it would be super fat. Thinking of this, Mo Chu could not help but tremble. No, she absolutely could not let Roundy become a big fatty. Mo Chu's hands that were holding Roundy relaxed slightly. She bent down and put the little guy down, her face full of seriousness. "Roundy, have you noticed that you're getting fatter and fatter?" Roundy was still holding onto Mo Chu's arm and refused to come down. When it heard that, it could not help but look at itself. The more it looked, the more satisfied it became. Yes, I am a mighty spokesperson. One word perfect. Then, it even looked into Mo Chu's eyes sincerely and shook its head honestly. "No, I'm so handsome. How can I be fat?" "Little Chu, your taste is really strange." The woman and the beast looked at each other, but Mo Chu still lost in the end. She could only silently make a weight loss plan for Roundy. She glanced outside. The weather today was pretty good. These two little fellows had not gone out since they came back from the magical region. Why not take this opportunity to bring them out for some exercise? Thinking of this, Mo Chu could not help but lower her head and ask, "Roundy, let's go out for a walk. Do you want to come along? But you have to go on your own. I won't carry you." Roundy hesitated for a moment. This little fellow was a typical lazy cancer patient. If it could sit, it definitely would not stand. If it could lie down, it definitely would not sit. Otherwise, would it be able to stay in Mo Chu's embrace all day? After thinking for a long while, Roundy still shook its head. It would be so good to lie down at home. It would be so comfortable, and there would be food. Why would it stupidly go out and sweat? I'm not going." "Are you really not going?" Mo Chu asked again. Roundy shook its head like a rattle drum. "All right." Mo Chu did not say anything more. He just turned his head to look at Mo Young. "Brother, let's go then." "Okay." Mo Young nodded. Hence, the two of them and a beast walked in front. Roundy, who was behind them, looked extremely lonely. Its big watery eyes stared blankly at the two people in front of her. Were they going to leave one of their beasts at home? "Don't do it. Ao. The little fellow finally opened its mouth. It immediately ran towards Mo Chu and tugged at her clothes. Its little face twisted into a ball of grievance. I'll go, all right?" Only then did Mo Chu reveal a smile. She lightly patted its round head and led its little meaty palm forward. Feeling the warm touch in her palm, the grievance on Round's face dissipated and a smile appeared on its little face. Mo Young could finally see that although Roundy was usually quite arrogant, she had been completely eaten up by Mo Chu. After all, he had left these two little fellows at home for too long. After walking out, Roundy and Little Flying Fox were reserved for a short while. Not long after, they let go of their hooves and started to enjoy themselves. One after another, they ran, and the next moment, they hugged each other again. That cuteness was almost overflowing. Mo Young and Mo Chu fell behind. The warm sun shone on their faces like a warm yellow halo. The laughter was light and the sun was setting. Everything was as beautiful as a painting. However, there was always someone who wanted to step in. Just one sentence was enough to destroy the entire atmosphere. The road between enemies is narrow today. Xiao Hongmei raised her eyebrows slightly. She was still dressed in bright red clothes. However, there was a hint of hatred and disgust in her eyes when she looked at Mo Chu which greatly reduced her beauty. What's the matter? A man behind her slightly poked his head out, showing the hospitality on his face. Just by looking at her appearance, Xiao Hongmei was indeed a beauty. She was even more eye-catching in this military academy where there were more men than women. Naturally, there were many bees circling around her. Yang Bai was one of them. Yes. Xiao Hongmei raised her chin at Mo Chu, who was not far away. A cold smile appeared in her eyes as she turned to look at the man beside her. Yang Bai, didn't you say that you like me? Yes. Hearing this, the man nodded repeatedly. The way he looked at Xiao Hongmei was full of fawning. Looking at her appearance, even if Xiao Hongmei asked him to dig out his heart, he probably would not have any complaints. Then, if I ask you to do something, you probably won't refuse? Xiao Hongmei raised the corners of her eyes slightly and asked in a low voice. Of course, if you have anything to say, just say it. Being stared at by Xiao Hongmei with such a flirtatious look, Yang Bai's vanity rose rapidly. Words came out of his mouth without even thinking. As long as I can do it, I absolutely have to do it. That's good. Hearing this, Xiao Hongmei could not help but smile. She suddenly pointed at Mo Chu and said with a coaxing tone, "Then help me teach her a lesson." Just because of this girl, she had lost a lot of face. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Hongmei was still full of hatred, and her beautiful face was filled with malevolence. Looking at the girl not far away, Yang Bai's expression could not help but change. This Mo Chu, she is exalted Chanbai's disciple. If something were to happen to her, then, forget it. Hearing this, Xiao Hongmei's expression suddenly darkened, and her tone suddenly changed. I asked you to do a simple thing, yet you still refused to do it. It seems that you don't have any sincerity in your words. Since that's the case, if it was not because she had targeted Mo Chu previously and was penalized by the higher-ups, she would have long made a move herself. Don't. Seeing that Xiao Hongmei was about to turn around and leave, Yang Bai hurriedly pulled her back. It was not easy for him to get some attention from the goddess, so how could he just watch it slip away? He immediately agreed, don't worry. Since this little girl has angered you, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. It's not certain who will teach who a lesson. Mo Chu snorted coldly, her gaze turning slightly cold. These people thought that she could not hear them from afar, but they did not know that Mo Chu's senses were much more sensitive than the average person's. She had long heard every word that they said. Roundy and Little Flying Fox, who were still jubilant just a moment ago, saw that the situation was not right, so they cleverly ran back to Mo Chu's feet. One of them bit the leg of her pants, while the other hugged her ankle, having a great time. Xiao Hongmei gritted her teeth in hatred when she saw Mo Chu's carefree attitude. She immediately gave Yang Bai a look. Mo Yang could not help but frown when he saw the person who had come over. Although he did not hear the two of them whispering, he knew that Xiao Hongmei and his sister were not on good terms. Hence, he subconsciously stood in front of Mo Chu and said in a low voice, "Little Chu, be careful." Before Mo Chu could reply, Yang Bai had already strode over. Although this person was short-sighted, his strength was not bad. He was probably comparable to Qin Yu. Otherwise, Xiao Hongmei would not have noticed him. What do you want? Yang Bai's aggressive look immediately aroused Mo Yang's vigilance. He raised his right hand slightly, and scorching lightning crackled in his palm. What do you care? Yang Bai's face was stern, and his eyebrows were furrowed. He did not take Mo Yang, a new student, seriously at all. He pushed Mo Yang with his huge palm like a leaf fan, trying to push him to the side. However, he did not expect this little guy to not move at all. The lightning in his hand was mercilessly thrown at him. If Yang Bai did not react quickly, he would probably have turned into charcoal by now. Kid, you're really ruthless. Yang Bai's heart was shocked at first, then he could not help but feel a little angry. This guy had just entered the school. How dare he make a move on his senior? He should be running with his tail between his legs. As his anger rose, Yang Bai could not care less about bullying the little guy. He continuously sent his fire attribute special ability towards Mo Yang, blocking all of Mo Yang's paths of retreat. This time, it's your turn to be burnt. The blazing flames approached Mo Yang slowly. The bright flames cast shadows on his handsome face. Yang Bai stood at the side. looking at Imo Yang in the flames with a smug expression. He was just waiting for this fellow to struggle helplessly, waiting for his miserable wails and cries of pain. Just thinking about it made him feel great. Of course, due to the rules of the school, he would not kill Imo Yang. However, torture was still possible. TSK, who knew if his handsome face could still be preserved under the intense flames. Suddenly, the pride in Yang Bai's eyes froze. He looked at Imo Yang in disbelief. How was this possible? In the blink of an eye, the raging fire that had surrounded Imo Yang earlier was extinguished in an instant. A loud swoosh was heard. Imo Yang walked out of the fire unscathed. His handsome face was stained with a hint of blood. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Now, it's my turn to make a move. Before Yang Bai could react, the lightning in Imo Yang's hands had already formed into strands. He threw them at him lightly, and the strands of lightning were like ropes, tying Yang Bai up firmly, accompanied by a soft, sizzling sound. Yang Bai was trembling non-stop as if he had been electrocuted. Only he himself knew that the lightning in his body had long entered his skin, flesh, and nerves. The intense pain made him miserable beyond words, yet he could not even shout. Xiao Hongmei, who was behind him, was also filled with shock. Yang Bai was a Tier 8 expert. How could he lose to a freshman like Imo Yang? How could they have known that Imo Yang could be considered a combat-type player? When he had just entered the academy, he was already able to defeat a Tier 7 expert with a Tier 6 advanced level cultivation. Now that he had the resources of the military academy, coupled with his diligent cultivation, how could he not defeat a Tier 8 expert like Yang Bai with a Tier 7 cultivation? In the current situation, Yang Bai also knew that his skills were inferior to Imo Yang. Taking advantage of the fact that the energy in his body had not been completely exhausted, he gathered the last of the energy in his body and condensed a fireball. With a swoosh, he actually threw it at Imo Chu. "What are you doing?" Imo Yang was first stunned. Then he let out a fierce roar. His eyes were filled with fury as he looked at little Chu. Yang Bai's move was truly unexpected. No one had expected him to launch an attack on Imo Chu at this moment. After gathering all of Yang Bai's energy, no matter how fast Imo Yang was, he was too late. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Imo Chu had just turned her head when his pitch-black pupils reflected the fireball that was getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer to her. She wanted to run, but it was already too late. After all, there was still a chasm between Tier 5 and Tier 8. Just as the fireball was about to land on Imo Chu's body, a thin wind blade suddenly intercepted the fireball's momentum. Not only that, a moment later, the wind blade shattered the fireball into pieces. This was clearly 10 times stronger than Yang Bai. In their shock, everyone could not help but turn their heads to look. Under the sunlight, a handsome figure stood by the side. On his three-dimensional handsome face, a pair of deep-set eyes were particularly eye-catching. "Uncle?" Imo Chu was slightly stunned. He had never expected to see Ning Yuan here. She was both stunned and pleasantly surprised. Ning Yuan seemed to have heard Imo Chu's low exclamation. He nodded slightly at her, his eyes as gentle as water. When he turned her head to look at Yang Bai, his face instantly turned cold and serious. "Humph. Is this the performance of the military academy? Bullying the weak? It's really embarrassing for special ability users." His cold words were like a heavy slap on Yang Bai's face. It seems that this year's military training, the seniors need to participate again. The dean, Situ Xiu, stood beside Ning Yuan, his gaze slightly cold. It was clear that he had witnessed Yang Bai's actions just now. Although the military academy also tacitly agreed to the rule of putting the strong first, relying on special ability users to bully the weak was a misdeed that was looked down upon. Not to mention in the school, even the entire federation despised it. Imo Chu scratched her head. The dean's aura was clearly not weak, but standing beside Ning Yuan, it was insignificant. It was only when he spoke now that everyone noticed his existence. Was it because Uncle's sense of presence was too strong? Or was the dean too weak? "Dean, who is this?" Xiao Hongmei was clearly the one who had started this matter, but at this moment, she had an unperturbed look on her face. She was even looking straight at Ning Yuan with that seductive gaze. Even though this man had only used a simple move, it was enough to expose his strength. Of course, it also successfully attracted Xiao Hongmei's attention. This is the chief instructor of this year's military training. Situ Xiu glanced at Ning Yuan, who was beside him. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding. God knows when he received the news, he almost had a heart attack. Why did this person suddenly think of becoming an instructor? Chief instructor? Xiao Hongmei's eyes were filled with amorous feelings. Her red lips were slightly parted, but the two words gave off a sense of charm. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Ning Yuan. She blinked slightly and tried to catch his eye. Xiao Hongmei was very confident in her charm. She was originally gorgeous, and with the nurture she received, her charm was enough to make most men submit to her. Yang Bai was the best example. Unfortunately, the move that she was so proud of had no effect on Ning Yuan. To put it bluntly, Ning Yuan could be considered a man who stood at the peak of power. He had naturally seen many beauties. He could see through Xiao Hongmei's pretentious act with a single glance. Other than disgust, he had no other feelings. What's the matter? Ning Yuan turned to look at Xiao Hongmei. His lips were very beautiful. They were thin on the top and thick on the bottom, outlining a perfect range. However, the words that came out of his mouth carried a bone-chilling chill. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave with your friend. The lightning on Yang Bai's body had already been withdrawn by Mo Yang. However, his injuries were not light and his body was still trembling slightly. He could not get up from the ground at all. Xiao Hongmei gritted her teeth. She wanted to pretend that she had nothing to do with Yang Bai. However, when she met the man's sharp eyes, she could not help but feel guilty. She could only help Yang Bai up and leave quietly. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Situ Xiu was also a shrewd person. In just a short 10 minutes, he had already seen the clues between Ning Yuan and Mo Chu, so he naturally left in a hurry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? When he looked at Mo Chu, Ning Yuan's solemn face changed. He walked over to Mo Chu with his long and strong legs, and the concern on his face was clearly shown. I'm fine. Mo Chu shook his head with a smile. The two dimples on the corners of her mouth were faintly discernible. Thank you for what happened just now. You've saved me 3 times since then. Mo Chu's eyes were full of gratitude. It was true. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Ning Yuan would always appear at the most critical moment. Then how are you going to thank me? Ning Yuan pressed his lips together and asked softly. Under the sunlight, Mo Chu's black eyes seemed to be able to speak. They were bright and resplendent. Even her heart was following its rhythm, jumping up and down. It was no longer as calm and orderly as before. She did not expect Ning Yuan to say this. Mo Chu was stunned for a moment before he scratched her head awkwardly. If this was the 21st century, she would definitely treat him to a good meal. But here, she could not treat her savior to a few nutrition capsules, right? This was too shabby. It's all right. Seeing Mo Chu's dilemma, Ning Yuan's lips curled up slightly. It was just a small action, but it instantly softened his resolute face. It was unbelievably gentle. I'm not in a hurry. Let me know when you've thought it through. Before Mo Chu could agree, Mo Yang had already sensed that something was wrong. He turned around and shielded Mo Chu behind him, blocking Ning Yuan's line of sight. Yes, when you're free, we'll come and visit you together to express our gratitude. Hearing this, Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This Mo Yang was really smart. He had successfully distanced himself from Mo Chu with the word you. And with the addition of the word we, he had completely cut off his thoughts of contacting Mo Chu alone. All right then. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded slightly. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Not far away, Zuolin, who was watching with great interest, saw his boss walking over. He was so anxious that he immediately stood up. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? Boss, you're leaving so easily? Zuolin's eyes were filled with disappointment. That's enough. Zhongwen patted his shoulder. His tone was full of trust towards Ning Yuan. Boss can make his own decisions on this matter. Don't be too anxious. Sigh. I'm not. Zuolin frowned. He wanted to believe his boss, but the point was that his boss had been single for so many years. How could he know how to woo a girl? He did not want to make things worse. Zuolin, What's the fifth rule of the Federation Art of War? Ning Yuan did not turn around. He only asked a question and cut off the rest of Zhuo Lin's words. The fifth article of the Federation Art of War. Be patient and wait for an opportunity to strike. Zhuo Lin answered smoothly. He only understood what his boss meant when he said it. Ning Yuan walked at the front, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. At the moment when Imo Chu had just met with danger, he knew what he wanted. He was definitely going to take this girl. Since he had already made up his mind, he would not be in a rush. One must know that to be able to become an outstanding marshal, the thing he lacked the most was patience. The military academy had always been known for being swift and decisive. This was why they had only informed their fellow students about the military training in the afternoon. The next day, they had gone straight into the action. Imo Chu had initially thought that this military training would be similar to that of the 21st century. The most impressive things would be standing in the military posture and taking proper steps. However, when she truly began training, only then did she realize that her thoughts were too naive. The military training did not last long. It was only a short week. However, it had only just begun, and the instructors had already given them a fierce show of strength. The first event was close combat. Wow, so fierce from the start? Imo Chu swallowed hard. Her small body was upright, but the sweat on her forehead was dripping down. It was only early April. It was supposed to be a gentle breeze and a good day, but the instructors had somehow created a climate change instrument. The entire training ground was as hot as a big oven. Not to mention moving, it was uncomfortable just standing there. Ning Yuan stood at the front of the line, her eyes catching Imo Chu's figure. In the team, Imo Chu had a slender figure. Her dull dark green military training uniform made her look even more beautiful. Her bright eyes and white teeth, beads of sweat flowing down her fair neck and into her slightly bulging lapels. Ning Yuan's throat suddenly trembled. Now the men and women are separated. The two of you will form a team and fight in close combat for half an hour. Be careful, you cannot use your elemental power during this process. The winner can rest on the spot for an hour. The loser will have to run laps with weights. If it's a draw, both of them will lose. The boys will run 10 laps with 30 kilograms, while the girls will run 6 laps with 15 kilograms. This series of numbers sounded scary, but it was not too serious for special ability users with strong physical fitness. Hearing this, Imo Yang could not help but frown. He was not worried about himself, but about Imo Chu. After lying in the sealed cabin for a full 15 years, Little Chu's physical fitness was naturally not much better. Even if he had a lot of actual combat experience in the future, in terms of physical condition, she definitely could not compare to these people who had received training since young. Now, move out. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, everyone quickly split into 2 groups. However, they did not expect an odd number of girls in their group, causing Imo Chu to fall behind. Standing in the middle of the group, she was particularly eye-catching. Xiao Hongmei could not help but chuckle. She looked at Imo Chu, who was alone, and the gloating look in her eyes was about to spill out. Look, if her character was too bad, there was nothing she could do about it. Actually, this really had nothing to do with her character. The main thing was that the entire school was going through military training, and the system would randomly pick people to group up. There were not many people in this team that Imo Chu knew, and even if they knew each other, they would only be acquaintances. Naturally, no one would team up with her. If that's the case, then you can team up with me. Seeing this situation, the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth curled up in an imperceptible manner. What? It's over, it's over. If she were to compete in close combat with Ning Yuan, then she definitely would not be able to escape from this weight-bearing lap. Looking at Imo Chu's shocked little mouth slightly open, there was a glint in his pitch-black and bright eyes. Ning Yuan's heart could not help but soften. However, his brows raised slightly, and his expression was solemn. What? You're not willing? No, I will. I will. Imo Chu agreed with a bitter face. Given the current situation, how could she not agree? Very good. Ning Yuan nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around, his eyes immediately turned sharp. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Now, the time starts." As soon as he said that, pairs of figures who were fighting with all their might appeared on the training ground. They punched and kicked, and the sound of the wind rose and fell. It was really dazzling. Come over. Ningy Yuan put a hand behind his back and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Use your full strength. Let me see how far you can go. Since Ningy Yuan had already said so, Imochu naturally would not show mercy. She stepped forward and ruthlessly hacked forward. Speaking of which, Imochu had never learned the combat techniques of the system. Her current skills were all accumulated from her previous combat experience. Every move was not too flashy. It was just that her movements were not precise enough, and the power was too weak. Even with just one hand, Ningy Yuan was able to easily block Imochu's attack. His expression was calm and collected, but it had exhausted Imochu greatly. He only managed to attack for about 10 minutes before she lost her strength and was panting heavily, her face pale. Her constitution was too weak, her movements were weak, and her judgment was not good enough. Ningy Yuan could not help but shake his head slightly when he saw the flaws in Imochu's body one by one. However, when he saw Imochu's pitiful appearance, he could not bear to scold her. He subconsciously took 2 steps forward and held Imochu's weak waist with his big hand. His tone was gentle. Straighten your back and control your breathing. Inhale and exhale. TSK. This was the obvious difference in treatment. Zuolin was the instructor of the side team, so he naturally saw this scene. He could not help but feel speechless. If this was a soldier under the boss, with this quality, he would definitely not stop until he was beaten to the point of crying. Then, he looked at Imochu. This was a proper palace-level treatment. That's right, it was indeed a palace-level enjoyment. However, he was not talking about Imochu. He was talking about Ningy Yuan. His hand landed on Imochu's waist. That warm and delicate skin seemed to be within reach, carrying Imochu's unique body temperature and warmth. Even though they were separated by a layer of military training uniform, he could still feel her slim and curvy waist. It was as if as long as he retracted his hand, he would be able to hold Imochu's entire body in his embrace. Due to their posture, the two of them were very close to each other. Ningy Yuan did not even need to lower his head to sniff. The wisps of fragrance from Imochu's hair automatically entered his nose and spread to the bottom of his heart. Ningy Yuan's clear eyes could not help but darken. I'm much better. She did not notice Ningy Yuan's strange behavior at all. After resting for a few minutes, Imochu's complexion slightly improved, and her breathing also adjusted. Although he was reluctant to part with her, Ningy Yuan did not show much of an expression on his face. He retracted his large palm before letting go of Imochu's waist. Can you continue? Yes. Imochu's eyes sparkled, and her small brain focused on the important points. She finally understood. It was rare for her to have such a top-notch sparring partner. She could not let go of this opportunity. All right. Seeing Imochu's rejuvenated face, Ningy Yuan's heart softened. Even if Imochu's attack only lasted for a short 10 minutes, it was enough for Ningy Yuan to determine the characteristics of her close combat. Thus, in the next 10 minutes or so, checking for flaws became Ningy Yuan's first task. You're not strong enough. Use more strength. Use more strength. Holding Imochu's slender legs, Ningy Yuan frowned and shouted coldly, Haven't you eaten? Is all you've got? Imochu bit her lips slightly and released her courage. She used all her strength to kick Ningy Yuan's body fiercely, making a muffled sound. Are you okay? Afraid that she would hurt Ningy Yuan, Imochu hurriedly withdrew her leg. However, this person did not seem to care. He only lightly reached out to brush the dust off his body and nodded to Imochu with satisfaction. Not bad. You finally have some form. From now on, you'll do it like this. Now, try to attack me again. Use the same strength as before. Ningy Yuan slightly bent over and waved at Imochu. Okay. Imochu nodded. Her black eyes shone brightly as she clenched her fists tightly. She first swept horizontally, then left hook fist, right kick, and every move was aimed at Ningy Yuan's fatal point. Her movements were precise and powerful. To be able to do this with just a few instructions. Not bad. She had great potential. The corners of Ningy Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. She used one hand to block and swept her leg. Imochu's lower body relaxed slightly. She paused and was directly restrained by Ningy Yuan's backhand. Remember, don't blindly attack. At the same time, you have to timely analyze your opponent's moves. You have to learn to predict ahead of time and coordinate your brain with your movements. Do you understand? Got it. Imochu lowered her head and replied. Her mind was still thinking about what Ningyuan had said just now. She understood the logic behind his words, but it was not so easy to use them skillfully. If you have time in the future, I can help you do a few special trainings. As if she had seen through Imochu's thoughts, Ningyuan's deep voice rang in her ears. Sigh. As expected of the boss, Zuolin watched with great interest. Look, it was just simple close combat. Not only did boss show his strength, but he also got close to a beautiful girl. It could also pave the way for future meetings. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He turned his head to look at Imochu. Sigh. She was indeed a young girl who had yet to experience the world. She did not notice boss's sinister intentions at all. She even nodded at him with a face full of gratitude. She had no idea that boss was probably trying to swallow her whole right now. He could clearly see the boss's explicit gaze just now. Previously, he had made a bet with Zhongwan to guess what kind of woman his boss would be with. It must be said that their boss did not even bother with women for the longest time. What did they say at that time? That's right. He had guessed that the boss would definitely choose a woman who was as imposing as him. Regardless of whether it was on the battlefield or in the military camp, she would be on par with his boss. At that time, he had thought that only such a woman would be worthy of his boss. At that time, Zhongwan had guessed that his boss would not spend too much time on women. At most, when he reached a certain age, he would be together with the woman with the best genes arranged by his family. Now, it seemed that both of them had guessed wrongly. However, looking at Imochu who was beside his boss, the corners of Zuolin's mouth curled up slightly. This little girl was not bad either. It was just that she was a little young. His boss would probably have to wait for a long time. Half of the battle time quickly passed. Without waiting for everyone to announce the winner, Ningyuan directly went forward and pointed at nearly 20 people with his finger. You guys, step forward and get ready to carry the weight and run. Of course, Imochu was among them. Why? Suddenly, a man snorted disdainfully. I won. Why should I be punished? Ningyuan glanced at him and said coldly, Can the previous 20 minutes of lousy fighting determine the winner? You. The man raised his eyebrows and glared at Ningyuan. He was a senior in the military academy. The most important thing for him now was to seize the time to train properly and not waste his time on such meaningless training. Naturally, he did not care about this military training at all. What about me? Ningyuan raised his eyes slightly, and his tone was full of ridicule. How about this? The 2 of us have a match. If you win, you don't have to come to the training from now on. If you lose, you'll have to double your weight-bearing laps later. Okay. The man agreed immediately. Just now, when Ningyuan was instructing Imochu, he had also glanced at him a few times. His strength could not be considered very strong. With his skills, it was more than enough to deal with this instructor. Bring it on. Ningyuan did not say much. She just took off her coat and bent down slightly. His eyes were sharp. The man did not want to be outdone. He growled and clenched his fists, immediately attacking Ningyuan. Both of them were very fast, and their movements were even accompanied by the sound of wind. Attack, kick, chop, slam. Regardless of whether they were attacking or defending, their moves were swift and powerful, and there was not the slightest bit of sloppiness. Everyone could not help but clap their hands in approval. Imochu did not even blink as she watched. Compared to the match between Ningyuan and her, this match was simply spectacular. The direct collision of strength and power caused sparks to fly everywhere. This was a battle that belonged solely to men. It was filled with joy and without any scruples. Sweat splattered everywhere. Blue veins popped up, and hormones gushed out just like that. However, for some unknown reason, Imochu originally wanted to observe the process of the fight between the 2 of them. However, her gaze inexplicably landed on Ningyuan. He had taken off his jacket from the start. Now, he was only left with a thin vest. After the 2 of them exchanged a few dozen moves, Ningyuan's body was already half drenched in sweat. The smooth lines of his upper body were undoubtedly revealed. It was as if he was meticulously drawn. He was unbelievably handsome. His slightly bulging muscles were faintly discernible. His muscular long legs were wrapped in military pants. He was truly an alluring man. FCK. Her nose was about to bleed. Imochu took a few steps back, her ears burning slightly. Wow, the instructor's figure is so stylish. She turned his head to look. A girl was staring straight at the two of them, exclaiming in admiration. In fact, most of the boys in the military academy had gone through rigorous training, so their figures were naturally not that bad. However, this person was beyond compare. With his naturally long legs and narrow waist, he had a perfect inverted triangle figure. Coupled with the day-after-day training, Ning Yiyuan's good figure naturally killed a large number of men in an instant. The difference between these two is really too big. The women mostly concentrated on beauty, while the men paid more attention to the outcome of the contest between the two. Imo Yang stood beside Imochu and sighed in a low voice, his eyes filled with an indelible admiration for Ning Yiyuan. It was only now that Imochu realized that her attention had shifted to an unknown place. She could not help but lower her head and let out a light snort, shifting his gaze back to the arena. In the beginning, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, after a few minutes, Ning Yiyuan had already figured out the opponent's attack route. Every time, he could predict his movements in advance and gain the upper hand, as if he had a third eye. In this way, Ning Yiyuan was in an absolutely advantageous position. However, this person was also quite sly. His attacks were neither light nor heavy. It was like a cat catching a mouse. From time to time, he would tease the other party. The boy also understood the situation. His previously arrogant face had long turned red. His eyes were filled with annoyance, but he could not do anything to him. After a long while, Ning Yiyuan finally gave a fierce kick to the boy, sending him flying 2 meters away. This also marked the end of this battle. Without even looking at the boy, Ning Yiyuan took his coat and put it on expressionlessly, blocking his perfect figure. Aya, why are you wearing clothes? The girl who lamented Ning Yiyuan's good figure was now upset, which made Imochu laugh. Ning Yiyuan turned his head and caught the smile on Imochu's face, and his expression softened. Okay, those who were pointed out by me just now, go to the side and carry the weight. Get ready to run laps, and the rest, you may take a break. As for you, Ning Yiyuan looked at the boy who was lying on the ground at this moment. The weight and the laps will be increased by 10 times. Yes. The boy stood up and nodded in agreement. The skill that Ning Yiyuan showed just now was enough to display his strength. As a student, he could not be so impudent. Have you recovered? Ning Yiyuan walked toward Imochu. His gaze fell on her rosy little face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yes. Imochu smiled and nodded. That's good. Looking at Ning Yiyuan's disappearing figure, Imochu couldn't help but be a little stunned. Only now did she realize that Ning Yiyuan had intentionally fought with that boy for so long just to give her more time to rest. Little Chu, can you run? Before Imochu could think about it, Imo Yang had already walked to her side and looked at her with worry in his eyes. It's fine. I can handle it. Imochu smiled and shook her head. If it was in the past, she would definitely have given up the moment she heard about the difficulty level. However, after hundreds of years of genetic improvement, the physique of a Federation citizen was far stronger than that of a 21st century citizen. Naturally, she would not have any worries. To be honest, running 6 laps with a weight of 15 kilograms was not too difficult for most of the girls in the military academy. On the other hand, Imochu had just placed the weight on her body when her slender body was suddenly bent. Ning Yiyuan and Imo Yang, who were behind her, felt their hearts tremble. However, very quickly, Imochu straightened her back and started to run along with the crowd. At first, she was still in the middle of the group. Gradually, her speed slowed down and she dragged along with the group for a long time. Huff, huff. Imochu's heavy breathing seemed to knock on Ning Yiyuan's heart. This was the first time he had doubted his decision. However, seeing the girl's face full of determination, he finally forcefully suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Finally, Imochu finished the entire run, using twice as much time as the others. Even so, she was still panting. Her small face was as pale as white cloth, and her forehead was full of sweat. Seeing her like this, Yu, who was in the same team as her, could not help but worry. Come, drink some energy supplements. It'll make you feel better. Before Chu could speak, Yuan took 2 steps forward and snatched the energy supplement from Yu's hand. She's allergic to this. She can't drink it. Although Yuan's tone was indifferent, there was no doubt about the concern on his face. The students present could not help but be stunned. How did the instructor know Chu so well? As a result, the gossipy eyes bounced between the two of them. TSK, what was going on? It's not what you think. Upon hearing this, Chu could not help but be slightly stunned. She was about to open her mouth to explain when she was interrupted by Yuan. His handsome face that had always been expressionless actually revealed some gentleness. His deep eyes seemed to contain a flickering flame. I'm striving to become little Chu's guardian. What? Yuan's simple sentence stunned everyone. Guardian? In this era, there was actually someone who was willing to be a guardian? This was a special title that was specifically for minors. A guardian was just like a knight in ancient times. Once someone swore to be a guardian of a minor, it meant that he had to put the safety and interests of the minor first. Most importantly, this relationship was completely one-sided. In other words, while the guardian was doing everything he could, the beneficiary did not need or have any obligation to pay anything. Moreover, this oath was not just verbal, it also had legal effects. Once Yuan really became Chu's guardian, as long as he did anything that harmed Chu's safety and interests, it was very likely that he would be sued in court and punished severely. Are you joking? Xiao Hongmei swallowed her saliva. The surprise on her face could not be concealed. One had to know that it was because the guardian's requirements were too harsh. No one had dared to touch this rule for 70-80 years. Turning her head to look at Chu, Xiao Hongmei's eyes could not help but be filled with a sense of picky jealousy. Look at this little girl. She was so plain-looking that she could not even be found in a crowd. There was actually someone who was willing to become her guardian. This person had even looked down on her previously. At the thought of this, Xiao Hongmei gritted her teeth in hatred. I never joke about such things. Yuan turned his head slightly, and his tone carried a hint of caution. So, you're doing it out of your own free will? Xiao Hongmei still could not believe it. No matter from which aspect, Yuan could be considered outstanding. There was no need for him to mistreat himself and become Chu's guardian. Yuan did not say anything else. The resolute gaze he gave Chu was enough to express his attitude. She raised her head and met Yuan's fiery gaze. Chu's heart jumped, and she immediately turned around to avoid his gaze. Yuan frowned slightly. As a marshal, accurate observation and decisive decisions were his forte. In the short period of time they had spent together, he gradually realized that although this little girl looked weak on the outside, she was actually very xenophobic. If he wanted to win her heart, he could only use the gradual method of boiling a frog in warm water. He could only let Chu familiarize herself with his existence bit by bit. Only then would he have a chance to talk about other possibilities. All right. Yuan threw the bomb on himself. He clapped his hands and stood up. His expression turned serious. Your rest time is up. Stand up and continue your training. What the Hades? This guy changed his face too quickly. Everyone was shocked. He had just confessed his love, and now he had become an iron-blooded instructor? Yuan did not have a split personality, did he? Although they ridiculed him, they still had to train. In the end, Yuan, who had quickly returned to devil mode, trained them until they were screaming. Finally, it was time for the lunch break. Everyone's bones were about to fall apart, and they collapsed to the ground. On the other hand, the senior students, who often went on actual combat missions, were in much better condition. Chu, I think what the instructor said was just a joke. Yu swallowed a mouthful of energy supplement with difficulty and waved his hand. With his current condition, he still wants to become your guardian? I don't think he has a chance. That's right. Look at this girl. Her constitution wasn't good. After a whole morning of intense training, Chu was almost crippled. How could there be such a cruel guardian? Yu smacked his lips. Little Chu, are you all right? Yu was happily ridiculing Yuan when a deep voice suddenly sounded. Yu raised his head when he heard the voice, and his eyes instantly became dull. He wished he could seal his own mouth. He spoke ill of others behind their backs, but now he was caught red-handed. He did not know where Ning Yuen came from, but he was looking at Imo Chu with concern. Of course, that sharp gaze did not forget to sweep past Qin Yu. Looks like you're quite free. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you during the afternoon's training. Qin Yu suddenly felt that he had nothing left to live for. With a crash, he fell to the grass behind him. I'm fine. Looking at Qin Yu's funny appearance, the corners of Imo Chu's mouth could not help but curl up. However, the pale look on her face could not be hidden, causing Ning Yuen to frown slightly. Why don't I accompany you to the infirmary to take a look? Before Imo Chu could reply, Imo Yang suddenly propped himself up and blocked Imo Chu behind him. His gaze was slightly stern. There's no need for you to go through all this trouble. I will send little Chu there. This fellow, did he forget about her big brother? He actually dared to provoke Imo Chu in front of him. At this moment, Imo Yang really regretted not bringing Roundy out. Based on that little fellow's tyrannical temper, he would definitely bite Ning Yuen right now. Moreover, who needed you to be a guardian? I am little Chu's big brother, and I will protect her well, all right? When Imo Chu returned to her room, she took a bite of his food before his expression turned slightly better. Ayo, what was going on? Originally, when Roundy saw Imo Chu's figure, it eagerly followed her. Just as it was about to move up, it saw Imo Chu's pale face. It immediately called out excitedly. Who is it? Who dared to touch my gourmet food provider? All right, I'm fine. Imo Chu hugged Roundy and gently stroked its head. Her heart was filled with warmth. In the 21st century, she was just a little orphan girl. The reality of society was cold, and there was nobody who cared for her. When she thought of this, she could not help but think of the guardian that Ning Yuen had mentioned. She hurriedly took out the terminal and was about to check, but she found that the terminal showed no signal. She had no choice but to give up. During military training, the signal of the entire military academy is blocked. Imo Yang passed a glass of water to Imo Chu. Seeing her actions, he softly explained. What's wrong? Are you worried that there's something wrong with the spirit food shop? That's not it. Imo Chu shook her head. She raised her hand and drank the entire glass of water. I just want to check what the guardian means. It would have been fine if Imo Chu did not mention this, but once she mentioned it, Imo Yang flew into a rage. Guardian? Ning Yuen was actually quite wishful thinking. He did not even care if her big brother would agree. Imo Yang was just about to say something generous when he turned his head and saw that Imo Chu's cup of water was empty. He took the opportunity to pour another cup of water for her. After gulping down a cup of water, Imo Chu was no longer as thirsty as before. She took small sips, and the dimples at the corners of his mouth were faintly discernible. Her features were like a painting, looking unbelievably exquisite. Imo Yang, who was a total sister con, could not help but soften his gaze when he saw this. He felt that no matter how much he doted on little Chu, it was not enough. However, when he remembered that there was still a stinky man glaring at Imo Chu from the side, he could not help but raise his eyebrows in anger. It's fine. Don't think too much. You're out of his league. Imo Yang did not wish to explain further. Ning Yuen wanted to pretend to be warm-hearted to move little Chu. However, he did not know that little Chu was not aware of the meaning of guardian at all. His thoughts were all for naught. Upon hearing this, Imo Chu almost spat out the water in her mouth. He was out of my league? Does this mean that Ning Yuen has a crush on me? How is this possible? Imo Chu subconsciously shook her head. She had never been in a relationship in her entire life. Naturally, she was ignorant when it came to relationships. As for Ning Yuen's goodwill, she had automatically placed him in the category of a good person doing a good deed every day. Be careful. You didn't choke, right? Imo Yang frowned slightly and handed a handkerchief to Imo Chu. Don't bother about that guy. Hurry up and take a good rest. I'm afraid the training in the afternoon won't be easy either. At this moment, Imo Yang wanted to dig out the words Ning Yuen from little Chu's mind. Naturally, he did not want Imo Chu to spend too much time thinking about that guy. Okay. Imo Chu obediently threw aside the things that she could not understand. All right, I'll cook today. All you need to do is take a good rest. Little Chu's terminal had a reserve of food, but the texture of the freshly made food was better. He wanted to take this opportunity to let Imochu have a good rest. Big brother, you will cook personally? Imochu's eyes lit up slightly as she secretly rubbed her hands together. She was prepared to groom her big brother into an all-rounded talent. Being able to cook in the kitchen was one of the important criteria. Yes, but you still have to give me some pointers. After observing Imochu cook so many times, Imo-young felt that he was quite confident. No problem. Imochu nodded and agreed immediately. Then you can cook a simple dish today. Upon hearing this, Roundy and Little Flying Fox were also happy that they were spinning on the ground. Oh yeah, there was something delicious to eat. However, very quickly, Imo-yang's confidence dissipated. Roundy and Little Flying Fox also stared at him with a stern expression. It was just the simplest task of chopping up water, but Imo-yang had made a lot of mistakes. Imochu's eyes could easily tell which parts of the water grass were edible and which were poisonous. However, when it was Imo-yang's turn to personally do it, he was at a loss. In the past, he could easily control the mecha modification knife with extreme precision, but now, he could not control a kitchen knife. It was not easy. After spending a whole half an hour, Mo-young finally finished preparing all the ingredients. Then, he looked at the water weeds. They were cut into long and short sections. They were extremely creative and imaginative. Even Imo-young could not help but blush. It's okay. It's your first time doing it. Brother has already done very well. Imochu quickly said to her brother. Her small face was full of encouragement. Now wash this clean and peel it. Just the middle piece. Imochu took out 7 or 8 tomatoes from the terminal. She used her hand to draw a rough range on it, leaving only the edible parts. This tomato was also found among the magical plants that the buyers had sent over. It was the fruit of the green tree. The outermost layer of skin was green, and once it was peeled off, there was a red pulp inside, and the taste was exactly the same as the tomato. However, it was much bigger, and each one was as big as 3 fists. With the experience gained from cutting the water weeds, Imo-young was much better when he cut the tomatoes. First, he removed the stems, then cut them into pieces. Although the sizes were not uniform, at least each piece was formed. Imo-young looked more confident now. Not bad. Mo-chu was quite impressed with Mo-yang's work. Then, she took a few jumping beast eggs from the terminal and handed them to Imo-young. Then, break the skin of the jumping beast eggs and put the egg liquid in a bowl. Little Chu, this is not good. Moreover, after eating it, my stomach hurts badly. Imo-young could not help but frown slightly as he pinched the egg in his hand. Back in District 9, Little Chu was ecstatic when she saw the egg. She picked it up like a treasure and even carefully placed it in the terminal. At that time, he wanted to tell Imo-chu, but when he saw her excited expression, he swallowed his words. Back when he was on a mission in District 12, he once lost his supplies and tried to eat this thing. However, the taste was really terrible. Not only did it give off a strong fishy smell, but after a short while, all of them felt an intense burning pain in their stomachs. If they had not been treated with a treatment instrument in time, they would have felt terrible for a period of time. Due to this, even if the jumping beast's eggs were scattered throughout the entire magical region, no one would bother to pick them up. After all, this thing was useless and could not be sold at a high price. How could it be? Imo-chu brought the eggs closer to her nose and sniffed them lightly. This was clearly the smell of eggs. Brother, do as I say first. I'll see what's going on later. All right. Imo-young nodded. He also remembered that his sister had a pair of magical hands. Who knows, she might be able to turn waste into treasure. Hence, Imo-young held an egg in each of his hands and lightly tapped on the side of the bowl. His fingers retracted slightly and the egg slid into the bowl. The eggshell happened to fall into his hands and did not fall into the bowl at all. He beat a total of 6 eggs into the bowl. Only then did Imo-young pass the bowl to Little Chu. Come. Without even looking, a pungent fishy smell surged up. Imo-chu hurriedly covered his nose and lowered her head to take a look. Heh! As expected, the light yellow egg liquid was covered with a layer of black gas. If they really ate it like that, something would definitely happen. Could it be that this egg could not be eaten? What a pity. Thinking about the hundreds of eggs stored in her terminal, Imo Chu's heart could not help but twitch. Just as she was frowning and pondering, Imo Chu's gaze suddenly fell on the water segments at the side. Brother, why don't you try putting some of the water segments in? Although Imo Yang was puzzled, he still used his hand to hold some of the cut water segments and put them in the egg liquid. Imo Chu picked up a pair of chopsticks and stirred it in a direction. The water segments were stirred into the egg liquid, and the black gas floating on it gradually faded away. There's a chance. Imo Chu's eyes could not help but light up. Brother, add another one in. Imo Yang followed Imo Chu's instructions and brought another one in. When Imo Chu stirred the egg liquid evenly, the black gas on it had completely disappeared, leaving only the light yellow gas that was unique to the egg liquid. It was done. All right. Imo Chu handed the bowl back to Imo Yang. The thick fishy smell from before had long disappeared. Brother, add a little salt to the bowl and add some water. All right. Imo Yang agreed immediately. When he heard it, he felt that it was very simple. When it was his turn to do it, Imo Yang was at a loss. Adding a little salt, how much was a little? Was 1 spoonful enough? And adding some water, how much should he add? Looking at Imo Yang's dumbfounded expression, Imo Chu held back the smile on his face and explained in more detail. Yes, you don't need that much salt. 1/3 of a spoonful is enough. As for water, just add half a bowl. With the precise measurement, Imo Yang only started to move as though he had found his backbone. All right, ignite the fire now and pour in the oil. When the oil starts to smoke, put in the egg liquid, Imo Chu instructed Imo Yang. Seeing that the egg was already formed, Imo Chu continued to speak. Now, use the spatula to separate the egg. Yes, that's it. All right, take out the egg again. The yellowish broken eggs were placed to the side, and the unique fragrance of the eggs wafted out. Roundy and Little Flying Fox's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Ignoring the 2 little foodies, Imo Chu continued to give orders in an orderly manner. Pour some oil into the pot and add in the sliced tomatoes to stir fry. All right, turn it into a big fire now. After the tomatoes are boiled, add in the stir-fried eggs. Finally, add in the water and stir fry. Add salt. Although Yuan Yuan and Little Feihu could not eat it now, they were willing to stand guard at the side. Occasionally, Imo Yang did not react in time and was stunned on the spot. When he looked silly, the 2 little ones would laugh out loud. They did not give Imo Yang any face at all. All right. Imo Chu glared at the 2 little ones. If you've offended Big Brother, don't even think about eating it later. When they heard this, the 2 adorable beasts that were unbridled a moment ago immediately put on smiles on their faces. They looked at Imo Yang in a fawning manner. Imo Yang did not bother with them. Just this simple fried egg with tomato was enough to make him flustered. It took quite a while before the dish was served. As for Roundy and Little Flying Fox, these 2 little foodies, they were already sitting impatiently at the dining table. They stared at the dish in Imo Yang's hands with eager eyes. Their saliva was flowing, and from time to time, they would let out a sizzling sound. Their eyes were shining with anticipation. Imo Yang divided the scrambled eggs into 3 portions. 2 portions were served to Roundy and Little Flying Fox, and the remaining portions were for him and Imo Chu. Come and have a taste. How does it taste? Imo Yang handed the chopsticks to Imo Chu, and a rare look of nervousness appeared on his face. Imo Chu picked up the chopsticks. Perhaps it was because the fire was too intense later on, the eggs and tomatoes were a little charred, but the taste was okay. Although it was slightly salty and bitter, it was still Imo Yang's first time cooking. It was considered a pretty good result. It's pretty good. Imo Chu chewed a few mouthfuls and nodded. You should hurry up and try it too. You've been busy for quite a while. In the end, before Imo Chu could finish her words, he was ruthlessly destroyed by Roundy. When this little fellow saw the food, it immediately became excited. Its chubby claws gripped the wooden spoon tightly and stuffed a big handful into its mouth without any restraint. Its originally chubby round face puffed up even further. However, after just a few bites, the excitement on its round face faded away. As it muttered, it used the spoon to knock on the side of the bowl, making a crisp, jingling sound. Awoo! It was not delicious. It was not as delicious as Little Chu's cooking. After all, its appetite had been spoiled by Imo Chu's good cooking skills. The tomato fried egg made by Mo Yang was not up to standard in any aspect, whether in terms of color, aroma, or taste. The honest and upright Roundy immediately protested. On the other hand, the little flying fox had only been here for a short period of time. It felt that the dishes today were not as good as before, but it was still much more delicious than what it had eaten before. It obediently took the wooden spoon and ate it. If you don't eat it, there won't be any other food. Mo Chu narrowed her eyes and said in a slightly warning tone. In order to realize the plan for Roundy to lose weight, Mo Chu had already plundered all of Roundy's inventory and placed them in her personal terminal. Other than 3 meals a day, all the other snacks and side dishes had been cut off. Sob, sob, sob. Thinking about how all the delicacies in its collection had been taken away by Mo Chu, Roundy could not help but wail a few times. It then lowered its head to look at its empty pocket. Its chubby little face was so aggrieved that it almost crumpled into a ball. In the end, due to the rising hunger in its stomach, Roundy could only swallow all its dissatisfaction back into its stomach. Then, it looked at little flying fox who was eating enthusiastically beside it. It did not have the time to complain and began to eat with all its might. Fine. So what if it tastes bad? It's better than nothing. In the end, a large basin of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was eaten clean. Mo Yang's eyes could not help but light up with joy. Not bad. Looks like I still have some talent in cooking. Mo Yang ignored Roundy's resentful gaze and thought happily. After lunch, the two of them rested for half an hour before rushing back to the training ground to continue their afternoon training. With the lesson from this morning, Mo Yang was no different from an old hen protecting a young chick. He looked at Ning Yuan, and his gaze was filled with wariness. He was afraid that if he was not careful, little Chu would be bitten by Ning Yuan, this big wild wolf. Zuolin, who was standing at the side, witnessed the entire incident. He was laughing so hard that he was about to cramp up. Io, just look at this development. It was even more exciting than a television series with the highest viewership ratings in the Federation. Mo Yang's level 10 gaze was truly intoxicating. Boss is preparing to pursue Mo Chu, but Boss is not a human trafficker. Is there a need for you to put on such a cautious appearance? Ning Yuan was in high spirits. Even though Mo Yang had been staring at him the entire time, his handsome face did not show the slightest change. Compared to the high-intensity training in the morning, the training in the afternoon seemed to be a little more relaxed. Taking advantage of the moment when the instructor turned his head, Qin gave Mo Chu a few looks of gratitude. According to the usual practice, the intensity of the training increased step by step. This time, the instructor must have felt sorry for Mo Chu, so he lowered the difficulty and let them enjoy the privilege. Meeting Qin Yu's eyes, Mo Chu felt very helpless. What was this person trying to convey? She could not understand it at all. What are you doing? Ning Yuan's tone turned cold. It was obviously a hot day, but everyone felt a chill down their spine. They could not help but curse in their hearts. Who provoked the instructor again? Don't drag us down with you. Just then, Ning Yuan turned around and saw Qin Yu secretly flirting with Mo Chu. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Heh, I've already stated my sovereignty, but there's still someone who dares to trigger Mo Chu. He's quite bold. You. Ning Yuan pointed at Qin Yu. Step out. Yes. Qin Yu was originally quite rough-looking, and he was tall and strong. However, standing in front of Ning Yuan, he was like an obedient child. He had no choice. His strength was inferior, so he could only bow his head. In the morning, I told you the rules. Don't move when you stand in the military posture. Didn't you hear me? I heard you. If you heard me, why did you move? You can't control yourself, right? Ning Yuan smiled. Okay, do 500 push-ups first, then run 30 laps. When you feel like you can control yourself, come back and make up for the training. 500 push-ups, 30 laps, and then come back to make up for the training? Hearing this, Qin Yu really wanted to cry. Instructor, is it really good for you to be so obvious about your personal vendetta? The next day, when Qin Yu arrived at the training ground, his entire face was drained of blood. His 2 legs were still trembling, and he looked like a little wife who had been ravaged. Everyone could not help but sigh. Oh, instructor, your methods are really too ruthless. Hee hee. When Ning Yuen walked over in his military boots, everyone finally understood the truth. The instructor was not ruthless, but a pervert. Yesterday, the temperature was close to 40 degrees, but today, the instructors were all wearing thin cotton-padded jackets. What was he planning to do? However, very quickly, everyone understood. Ning Yuen had actually crazily adjusted the climate change instrument to -5 degrees. The entire training ground instantly jumped from hot summer to cold winter. There was not even a transition period. Everyone was about to cry. Even their breaths were about to turn into frost. They were all still wearing short sleeves. Could he not have informed them in advance and asked them to change their clothes? There's no need for that. As if he had seen through his students' thoughts, Ning Yuen raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed today's training program. Later, we will practice winter swimming. It doesn't matter what we wear. Let's go over there now. Ning Yuen turned his head and pointed to the side. There was a temporary changing room over there, and there were people in front who distributed swimsuits. Everyone, change into your swimsuits. The time limit is 10 minutes. Offenders will be punished with laps. In this cold weather, if they wore swimsuits to run laps, even if they did not die of cold, they would also lose face. Under the pressure of these words, everyone was very fast. In a short while, they came out of the changing room. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Xiao Hongmei. After all, there were not many girls in Team Fong, and the swimsuit stuck close to her body. It displayed her voluptuous figure, causing the eyes of quite a few boys to shine. Don't be discouraged. I'm still young. I can definitely grow. Just as she finished comforting himself, Imo Chu raised her and met Ning Yuen's teasing gaze. Her entire face instantly froze. Could Ning Yuen have seen that scene just now? Did he see me pat my little buns? Perhaps sensing Imo Chu's embarrassment, Ning Yuen chuckled and turned his head considerately. All right, everyone. Stand in line and report the count. 1, 2, 30. Everyone was present. Very good. Perhaps it was because of Imo Chu's funny actions just now. Ning Yuen could not help but smile. Now, we are divided into 3 groups. Each group will have 10 people. You are to do a round trip in the 200-meter swim lane. If the time taken is less than 4 minutes, then you will pass. Any student who passes will not be able to participate in the training today. Ning Yuen said it so casually. A round trip on the 200-meter track in 4 minutes? How is this possible? Imo Chu widened her eyes. One had to know that in the 21st century, the only people who could achieve such a result were those Olympic athletes who had trained for many years. Reporting to the instructor, Xiao Hongmei suddenly said, "Speak." Ning Yuen looked at her. There was no reaction at all. It was as if what he saw was not a flirtatious girl, but a magical beast. Should the requirements for the girls be more lenient than boys? Xiao Hongmei pursed her lips. Her tone was still somewhat enchanting. Although she did not like Xiao Hongmei very much, Imo Chu still agreed with her words. After all, there was a difference between men's and women's physiques. How could they treat each other equally in this aspect? Ning Yuen lowered his head and laughed lightly. His words were full of sarcasm. Relax your requirements? You shouldn't have said that to me. You should have said that to the magical beasts in the sea. Let's see if they'll let you go just because you're a girl and not bite you to death. Why do we have to train for winter swimming? It's to give you a chance to survive in an extremely harsh environment. Yet, you guys still dare to bargain with me. Do you think this is the center of the Starnet shop? After Ning Yuen's harsh words, everyone shut their mouths and became more cautious. Even the senior students straightened their attitudes and did not dare to relax. All right, the first group, get ready. Following Ning Yuen's orders, the students of the first group stood in front of the swimming lane and waited cautiously. Jump! Ning Yuen pressed the timer. Splash! Splash! A few splashes appeared as everyone jumped into the swimming pool. Although they had already done their warm-up exercises, the moment they came into contact with the ice water, they still could not help but feel a bone-chilling cold. Most of them had a shock and were unable to recover quickly. However, there were also those who had strong adaptability. After swimming for dozens of meters, they could quickly get into their states and immediately increase their speed. Of course, there were also those who had slower reflexes. They only found their footing after swimming for a long while. Looking at the timer on the terminal, Ning Yuan's cold voice sounded. The first group was completely annihilated. Not a single person passed. Now, the second group will step out. Chu took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm her intense heartbeat before stepping forward. She happened to be in the second group. Ning Yuan raised her head slightly. When she saw Chu's figure, his expression softened slightly. All right, get ready. Jump. Chu jumped into the water with a splash. Her body could not help but shiver. Wow, so cold, so cold. The icy water seemed to be able to seep into her bones, and the cold air swooshed in. Fortunately, after Chu swam for more than 10 meters, she felt that she could get used to it. After all, moving could still generate heat. Therefore, Chu's swimming speed in the water became faster and faster. She did not know it, but her performance gave the people on the stage a big scare. Her flexible body was as free as a fish in the water. As she stretched and contracted her legs, small splashes were created. Her movements were smooth and graceful, like a vivid picture. I finally understand the meaning of the saying like a fish in water. Seeing Chu's outstanding performance, Yu could not help but sigh. Yang glanced at him speechlessly. However, when his gaze turned to little Chu in the swimming lane, the corners of Yang's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Yang was not surprised by this result. Little Chu had stayed in the sealed cabin for a full 15 years. 2/3 of the sealed cabin was filled with nutrient fluids. Chu had been soaking in it and had long gotten used to the feeling of floating. Naturally, she was able to take the lead. However, the others were different. Their faces were filled with shock. Everyone had witnessed Chu's performance yesterday. To put it bluntly, in this wave of special ability users, Chu's physical fitness was a piece of SHT. In the end, her performance today exceeded everyone's expectations. Looking at the graceful and agile figure in the swimming pool, everyone could only sigh in admiration. Next, they looked at Xiao Hongmei, who was floating beside her. Compared to Chu, she was clearly much inferior. Not only was her movement slow and sluggish, but her swimming posture was really no different from a dog's crawl. In fact, if one were to look at her alone, they would not feel that she had done too badly. However, she deliberately wanted to be next to Chu, and it was a great contrast. Chu was definitely an agile mermaid. At this moment, Xiao Hongmei was also crying in her heart. Actually, she was really good at swimming. If not, she would not have deliberately changed her position next to Chu, just so that she could suppress her. However, the crux of the matter was that she had never done winter swimming before. Now that she was in the water, she was completely dumbfounded. That bone-chilling feeling was directly drilled into her bones. Not to mention maintaining her previous beautiful posture, even her movements were frozen. Soon, the 400-meter swim of the second group ended. Ning Yuan began to report the time one by one. Xiao Chun, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Li Mingyue, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Xiao Hongmei, 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Chu, 3 minutes and 58 seconds. In a batch of 5-6 minutes, Chu's 3 minutes and 58 seconds were particularly outstanding. Very good. Looking at the big smile on Chu's face, Ning Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Finally, there's someone who can pass. Not bad. Chu, keep up the good work. Up to now, Chu was the only person in the whole school who had passed the winter swimming test. For a time, she received many envious and admiring gazes. All right, you don't have to participate in today's training. Probably due to the cold weather, Chu's lips were slightly purplish, causing Ning Yuan to frown. Go back and rest well. Prepare for tomorrow's training. All right. Chu nodded. She took out 3 cotton-padded clothes from the terminal and put one on herself. She gave the other 2 to Yang and Yu as she instructed softly, put them on before it's your turn, lest you freeze to death. Yu was currently shivering from the cold. When he saw the cotton-padded clothes that Chu handed over, his eyes instantly lit up. He did not care about anything else and immediately put them on. The warm temperature enveloped his entire body, and Yu could not help but let out a comfortable sigh. The cotton-padded clothes of the Federation were vastly different from the cotton-padded clothes of the 21st century. Although the appearance was not much different, There was a self-contained temperature control system within it that could maintain the human body's temperature at the most appropriate state. The people who were watching from the side were simply envious. It was a pity that they did not have much of a relationship with Imo Chu, so they could only sigh in their hearts. You guys. Ningyi Yuan naturally saw this scene and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to criticize them, he happened to meet Imo Chu's pair of watery eyes. His heart skipped a beat as he lightly coughed twice. He changed the topic stiffly. Yes, the first person to pass shall be allowed to give out 2 cotton-padded clothes. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the instructor. They could not help but curse in their hearts. Do you dare to use your official position for personal gain? Humph. Don't think that we can't see that you want to use this opportunity to curry favor with Imo Chu. However, Ningyi Yuan ignored them. Even though he was being stared at by everyone, his expression did not change. What are you looking at? Group 3, come up. Ningyi Yuan raised her head slightly. When she saw Imo Chu's figure, his expression softened slightly. All right, get ready. Jump. Imo Chu jumped into the water with a splash. Her body could not help but shiver. Wow, so cold, so cold. The icy water seemed to be able to seep into her bones, and the cold air swooshed in. Fortunately, after Imo Chu swam for more than 10 meters, she felt that she could get used to it. After all, moving could still generate heat. Therefore, Imo Chu's swimming speed in the water became faster and faster. She did not know it, but her performance gave the people on the stage a big scare. Her flexible body was as free as a fish in the water. As she stretched and contracted her legs, small splashes were created. Her movements were smooth and graceful, like a vivid picture. I finally understand the meaning of the saying like a fish in water. Seeing Imo Chu's outstanding performance, Qin Yu could not help but sigh. Imo Yang glanced at him speechlessly. However, when his gaze turned to little Chu in the swimming lane, the corners of Imo Yang's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Imo Yang was not surprised by this result. Little Chu had stayed in the sealed cabin for a full 15 years. 2/3 of the sealed cabin was filled with nutrient fluids. Imo Chu had been soaking in it and had long gotten used to the feeling of floating. Naturally, she was able to take the lead. However, the others were different. Their faces were filled with shock. Everyone had witnessed Imo Chu's performance yesterday. To put it bluntly, in this wave of special ability users, Imo Chu's physical fitness was a piece of SHT. In the end, her performance today exceeded everyone's expectations. Looking at the graceful and agile figure in the swimming pool, everyone could only sigh in admiration. Next, they looked at Xiao Hongmei, who was floating beside her. Compared to Imo Chu, she was clearly much inferior. Not only was her movement slow and sluggish, but her swimming posture was really no different from a dog's crawl. In fact, if one were to look at her alone, they would not feel that she had done too badly. However, she deliberately wanted to be next to Imo Chu, and it was a great contrast. Imo Chu was definitely an agile mermaid. At this moment, Xiao Hongmei was also crying in her heart. Actually, she was really good at swimming. If not, she would not have deliberately changed her position next to Imo Chu, just so that she could suppress her. However, the crux of the matter was that she had never done winter swimming before. Now that she was in the water, she was completely dumbfounded. That bone-chilling feeling was directly drilled into her bones. Not to mention maintaining her previous beautiful posture, even her movements were frozen. Soon, the 400-meter swim of the second group ended. Ningyi Yuan began to report the time one by one. Xiao Chun, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Li Mingyue, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Xiao Hongmei, 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Imo Chu, 3 minutes and 58 seconds. In a batch of 5-6 minutes, Imo Chu's 3 minutes and 58 seconds were particularly outstanding. Very good. Looking at the big smile on Imo Chu's face, Ningyi Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Finally, there's someone who can pass. Not bad. Imo Chu, keep up the good work. Up to now, Imo Chu was the only person in the whole school who had passed the winter swimming test. For a time, she received many envious and admiring gazes. All right, you don't have to participate in today's training. Probably due to the cold weather, Imo Chu's lips were slightly purplish, causing Ningyi Yuan to frown. Go back and rest well. prepare for tomorrow's training. All right. Imochu nodded. She took out 3 cotton-padded clothes from the terminal and put one on herself. She gave the other 2 to Imo Yang and Chinyu as she instructed softly, "Put them on before it's your turn, lest you freeze to death." Chinyu was currently shivering from the cold. When he saw the cotton-padded clothes that Imochu handed over, his eyes instantly lit up. He did not care about anything else and immediately put them on. The warm temperature enveloped his entire body, and Chinyu could not help but let out a comfortable sigh. The cotton-padded clothes of the Federation were vastly different from the cotton-padded clothes of the 21st century. Although the appearance was not much different, there was a self-contained temperature control system within it that could maintain the human body's temperature at the most appropriate state. The people who were watching from the side were simply envious. It was a pity that they did not have much of a relationship with Imochu, so they could only sigh in their hearts. "You guys." Ningyi Yuan naturally saw this scene and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to criticize them, he happened to meet Imochu's pair of watery eyes. His heart skipped a beat as he lightly coughed twice. He changed the topic stiffly. "Yes, the first person to pass shall be allowed to give out 2 cotton-padded clothes." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the instructor. They could not help but curse in their hearts. "Do you dare to use your official position for personal gain? Humph. Don't think that we can't see that you want to use this opportunity to curry favor with Imochu." However, Ningyi Yuan ignored them. Even though he was being stared at by everyone, his expression did not change. "What are you looking at? Group 3, come up." The whole day of winter swimming training yesterday had frozen many people. According to Qin Yu and Mo Yang's vivid description, the miserable scene could be described in 8 words: corpses littered the ground and bones covered in cold. "Imochu, you still don't know, right?" Qin Yu glanced to the side and said in a low voice, "I heard that more than 20 people have already been sent to the medical center in District 3. They're that badly injured?" Imochu widened her eyes in surprise. Unlike the medical system of the 21st century, the medical devices developed by the Federation were very advanced. Most of the injuries and illnesses could be cured. Only when the condition was very serious, or when there were difficult and complicated diseases, would they be sent to the medical centers in various districts. "That's not it." Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand. "The main reason is that the medical devices in the school's infirmary are not enough. They can only be sent to the medical center." Speaking up to this point, Qin Yu patted his chest with a look of relief. "Fortunately, I have the cotton-padded jacket that you gave me. Otherwise, I would probably be one of them." If that was really the case, he would have completely disgraced the old Qin family. One had to know that the students of the Federation Military Academy were actually sent to the medical center because of the school's military training. This was probably the first time ever. However, it's also because of this, Mo Yang, who was beside him, drank a mouthful of water and casually continued, "Today's training sessions have all been canceled. Everyone can also relax a little." "That's right." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. When he thought of how everyone had been ruthlessly trained yesterday, he still felt a lingering fear. "When you left, you didn't see how ruthless the instructor was." TSK. "Why? Did something else happen?" Imochu asked curiously. "That's right." Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. After Qiao Hongmei fainted and was sent to the infirmary, Ningyi Yuan continued to train the rest. "Weren't your brother and I in the 3rd group? Who would have thought that there was a kid who couldn't swim?" "Can't swim?" Imochu opened her mouth wide in surprise. "Then what about the winter swim?" "That's right. We all jumped into the water and entered the swimming lane." But he just stood there in a daze, his legs trembling. The instructor's face darkened. He asked coldly, "What are you standing there for?" That kid was probably a hothead as well. He stuttered a few times before saying that he didn't know how to swim. In the end, he even added, "When we entered the military academy, we didn't have to know how to swim." Do you think he was courting death by saying that? Ningyi Yuan immediately smiled coldly and said, "Is that right? It doesn't matter. You'll know how to swim after a few strokes." Then, before anyone could react, he kicked that kid down. With a splash, a huge splash was created. And then, Imochu listened with relish. And then, Qin Yu's eyes were filled with sympathy. That kid didn't know how to swim. In this cold weather, the water was ice cold. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and immediately drowned. The instructor was also ruthless. He didn't allow us to help, so he just watched the kid struggle. He waited until the kid was about to die before he went into the water to pick him up. Then, he waited until he woke up before kicking him down again. It went on and on. In the end, that kid looked at the instructor with fear in his eyes. Imochu swallowed her saliva. She was also shocked by Ningyi Yuan's rude behavior. Is that person all right? Qin Yu waved his hand. What could go wrong? He's a grown man. He'll be fine after staying in the treatment device for 4 to 5 hours. That's good. Before Imochu could finish her sentence, a series of howls suddenly sounded. Looking at the source of the sound, Roundy was staggering towards Imochu. Ever since she cut off this guy's food supply, Roundy had become more and more sedentary. It would only wake up in the middle of the day. Oh, your pet is awake? Qin Yu had quite an impression of this white fur ball that did not like to see him. He even reached out and touched its smooth fur. I haven't seen you for a few days, but you're getting fatter and fatter. Roundy was in a good mood when it woke up. However, when it heard this, its little face immediately drooped down. Its chubby claws slapped Qin Yu's hand away. This stupid human with no eyesight, how am I fat? How dare you slander me? I'll bite off your hand. All right. After spending so much time with Roundy, how could Imochu not know this fellow's petty temper? When she saw that something was wrong with its expression, she tightened her grip and immediately bounded, afraid that it would bite other people recklessly. If Qin Yu was bitten by Roundy, he would probably have to go to the medical center as well. Qin Yu was completely unaware that he had secretly dodged a disaster. He even teased the blood-luminescent beast with interest. Imochu, what is the name of your pet? Roundy. Imochu raised her head and answered with a smile. Her hand was still gently stroking its fur, trying her best to comfort the little fellow that was about to go berserk. Oh, Qin Yu nodded with a look of agreement. Not bad. This name suits it quite well. It's round and cute. Roundy, who was finally pacified by Imochu with great difficulty, became irritable once again. Its sleepy eyes immediately became sharp. Round and cute? Who the Hades is round? Do you dare to say another word? Imochu glanced at Qin Yu helplessly. She wished that he would stop talking. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Roundy's temper had been rising recently. In a while, she would not be able to handle it anymore. This situation will be very serious. When she thought of this, Imochu immediately gave his big brother a look. It was better to quickly chase Qin Yu away. After receiving her signal, Imo Yang let out a light snort and covered the smile on his face. He had no choice. It was really hard to find someone who was more disliked by Roundy than him. Looking at the little fellow who was about to explode, the smile on Imo Yang's face became even wider. Oh right, Qin Yu, didn't you say that you wanted to go to the mecha training room with me? Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity? That's right. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes could not help but light up. Although the military academy provided the mecha training room for free, it was a pity that there were too many people going every time. Just the appointment line alone had to wait for a very long time. Today's time was just right. Those students who had suffered greatly should not be swarming into the mecha training room again, right? Thinking about the exquisite equipment and professional guidance in the training room, Qin Yu could not help but feel his brain heat up. He immediately pulled Imo Yang and ran out. Before leaving, he suddenly stopped and scratched his head. He smiled apologetically at Imochu. All right, Exalted Chun, I asked you to go to the laboratory in the afternoon. Oh, my poor memory. I almost forgot. It's okay. I got it. Thank you. Imochu nodded. When the two of them left, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. If Qin Yu wanted to stay any longer, she would not be able to appease this little beast. She then lowered her head and looked at Roundy in her arms. It was still puffing out its cheeks and had an aggrieved look on its face. All right, don't be angry anymore. Imochu rubbed its head. He also understood that Roundy had endured its temper because of her. Her heart was filled with more tenderness. How about this? We won't be fasting today. You can eat whatever you want. Really? Really? Roundy, who had been dejected just a moment ago, immediately raised its head. Its eyes instantly lit up. God knows how long it had been hungry. Although it had enough for 3 meals a day, It felt that its stomach was empty. It had been a long time since it had the satisfaction of having its stomach filled to the brim. That's right. Emochu nodded. She tugged at its chubby earlobe and took out a lot of food from the terminal. But it's only for one day. Roundy could no longer listen to Emochu's words. Right now, all her attention was on the food on the table. Look, the 1-meter square table was filled with all kinds of food. The strong aroma was irresistible to a glutton like Roundy. Unexpectedly, Emochu had also attracted the little flying fox. Perhaps it was because he was close to Roundy, it was influenced by this little glutton. In the past, this little flying fox did not look like a glutton. Now, after staying with Roundy for some time, it actually became addicted to eating. Roundy was eating happily. When it looked up, it saw little flying fox staring at its food with a face full of saliva. Its plump face immediately sank and it cried out, "This is all mine. Get lost." The threat was not enough. Roundy stretched out its arm and directly hugged the food on the table, preparing to take it all for itself. In the end, there were too many dishes on the table and many of them were left outside. Roundy was so anxious that it stomped its feet. Later on, it also reacted and immediately buried its head in his food. Humph. The only safe place for the food was in my stomach. As it ate, it would occasionally raise its head to look at little flying fox. Once it got a little closer, Roundy would immediately sink its face and howl twice. Watching the two little fellows fight, Emochu also felt that it was very interesting. However, when she saw the pitiful look on the little flying fox's face that was filled with drool but did not dare to cross the line, she also felt a little heartbroken. Hence, she glared at Roundy. Although it was unwilling, the little fellow picked out some food that tasted slightly worse and pushed them to the other side of the table. It raised its chin at little flying fox, and the fat on his chin trembled. "Here, it's for you." Looking at the food that was pushed to its side, the little flying fox did not dare to move at first. When it saw the smile on Emochu's face, it slowly moved forward. Later, when it smelled the fragrance of the food, it did not care anymore. It immediately began to eat. Roundy was not happy. Its bright red eyes stared at little flying fox across from it. When it was eating slowly, Roundy nodded in satisfaction. It lowered its head and continued to eat like a tornado. Looking at the two little fellows, Emochu could not help but shake her head and smile. Her eyes inadvertently glanced at the jar that was delivered by express delivery. Suddenly, she remembered that she was preparing to cook kimchi some time ago. In the 21st century, she had spent some time learning about the recipe for kimchi. Since she had nothing to do now, she might as well make it. Speaking of which, the most important tool for making kimchi was the kimchi jar. In the past, it was mostly made from pottery or glass. The Federation did not have these two materials. Previously, Emochu had browsed through the Starnet and asked Emo Young many times before deciding on a material called setuk. This was also the reason for the current finished product. Generally speaking, there were two types of pickles. The first type was pickled vegetables. The origin of this name was that as long as the fresh vegetables were soaked in a jar, they could be taken out and eaten very quickly. This could be used as a specialized dish. The other type specialized in making pickles and seasonings. This type of pickle could be seen in many famous dishes. If one wanted to make this type of pickle, they would have to soak it for a few more days than pickled vegetables. It would take about a week to 10 days. The taste would also be a little more salty and spicy than regular pickles. What Emochu was preparing to make at this moment was the first type of pickles. The method was very simple. First, boil the water, then according to the ratio of 50 to 60 grams of salt per kilogram of water, add some salt into the water, wait for the salt to completely dissolve, then put some pepper and chili, and then pour the water into the pickle jar. It was best to flood the jar to 3/5 of the appropriate. The base material of the pickle was ready, and Emochu took some radishes and cabbage from the terminal, cut them into small pieces, and soaked them in it. When the sharp-eyed Roundy heard the commotion from Emochu's side, it immediately came over with its food and stretched its neck to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, Emochu had already covered the lid of the jar, so Roundy could only pout helplessly. "Enough, you little foodie." Emochu poked Roundy's wet nose in amusement. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon after all this work. Imo Yang and Qin Yu were together, so they would probably be dealt with after eating some nutrition capsules. Imo Chu still had to go to the laboratory later, so she might have stopped cooking. She sat at the table and picked up the food in Roundy's arms and started to eat. Oh woo, this is mine. Roundy was dumbfounded. It never thought that Imo Chu would be so shameless. However, it did not dare to offend her, so it could only sulk by itself. Okay. Imo Chu stopped eating after eating 2 or 3 pancakes. She gently pulled the meat on Roundy's face. I'll make it up to you when I come back tonight. Okay? Hearing this, Roundy smiled. She even pretended to be generous and handed 2 more dishes to Imo Chu. No need. Imo Chu shook her head and touched the mane on Roundy's head. She estimated that when she cut it off, she could exchange it for some supplies. You eat by yourself. I'll go out first. The 2 of you be good and stay at home. Roundy nodded obediently, which was rare. However, its hands hurriedly took back the 2 dishes in front of Imo Chu. This stingy look made her laugh. From her residence to the laboratory, the distance was not too far. After turning 2 corners, it was a short walk. Imo Chu, wait a moment. Suddenly, a familiar male voice came from behind her. Instructor? Imo Chu turned around and was shocked. Only then did she realize that Ning Yuan's body was stuck closely behind her. When did this person walk behind her and was so close to her? Imo Chu was slightly shocked. She carefully took small steps and gradually increased the distance between the 2 of them. Just now, the 2 of them were very close to each other. She could almost smell the faint scent of sweat on Ning Yuan's body. It was not unpleasant, but she was not used to it. After taking half a step back, Imo Chu finally let out a breath of relief. Imo Chu did not know it, but her subtle actions were clearly seen by Ning Yuan. His eyes could not help but darken. He took 2 steps forward and immediately increased the distance between him and Imo Chu. It's not easy to rest for a day. Where are you planning to go? Imo Chu's figure was a little petite. When Ning Yuan lowered his head, it was as though he had pulled her into his embrace. His deep breath touched her ear. I'm going to Master's laboratory. She could not help but blush. Not to mention making eye contact with Ning Yuan, she only dared to look at the lower half of his face at this moment. Her gaze shifted, and just like that, with a cursory glance, Imo Chu suddenly realized that Ning Yuan's face was really exquisite. They were thin and supple, and they also carried a somewhat alluring luster. He was not like the popular pretty boy of the 21st century. Ning Yuan had more of a manly and domineering air about him. By the way, did you catch a cold when you went back yesterday? Contrary to the cold attitude he had towards Qiao Hongmei, Ning Yuan's eyes were filled with concern as he looked at Imo Chu. He stretched out his hand and was about to place it on Imo Chu's forehead. He wanted to see if her temperature was normal. No. Just as Ning Yuan raised her hand, Imo Chu immediately jumped back a few steps like a frightened rabbit. Ning Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this adorable look. This girl was acting like this. If others saw this, they would really think that he had done something to her. I just want to care about you. The corners of Ning Yuan's mouth curled up, and his face seemed to have softened a lot. Thank you. Imo Chu lowered her head, not quite used to Ning Yuan's solicitude. But there's no need. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Before Imo Chu could finish his words, Ning Yuan suddenly strode toward her. He took a few steps and forced her into a corner before giving up. No need? Was this girl just going to reject him with these 2 words? Looking at the girl in his arms, Ning Yuan took a deep breath and took this opportunity to speak. Imo Chu, you know what I'm thinking, right? Imo Chu did not answer. Her head was almost buried in his collar. However, even so, she could not hide the tipsiness on her face. Ning Yuan had a strong desire to move his hands. With a slight movement of his fingertips, his large palm caressed her face. The touch was as beautiful as he had imagined. It was delicate and gentle. He was suddenly worried that his rough fingertips would hurt her face. Well, instructor, Imo Chu finally opened her mouth, but she actually used Exalted Chun Bai's name as an escape route. I have to go to the laboratory quickly. Master is still waiting. Looking at this girl's awkward response, Ning Yuan could not help but feel a touch of joy. This meant that Imo Chu had never known about love affairs before. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan even took a step closer to address her, Little Chu. I like you. I like you. This was the first time he had said such a mushy thing. There was not the slightest bit of shyness on Ning Yuan's face. On the contrary, his expression was very solemn. He looked like he was making an oath at a wedding ceremony, and he looked solemn and serious. You. Hearing this, Imochu was completely dumbfounded. She was completely stunned by Ning Yuan's sudden confession. Don't be afraid. Seeing the blank look on Imochu's face, Ning Yuan gently cupped her face, causing her eyes to meet his. You'll like me. Imochu blinked slightly. The nervousness in her heart suddenly subsided a little, and she found it a little funny. Where did this person's confidence come from? Haha. As if he had seen through Imochu's thoughts, Ning Yuan chuckled twice. His fingers gently rubbed against her cheeks. I always get what I want. You can never escape. As a decisive man, Ning Yuan was bolder than the others. It was just that very few people usually noticed this. Facing each other, Imochu lowered her eyes, not daring to meet Ning Yuan's fiery gaze. As a result, her long black eyelashes formed a faint shadow in the bottom of her eyes. Ning Yuan usually would not notice this, but at this moment, he was entranced. To be honest, out of all the women that Ning Yuan had met, Imochu was not considered the most beautiful. However, that unique and soothing temperament of hers had deeply attracted him. The closer he got, the more he could discover the special traits of this girl. It was like silver threads, wrapping him tighter and tighter. He could not and was not willing to break free. After living for over 40 years, this was the first time Ning Yuan had a manly impulse. The impulse to take a person for himself, an impulse to prevent others from getting closer to her. This impulse was so sudden and fierce that even he was shocked. However, looking at the delicate girl in his arms, Ning Yuan could only suppress himself. He could only move a little closer to her. Just a little closer to her. What do you want? Sensing Ning Yuan's approach, Imochu immediately retreated. However, she was already leaning against the wall. Where else could she retreat to? Before she could finish her sentence, the lips that she thought were extremely beautiful had already gently kissed her eyes. The moist and warm sensation followed her eyes all the way to the bottom of her heart. Imochu heard her heart beating like thunder. Thud. Thud. It was beating fiercely. This kiss did not contain the slightest bit of desire. On the contrary, it was a little more pious. It was as if Ning Yuan had placed all of his true feelings on it. After an unknown amount of time, as if it was just an instant, or as if a day had passed, Ning Yuan finally moved his lips away. That warm feeling remained on the spot he kissed. Imochu panted, unable to describe the feeling in her heart. However, Ning Yuan, this annoying fellow, was not willing to let her off. His slender fingers brushed past her lips. Actually, I wanted to kiss here just now, but what was with this regretful tone? Imochu bit her lips slightly and glared angrily at Ning Yuan. There must have been something wrong with his senses just now. Otherwise, why would he feel that Ning Yuan's kiss just now was full of piety? Piety? Stop joking around. What are you two doing? Suddenly, a male voice broke the intimacy between the two of them. Ning Yuan's eyes turned cold. He turned around and saw an unbelievably beautiful man standing beside him. The light of the sun shone on his body, and his surroundings seemed to be covered with a faint halo. He looked as if he was a god. Qin Shang, why are you here? Hearing this, Qin Shang smiled faintly, and it suddenly felt as if spring flowers were blooming. Do you need help? These words were meant for Imochu. Taking advantage of the distraction, Imochu pushed Ning Yuan away with all her strength. Her little face was so red that she did not even dare to look up at Qin Shang. She only said, "No, thank you." Then, she immediately ran away. It's been so long. Qin Shang curled his lips slightly. His eyes seemed to be filled with thousands of stars. This little girl is as interesting as ever. Qin Shang. There were only 2 words, but Ning Yuan's tone was full of warning. Don't think too much. I just don't like it when you bully little girls. Qin Shang chuckled. He did not hesitate and immediately countered. Of course. Ning Yuan's expression did not change. He turned around and walked toward the dean's office. Oh? Qin Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. When he saw Ning Yuan's route, He could not help but laugh. What a coincidence. It seems that our destination is the same. In the dean's office. Come, please take a seat. Looking at the two people in front of him, Situ Shio could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. Why did these two masters gather here today? Ningyi Yuan sat in a corner as soon as he arrived. It was obvious that he was going to talk to him last. Situ Shio had no choice but to look at Qin Shang and muster up his energy to deal with this smiling tiger. Qin Shang, why are you here today? Why? Can't I come if I have nothing to do? Qin Shang spread his hands and smiled at Situ Shio. His exquisite brows and eyes were still eye-catching. The corners of his eyes moved, and his aura was even more stunning. Listen to what you're saying. Situ Shio shook his head and responded with ease. You're not the kind that does things for no reason. Dean Situ, I really can't hide it from you. Qin Shang's flower-like lips parted slightly, and his voice was as clear as a spring. What have you thought about the matter we talked about last time? You mean the matter of choosing a few students from the military academy to participate in a reality show? Situ Shio narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Shang had spoken to him about this matter last time. The dean remembered that he had still been waiting in the office for quite a while back then. In the end, he had found this fellow at the military academy's conference venue. At that time, he seemed to have held some sort of mecha exhibition. However, this fellow had not come back since then. He had thought that this matter would be settled just like that. Who would have thought that Qin Shang would come back today? That's right. Do you have some people in mind? Qin Shang raised his head slightly. His eyes revealed some sharpness. The Ning family, the Qin family, and the Chao family were all first-rate families in the Federation. They were roughly equal in power. Among them, the Ning family followed the military path while the Qin family followed the political path. As for the Chao family, they had produced quite a few alchemy masters. However, there were exceptions among them. Qin Shang was one of them. He did not follow the expectations of his elders and become a new star in the political world. On the contrary, Qin Shang had started to dabble in the entertainment industry when he just came of age. From starting from scratch to becoming famous today, he only used a short 5 years. Although there was no lack of support from the Qin family, Qin Shang's own talent could not be underestimated. To put it bluntly, if this master was not willing to work in the entertainment industry one day, with his ability, he could return to the political arena at any time. Moreover, with the connections he had accumulated in the entertainment industry, he could do even better. Qin Shang was successful in the entertainment industry, while Ningyi Yuan was a man of his word in the army. It was rumored that as long as Ningyi Yuan's name was mentioned, the number of soldiers joining the army could increase by 20%. This guy's appeal was evident. Therefore, it was not strange that the two of them knew each other. After all, they were both figures in the industry that people worshipped. Looking at the two young men in front of him, who each had their own merits, Situ Shio could not help but exclaim in admiration. No matter how unwilling he was to submit to old age, he could not do it anymore. Now, it was the world of these young people. Situ Shio did not forget to answer Qin Shang's question. He took out a list from the table and handed it to him. I've thought about it. I suggest you choose some of the senior students. They have experience and strength. Qin Shang lowered his head to look at the list and shook his head slightly. My thoughts are exactly the opposite of yours. Our new reality show wants authenticity. If you give me some carved jade, it would be meaningless. You mean you want the freshmen to participate in this show? Situ Shio frowned slightly. You don't have to worry. Qin Shang understood Situ Shio's concern. He raised his eyes slightly, and a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze blew into his face. Although this reality show is exciting, the safety is absolutely guaranteed. In fact, based on Qin Shang's current status, it was really a waste of talent to personally determine the participants of a program. However, he was very interested in the setting of this reality show. Moreover, the Federation Military Academy was not an ordinary academy, so it was understandable for him to come personally. Of course, this was also a win-win situation for the military academy. After all, due to the preferential policies given by other schools over the years, the military academy's excellent students were constantly being poached by other schools. It was a good opportunity to use this opportunity to publicize it. Have you considered the candidates? Situ Shio thought for a moment and asked softly. Of course. I'm going to choose 4 students, 2 seniors, and 2 freshmen. Qin Shang's fair and slender fingers tapped on the table, making a regular sound. For the freshmen, I will choose Mo Chu and her brother Mo Yang. As for the 2 seniors, one will choose Qin Yu and the other will be decided temporarily. Situ Shio's forehead twitched. There were 4 candidates in total, and you've already chosen 3. Why are you looking at me like you wanted to discuss it? A reality show? Ning Yuan suddenly spoke when he heard Mo Chu's name. However, even though he had been sitting quietly by the side, no one dared to ignore his knife-like sharp temperament. That's right, a reality show. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Qin Shang's eyes. Why? Are you worried about your little girlfriend? Situ Shio picked up a glass of water and drank it. He was about to calm himself down, but he did not expect Qin Shang to reveal such a big scoop. Cough, cough. He choked on the water, and he coughed until his face turned red. Kid, you already have a girlfriend? The shock in Situ Shio's eyes could not be concealed. I didn't expect you to be so fast. If this news were to be exposed, who knew how many women would be heartbroken? Although Ning Yuan had done a very good job of concealing his identity, other than a few people in the Federation who knew his true appearance, the rest did not know the specific information of the Federation's only marshal. However, this did not affect his position in the hearts of the majority of women. He remembered that a few years ago, there was a survey that specifically listed over 100 famous men in the Federation, allowing women to choose their national husbands from the votes. Ning Yuan was in the top 3. His popularity was quite high. After carefully thinking about Qin Shang's words, Situ Shio quickly reacted. Could it be that you're talking about that lass, Mo Chu? Yes, Ning Yuan replied. He ignored Situ Shio's shocked expression and turned to look at Qin Shang. His eyes were a little aggressive. You still have to ask for my opinion on whether to participate in this program or not. Of course. Qin Shang nodded with a smile and turned to Situ Shio. I still have a lot of things to do, so I'll take my leave first. See you later. Ning Yuan turned to look at Situ Shio after Qin Shang left. I heard that you're looking for me? Yes, yes. Situ Shio coughed twice and did not dare to look into Ning Yuan's eyes. Well, many students have been complaining to me recently. They feel that the intensity of the training is too high. Do you think you can relax a little? Relax a little? Ning Yuan laughed lightly, implying something. Have you forgotten? In another year and a half, it will be. That's right. Before Ning Yuan could finish his words, Situ Shio instantly reacted. His heart jumped, and his expression immediately changed. He put on a stern and righteous look. Training, we must train these guys well. Of course. Ning Yuan nodded expressionlessly. He turned around and walked out, his footsteps firm. See, little Chu, I told you I always get what I want. Boss, come and see. Ning Yuan had just reached the door of the room when he heard Zuolin shouting. He lifted his leg and entered the room. Before he reached the living room, Zuolin had already taken the initiative to welcome him. Boss, look, the spirit food shop is bustling again. As he spoke, Zuolin lightly touched the screen with his finger. The screen was instantly enlarged, and the contents of the screen were clearly displayed in front of them. The 2 pictures that we released earlier have been identified and analyzed by experienced people. It has been confirmed that the courier of the spirit food shop is an extremely fast-flying magical beast flying fox. Although the signal of the military academy was blocked, this was nothing to someone like Zuolin. These 2 days, he had been busy with training-related matters and had no time to pay attention to the news on the Starnet. Now that he looked at it, oh my, it was really interesting. That's right. Previously, the news of the courier is a magical beast had caused such a huge uproar. Now that it was confirmed, it immediately caused a huge wave on the Starnet. Comments flooded in from all directions. This shop is too awesome. It actually uses a magical beast as a courier. It's bold. I like it. Hello, shop owner Domineering Roundy. Is the shop still short of staff? There's a girl here who is eager to sign up. Get lost. Shop owner, it's better for me. Not only am I strong enough to withstand the damage, but I also pay for my own meals and lodging. How about it? Think about it seriously, please. The comments on the looking for a job section continued to pile up. The enthusiasm of the masses was evident. By the way, Aren't you all worried about the safety of this spirit food? One of the posts by Lord Liangchen caused everyone to be silent for a while. You can eat the food given out by a magical beast in peace? As soon as this was posted, the web page, which had been boiling with excitement just a moment ago, instantly quieted down. It was true. Previously, everyone had been so excited that they had not considered this problem at all. You can't say that. The first buyer, please call me king, had been active on the Starnet all this while. Now, he jumped out again. Look, after eating this spirit food, there's no problem at all. My body is excellent. Of course, if the increase of elemental energy by 5 levels is considered a problem, then it is. Heh, you're fine now, but that doesn't mean that all the buyers in the future will be fine. Perhaps this is a trap. Lord Liangchen let out a series of chuckles, fully expressing his disdain. Trap? As long as spirit food can guarantee this effect, even if it's a trap, I'll jump willingly. Please call me king immediately replied, his tone upset. Don't forget that you have already been blacklisted by the shop owner, okay? You actually spoke up for the spirit food shop. Are you out of your mind? I'm willing to do this. What can you do about it? Please call me king suddenly changed his style. Besides, I am an upright and kind person. I have always taken it as my duty to tell the truth. The onlookers who saw this all frowned. With your profanity, how could you be upright and kind? Do you think everyone is blind? Besides, did you deliberately find fault with the spirit food shop because it's too popular? You're using the network device given by the Federation, right? Are you looking for trouble? Please call me king pressed forward with strong momentum. Seeing that war was inevitable, the onlookers were excited. We were quite happy to see such an intense plot. At this moment, a buyer suddenly posted a message with only 12 simple words on it. According to the expert's appraisal, this spiritual food is safe and harmless. Lord Liangchen could not defeat Please Call Me King. He immediately turned his spear and prepared to bombard the buyer. Haha, I don't believe you when you say that the appraisal is safe. Why? Lord Liangchen was already scared silly. No, it should be that everyone had been scared silly. This buyer had only done one thing. He had publicly announced his full nickname. There were 2 shocking words written on it: Daisheng. FCK. Was this the leading figure of the Federation mecha, Exalted Daisheng? Impossible. How could Exalted Daisheng visit such a small website? It was hard to say whether it was anticipation or shock. Everyone's hands trembled as they clicked on the photo next to the buyer Daisheng. Due to the special nature of the Starnet, anyone who used their real name as a nickname on the internet would definitely need to verify their real identity. Moreover, in order to prevent the possibility of having the same name, they would also need to upload a photo of themselves as supporting evidence. They saw the picture, and everyone went crazy. In the photo, the cold-looking man with sharp eyes and a scar at the corner of his eye was none other than Daisheng. Who else could it be? FCK, it was Exalted Daisheng. I actually chatted with Daisheng on the internet. The surrounding crowd went crazy. Life was really too mysterious. There will be pleasant surprises from time to time. Thus, after 4 days, Daisheng was advertising for the Spirit Food Shop. The courier from the Spirit Food Shop has been confirmed to be a flying fox. Domineering Roundy, do you still need staff? The 3 messages successfully occupied the top 3 of the trending searches, trampling all other news under their feet. They stood proudly in the limelight for a time. Boss, with Exalted Daisheng's backing, nothing can stand in the Spirit Food Shop's path. This is also quite good. The light on the light screen shone on Ning Yuan's well-defined face, making him look even more handsome and unrivaled. With Daisheng's backing, people would think twice before attacking the Spirit Food Shop. You mean? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Zhuo Lin's face could not help but change. Someone is going to attack them? Exactly. Hearing this, Zhongwan, who was by the side, also came back to his senses and nodded slightly. Do you think that with the spirit food, anybody would buy those sky-high priced pills? If their medicinal pills could not be sold, will those alchemists who think too highly of themselves be willing to watch the spirit food shop expand? Then, according to what you said, Zhuo Lin swallowed his saliva. The spirit food shop would be in danger, right? It's probably not that bad. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. First of all, If even you can't find out their identities, they would not be able to do so. Second, those alchemists probably want to take this opportunity to research the formula of the spirit food. Once the research results are obtained, the existence of this shop won't have much meaning anymore. That's right. Zhongwen nodded in agreement. Zuolin, how old is little Chu now? Zuolin was stunned for a moment, unable to keep up with his boss's thought process. She seems to be 17. Why? She's only 17. Ningyi Yuan's voice gradually lowered. In other words, there's still a full 13 years before she becomes an adult? Ningyi Yuan had never lacked patience, but today, after having such intimate contact with Imo Chu, he suddenly felt that 13 years was too long. Seeing the gentleness on Ningyi Yuan's face, Zuolin resisted the urge to shake his head. What we're discussing now is serious business. Boss, can you be a little more serious? In the laboratory, with Imo Chu's help, Chunbai's research on the magical plants had made great progress. Just looking at the small green sprouts that had already appeared in Room 1, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his decision to choose Imo Chu as his disciple back then was correct. Look, this little girl was a complete lucky star. Imo Chu had just arrived at the laboratory, and Chunbai already felt that everything was going smoothly for him. The magical plant that was about to die not only became exuberant with vitality, and even its adaptability had increased by a few points. It was able to get rid of its previous droopy appearance. Moreover, Imo Chu's learning ability was very strong. There were many things that Chunbai did not need to instruct her to complete ahead of time. The cooperation between the two of them was extremely smooth. In just a few months, the two of them had successfully extracted the effective ingredients from the magical plants. Together with other cultivating materials, they obtained a small seedling. Do not underestimate it. Chunbai had spent the first 50 years exploring in various magical regions just to find this thing. However, now, with Imo Chu's help, he had achieved twice the result with half the effort. In just a short 3 months, he had succeeded. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Chunbai would never have believed it. These few days, Imo Chu had not come to the laboratory because of the military training. This newly cultivated magical plant had gradually become listless. Even its leaves had turned a little yellow, which made Chunbai anxious. There were blisters on its mouth, and it was soaking in the laboratory all day long. As soon as Imo Chu was free, he immediately asked her to come over. Little Chu, come and take a look. There seems to be something wrong with Lucy. As soon as he saw Imo Chu's figure, Chunbai immediately pulled her and ran to room number 1 anxiously. Lucy was the name that Chunbai had given this magical plant. He hoped that it could become a hope for the plant to return to normal. It really is. Imo Chu took a few glances outside the room and could not help but frown. She quickly put on a sterile coat and said, Master, I'll go in and take a look first. Chunbai stayed outside. After observing for a few days, he found that Imo Chu seemed to have a special affinity with the magical plants. As soon as she approached them, the originally dispirited magical plants immediately became excited. As expected, as soon as Imo Chu got close to Lucy, the little guy immediately became energetic. The little seedling even started to shake. How could Chunbai know that this was because Imo Chu had been consuming spirit food for a long time, and her body had also been stained with some scattered energy? Although the amount was very small, it was very pure. As long as Imo Chu approached, this energy would be absorbed by the magical plants. If it were not for the fact that they were bound, they would have dragged Imo Chu, and they would swallow her in one gulp. Chunbai did not know the reason behind it, but he could see the effects. Furthermore, as Imo Chu had a water attribute special ability, she could easily call for water and nurture the plants. She would then record her observations. In the past, Imo Chu had done very well. However, today, she seemed to be a little absent-minded. After coming out of room 1, she had even written down the basic model of the report wrongly. Chunbai now treasured this disciple of his. Hurriedly, he asked, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Only then did Imo Chu raise her head. Her face was filled with astonishment. She shook her head and replied to Chunbai, No, it's nothing. Forget it. Looks like your attention today is scattered. Compared to the other teachers, Chunbai was definitely more open-minded. Even though he could see that Imo Chu was distracted, he did not say much. Take these documents back and read them first. You can leave for today. Imo Chu's face was slightly red. She knew that she was distracted today. She nodded apologetically at Chen Bai and left with the documents. After unlocking the gene lock on the door, Imo Chu strode out. She could not help but think to herself, this was all Ning Yuan's fault. He was talking nonsense, but when she recalled the sincerity on his face when he confessed, Imo Chu's heart could not help but beat wildly. I knew you'd be here. A clear male voice sounded beside his ear. Imo Chu lifted his head when he heard the voice. A man was standing in front of her. His slender figure reflected a long shadow under the sunlight. Qin Shang? Why are you here? Upon seeing Qin Shang, Imo Chu recalled the intimate scene between him and Ning Yuan. He had seen it, and she immediately blushed. Are you going to look for Qin Yu? No. Qin Shang shook his head and looked straight at Imo Chu. The person I'm looking for is you. Although he had confirmed that Imo Chu and Imo Yang were the two candidates, he realized that Imo Yang was following his sister during their brief encounter. In other words, as long as he could convince Imo Chu, Imo Yang would not be a problem anymore. Looking for me? Imo Chu was slightly stunned. That's right, come. Qin Shang handed over a document. I'm going to invite you and Imo Yang to participate in our latest reality show. I hope you can come and join us. Reality show? Holding the document in her hand, Imo Chu repeated in a daze, me and Big Brother? Yes. Qin Shang nodded and started to sell out his younger brother. Qin Yu will be there too. I hope that you guys can participate together and look after each other. Of course, the remuneration for your participation in the program has also been indicated at the back of the document. Qin Shang smiled lightly and did not give Imo Chu the chance to reject. I look forward to working with you. Then, Imo Chu held the document bag in her hand and went back, confused. Qin Yu had already received the news. When he saw the document bag in Imo Chu's hand, his eyes could not help but light up. My brother spoke to you. Did you agree? Not yet. Imo Chu shook his head and looked at Imo Yang. I still have to discuss it with my brother. That's true. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and thoughtfully left them some personal space. Then I'll go back first. When the time comes, you can tell me when you've decided. Okay. Imo Yang nodded and sent Qin Yu away. When he turned his head and saw Imo Chu, his eyes were filled with doubt. What's going on? Qin Yu had just said a few simple sentences, but he had not explained them clearly, so Imo Yang was confused. Here. Imo Chu handed the document bag to Imo Yang. Take a look at this. On the way back, Imo Chu had already carefully read the content. To be honest, the content of this reality show was really not that good. At least in the eyes of Imo Chu, who had experienced an explosive reality show, it could only be described as boring and monotonous. However, even so, before filming had even started, this show had already gained a certain degree of popularity on the Starnet. The main reason for this was due to the backwardness of the Federation's entertainment industry. During the development trend of the past 1,000 years, the government had placed most of its attention on the development of technology and the military. In the end, the strength of the country increased. However, the people had become bored and monotonous. It was because of this that the entertainment industry, which had been neglected for a long time, gradually developed. Even so, it was impossible for the entertainment industry to improve very quickly. Just a simple story of a hero going through hardships and finally succeeding in saving the world could arouse the extremely high enthusiasm of the people. It was still too simple. Imo Chu could not help but sigh. Such a plot was considered to be unique in the Federation, and it was able to quickly attract the attention of a large number of people. Qin Shang had put in a lot of effort this time. Other than the students from the military academy, the rest of the participants were all the top celebrities in the entertainment circle. Imo Chu did not feel anything, but Imo Yang was very excited as he watched from the side. Brother, what do you think? Imo Chu was not very interested in this show, but the generous reward really attracted her attention. Although she had opened her spirit food shop, she could only sell 5 servings of spirit food every month. Although she had some income, it was not a lot. Besides, who would not want free money? I think I can participate. Imo Yang nodded. Looking at the list of people on the information, his eyes showed a hint of excitement. Song Ching Song. This was the idol that he had always worshipped. Being able to have such a chance to have close contact with him was something that Mo Yang did not even dare to think about in the past. Song Chingsong was once someone who could be on par with the exalted generation. At one point, his sharpness even surpassed that of the exalted generation. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Just when his brilliance was at its brightest, Song Chingsong was diagnosed with a genetic collapse disease. His special ability slowly faded away. For an ordinary person, this was an unimaginable pain, not to mention a genius like Song Chingsong. However, he did not give up. As he searched for a treatment plan, he turned around and entered the entertainment industry. With his extremely high popularity and handsome appearance, he had a meteoric rise in the entertainment industry. All right, then let's participate. Mo Chu combined the opinions of the two of them and came to a final conclusion. The shooting time of this reality show was very suitable. It happened to be 2 weeks later. After they had passed their military training, they could rest and adjust for a week. Otherwise, if they were to go online with their haggard faces, it would be really embarrassing. Roundy was becoming more discerning. As soon as she saw that Mo Chu and the others had finished talking about serious matters, it hopped over and stared at Mo Chu with an expectant look on its face. Ao, you had said that you would compensate me in the afternoon. Now, you should fulfill your promise, right? Mo Chu naturally understood what this little fellow was thinking. She patted its head and turned around to walk towards the kitchen. Wait, I'll go and cook now. Roundy's tastes had also changed. In the past, as long as there was something to eat, it was fine. Now, it was particular about new dishes. However, it just so happened that the vegetables that she had pickled in the afternoon should be almost done. Mo Chu took out a bowl and placed the pickled cabbage and radish in it. She took out her chopsticks and tasted them first. The taste was not bad. Not only did it retain the crisp taste of these two vegetables, but there was also a bit of salty, fragrant, and spicy flavor. She sprinkled some bean oil on it and stirred it slightly. Then, it could be served on the table. In addition, there was still a lot of bean paste left when she made the fish with bean paste. Mo Chu had already made some of it into tofu. Today, she could make another famous dish, mapo tofu. First, she washed the tofu and cut it into 1-inch cubes. She put water in the pot, added salt, and boiled it. Then, she added the chopped tofu cubes and boiled them for about 2 minutes. This step was to remove the smell of the tofu. After it was cooked, she carefully scooped it out for backup. In fact, most of the authentic mapo tofu was made with beef. However, she had limited resources at the moment, so she could only temporarily replace it with pork. Thinking of this, Mo Chu also put the task of finding new meat into her future plans. Mo Chu took out a piece of tender wild boar meat from the terminal and cut the pork into strips before chopping it into minced meat. Naturally, the omnipotent water weeds could not be excluded. One part was cut into minced meat, while the other part was cut into small pieces. Then, she heat the pot over high heat, pour in the bean oil, and wait for the oil to heat up before turning it into a small fire. Then, add in the water plants that were cut into minced pieces until the fragrance was created. Then, add in the minced pork and continue to stir fry. When the color of the pork has changed, add some salt and add water. Turn the small fire into high heat and wait for the water to boil. Then, put in the tofu pieces that had been blanched and gently disperse them. When the water was left with a third, she added a spoonful of chili noodles and a spoonful of peppercorns powder. She gently stirred them. After mixing them, he added a little water starch to thicken the tofu. Finally, she sprinkled the water segments on top. Mo Chu was cooking in the kitchen while Mo Yang, Roundy, and the others stood by the side and watched. Compared to Mo Yang's helpless look from before, Mo Chu could be described as completely fluid and smooth. She cut, stir-fried, and seasoned the dishes without any hesitation. Every action was like a dance. It was filled with spirit and charm. However, when Mo Chu brought out the two dishes, their praise towards Mo Chu turned into drooling over the food. This was especially so for Roundy. Its large face was filled with satisfaction. Its round eyes were even smiling into the shape of a crescent moon. Ao, so fragrant. It could eat fresh delicacies. It could not be any happier. Meanwhile, Imo Yang had already filled up the rice and was waiting for Imo Chu to sit down and start eating. Imo Chu brought the side dishes and mapo tofu onto the table. Come, try these two dishes. He could only leave the tasting to Imo Yang. Yuan and the other two little ones only knew how to bury their heads in their food and didn't expect them to give any opinions. Imo Yang grabbed a piece of tofu and fed it to his mouth. Although he had eaten quite a lot of delicacies, the taste today startled him. The fresh and steaming tofu was tender and smooth, and there were also a few spicy and fresh fragrances on top of it. The taste was simply superb. Roundy and Little Flying Fox were wolfing down the food. At this moment, their faces were filled with food, and they did not look like ferocious beasts at all. Every time it was Imo Chu who cooked the food, they would swarm over, afraid that they would be left behind. Especially Roundy and Little Flying Fox, these two fellows, they were like insatiable gluttons. They ate their fill. Satisfied, the two humans and two beasts collapsed on their seats in unison. Imo Yang sighed lightly. He had no choice but to admit defeat. As expected, cooking was also an art. It still required talent. He should just forget about it. It seemed that this great and arduous task could only be handed over to Little Chu. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. After treatment and rest, the students who were previously suffered from the cold had all returned to normal. The military training could also continue. I've already complained to the principal. If this goes on, we definitely won't be able to endure it. Just as Imo Chu walked into Team Fong, she heard a commotion. The following training will definitely not be so difficult. The other girls nodded in agreement. That's right. My family has also protested to the school. That's right. My brother said that the difficulty of our training can be compared to the training of the top troops. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel relieved. They could finally relax a little. If they continued to train so harshly, they would be crippled. Unfortunately, when Ning Yuan arrived, his expression was even harsher than usual. They could not help but feel that their hopes had once again been dashed. As expected, Ning Yuan's sharp gaze swept over them, and his brows raised slightly. I heard that you went to protest to the dean, saying that the training was too strict? Are you all underage? Why are you crying after being scolded? You even learned how to complain. Are you even the elite students of the military academy? Ning Yuan sneered. Let me tell you, the training in the future will not be easy. Instead, it will become more and more difficult. If anyone is afraid, you can quit now. Don't come again in the future. Ning Yuan's harsh words made everyone's faces turn red, but no one backed down. In the next few days of training, Ning Yuan really did what he said he would do. Skydiving required one to restrict one's landing position and speed. Shooting required one to pay attention to accuracy and time. No matter which event it was obviously 1 or 2 steps harder than their previous training. Bitter. It was quite bitter. Especially Imo Chu. Her constitution was the worst, and she was always ranked in the bottom few. Ning Yuan was not willing to go easy on her at all, and his requirements for her were even stricter than others. However, at the same time, the effects were also very obvious. In less than a week, Imo Chu felt that her entire constitution had undergone an earth-shattering change. She was exhausted like a dog, laying on the ground after every training session, panting heavily. However, she could clearly feel that she was gradually becoming stronger. This kind of down-to-earth improvement made her feel extremely at ease. Are you all right? Do you want me to carry you back to rest? However, at this time, Ning Yuan would immediately turn from an iron-blooded instructor to a passionate pursuer, looking at her with an attentive expression. On the other hand, Imo Yang wanted to stand up and coldly reject him. However, he was not much better than Imo Chu. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his limbs were weak. It was because of this that Ning Yuan, this thick-skinned fellow, really seized several opportunities to carry Imo Chu all the way from the training ground back to her room. Imo Chu's face was quite red, and her heart was beating fast. After all, Ning Yuan's strong arms were wrapped around her back and legs. The burning sensation seemed to be transmitted to her through the fabric of her clothes. Imo Chu's little face was slightly tipsy. She simply placed a hand on his chest to separate the two of them. Ning Yuan was not happy about this. He exerted a little strength with his arm, and Mo Chu's limp body leaned against his chest uncontrollably. Her head also pressed against Ning Yuan's strong chest, and she did not have the strength to resist at all. Mo Chu even glared at Ning Yuan a few times. He said with an expressionless face, "If you keep looking at me like that, I won't be able to resist kissing you." FCK. Mo Chu was instantly defeated. KO. However, as time went by, the number of times she was carried back by Ning Yuan gradually increased. Mo Chu got used to it and simply treated him as a free human palanquin. Sometimes, she even adjusted his position by herself. She found the most comfortable angle. "Oh right, are you preparing to participate in Qin Shang's reality show?" On the way back, the two of them would occasionally chat a little. "Yeah." Mo Chu raised her head and pushed away some hair from her face. "Brother and I feel pretty good. We can participate." Seeing this, Ning Yuan suddenly stopped and placed Mo Chu on a bench at the side. Before Mo Chu could react, he picked her up and continued to walk forward. "You know that the military training ends tomorrow, right?" When Mo Chu opened the door, Ning Yuan placed her on the sofa. He did not leave as usual. Instead, he stood in front of her and blocked her entire line of sight. Today was the last day of military training. Mo Chu nodded slightly. "Aren't you very happy?" Ning Yuan pulled Mo Chu's delicate nose. "The military training is over. This annoying person will also leave." After a few days, Mo Chu was already used to Ning Yuan's presence. When she heard this, she did not reply. She unconsciously scratched her nails. Ning Yuan noticed her small actions, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Fortunately, it seemed that his actions these few days were not useless. "All right, this is my terminal number. Save it. If you want to find me in the future, just connect to this terminal number directly." Ning Yuan had a total of 2 terminal numbers. Both of them had encryption restrictions. One was usually used for her work, and the other was her personal number. The one that was given to Mo Chu was naturally the latter. Moreover, she had already opened up all permissions for her. All right, the military training had ended, but Ning Yuan still had a lot of things to do. Even if he was reluctant, he had to leave. Standing up straight, Ning Yuan reached out his hand and suddenly rubbed Mo Chu's fine hair. Feeling the smooth touch of her hair, a smile appeared in his deep eyes. "Then I'll take my leave first." "Wait." Mo Chu suddenly reached out and pulled on his sleeve. She raised her small face, and her fair earlobes were already completely red. She still pretended to be calm. "That, my terminal number. Do you want it?" The corner of Ning Yuan's lips curved. He grabbed Mo Chu's hand that was tugging his sleeve. "Your terminal number? I already have it." When? Mo Chu's eyes widened slightly. "Why don't you guess?" Ning Yuan smiled faintly. She really was an innocent little girl. She did not even think about it. As an instructor, he naturally had access to her information. How could he not have her terminal number? "If you can guess it, there will be a reward." Ao. Annoying human, why are you here again? Get out of here quickly. At this moment, Roundy rushed out of the room with a guarded expression. Indeed, Mo Yang was unable to stop Ning Yuan, but he still had a good assistant Roundy. In order to get Roundy to stop the ambitious Ning Yuan, Mo Yang had to spend a lot of effort to convince it, "Look, it's because of Ning Yuan's harsh training that Mo Chu is weak. Once Mo Chu is weak, she definitely won't be able to make you any delicious food." In the end, the culprit is Ning Yuan. After understanding the cause and effect, Roundy immediately fell into a tense state of battle preparation. As soon as it sensed Ning Yuan's aura, it immediately rushed out excitedly. It was clearly a small and weak ball, but its eyes were wide open and its entire body was filled with hostility as it continuously chased Ning Yuan away. How could Roundy know that its appearance not only did not have any deterrent power, it was even filled with a sense of humor? However, knowing that Mo Chu doted on this fat lump, Ning Yuan did not dare to be too presumptuous. Every time Roundy rushed out like a vanguard, even though Ning Yuan was reluctant, he would leave resentfully. "All right, then I'll leave first." Looking at the little pet jumping into Mo Chu's arms, he could not help but sigh softly. There was a time when he never thought that he would actually lose to a pet. Now that he encountered such a situation, he was dumbfounded. "Okay, Imochu nodded in agreement. She held Ning Yuan's terminal number in her hand, and her expression was slightly dazed on the other side. Just as Ning Yuan returned to his residence, Zuolin immediately greeted him and asked with a gossipy expression, "How is it, boss? Did the two of you make any new progress?" Ning Yuan ignored this guy and strode in. Zuolin took this as a sign that his boss was frustrated and shook his head. "Hey, boss, look." He followed behind Ning Yuan. Zuolin automatically played the role of a strategist. "I told you before to relax a little bit in Imochu's training. This way, she doesn't have to suffer, and you won't feel sorry for her." Zuolin. Ning Yuan's footsteps paused, and his expression was somewhat serious. "I want to be with that girl for a long time." After saying this, Ning Yuan turned around and walked into the study, preparing to continue with the work at hand. Zuolin had long since returned to using the internet, and he also stayed up every night during the military training period to deal with it. However, Ning Yuan's subordinates still controlled 2/3 of the Federation's army, so how could it be easy for them? Outside, Zuolin thought for a long time, but he still did not have a clue. He nudged Zhongwan, who was beside him. What did boss mean just now? Why did he not understand? The boss wanted to be together with Imochu for a long time? Did it have anything to do with training or not? Zhongwan rolled his eyes at him. This one-track-minded fool. Heh, you little idiot. Before Zuolin turned hostile, Zhongwan explained, with boss's ability, he can certainly protect Imochu, but do you think Imochu is the kind of person who is willing to be protected under a pair of wings? Zuolin thought for a moment and shook his head firmly. Although this little girl, Imochu, looked gentle and weak, she was very strong in her heart. After so many days of hard training, she was undoubtedly the most tired one, but she had never complained or shed a tear. I see. Zhongwen's gaze also revealed some admiration toward Imochu. If Imochu wants to fly, boss will help her forge the toughest pair of wings, and not cut off her wings. Actually, this was also good. After all, boss's status was high. Only when Imochu walked as far as possible would the future of the two be more compatible. On the other hand, the boss, Zhongwan, clicked his tongue and sighed. Although it was the first time the boss had fallen in love, he seemed to have learned it by himself. Successfully getting to the true meaning of love was indeed a talent. The next day, Ning Yuan and the others left silently. The military training was officially over. Although Imochu felt a little reluctant to part with them, she did not put too much thought into it. Because very soon, the reality show was going to start shooting, she had to do her homework in advance. After a week of recuperation, Qinyu, Imochu, Imo Yang, and Yao Manwen were brought to District 5. Yao Manwen was the girl who stopped Qin Shang at the Mecha exhibition and took the initiative to show her love. As she had revealed her genetic level at that time, Imochu still had some impression of her. The show had not officially started yet. Before that, they would record a short clip. Hence, the group was brought to the studio in District 5. Come, this is your resting room. An obedient-looking assistant explained to them with a smile. The others haven't arrived yet. You guys will probably have to wait for a while. Okay, we understand. Thank you. Imochu nodded in understanding. Although they had arrived first, the others were after all big shots in the entertainment industry. In comparison, the four of them were not worth mentioning. It was normal for their interview to be arranged at the back. Seeing the reactions of Imochu and the others, the little assistant also let out a sigh of relief. He also had a good impression of them. Qin Shang was very generous in this aspect. Although there were only 4 of them, he still gave them 2 restrooms. They had all they needed inside, and they were not inferior to the 21st century. Seeing this, Imochu could not help but click her tongue in admiration.